Chapter 1. The Variables. The rice had already been cooked into a meal. It hurts, so much, especially my legs. Qingcheng struggled to open her eyes. Realizing that she was still alive, she suddenly sat up with a start. In doing so, the bright red wedding robe embroidered with mandarin ducks slid off her fair shoulders. Gazing down at the disheveled garments clinging to her form and the crimson marks upon her collarbone, as well as the room adorned in red decorations and the character 4. Happiness, she was utterly stunned. She distinctly remembered being imprisoned in a cell at Yang Pass, with not a single clean spot on her body. She recalled having slain the treacherous man, Xia Huayu, and perishing alongside him. How could she possibly still be alive? Yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a bridal chamber. This chamber appeared vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere, before Qingcheng suddenly had a thought and quickly reached beneath her pillow. As expected, she felt a dagger embedded with 7 colored gemstones. These gemstones were exceedingly rare and precious, and crucially, this dagger belonged to her. She had hidden it beneath her pillow 2 years ago as a precaution against her new husband. This meant that in the blink of an eye, she had returned to the night of her wedding to Prince Murong Jing 2 years prior. It was unbelievable, utterly astonishing. Qingcheng, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, adjusted her attire and called out loudly, "Someone come here." Just as her voice fell, 2 maidservants hurried through the beaded curtain. One of them was familiar to her. It was her maidservant, Ya. The other, with a pointed chin, was the first-class maidservant, Chunrui. The familiarity of the scene and the faces around her conveyed a profound revelation. It indicated that she had indeed returned from the dead, back to the night of her marriage to Prince Murong Jing. Such fortune existed in the world. Surely, the heavens were showing her mercy. Overwhelmed with joy, Qingcheng found herself in tears. The 2 maidservants were taken aback by her reaction. Yuya's eyes grew misty as she lowered her voice and said, "Miss, why must you put yourself through this?" What did she mean by put yourself through this? Qingcheng was momentarily perplexed. Moreover, after 2 years of tumultuous events, she could hardly recall the details of her wedding. After a moment's thought, she dismissed Chunrui, leaving only her maidservant Yuya to respond. Once she heard Chunrui close the door, Qingcheng finally spoke. "Ya, tell me, this is my wedding night, isn't it?" Yuya abruptly looked up, her expression bewildered as she nodded. "Yes, miss, it is indeed your wedding night." "Why do you ask?" Qingcheng disregarded Yuya's question, her brows furrowing as she continued. "Then let me ask you, you have been guarding outside all night, haven't you? What commotion did you hear just now? And where is the prince?" Yuya was utterly shocked, her face a picture of confusion. "Miss, have you forgotten everything?" "What?" Qingcheng frowned. "What have I forgotten?" Yuya gazed at her mistress, who genuinely appeared to know nothing, and was almost on the verge of tears. "You ordered Shuya to drug the prince, but he found out. Enraged, he took Shuya away for questioning. Do you truly not remember any of this?" "What?" Qingcheng's eyes widened in astonishment. However, she quickly recalled that indeed, there had been such an event in her previous life. Fearing that Murong Jing would share the bridal chamber with her, she had prepared a sedative in advance, intending to incapacitate him on their wedding night. Yet, in her past life, she hadn't had the opportunity to have her maidservant administer the drug before he coldly left the bridal chamber. How could it be that in this new life, events had taken a different turn? Had her maidservant actually managed to act? Not only had she failed to sedate him, but they had consummated their marriage instead. Her waist was still subtly aching. With that thought, Qingcheng couldn't help but lift the covers to take a peek. Upon doing so, a deep blush blossomed upon her exquisite face. Realizing that she could barely recall Murong Jing's appearance, she promptly threw aside the covers and leapt from the bed. "Come, quickly fetch my garments. I must go see my husband." Chapter 2. How extraordinarily handsome he is. Husband? Is she still speaking with that same excited tone? Beside her, Yuya and Appo's eyes widened like copper bells, sensing that something was amiss with her mistress today. "My lady, what on earth is the matter? Why have you suddenly started calling the prince husband?" Having been granted a second chance at life, Qingcheng could hardly contain her joy. In high spirits, she turned to Yuya and replied cheerfully, "I have married the Prince of Qin. He is indeed my husband. Not only must I change my address to him, but you too shall follow suit. From now on, do not call me an Oppos, Miss an Oppos. Anymore, refer to me as an Oppos, Princess an Oppos. Understood? But, my lady, are you serious? Yuya asked, her skepticism evident. Or are you merely concocting another scheme? Yuya had always been one to adhere to the rules, having previously instructed the maids accompanying them to address their mistress as princess upon entering the royal residence. However, at that time, Su Qingcheng had been displeased, insisting that they continue to call her and Amp, Oppos, Miss and Amp, Oppos, as before. Now, with her sudden change of heart, Yuya found it difficult to comprehend. Su Qingcheng noticed Yuya's confusion, but felt that revealing her resurrection from 2 years hence would only lead Yuya to think her mind had been compromised. Regardless, she was determined not to repeat the mistakes of her past life. This time, she had ample opportunity ahead of her, and whether it was Yuya or anyone else, they would gradually witness her transformation. Silly Yuya, I am quite serious. Before my marriage, were you not often advising me that being the Princess of Qin would be splendid? I now see the wisdom in your words. It is destiny that the Prince of Qin and I are meant to be together. As for Xie Huayu, I shall sever all ties with him. Su Qingcheng asserted with utmost sincerity. Seeing her mistress genuinely resolved, Yuya could not help but feel a surge of happiness. It would be utterly unacceptable for her to entertain thoughts of another man after having wed the Prince of Qin. Thankfully, her mistress had come to this realization. Yuya joyfully rummaged through the wardrobe and produced a splendid crimson outfit. Princess, today marks your joyous occasion with the prince. How do you find this attire? Or would you prefer your favorite pink? Pink is delicate and complements your fair complexion beautifully. Let's go with this one. On the wedding night, one must wear vibrant red. Very well, princess. Yuya beamed as she moved to assist Su Qingcheng in changing her attire. However, upon noticing the reddish marks on Su Qingcheng's collarbone, she suddenly recalled something. Princess, you have already consummated your marriage with the prince, haven't you? Should be. Su Qingcheng hesitated, not wanting to confess her amnesia since her rebirth, nor could she admit that she had never consummated a relationship in her past life. Yet, recalling her mother's teachings before her marriage, she assumed that was indeed the case. Nodding, she affirmed, yes, my legs still ache. Please check the sheets for evidence. Yuya promptly investigated, returning shortly with a smile and a nod. Indeed, there is, although the ceremonial cloth was not laid out. But I shall take good care of the sheets. However, when the prince ordered for Yuya to be taken away, he appeared quite displeased. I had no courage to inquire further, but I overheard you calling for someone just as I was about to enter. Since you have consummated your marriage, why did Yuya still administer the medicine? What are we to do now? Sighing, Su Qingcheng lamented, alas, I was too late in realizing my folly. Yuya only acted upon my instructions. I must hurry to rescue that girl who is unjustly bearing the blame for me. Is there still time for grooming? No need for that. Su Qingcheng and Amp, Oppos' beauty was striking. Even with her hair down and devoid of makeup, she captivated all who beheld her. As Su Qingcheng made her way down the corridor, she heard commotion emanating from the flower hall. It was the voice of her other close maid, Yuya. She seemed to be under intense interrogation, but remained resolute, clenching her teeth. No, I was not directed by anyone. The medicine was brought in by me alone from outside the palace. It is unrelated to anyone else. The fault is entirely mine. Please punish me, Your Highness. Good Yuya. Upon hearing her maid's unwavering loyalty, Su Qingcheng hastened her pace, determined to rescue the girl unfairly taking the blame. Just as she began to run, a deep, steady male voice resonated from the flower hall. Stubbornness. It seems you will not speak the truth unless you face some hardship. Startled by the voice, Su Qingcheng momentarily lost her composure. How had she never noticed before how enchanting Murong Jing and Amp, Oppos' voice was? Had she not only been blind, but also deaf? Rushing into the flower hall, Su Qingcheng spread her arms to shield Yuya. Positioned thus, she found herself face to face with Murong Jing. Fixated on his exquisitely handsome visage, she instinctively felt her mouth dry. Ah, how extraordinarily handsome he is! How could she have overlooked such an alluring husband? At that moment, the tall and striking Murong Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing Su Qingcheng and Oppos' abrupt entrance, his sharp brows knitted slightly. He was tall, and as he regarded Qingcheng, his expression appeared somewhat detached. You arrived just in time. Since she is your maid, you shall conduct the interrogation yourself. Chapter 3. Is the prince really unwilling to take responsibility for me? As Jing's words fell, Qingcheng shook her head in denial. No need for inquiry. I already know who orchestrated this. Is that so? A faint, cold smile appeared at the corners of Jing's lips, suggesting that Miss Su had entangled herself in this matter as well. The title and amp, oppos, fourth and amp, oppos, referred to Qingcheng and amp, oppos, position in her family, commonly addressed by outsiders as Miss Su or Fourth Mississippi. In her previous life, Jing had called her the same, and back then, Qingcheng found such a title rather appealing, detached and distant, just as she desired. Yet now, having been reborn, things were different. They had already consummated their union. So why did he still address her in such a manner? Frowning, Qingcheng sensed the situation was precarious. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly smiled, her exquisite beauty coming alive. I can divulge the entire story to the prince, but I must ask that you dismiss the attendants. It is best that we discuss this matter privately, as husband and wife. Husband and wife? Jing narrowed his eyes, his handsome brows slightly furrowing. He had heard tales of the fourth miss from the general's manor, known for her spirited nature, unlike other young ladies in the capital. Had she forgotten her current identity and situation, as well as her own past declarations? His expression grew colder as he signaled for the attendants to leave. Seeing that he was indeed leaving the matter of Shuya to her, Qingcheng hastily beckoned Yuya to take the person away. Soon, only Qingcheng and Jing remained in the flower hall. In the spring night, the flower hall was graced by a gentle breeze and a lingering fragrance. With everyone gone, Qingcheng felt liberated. She had always been bold. While others feared Jing, she did not. This had been true in her past life and remained so in this one. However, whereas he had previously seemed cold and distant, tonight he radiated warmth and affection. For Jing was her true savior from her past life, the one she had secretly cherished when her heart first awakened to love. How detestable was that vile dog, Xie Huayu, who had impersonated her savior to deceive and manipulate her, scheming against her family and causing her to lose everything in a foreign land. With these thoughts, a fierce hatred ignited within Qingcheng. Yet, upon seeing the man before her, whom she had missed for so many years, her anger dissipated, leaving only relief, joy, and elation. She gazed intently into Jing and Appo's deep, cold yet stunningly beautiful eyes, taking 2 steps closer to him. In the wake of her earlier fury, her eyes were slightly reddened, enhancing her beauty even further. Her red lips parted, and her voice was naturally soft and sweet. Your Highness, I was the one who instructed Shuya to administer the drug, but I have recognized my error. If you wish to impose a punishment, let it fall upon me. You may strike my palm. This is how my father taught me to be disciplined at home. With that, she extended her delicate, fair hand towards Jing. Her raised wrist caused her wide sleeves to slip down, exposing a portion of her alabaster arm to the air. Glimpsing her snow-white arm and the thin fabric of her clothing, Jing and Appo's brow furrowed even deeper. In truth, from a moment Qingcheng had looked at him with that strange, unabashed gaze, his expression had been one of concern. His tone matched his icy demeanor. Has the fourth miss forgotten what she once said? It is not surprising that you can administer a drug to this prince. But what are you attempting to do now? Are you trying to entice me? As he spoke, Jing extended 2 fingers and callously pushed her hand away, even through her sleeve. Qingcheng was taken aback. Entice. We have already married and become husband and wife. It is one thing for you to continue calling me fourth miss, but now that we have consummated our marriage, I merely extend my hand, and you accuse your own wife of attempting to seduce you? Consummated? The coldness in Jing and Appo's voice rose. When did this prince consummate anything with you? Qingcheng was stunned. The prince was denying it. Did he truly intend to shirk his responsibilities as a husband? Chapter 4. The medicine is fake. But the embarrassment is real, originally indifferent, yet still possessing a hint of patience. Murong Jing's eyes suddenly filled with disdain upon hearing Su Qingcheng's words. Su Qingcheng, what tricks are you trying to play? Was it not you who sought me out before our marriage, declaring that your heart already belonged to another? You claimed that marrying me was merely a farce. Now, under the influence of some sedative, you presume to measure my character with your petty schemes. In truth, you need not go to such lengths, for I would never lay a hand on you. What then is this talk of consummation? Indeed, prior to their marriage, Su Qingcheng had rashly confessed her feelings to Murong Jing. At that time, the Empress Dowager had arranged a marriage between them, but her heart was solely occupied with her savior, Xia Huayu. Xia Huayu had devised a plan with her, suggesting she marry into the royal family and endure for a time, promising that when the moment was right, he would orchestrate a new identity for her, allowing them to escape together. He had assured her that he did not care about her purity. As long as they could be together in the end, he would be satisfied. To a woman, chastity is as vital as life itself, and upon hearing his words, she was deeply moved and determined to preserve her virtue. Thus, she had approached Murong Jing with such foolish declarations. However, regardless of her words, the reality remained that they had indeed consummated their marriage. How could the esteemed Prince of Qin deny such a fact? Was he seeking to retaliate against her humiliation? Yet, observing his irritated demeanor, it seemed her assumptions were misguided. But what was truly happening? Su Qingcheng felt bewildered. Furrowing her delicate brows, she gazed at Murong Jing and, in a sudden burst of frustration, toward her collar, demanding, "Then what are these marks on my body and the blood on the bed? If we have not consummated, it seems rather implausible, does it not?" The red marks on her fair shoulders were particularly conspicuous against her crimson wedding attire. Yet Murong Jing did not even cast a glance. He coldly replied, "Unless you are deliberately feigning ignorance, then the fault lies with the medicine you ingested. You might as well inquire with your maidservant." With that, he turned and departed in another direction. Watching his aloof figure, reminiscent of a jade tree, yet imbued with an icy demeanor, Su Qingcheng and Oppos, as frown deepened. First, it appeared that Murong Jing was rather difficult to deal with. Second, returning to this life had led to certain misalignments. She seemed to have made a significant blunder regarding the consummation matter. Thus, she needed to hasten to find Shuya for clarification before formulating new plans. With this thought, Su Qingcheng quickly adjusted her collar and hurried toward her new chamber. However, upon reaching the floral archway, she encountered her two maidservants, Yuyi and Shuya, waiting anxiously. The two maidservants, concerned for their mistress, rushed to meet her. Shuya, filled with urgency, immediately inquired, "Miss, are you well? The prince did not harm you, did he?" "I am fine," Su Qingcheng replied, not bothering to correct Shuya and Oppos' misaddress, and insisted, "I have something to ask you. Come with me to my room." After a brief tea time, Shuya recounted all that needed to be said. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng's face turned as pale as paper, devoid of color. It turned out that the drug Shuya had given to Murong Jing had inadvertently been consumed by her instead. If it had truly been a sedative, that would have been one thing. She could have simply passed out. But who would have thought the medicine was a counterfeit? Instead of succumbing to slumber, she had descended into a frenzy, causing chaos in the bridal chamber. The marks on her neck were self-inflicted, and the pain in her thigh resulted from an unfortunate fall. Even the blood on the bed was from her nails, scratching Murong Jing and Oppos' arm. Su Qingcheng felt utterly despondent. Having acted so shamefully was already bad enough. And now she had confronted Murong Jing, demanding he take responsibility. The mere thought of this counterfeit medicine filled her with rage. To think it was my own brother who set me up with fake medicine. Just wait until I return home. I shall deal with him. In truth, her threats were hollow. Having returned to this life, her family remained healthy and safe, filling her heart with immense joy. As the night deepened, she decided against further turmoil, opting instead to rest and contemplate the path ahead. She would love those deserving of her affection and distance herself from those who warranted her disdain. As for that vengeful enemy, she would ensure he paid dearly for his transgressions. Chapter 5. Is there any doubt? Of course, it is to pursue the prince. The next day, Su Qingcheng rose early, as today marked the first day of her marriage. She was to accompany Murong Jing to the palace to pay respects to his biological mother, the current Grand Empress Dowager. In her past life, Su Qingcheng had also entered the palace with Murong Jing, but that time she had deliberately dawdled, begrudgingly making him wait. However, this time, she vowed not to repeat that behavior. She wished to visit her mother-in-law with Murong Jing in a sweet and loving manner, seeking to win her favor. Moreover, she aspired to live as a devoted couple with Murong Jing from now on. Yet, her enthusiastic demeanor struck Shuya as quite unusual. Having served Su Qingcheng since childhood, Shuya had been spoiled by her. She often spoke her mind freely in front of Su Qingcheng. "Miss, why don an oppose? Till you sleep a little longer?" "Didn't oppose, as still early," she teased. "You silly girl," Su Qingcheng scolded lightly, poking Shuya and oppose as forehead. "Did you forget what I told you last night? We must adhere to the rules. You must call me Wang Fei from now on. It's time to get up and prepare. We can't waste time." "Yes," Shuya responded with a grin, playfully adding, "Wang Fei has changed so quickly. It's like you have a new thought every day." Su Qingcheng shot her a look. "You talk too much. You should have been delayed yesterday, so that the prince could give you a few whacks. Is the Wang Fei going to punish the servant? Such a ruthless heart." Shuya joked. Behind closed doors, Su Qingcheng shared a close bond with her two personal maids, though Yi was more reserved compared to the lively Shuya. Yet, in public, Shuya was always discreet, understanding the hierarchy of master and servant. Upon noticing the arrival of Mama Fong, she immediately ceased her jesting and skillfully prepared Su Qingcheng's handkerchief. Mama Fong was the stewardess of the Wangfu, sent to manage Shang Garden, where Su Qingcheng currently resided. However, Su Qingcheng knew that Mama Fong was also an eye placed by Murong Jing in her courtyard. Though Mama Fong was generally amiable, Su Qingcheng had often criticized her in her past life. Now, she intended to reform her ways. Lowering her stance, she greeted Mama Fong with a warm smile. "Mama, why have you come so early?" Seeing Su Qingcheng and Appo's pleasant demeanor, Mama Fong lowered her own posture, bowing deeply. "This old servant is here to inquire about the Wang Fei and Appo's well-being. Today is the day you and the Wang Ye enter the palace to meet the Grand Empress Dowager, so I came to check if there is anything that needs arranging. Did you sleep well last night? Are you comfortable with the new room and Appo's arrangement?" "Everything is fine," Su Qingcheng replied, feeling uplifted. Happiness brings a good spirit. Although the previous night had been quite raucous, she had heard from you that Murong Jing had taken measures to prevent the servants from gossiping, ensuring that only a few maids present in the bridal chamber were aware of the events. This suited Su Qingcheng perfectly. Noticing Mama Fong standing still, she exchanged a glance with Yuya, who promptly brought over a box containing the amp, Appo's, red-stained into amp, Appo's sheets to present to Mama Fong. Mama Fong paused. "The Wang Fei is stunning. I was momentarily distracted upon seeing you and forgot about this matter. I will take it away and store it properly, so it won't delay your preparations." "Thank you, Mama Fong. Your words are delightful," Su Qingcheng replied, feeling pleased. "Shuya, please see Mama off." Although the bloodstains on the sheets were not genuine, Su Qingcheng wanted everyone in the Wangfu to believe it was so. She was determined to embrace her role as the Qin Wang Fei for a lifetime. If word got out that the Wang Ye returned to his quarters without consummating their marriage on their wedding night, where would she place her dignity? What about the Su family and Appo's reputation? By the time Su Qingcheng completed her preparations, half an hour had passed. She intended to head straight to Garden, where Murong Jing resided. In her previous life, she had deliberately kept a distance from him, even arranging for a separate carriage. This time, however, she saw no need for such formality. She wished to share a carriage with her husband. Just as she was about to depart, her accompanying matron hurried in. "Wang Fei, there is news from the Wang Ye." Su Qingcheng furrowed her brow, sensing it was not good news. "What do they say?" The matron quickly replied, "The Wang Ye has business to attend to and will enter the palace first. He has arranged another carriage for you, so you will not be traveling together. But this is your first visit to the palace as a married couple. How could the Wang Ye arrange it this way? It seems he does not regard us at all. Indeed, how could this be?" Su Qingcheng thought. This time around, not only had she changed, but it appeared that many things were also different from her previous life. However, Murong Jing and Appo's distancing behavior was understandable. After all, she had spoken such foolish words to him. Moreover, she had even contemplated drugging him the previous night. Being treated this way was indeed her own doing. But deserving or not, her desire to make amends was sincere. She quickly inquired, "Have you found out if the Wanya has already left? Do you know what time he departed?" I inquired. "He should still be in garden," the matron replied. "Very well," Qingcheng exclaimed. To mend their relationship, she needed to act, not merely think. With that, she grabbed the sachet prepared on her vanity and dashed out of the door. The matron, confused, called after her, "Miss Wang Fei, what are you doing? Where are you going?" Without looking back, Qingcheng replied, "Is there any need to ask? Of course, I'm going to pursue the Wanya. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow me." And garden, where Murong Jing resided, was directly across from Chong Garden, not far apart at all. Having grown up in a general and Appo's household, Qingcheng was accustomed to physical exertion and ran faster than the average woman. By the time she reached in garden's entrance, Murong Jing's carriage had not yet departed, but was preparing to leave. The guards recognized her and quickly bowed in respect. She raised her hand to signal them to stand down and directly inquired, "Is the Wanya inside the carriage?" The guard confirmed, and she strode toward the carriage. In full view of the crowd, she nimbly stepped onto Murong Jing's carriage. Having run hastily, she was now catching her breath, her chest rising and falling, and her complexion flushed. As the carriage door opened, Murong Jing was met with the sight of the alluring and radiant Qingcheng, his nominal wife. Chapter 6. Miss Su Si, please conduct yourself with dignity. What brings you here? Leave. After casting a fleeting glance at Qingcheng, Murong Jing averted his gaze, his tone cold and detached. "Oh," Qingcheng responded lightly, yet she pressed on undeterred. Did he think she would simply depart at his command? Such a thin skin could hardly ensnare him. Instead of retreating, she boldly took a seat beside Murong Jing. The young man, who had initially closed his eyes to rest, sensed her subtle movement and furrowed his brow. "Miss Su Si, I urge you to conduct yourself with dignity." "Conduct myself with dignity?" Qingcheng and Appo's eyes widened slightly. "But I have done nothing yet, Your Highness. How can you speak of dignity? If you desire me to behave properly, at the very least, it should be under these circumstances." With that, she raised her hand and delicately looped it through the crook of Murong Jing's arm, her touch gentle as she brushed against the fabric of his sleeves. Though not as towering as her father or brother, Murong Jing's arms were muscular and solid, a testament to his strength. It was a far cry from the slender figure of Xia Huayu, whom she once mistakenly believed was her savior from the clutches of danger. This reminded her of a certain incident from her past, at the age of 14 during a hunting expedition. Young princes and the scions of officials participated in a contest, and to prevent favoritism, the emperor decreed that all participants wear masks, even marking the arrows. Qingcheng, ever the mischievous one, disguised herself as a boy and mingled among the hunters. Once masked, no one recognized one another, and she felt like a wild horse unleashed in the mountains. Unfortunately, she crossed paths with a pack of wolves in broad daylight. In the ensuing struggle, her mask fell away, her hair unraveled, and her clothing was torn by branches. Just as she believed she would perish at the claws of the wolves, a swift arrow sliced through the air, striking down the Wolf King before her. 3 more arrows followed, each finding its mark. With the loss of their leader, the wolves scattered in disarray, and her savior soon approached on horseback. However, concealed behind his mask, she never glimpsed his true visage. All she could discern were his striking dark eyes and the elegance of his long fingers as he tossed her a cloak. There she sat, disheveled on the ground, clutching the cloak he had thrown her, while he remained mounted, a gallant figure clad in fine attire. Their eyes met, and her heart raced, almost leaping from her chest. At that tender age, she was smitten, bewildered, and unsure of how to respond. When he departed, she realized she had forgotten to inquire his name. Later, as she retrieved an arrow from a slain wolf, she noticed the character she inscribed on its shaft. Thus, she concluded that her savior hailed from the household of Chancellor Xia. leading her to seek out the daughters of that family during a chrysanthemum appreciation event hosted by the Duke's wife. After some inquiries, she learned that the one who saved her was none other than Xie Huayu, the Chancellor's illegitimate son. The young woman from the Xie family facilitated their introduction, and she sought confirmation from Xie Huayu, who recounted the events of that day in detail, even producing a handkerchief she had lost. Seeing all the details align, she believed him without question. Little did she know, it was all a deception. Xie Huayu had manipulated her affections. It was only in her final moments that she realized the one who truly rescued her was her husband, whom she had intentionally distanced herself from, oblivious to his identity all along. Now, seated beside Murong Jing, her arm intertwined with his, Su Qingcheng was flooded with emotion. She gazed at him again, unable to resist the urge to raise her other hand in an attempt to shield his face, yearning to see his eyes once more, the same eyes of the young man who had saved her 3 years prior. Yet as she reached out, her wrist was seized by Murong Jing. His brow furrowed, and his gaze was sharp. Miss Su Si, know when to cease. Chapter 7. Is it so wrong to want to be a good couple? Su Qingcheng gazed intently into Murong Jing's dark and indifferent eyes, her clear gaze fluttering momentarily. His slightly calloused hand gripped her wrist tightly, causing her discomfort, yet she remained unfazed. She turned her head and called out to the coachman outside. The prince has ordered us to depart. Why are you still dawdling? Since the princess had stated it was the prince's command, and the prince himself had not objected, the coachman dared not question further and cracked his whip, urging the horses onward. As the wheels began to turn, Su Qingcheng smiled at the man beside her, saying, as the princess who was ceremoniously welcomed into the royal residence, what is so wrong with wanting to touch my husband? Murong Jing coldly released her hand from his arm, his voice frigid. Did you not ask your maidservant about this last night? Have you forgotten your own words? I did inquire, and I remember every foolish word I uttered to the prince before. I do not deny it, but I have since come to my senses. I realized that was a mistake. I am the prince's legitimate wife, and I simply wish to be a proper couple with him. Can the prince not grant me this one opportunity? Murong Jing narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. You claim to have feelings for another, and now you intend to violate your vows? That was my folly. I was deceived and remained unaware for many years. Su Qingcheng composed herself in front of Murong Jing, her expression grave. Prince, I have something to ask you. Please allow me to finish speaking. After all, there was still some distance to the palace. Murong Jing did not respond, his long fingers tapping lightly on the table, producing 2 sharp sounds. Seizing the moment, Su Qingcheng pressed on. If the prince does not refuse, I shall take it as his consent. I wish to know, 3 years ago at the royal hunting grounds, did you not rescue a young girl from a pack of wolves? Murong Jing pondered for a moment, his expression unchanged. And if I did, what then? Then the prince should look at me. His words clearly indicated acknowledgement, and Su Qingcheng felt a surge of excitement, her bright eyes sparkling. I am the girl you saved 3 years ago. Do you remember? Upon hearing this, Murong Jing scrutinized Su Qingcheng, but after a fleeting moment, he averted his indifferent gaze. So was you, what of it? Is that your justification for betraying Xie Huayu? Suddenly hearing the name Xie Huayu from Murong Jing's lips, Su Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. The prince knows? However, she quickly realized the futility of her exclamation. On the eve of their wedding, his fiancée, he had come to him, declaring that she had feelings for another. Although she had not named him, any man with a semblance of pride would investigate the matter. It was no surprise that he could uncover Xie Huayu's involvement. Yet, Su Qingcheng, who had never been particularly modest, found her resolve fortified after experiencing death. She pressed forward, her gaze unwavering on Murong Jing. Since the prince has discovered Xie Huayu and Appo's name, he must also know how I came to be with him. It all began with that hunting expedition 3 years ago, where he masqueraded as my savior, prompting me to regard him differently. Is that so? Murong Jing and Appo's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. Xie Darren is a gentleman, known for his integrity and righteousness. Do you expect me to believe your words? Or are you, Miss Su, merely seeking justification for your fickleness? Our union was sanctioned by the Empress. I cannot defy her will. A woman as shameless as you is not worth my time. With that, Murong Jing closed his eyes, as though Su Qingcheng's presence was non-existent. Su Qingcheng felt a lump in her throat, suddenly overwhelmed with grievance. If I had known it would be this way, if I could return to an earlier time, I would never have agreed to meet him. He was the one who deceived me first. Why does the prince insist on viewing me as the shameless one? He may not seek redemption, but I certainly do. Though Su Qingcheng had a thick skin, her tears flowed abundantly, a single droplet falling and staining the silk on the table. After voicing her feelings, she felt too wrong to continue speaking. Murong Jing glanced at the tear-stained fabric, his brow furrowing deeply. It would not be entirely accurate to say that Xie Huayu had impersonated him. At that time, his skills in archery and horsemanship surpassed those of the other princes, yet he had intentionally concealed his talents, using Xie Huayu's arrows during the hunt, allowing all the game to be credited to Xie Huayu, including the wolves he saved Su Qingcheng from. To the unknowing, it was indeed he who rescued Su Qingcheng, but he had done so under Xie Huayu's name. Moreover, Chapter 8, broad shoulders, slim waist, long legs, a sight to enchant the heart. Moreover, he had made prior arrangements with someone. Yet, Murong Jing never anticipated that Su Qingcheng would express herself so candidly. Given this clarity, he resolved to no longer conceal the truth, opting instead to reveal the matter directly to her, thus averting any further entanglement. Su Qingcheng. Murong Jing no longer addressed her as Miss Su Si, but instead called her by her name. Su Qingcheng, silently dabbing her tear-streaked cheeks, turned her gaze towards him upon hearing her name. Her eyes, cleansed by tears, sparkled more than before when she looked at the man. They shone with a brilliance that overshadowed her earlier grievances. Did the prince call for me? Is there something you wish to convey? Murong Jing regarded Su Qingcheng with a calm demeanor. I have matters to discuss with you. Noticing his initiative, Su Qingcheng quickly composed herself, a radiant smile gracing her delicate features. Please, speak, Your Highness. However, just as Murong Jing was about to speak, there came a rhythmic 3 knocks on the carriage window from outside. Murong Jing recognized it was his personal attendant, Qingcheng, signaling him about an urgent matter. He lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, his voice low yet commanding. What is it? Qingcheng, perched upon his horse, leaned closer to convey a few words to Murong Jing. After listening, Murong Jing instructed the driver to halt the carriage and prepared to exit. Su Qingcheng presumed he had urgent business, intending to be considerate and not disturb him. Yet, she could not restrain herself and tugged at his sleeve, her autumn-like eyes radiating a natural, pitiful charm. Where are you headed, Your Highness? Will you not allow me to accompany you to meet the Empress? Nevertheless, despite her inquiry, Murong Jing did not pause, stepping out of the carriage with determination. Su Qingcheng watched his swiftly vanishing figure in a daze. Why was he ignoring her? However, it was not long before Murong Jing and Appo's voice echoed from outside, instructing the driver and attendant with an air of authority, take the princess to the palace gates and wait. I shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng and Appo's lips curved into a sudden smile. He was not disregarding her after all, though he had advised her to exercise restraint. He still referred to her as princess in public. As his footsteps faded away, Su Qingcheng discreetly lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. She fixated on her husband's tall and elegant silhouette, her smile deepening. The ceremonial robes of high-ranking officials were predominantly deep purple, appearing rather somber on the older men. In contrast, the prince's robes, a shade darker, exuded an air of regal sophistication. With broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, he was a sight to behold, captivating all who gazed upon him. The carriage soon arrived at the palace gates. Shortly after halting, Yuya and Shuya arrived in another carriage, catching up. Su Qingcheng expressed her surprise. You arrived quite swiftly. Yuya responded earnestly. It was the prince's attendants who arranged everything efficiently. As soon as we departed, they prepared another carriage for us, mindful that the princess should not be without her maidservants. Indeed, Princess, Shuya chimed in with a beaming smile. The people from the prince's courtyard treated us with great courtesy. Surely, this is the prince's doing, contrary to what the matron claimed about our lack of importance. Ah, princess, look over there. The prince is riding towards us. Su Qingcheng followed Shuya and Appos, as pointing finger, and indeed spotted Murongjing. Initially, she expected to wait longer for him, but was pleasantly surprised by his quick arrival. Yet, her delight faded as she realized that Murongjing did not join her in the carriage, instead riding alongside. This left her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, after passing through the third palace gate, even Murongjing, of noble stature, could not continue on horseback. They transitioned to walking, and Su Qingcheng kept close to him, appearing to others as inseparable. Chapter 9. He, usually restrained, took the initiative to seek her out at the Ningshou Palace. Today, Su Qingcheng and Murongjing were the first to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Su Qingcheng recalled that in her previous life, they had not arrived this early. They had coincidentally encountered the Empress Dowager on her way to pay her respects. The Empress, hailing from a family that had long-standing conflicts with both Murongjing and the Su family in court, made that previous visit quite unpleasant. Moreover, at that time, Su Qingcheng had been unwilling in her marriage, resulting in her lack of enthusiasm in front of the Empress Dowager, where she had maintained a facade of tranquility, scarcely uttering a word. However, this time she intended to reveal her true self, embracing joy and liveliness. It was said that the Empress Dowager had chosen her as a daughter-in-law precisely for her spirited nature. Furthermore, Su Qingcheng held great respect for the Empress Dowager, as her father had led troops into battle during her youth, while her mother had endured hardships in the capital with her siblings. The Empress Dowager had intervened on their behalf, and their mother had always reminded them never to forget the Empress Dowager's kindness. While serving tea, her words were sweet. She complimented the Empress Dowager on her radiant complexion and youthful appearance, her beauty accentuated by her pure gaze, endearing her to the Empress Dowager. After bestowing her gifts, the Empress Dowager smiled and beckoned Su Qingcheng closer, exclaiming, "Come here, let me converse with you properly." Su Qingcheng obediently approached, and the Empress Dowager took her hand, praising her. "The name Qingcheng suits you perfectly. Look at those lively eyes. They bring joy to the heart. Your vivacious nature is a perfect match for Jinger. Otherwise, I fear the coldness of the Qin Wangfu would eventually rust away. Since you are now part of our family, you will take charge of the Qin Wangfu from this day forth. You must manage it well and strive to bear children soon, so that your residence may be filled with life and joy." "Yes, mother," Su Qingcheng eagerly replied. "I will ensure the Wangfu is well managed and strive to be a loving couple with the Wangye." After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Murongjing, her eyes brimming with joy. Murongjing noticed her unabashed stare and furrowed his brow. "Jinger," just as the Empress Dowager was about to advise Murongjing, he abruptly stood up. "Mother, after yesterday's wedding, I have not had the opportunity to assess Hunger's studies. I must attend to this matter now and will return shortly to escort the Wangfei back to the residence." Hunger referred to the current emperor, the young 14-year-old monarch. After the previous emperor and Appo's death, the throne had passed to him, with a decree that his uncle, Murongjing, and the left and right chancellors would assist in governance. The Empress Dowager readily acquiesced, allowing the conversation to shift. Su Qingcheng understood that Murongjing's reasoning was sound, though she sensed he was somewhat reluctant to hear the Empress Dowager mention their marital life. Nevertheless, it was gratifying to have won the Empress Dowager's favor. After Murongjing departed, the Empress Dowager smiled at Su Qingcheng, saying, "Jinger is just like his father in his youth, cold and composed, adept at restraining himself. Now that the emperor has finally found a day of leisure, he has chosen to pursue his studies again. At times, he may appear contradictory, thinking one way but speaking another. In your life together, support one another and be understanding. With time, you'll come to understand." "Really?" Su Qingcheng inquired, intrigued. "Could you share more about the Wangye's past? I wish to know my husband better." "Of course," the Empress Dowager responded, summoning tea for Su Qingcheng, and spoke gently. "I shall regale you with tales of his childhood." Just then, an announcement came that the Empress had arrived. As the Emperor was still young and not of age to establish a harem, the Empress Dowager continued to hold sway over the palace, requiring the Empress to pay her respects daily. The Yao Empress, now in her early 30s, was a woman of remarkable beauty, while the previous emperor was alive. She had suppressed the more attractive palace maids and concubines, surrounding herself with those of average looks. Su Qingcheng held no affection for her, as she had previously displayed a sharp tongue and unfriendly demeanor. Xu Yao remarked that the Yao Empress was jealous of any woman more beautiful than herself. Given that Su Qingcheng was now her sister-in-law, it was easy for the Yao Empress to feel competitive. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng, her first act was to scrutinize her appearance and attire, privately comparing them. After exchanging pleasantries, the Yao Empress apologized to the Empress Dowager. "Mother, please forgive me for rising late. I have not arrived before the Qin Wang Fei, and I feel quite ashamed." Then she turned to Su Qingcheng. "The Qin Wang Fei must have arisen before dawn. Your diligence has certainly pleased Mother today." While the Yao Empress's words seemed innocuous, Su Qingcheng detected an undercurrent of sarcasm. However, she chose not to ponder the Yao Empress's intentions and simply replied with a smile, "Indeed, the Empress is correct. It fills my heart with joy to have pleased Mother. Next time I enter the palace, I shall arrive even earlier." The Yao Empress was taken aback by Su Qingcheng's audacity, her lack of modesty apparent as she played along with her remarks. Feeling disgruntled, the Yao Empress couldn't help but retort, "It seems the Qin Wang Fei is not only blessed with beauty, but also possesses a sweet tongue. No wonder the Qin Wang came personally to seek the Empress's permission for marriage. Yet beauty alone is fleeting, we all age in time." Had this been any other moment, Su Qingcheng would have retorted with a smile that even if she aged, she would do so more gracefully than those older than herself. However, what she had just heard was astonishing. The Yao Empress implied that her marriage to Jing had been his initiative to seek the Empress Dowager's approval. How was it that she was unaware of this? In her previous life, she had believed that her marriage had been arranged by the Empress Dowager, a blind union. But it turned out that Jing had sought her out. Chapter 10. I must keep him here tonight. Su Qingcheng was utterly astonished, even doubting the veracity of Empress Yao's words. She could hardly be bothered to refute the insinuation that she was merely a decorative consort. "Mother, is it true what you say? Did the prince indeed take the initiative to propose to you on my behalf?" "Indeed." The Empress Dowager lightly patted Su Qingcheng's hand. "How could you not know?" Su Qingcheng shook her head. "I am unaware. No one has ever mentioned this to me." The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. "It seems Jing and Oppos, or truly has not confided this matter to you. Considering his disposition, it is indeed unlikely he would speak of it. I inquired why it was you he favored, yet he disclosed nothing. Since you are here today, why not share whether you have crossed paths before, perhaps even forged a bond?" Su Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. The only instance that came to her mind was 3 years prior when he had saved her during a hunting expedition. So, was it possible that he had been smitten with her even then? Yet now, he insisted on maintaining his dignity. Was this not a perfect example of being two-faced? This thought brought a flicker of delight to Su Qingcheng and Oppos' heart. However, she was not inclined to reveal the hunting incident to the Empress Dowager. Disguising herself as a man to infiltrate the event was a breach of decorum, and she had no intention of admitting to such a blunder. Nevertheless, her spirits were indeed lifted, and her eyes sparkled with mirth as she spoke. "I have little memory of it. Once I return, I shall inquire with the prince to better understand the origins of our connection. How delightful! If you two can coexist in harmony, I, as your mother, will be at ease." Ever since the late emperor's passing, the Empress Dowager had seldom witnessed Empress Yao displaying jealousy. Yet today she engaged in veiled barbs with her sister-in-law, which displeased the Empress Dowager greatly. Afterward, she deliberately ignored Empress Yao, choosing instead to engage in cheerful conversation with Su Qingcheng, as if Empress Yao were non-existent. Empress Yao observed this with resentment brewing in her heart. Before long, Jing returned from the young emperor and came to escort Su Qingcheng back to the residence. On the way out of the palace, Su Qingcheng yearned to inquire about his request for marriage. Yet the multitude of eyes and ears within the palace rendered such discussions impractical. Thus, she anticipated sharing a carriage with him on the journey back to the Wangfu. However, upon exiting the palace, Jing mounted his horse and departed without a word about his destination. Su Qingcheng surmised he must be heading to the command center of the Imperial Guard, for he was the chief commander of the 6th Imperial Guard. Apart from attending court, he was burdened with the affairs of the guard, truly a man of immense responsibilities. Inside the carriage, Shuya noticed her mistress staring vacantly out the window and leaned in to offer comfort. "Princess, do not be disheartened. Although the prince has left now, he will surely return in the evening." Qingcheng was well aware that Jing would indeed return to the Wangfu that night, but given the vastness of the estate, he might not visit her quarters. Thus, she needed a compelling reason to entice him to her side, hoping he would grant her this favor. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Qingcheng made a point to inquire with Mama Fong about Jing's preferences, preparing a sumptuous dinner to suit his tastes. As evening descended, upon hearing the announcement of Jing's return, she instructed Yuya to invite him to join her for dinner. As anticipated, Jing dismissed Yuya with a curt, "I have already dined." Shuya, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "What shall we do, princess? It is only the 2nd day of your marriage." Qingcheng furrowed her brows, but remained unperturbed. "Fortunately, I had foreseen this. I refuse to believe he will not come after such a response. I must keep him here tonight." With that, Qingcheng summoned her maid, Gongsun Mama, into the room. Under the curious gazes of Yuya and Shuya, she swiftly relayed her instructions to Gongsun Mama. Chapter 11. An overnight stay, a matter of dignity for the proper wife. Qingcheng did not conceal her intentions. Her words were heard by her 2 maidservants, Yuya and Shuya. Upon hearing this, Shuya could hardly contain her excitement. As expected of our mistress, if the matron has said such things, the prince must surely be coming. She hurried to light more lamps as the darkness outside deepened, and the courtyard remained insufficiently illuminated. Qingcheng smiled, exuding a sense of confidence. "You may go." Before long, Matron Gongsun returned, walking briskly. Her face radiated joy, and before she even entered the room, her voice rang out. "He has arrived. He is on his way." The moment I mentioned the issue of the return gift list, the prince agreed to come and discuss it. Qingcheng smiled contentedly. "I knew it. He could never disregard the entire Su family. Moreover, it is he who sought me out. Now, with mutual affection in the air, one might say it is a romance blossoming beautifully." After Qingcheng had adjusted her attire and appearance before the mirror, a servant announced, "The prince has arrived." Without waiting for Jing to approach, she went to greet him. "Your Highness, this way, please." She led him directly into their new chamber. Upon entering, Jing immediately noticed the table laid with a feast and 2 sets of chopsticks. Seeing this, he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Wasn't there an issue with the return gift list? Where is it?" "It is inside," she replied. "I had intended to invite the prince to dine with me, but it seems you have already dined outside. I and Appos am not hungry either, so I and Appos, LL have them clear the food away. They tend to be rather noisy, so perhaps we should move to the inner chamber." Ever since learning from the Empress Dowager that Jing had personally sought this marriage, Qingcheng felt increasingly assured in her actions. Noticing his silence, she reached out to grasp his sleeve. Upon returning to the prince and Appos' residence, he had changed into a dark-colored, everyday robe. In Qingcheng's memory, he seemed particularly fond of black clothing. Regardless of the season, his collar was always impeccably fastened, and his waist sash was neatly tied, exuding an aura of reserved intensity that warded off any approach. Yet, the more he distanced himself, the more she yearned to draw closer, to soften his demeanor, to breach his defenses. His elegant hand brushed aside her grasp, and rather than feeling anger, she simply smiled as she parted the shimmering beaded curtains in the room. Once Jing entered, she took small, delicate steps around to invite him to sit. As he lowered his gaze, he spotted the gift list on the table. Without waiting for Qingcheng to elaborate, he unfolded the document. After a swift glance, he found nothing amiss. With a sharp sound, he tossed the list back onto the table. Qingcheng observed him, sensing his irritation from the gesture, yet remained unfazed as she presented him with a cup of tea. "Your Highness, this is this year's new pre-rain Longjing tea. I heard from Matron Fong that you enjoy it. Would you care to try?" Jing gave her a sidelong glance, but did not take the tea, his tone icy and impatient. "If there is something you are dissatisfied with, speak up directly." Su Qingcheng gently set down the teacup, moving closer to sit beside him. Her voice was soft and sweet, her eyes bright and clear, as if, when focused on one person, they contained her entire world. The Grand Steward of the prince's residence had prepared the gifts according to ancestral traditions, so naturally, Su Qingcheng had no grievances. However, the prince was busy with affairs, and on the very first day of their marriage, she could not ascertain whether he would accompany her back home the next day. This matter was far more significant than any external gifts listed, hence her desire to confirm it with him. What a transparent excuse. Murong Jing felt a chuckle rise within him. Su Qingcheng, as long as you remain in the Qin Wangfu, you will forever be the Qin Wangfei. All the dignity that comes with being the Qin Wangfei, I shall ensure you receive in full. Is that truly so? Su Qingcheng exclaimed when she saw Murong Jing rise to leave. She quickly wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. If that is the case, why must you go? An overnight stay at your proper wife and Appo's place is surely a courtesy you should extend. Her arms were slender and soft, and her presence was alluring. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Murong Jing had long cultivated a habit of avoiding women, maintaining a life of simplicity and restraint. This was the first time a woman had dared to approach him so closely, an undeniable provocation to his authority. He raised a hand, grasping Su Qingcheng's wrist firmly. Unexpectedly, she pressed closer at his touch, and in an instant, there was barely any space between them. Your Highness, Su Qingcheng understood his intent to shake her off, and quickly spoke. I am aware that you sought my hand in marriage from the Empress. Since you harbor feelings for me, why not grant me a chance for a fresh start? Murong Jing coldly extricated his hand from her grasp and turned to fix his icy gaze upon her. Do you know why I sought my mother's permission for marriage? Su Qingcheng hesitated, wanting to say it was out of affection, but his frigid expression dissuaded her from such naivety. She furrowed her brow in defiance. I do not know. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. It is because of Xie Huayu. Murong Jing's eyes bore into Su Qingcheng, his expression grave. He is the one who urged me to seek marriage from my mother. Who? Su Qingcheng thought she must have misheard. What is wrong with him? Why would he? I was never informed. Why did he do this? What is his relationship with you? He requested me, and I acquiesced. We are friends. Why cannot he marry you? You must also understand the future plans you both have in mind. Our marriage is merely a fade. He is my friend, and since you are his beloved, I shall not pursue you. I ask that you remain steadfast, for he is devoted and should not be swayed. In her previous life, Su Qingcheng only knew that Xie Huayu and Murong Jing had studied under the same tutor in their youth, but she had no idea of the depth of their connection. Xie Huayu had never mentioned that Murong Jing's marriage to her was entangled in such affairs. It turned out Murong Jing had long been aware of her agreement with Xie Huayu to elope in the future, which explained his words about seduction and self-respect. But Murong Jing did not know that she had already died once. This time, she would not be foolish. Everything would be different. Your Highness, Su Qingcheng furrowed her brows fiercely. What if I tell you that Xie Huayu has ulterior motives, that his words cannot be trusted, and that he will ultimately harm us all, including you? Will you still concern yourself with him? Oh, how does he possess such ambition? He will rebel. Rebel? When will that be? In 2 years. Ha! You possess the gift of foresight. Does the Bureau of Astronomy know of your talent? Their conversation flowed back and forth. But when Murong Jing reached this point, Su Qingcheng suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Your Highness does not trust me. Perhaps you are merely seeking excuses for your fickleness. I might believe you then. Su Qingcheng frowned. I have already conveyed to you that he deceived me first. I have been honest with you regarding my past with him. Without deceit, even at this moment, I can boldly declare that I no longer have feelings for him. As for the rest, I shall prove it to you in due course. As she spoke, Su Qingcheng's clear eyes showed no hint of panic. Instead, they radiated unwavering determination. Upon seeing this, Murong Jing could not help but furrow her brows. It seemed she was utterly unperturbed by the embarrassment of having her ulterior motives exposed. Was her fortitude truly so formidable? Chapter 12. If you wish to control me, treat me as the true princess consort from beginning to end. Murong Jing's gaze remained exceedingly indifferent. Su Qingcheng understood that further words were futile at this moment. When Murong Jing turned to leave, she refrained from stopping him. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to sit at the table in the outer chamber and began to eat. The mention of that scoundrel, Xie Huayu, had left her so infuriated that she felt famished. As soon as Murong Jing departed, Su Qingcheng and Appo's maidservants hurried in. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng dining alone, Grandma Gongsun anxiously inquired, "Princess Consort, why has the prince left? Were you unable to keep him here?" "I did not intend to," Su Qingcheng replied nonchalantly, continuing to serve herself. "Currently, my position lacks justification. I cannot compel him to stay." "What do you mean by lacking justification?" Grandma Gongsun was momentarily bewildered. "You have already wedded. What justification could there be?" Su Qingcheng noticed Grandma Gongsun's growing concern and set down her chopsticks to offer reassurance. "There is no need for alarm. I have my own means to resolve this. What plans does the princess consort have, and what should we do?" "Here is the plan," Su Qingcheng said, looking toward Shuya, who stood behind Grandma Gongsun. "Tomorrow, I will return to my family with the prince. Once you arrive at the Su residence, you need not attend to my every need. Instead, assist me with a matter." Shuya hastily stepped forward. "Yes, what should I do for the princess consort?" "Seek out Xie Huayu and instruct him to wait for me at the tea house." Shuya's eyes widened in shock. Both Grandma Gongsun and Yuya displayed expressions of alarm. "Princess consort, you must not." Grandma Gongsun's face turned pale. "You are now the princess consort of the Qin Wang, not the fourth miss of the Su family. How can you dare to meet a man privately? Rest assured, the prince will be present. It cannot be deemed a private meeting. Some matters must be confronted directly, and the sooner, the better. I do not wish to delay any longer. This return visit is the perfect opportunity." Stubborn as she was, Su Qingcheng was resolute in her intentions, and others could hardly dissuade her. After all, in her previous life, she had disregarded all advice, leading to her unfortunate fate. Though she intended to heed counsel in moderation in this life, this matter was non-negotiable. Her maidservants could not deter her. Grandma Gongsun could only remind Shuya to be cautious with her words and to avoid giving anyone an opportunity to hold anything against them. Shuya nodded in agreement. That night, Su Qingcheng spent yet another solitary evening in an empty room. She tossed and turned in bed, meticulously recalling her past experiences with Murong Jing, desperately seeking to validate herself. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. In her fixation on proving Xie Huayu's treachery and her foresight regarding certain matters, she realized that this was a cumbersome task, as it required waiting for the right moment. The best course of action was to first win Murong Jing's heart, for if he held affection for her, he would naturally believe her words. Her desire to prove her honesty was ultimately aimed at winning him over. Thus, there was no need to lose sight of her priorities. He was a man, and she was his woman. How to proceed was self-evident. Having reached this conclusion, Su Qingcheng quickly drifted into a sweet, exhilarating slumber. According to Yuya, she awoke with a smile that morning. Seeing this, Shuya could not help but inquire, "Princess consort, what delightful dream did you have to be so joyous?" Su Qingcheng chuckled, feeling too shy to divulge the details. As preparations were made for their return to the Su residence, Su Qingcheng discovered that Murong Jing had already arranged for horses. It was evident he did not intend to share the same carriage with her. If he would not sit with her, she had no desire to do so either. After all, her father had gifted her a horse for her dowry, allowing her the convenience of riding a familiar steed whenever she wished. Her steed was a magnificent silver-coated thoroughbred, rare and precious, aptly named Silver Snow. After winning a victorious battle, her father had sought no titles or riches, but had only requested this exquisite horse from the emperor to present to her. This had caused envy among the young lords and noble ladies of the capital. In Su Qingcheng's eyes, her Silver Snow was the finest of all horses. Of course, Murong Jing's black stallion was impressive as well, a perfect match for her Silver Snow. Riding Silver Snow, Su Qingcheng swiftly caught up with Murong Jing. The two rode side by side, drawing the attention of all as they passed by. While Murong Jing was accustomed to such attention, he turned to Su Qingcheng with a frown. "Princess consort, are you truly comfortable being so conspicuous?" Having grown up in a military household, Su Qingcheng had once patrolled the northern borders with her father, unperturbed by societal conventions. With a playful smile, she replied, "Wait until you truly regard me as your princess consort before you attempt to control me. I shall be waiting for you at the gates of the general's residence." With a swift gallop, she rode on with unrestrained freedom, embodying the spirit of a bold man. Observing her retreating figure, Murong Jing furrowed his brow. Such audacity was commendable. Yet how could she betray her former lover? Chapter 13. This illustration should be studied in detail only after nightfall. As Su Qingcheng was on her way back to her parental home, she noticed the servants of the general and Appo's residence gathering information. Before she even arrived at the gate, she spotted her parents and third brother waiting at the entrance. However, their expressions were far from pleasant, especially that of her father Su Zheng and mother Gao. Before Su Qingcheng could dismount, Su Zheng strode forward with a commanding presence. "Why are you alone? Where's the prince? Have you been throwing a tantrum again? Do you understand that this is a homecoming? Why have you returned alone?" "Dad," Su Qingcheng retorted, dismounting from her horse with irritation. "Who says I am alone? Did you not send someone to inquire? The prince is behind me. It's just that his horse is not as swift as my silver snow." "Then why didn't Appo's you wait for your husband? You are married now. It is time to settle down." Su Zheng exclaimed. "Oh dear father, I am already a married woman, and I am now a princess. Could you please refrain from chastising me in front of so many people?" Su Qingcheng shot back. Su Zheng glared at her. "So shall we still bow to the princess?" "Ah, that is unnecessary. Let's forego that." Su Qingcheng replied with a smile, linking her arm with her father's as they approached Gao. Gao, gentle and nurturing, reached out to smooth the disheveled strands of her daughter's hair and said softly, "What kind of girl returns home alone on horseback? Your father has spoiled you. I often try to rein you in, but he never allows it. Now he chastises you freely." Su Qingcheng was the cherished jewel of the Su family, a precious daughter after 3 sons, and Gao doted on her immensely. She began to scold Su Zheng. "Do you not feel any remorse for your rebukes? You do not feel pain, but I do." Su Zheng huffed. "You just indulge her. A doting mother often spoils her child." Gao continued to hold Su Qingcheng's hand, inspecting her closely while ignoring Su Zheng. "As if you do not indulge her at all." From aside, Su Yifei interjected, "Father, mother, if you find each other in damp. Appo's affection excessive. Perhaps you could also indulge me a little." Su Yifei's words ignited Su Qingcheng's anger. "Mother," she said, affectionately nudging her mother's shoulder, "I will be with you shortly. I have some important matters to discuss with third brother first." "Oh." Su Yifei raised an eyebrow, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. "What does our little Qingcheng wish to tell her brother? I am all ears and ready to listen." Su Qingcheng narrowed her eyes and feigned a smile. "You are all ears, are you? Then let me give you an earful." Recalling how he had tricked her with fake medicine and caused her embarrassment in front of Murong Jing, she angrily grabbed both of his ears. "Come here. I need to have a word with you." "Ow, ow, ow. Do I not have any dignity as your brother?" He protested. "What do you have to fear? At the entrance of the general and Appo's residence, who dares to discuss your faults?" Su Qingcheng snapped as she dragged Su Yifei to a corner. "Speak. Who told you to swap my tranquilizer for a madness-inducing drug? You nearly ruined me. Do you understand?" "Oh," Su Yifei said, suddenly enlightened. "You mean that? I was merely concerned that you would cause a scene. Did you not say you wanted to play tricks on someone? Using a tranquilizer could lead to complications. What if you knocked someone out and then a villain came along and harmed them? It would be better to use the madness drug. It acts quickly, has a short effect, and won't lead to fatalities, but can certainly cause embarrassment, which I thought would suit your purpose." Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes. "I believe it suited your purpose more, as you only wanted to trick me." Su Qingcheng raised her hand to hit Su Yifei, but he did not evade. He allowed her to vent her frustration. Once she had tired herself out, he gently patted her head. "Your hands must be sore now, right?" Su Qingcheng pouted, gazing at her tall, handsome, and spirited third brother, her eyes suddenly moistening. How wonderful it was to return to the age of 17 when her family was all together. At 19, Su Yifei was closest in age to Su Qingcheng, and they often played together. He had always been protective of her and had never allowed her to cry. Now, Seeing her eyes glisten with unshed tears, Su Yifei became flustered. What is wrong, Qingcheng? Is your hand hurting? But I saw you didn't use much strength earlier. Or has Prince Qin bullied you? Tell me, and I will stand up for you, regardless of whether he is the prince. No, Su Qingcheng knew her brother well. He would truly stand by his word. She shook her head vigorously. The prince did not bully me. My hand is not hurt. I just miss home, and I miss all of you. Really? The prince truly did not bully you? Really not. Su Yifei sighed in relief. I was worried about you. If you miss home, you should come back often, preferably on my days off, otherwise. I hardly get to see you. Now dry your tears. The prince is arriving, and we must go greet him. Su Qingcheng nodded and hurried to meet Murongjing before he dismounted. Upon entering the general's residence, Murongjing had Su Zheng and Su Yifei accompanying him. Su Qingcheng conversed with Gao in a more intimate manner. Gao cautioned her daughter to avoid any entanglement with Xie Huayu and inquired about some private matters. Upon learning that the couple had yet to consummate their marriage, Gao advised Su Qingcheng not to rush, reminding her that time reveals true intentions. Though she spoke gently, Gao later summoned an elderly maid to impart some knowledge about marital matters to Su Qingcheng. In the end, the maid presented Su Qingcheng with a small box, claiming it contained a fire avoidance diagram, and specifically instructed her to study it thoroughly only after nightfall upon her return to the prince's residence. Though Su Qingcheng's disposition was not particularly shy, she could not help but blush upon inadvertently catching a glimpse of an entwined illustration within the diagram. Chapter 14. His frigidness and her fiery spirit, such allure. How could she so boldly behold it? Had this been before her marriage, a mere glance would have earned her a sharp reprimand. Yet, times have changed. She is now a married woman. The mother and daughter exchanged a few words and greeted the other ladies of the household until it was time for the meal, at which point they all rose to partake. As Su Qingcheng emerged from the Gao residence, Shuya had been waiting outside for quite some time. Taking advantage of Gao and Appo's busy preparations for the ladies to wash their hands, Su Qingcheng quickly beckoned Shuya to her side. So, has everything been arranged? Shuya nodded eagerly, whispering, The message has been delivered, and Lord Xie has agreed, saying it will be at the usual Yalan chamber. Lord Xie is free today and has asked you not to worry. He will wait for you no matter how late it gets. Huh. Su Qingcheng let out a cold laugh, feigning indifference. Listen, Shuya, from now on, when you mention that person in my presence, do not address him with respect. Simply call him by his name. Do you understand? Yes. Shuya nodded vigorously. Whatever her mistress commanded, she would comply, and if her mistress harbored hatred for someone, so would she. She immediately followed suit. Just now, that Xie Huayu inquired about you, asking whether you were faring well in the Wang residence. But I did not give him a pleasant response. I told him it was none of his business. Excellent. Su Qingcheng praised Shuya. That is precisely how it should be done. At that moment, Gao approached, her expression serious, as she quickly walked over to Su Qingcheng, lowering her voice to admonish. Did I hear you mention the Xie family? Not wanting to worry her mother, Su Qingcheng immediately latched onto Gao and Appo's arm and cooed, Mother, your ears are so sharp. Yes, I mentioned it, but I was merely scolding the maid, instructing her not to bring up that person again. That is the proper course of action. Really? Gao said, half convinced. Shuya, quick-witted, chimed in to support Su Qingcheng's words. Yes, madam, it was my loose tongue. The princess has already reprimanded me, and I shall never dare again. That is good. You all have been spoiled by your mistress. Had she not protected you, you would have faced punishment long ago. Now go and eat. Yes, mother. You are the best. I truly adore you, mother. You are the most beautiful and wonderful mother in the world. Su Qingcheng sweet-talked. Just sweet words, Gao said, her head spinning from Su Qingcheng's flattery, nearly forgetting the earlier incident. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the dining hall. In her previous life, the return banquet was marked by Su Qingcheng's long face, casting a pall over the atmosphere. However, this time, she enjoyed her meal, with a new bride in high spirits. The entire Su household was filled with joy, as men and women dined separately. Su Qingcheng did not see Murongjing again until they departed. True to his word, he maintained the decorum befitting the princess of Qin. As Su Qingcheng bid farewell to the ladies of the Su residence and stepped outside, he stood at the second gate. hands clasped behind his back. The spring sunlight in March was splendid, and the Qingcheng flower by the entrance bloomed vibrantly, its green branches bright and yellow blossoms radiant. Although he wore a stark black attire that exuded a sense of coldness, to Su Qingcheng, it appeared notably harmonious. Su Qingcheng boldly gazed at Murong Jing, contemplating how he should indeed be the son-in-law of their general and Oppos, as household. Sooner or later, she would have him shed this dark garb for something more fitting. It was a pity for someone so handsome to don only black. Her fervent gaze was palpable, and even from across the courtyard, Murong Jing sensed it. He had become accustomed to such attention, not even flinching. Su Qingcheng took note of this subtle change, feeling a sense of triumph within her. She resolved to make further efforts, convinced that eventually his gaze would be fixed upon her. Upon exiting the general and Oppos' residence, Su Qingcheng spotted Murong Jing and Oppos' attendant holding a horse nearby. This elderly man, called Qingyu, approached after Su Qingcheng gestured for him to come over. "Your Highness, what commands do you have?" he inquired. Su Qingcheng replied nonchalantly, "The prince will ride with me. Please take back both the princes and my horse." Qingyu was taken aback, nearly furrowing his brow, but managing to restrain himself. He dared not fulfill the princess and Oppos' request without first consulting his lord, so he turned to await Murong Jing and Oppos' response. Seeing his reaction, Su Qingcheng turned to Murong Jing, gently tugging on his sleeve beneath her wide robe. "Your Highness, my parents and grandmother are watching from behind. Surely, you would not deny even this small favor to the general and Oppos' household? You promised to give me face, yet you cannot even have a horse led away without your attendant?" Murong Jing furrowed his brows, casting a cold glance at Su Qingcheng. His gaze was frigid, but Su Qingcheng, having faced death once, was unperturbed. She met his icy stare with a fiery determination, eager to see whether warmth would melt the frost or the chill would extinguish the flame. Ultimately, Murong Jing could no longer maintain his stance. He had no time to linger at the general and Oppos' gate. Frowning in silence, he strode toward the carriage. When Su Qingcheng caught up, he extended a hand to assist her, granting her the respect she sought. As Su Qingcheng mounted the carriage, she could not suppress a smile as she lowered her head. Triumph. Chapter 15. Unfastening his sash in the carriage inside the carriage, Murong Jing closed his eyes to rest, not casting so much as a glance at Su Qingcheng. Noticing his fingers drumming idly on the table, Su Qingcheng felt an overwhelming desire to grasp them. She mused that his long, elegant fingers deserved to be delicately toyed with in her palm. In truth, she yearned to experiment with that notion. However, remembering that certain matters remained unspoken, she restrained herself, believing that these discussions could wait until after they met Xie Huayu. Yet, the silence enveloping the carriage became stifling. Unable to contain herself, she called out to Murong Jing. She addressed him as an Oppos, "Your Highness, an Oppos," but he did not even raise an eyelid, appearing oblivious to her presence. His indifference ignited a playful spirit within Su Qingcheng. "Ah, the prince pretends not to hear. I wonder if he would dare to engage in a wager with me? I bet that within 2 sentences, he will undoubtedly open his eyes to look at me." Murong Jing remained unresponsive. Su Qingcheng, undeterred, seized the opportunity to admire his handsome visage without inhibition. Having been reborn only 3 days prior, she had yet to satiate her gaze upon him. Since he chose silence, she took it as tacit acceptance of her challenge. With that thought, she lifted the carriage's curtain. As the carriage approached the end of the alley, Su Qingcheng suddenly spoke to the outside world. "We shall not return to the royal residence. Instead, turn left towards Chongning Street. Your Highness is to enjoy tea at the Pinmingju." No sooner had her words left her lips than Murong Jing opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of dissatisfaction as they locked onto Su Qingcheng. Feigning ignorance of his displeasure, Su Qingcheng flashed him a sweet smile. "Well, Your Highness, I suppose I have one. Indeed, within 2 sentences, you have opened your eyes to me." However, she was not one to overstep boundaries. She recognized that further banter could lead to trouble, so she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "I genuinely wish to invite you to Pinmingju, not merely for tea, but to meet someone. I have summoned Xie Huayu." Upon hearing this, Murong Jing's brows furrowed in disbelief as he regarded Su Qingcheng. She returned his gaze with a smile. "Why does your highness not inquire about my intentions with Xie Huayu?" Faced with her persistence, Murong Jing, somewhat exasperated, simply closed his eyes and commanded, "Speak." Su Qingcheng chuckled lightly, interpreting his gesture as tacit approval of her actions. Despite his earlier fierce expression, he had chosen to shut his eyes. Her tone softened, yet her words were earnest. "I intend to clarify matters with Xie Huayu and sever ties decisively. This is my sincerity, and I wish to alleviate your highness's concerns. You worry about my past with Xie Huayu, thinking of me as the beloved of a friend, and thus untouchable. However, I am now the wife of your highness, and if Xie Huayu possesses any honor, he should understand the principle that one must not encroach upon a friend and oppose's wife." After Su Qingcheng spoke, Murong Jing remained silent. Yet, she noticed that his drumming fingers had come to a halt. Soon, the carriage came to a stop in front of Pinmingju. Murong Jing had no intention of alighting, but as Su Qingcheng prepared to rise, he suddenly spoke, "This is your affair. I shall not interfere." "How can that be?" Su Qingcheng replied impulsively. "Your highness does not trust me, so I naturally wish for you to hear it with your own ears." Murong Jing cast her a cold glance. "I am not interested." Su Qingcheng opened her mouth, nearly letting slip a retort aimed at him. However, reflecting for a moment, she decided to sit back beside him. "Very well. Your highness may refrain from entering, but you must wait for me here. I shall soon sever all ties." Murong Jing wished to remain uninvolved. "I have matters to attend to." "What matters could there be? Is it not simply a return to the royal residence?" "I have inquired, and your highness is free today," Su Qingcheng asserted. With that, she reached for Murong Jing's sash. Caught off guard by her swift action, he instinctively grasped her wrist. Yet, despite his grip, Su Qingcheng and Appo's nimble fingers soon unraveled the sash with ease. The moment the sash loosened, Murong Jing and Appo's expression darkened, tightening his hold on her hand. A flicker of pain escaped Su Qingcheng's lips as a soft gasp escaped her mouth. Murong Jing, who had never raised a hand against a woman, especially not against his nominal wife, was taken aback by the sound she produced. He immediately released her. As he let go, Su Qingcheng seized the sash and swiftly tucked it into her voluminous sleeve. "Now, your highness, it seems you cannot leave," she remarked, her gaze innocent yet mischievous as she regarded the slightly irate Murong Jing. "I shall return shortly. It will not take long." Chapter 16, A Clean Break. No mercy once Xie Qingcheng had spoken. As if fearing that Murong Jing would come to claim her waist seal, she promptly leapt down from the carriage. In the elegant lawn room of the Pinming Pavilion, Xie Huayu had been waiting for quite some time. From a moment, Xie Qingcheng descended from the carriage. He had been observing her attentively from the window on the second floor. Just as she approached the lawn room, he opened the door a crack. Being a cautious individual and a censor by profession, he conducted their clandestine meeting with exceptional care. Today, he had dressed quite plainly. Had it not been for his striking appearance, he might have gone unnoticed on the street. Upon seeing Xie Qingcheng, his initial words were not those of concern or greeting. Instead, he swiftly closed the door and inquired, "Qingcheng, why didn't you wear a veil when you entered? How could you arrive in the carriage of the Prince of Qin?" Of course, he was not so foolish as to neglect the potential implications of his words, and quickly added, "I fear this may tarnish your reputation. If you were to face criticism as a result, I would feel remorseful." In her past life, Xie Qingcheng would have believed him, thinking he genuinely cared for her welfare. However, that was merely a facade he had meticulously crafted. Xie Huayu was, in fact, colder than Murong Jing. While Murong Jing's chill was superficial, Xie Huayu and Appo's coldness ran deep within his very bones. His gaze appeared gentle, and his words seemed sweet, yet beneath the surface lay hidden daggers of ice, and his heart was filled with malice. The sight of him brought back memories of how he had severed her tendons in her previous life. His expression soft as he told her it wouldn't hurt, while his actions were swift and ruthless. He had imprisoned her, using her life to coerce her family. She had witnessed her proud father and 3 brothers kneel before him, surrendering their military authority, ultimately meeting their tragic ends not on the battlefield, but at the hands of their own kin. Such a beast, she wished nothing more than to drink his blood and devour his flesh. At this moment, she even contemplated ending his life. Wouldn't killing him resolve everything? However, there were still many mysteries from her past life, and he was backed by unseen powers. It was premature to eliminate him now. Furthermore, as a woman, she could never hope to contend with the treacherous forces surrounding him. More importantly, in this life, Qingcheng wished to waste no more precious time because of him. He was now a court official, the second son of the right minister, and she could not easily take his life. It would be best if the court dealt with him. For now, she should cherish all that she had gained from her rebirth. Taking a deep breath, Qingcheng suppressed the anger and hatred within her. With a cold expression and a resolute tone, she declared, "Xiaohuayu, I have come to sever ties with you. Henceforth, please refrain from calling my name. I am the Princess of Qin, and addressing me by my name is a grave disrespect to both myself and the prince." Why? Xiaohuayu was taken aback. Did we not agree that once the time was right, I would take you away? At that point, I would no longer serve as an official, and you would cease to be the Princess of Qin. We would leave together. Enough. The very sound of Xiaohuayu's voice made her feel nauseous. I no longer wish to hear your nonsense. You know your own thoughts. How could you bear to part with such immense wealth and power? Yet, she knew he would counter her, as these events had yet to unfold. So she presented an irrefutable fact. In truth, the one who saved me 3 years ago at the hunting grounds was not you. You have deceived me all along. Your intentions are impure, and your approach is merely a means of manipulation. I will not grant you the opportunity to harm me again. I harbor no feelings for you, and all that has transpired before shall be dismissed as if it were nothing more than fodder for dogs. From this day forth, our relationship shall be as fragmented as this teacup, severed and unrelated. Should I catch you in wrongdoing in the future, I shall show no mercy. With that, Qingcheng raised her hand and swept the teacup and its content from the table. The porcelain shattered, leaving no chance of reconciliation. As she exited the room, she felt an immediate sense of relief. However, upon hastening back to her carriage, she discovered that Jing had long since departed. Chapter 17. Tonight, I shall personally seek the prince. Qingcheng furrowed her brow, astonished that he could still flee even after she had removed his belt. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. The carriage was undoubtedly stocked with a set of clothing for him to change into. With this thought in mind, Qingcheng reached down to open a hidden compartment beneath her seat. As anticipated, it contained a blanket and a set of clothing. Yet, the outfit remained intact, save for the missing waist sash. Qingcheng felt a wave of frustration wash over her and beckoned for Shuya to come closer. Earlier, when Qingcheng had gone to meet Xiaohuayu, Shuya had been waiting outside the door. Upon hearing the commotion within and observing her mistress and amp, Appo's hurried exit, coupled with the fact that the prince had not waited for her, Shuya surmised that her mistress and amp, Appo's mood was likely far from cheerful, rendering her mute once they boarded the carriage, too fearful to utter a word. Qingcheng, well aware of the girl's thoughts, playfully flicked her finger against Shuya's head. What has happened to your tongue? You, who usually chatter incessantly, why the silence today? I was hoping for some light-hearted banter with you. Shuya blinked and, lowering her voice, asked, Your Highness, do you still have the heart for jesting at this moment? Why not? Qingcheng twirled the jade pendant at her waist between her fingers. Her demeanor relaxed. Having shaken off that scoundrel Xiaohuayu, I find myself rather pleased. Indeed, but the prince has so ruthlessly departed. Let him go, Qingcheng replied, raising an eyebrow. One can evade the initial pursuit, but cannot escape the inevitable. Even if he is heartless, he has left the carriage for me. Summon the driver. We shall return to the Wangfu at once. The carriage of the Qin Wangfu soon departed. Qingcheng remained oblivious to a tall man standing by a window on the second floor of the Pinming Pavilion, observing her carriage with keen interest. That man was none other than Jing. The room he occupied was conveniently adjacent to the Yalan chamber. Every word exchanged between Qingcheng and Xiaohuayu in the Yalan chamber had been absorbed by Jing, each syllable resonating in his ears. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Su Qingcheng noticed that Murong Jing had not yet returned. Yue Ying had intended to serve her during her midday rest, yet she had no desire to sleep. Brimming with energy, she sought not to waste the splendid spring day and summoned Mama Fong to guide her through the Wangfu. However, the estate was vast, and merely wandering through Changyuan, where she resided, left her feet aching. The areas where Murong Jing dwelled, namely on Yuan and the front hall, were off-limits without his permission. The back garden sprawled over several acres, adorned with picturesque lakes and mountains. After a brief stroll through the flower corridor and pavilion, she decided against venturing further. Mama Fong, perceiving her discontent, eagerly recommended the nearby Qingcheng Lake, asserting that this season offered the most delightful and comfortable boating experience, neither too cold nor too warm. Su Qingcheng understood this well, yet she longed for her husband to accompany her on the lake. Moreover, her outing was not without purpose. Upon her return home, her grandmother had remarked that she seemed different from her usual self. When Su Qingcheng inquired how she had changed, her grandmother, a devout practitioner of Buddhism, noted that she had never before sensed the glow of enlightenment upon her. But today, it was unmistakable. Su Qingcheng believed her words, whether it be divine or spiritual. She had truly been granted a second chance at life. If indeed she was under the protection of celestial beings. She wished to express her devotion by constructing a place of worship within the estate, praying for safety and peace for herself and her family. However, given the ample space within the Wangfu, there was no necessity for a separate construction. After her exploration, Su Qingcheng discovered a suitable location. She shared her intention to establish a place of worship with Mama Fong, inquiring, "I believe the pavilion behind Changyuan would suffice. It stands vacant, does it not? I wish to repurpose it as a place of worship. Yet, I find the position of its entrance rather unfavorable, conflicting with the back door of Changyuan. Thus, I would like to relocate the entrance. Would you kindly arrange for this?" Though Su Qingcheng was the nominal princess of Qin, she held little sway over the Wangfu, having not yet earned Murong Jing's trust. Hence, she had to consult the elder members of the estate regarding such matters. Mama Fong was taken aback by Su Qingcheng's proposal and momentarily struggled to find words, furrowing her brow. Noticing Mama Fong's hesitation, Su Qingcheng mirrored her expression. "What troubles you? Is it not permissible?" "It is, my lady." Mama Fong quickly bowed her head, sensing Su Qingcheng's displeasure. Repurposing the pavilion for worship is certainly feasible. However, relocating the entrance would necessitate construction work. I fear this may disturb the estate and oppose as feng shui, and it might require the prince and oppose as approval before proceeding. If your highness is not in haste, I could first seek his counsel. Unnecessary. Su Qingcheng promptly raised her hand to halt Mama Fong. "I shall consult him myself." She was relieved to have found a reason to seek Murong Jing tonight, as if even the divine were aiding her. Should she fail to secure his affection, it might well cause discontent among the celestial beings. Chapter 18. It all depends on my skill. Upon returning from the back garden, Su Qingcheng felt utterly fatigued. Once inside her chamber, she collapsed on her bed and fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how long she had slept, but in a drowsy haze, she heard someone calling her name. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was Shuya. "Princess, princess, please wake up," she urged. Su Qingcheng squinted, her expression betraying her lack of rest. "What time is it?" "Approximately a quarter past the hour of you," Shuya replied hurriedly. "The sun is nearly setting." "Ah, so late already?" Su Qingcheng exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. "I slept for so long, and you didn't wake me sooner. Is it time for dinner? By the way, where's the prince? I instructed you to keep an eye out for him. Has he returned?" "He has," Shuya said, her brow furrowed. "I was just about to inform you. I fear it may not be good news, given your expression." Remembering the information she had previously gathered, Shuya's frown deepened. "It's Xie Huayu. He actually found his way to the prince's residence. The prince had only just entered when he came to request an audience. I wonder if it pertains to your meeting this afternoon." Su Qingcheng was left speechless. It was indeed unwelcome news. With a soft sigh, she threw off the covers and stepped out of bed. "Did the prince meet with him?" "Of course he did," Shuya asserted confidently. "We dared not approach the On Yuan pavilion. But Xie Huayu definitely entered the prince's residence and remained for nearly half an hour. They must have conversed about something significant, or else it wouldn't have taken so long. Well then, Qingcheng said nonchalantly, dressing herself. So he left shortly after I fell asleep? Yes, but he had not been gone long, which is why I dared to wake you. Qingcheng scoffed lightly. What audacity! That shameless wretch actually dared to come to the prince's residence. However, we need not concern ourselves too much. After all, he has legs of his own. Your Highness, Shuya replied, are you not at all worried? What if Xie Huayu speaks ill of you in front of the prince? Qingcheng shot her a sidelong glance. How can you, having grown up on my side, still fail to understand me? Call Yue to explain why I am not the least bit concerned. Why is that? Shuya asked, filled with worry. Yue chuckled lightly from the side. Do you not know our mistress? She fears not the slander of others. Should she encounter it face to face, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a couple of sharp retorts. Even if she does not confront them directly, she remains unperturbed, for black cannot be turned to white. I am aware of that, Xia replied. But this marriage was orchestrated by the prince for Xie Huayu's sake. Who knows what Xie Huayu might tell the prince? What if the prince believes him? Then it will depend on my skill. Qingcheng responded nonchalantly as she brushed her long hair in front of the mirror, already contemplating what attire to don for her meeting with Jing later that evening. As was her custom, Qingcheng sent someone to invite Jing for dinner. As expected, he did not attend. Nevertheless, she felt no disappointment, for it was all within her anticipation. She leisurely enjoyed a delectable meal by herself, followed by a comforting bath, before preparing to seek out Jing in Anyuan Pavilion. Yue Ying and Shuya had already laid out several outfits for her to choose from, eagerly awaiting her selection post-bath. However, Qingcheng had already made up her mind. Tonight, she intended not only to discuss the construction of the Buddhist hall with Jing, but also to return something of significance. Disregarding the meticulously chosen garments, she donned a simple light pink strapless dress along with a matching robe, wrapping herself securely in an outer shawl of the same hue, before heading to Anyuan Pavilion. As she stepped out, she let her hair cascade freely down her back, unadorned and flowing. A beauty without the adornment of powder is already a sight to behold. Chapter 19. Is it celibacy or an affliction? In the study, Jing, having perused the memorials from the 6 armies, summoned Qingyu. Understanding that her master had concluded his official duties and wished to inquire about the happenings at Changyuan, Qingyu relayed the reports submitted by Granny Fong without alteration. Upon hearing the news, Jing could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Relocating the entrance and constructing a Buddhist hall, it appears she truly intends to reside here for an extended period. Is she unaware of Xie Huayu's visit to the Wangfu today? Qingyu scratched her head. She should be aware, for a maidservant from the princess's side was seen lurking outside our courtyard this afternoon, though the specifics are unclear. Perhaps the prince could inquire with the princess himself later? Jing raised an eyebrow. What? Is she coming here? Indeed. In fact, she has already arrived. She is presently waiting at the courtyard entrance to be announced, claiming it is regarding the construction of the Buddhist hall. Should the prince wish to see her, I could convey a message. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Jing replied, do not let her in. However, your highness, Qingyu hesitated, the princess mentioned that if you are busy, she can wait. If it is truly inconvenient, she is prepared to move the bed from the bridal chamber and sleep at the entrance of Changyuan, waiting to speak with you in the morning. Oh, Jing was almost amused by her audacity. She dares to make such a suggestion? Yes, your highness, Qingyu added. The princess also said. She trailed off, feeling shy to continue. Jing chuckled. What else did she say? Speak freely. Realizing her master was growing increasingly displeased, Qingyu discreetly took a step back and relayed. The princess claimed she is unafraid of losing face, stating that she would act on her words, as she would not dare to speak boastfully in front of you. Very well. It seems she harbors no fears. Jing scoffed coldly. Bring her in. Before long, Qingyu led Qingcheng into Anyuan. Following prior instructions, she directly brought Qingcheng to the reception hall. However, as soon as Qingyu opened the door, Qingcheng stood on the porch, refusing to move. Is this the place you brought me to? Qingyu hurriedly turned back, standing before her with lowered eyes. The prince is currently bathing. I asked for the princess's patience for a moment. Feigning ignorance of Qingyu's implication, Qingcheng replied, "What of it? If the prince is in the bathing chamber, I shall wait in his room. Please lead the way." Yet this put Qingyu in a difficult position, for the prince had not requested to have the princess brought to his chamber. However, Qingcheng disregarded Qingyu and Appo's thoughts entirely. What is there to hesitate about? It is freezing outside. Do you wish for me to freeze to death? Move quickly. Despite her words, Qingcheng did not wait for Qingyu to lead her, instead striding directly towards Jing and Appo's bedroom. She moved swiftly, navigating the vastness of Yuan without falter. Qingyu followed closely, perplexed by the scene. How curious. This was the princess's first time in Yuan, yet she appeared to know precisely where the princess room was located. Could it be that there was a traitor among the servants? Indeed, Qingcheng was well aware of Jing and Appo's sleeping quarters, having known in her previous life. This visit felt almost familiar. Furthermore, as Jing preferred solitude, few attended to him, leaving his bedroom unguarded. Qingcheng easily pushed the door open. As the officially recognized wife of Jing and the princess of the Qin Wangfu, she faced no opposition from Qingyu, who merely stated her intention to inform the prince. Once inside Jing's bedroom, Qingcheng dismissed her two maidservants, Yuya and Zuya, wishing to wait alone for Jing's return. The waiting proved tedious. As she examined the room's stark and understated decor, her thoughts wandered. Within Jing's Yuan, aside from a few elderly matrons, the remaining servants were all men. Now at 25, he had yet to take a concubine, a fact that seemed unfathomable to outsiders. Some even whispered privately, mocking him for an affliction, while others speculated he was simply celibate. Celibacy implies desire without action, whereas an affliction denotes an inability to respond. Tonight, she would ascertain whether he was indeed celibate or afflicted. Chapter 20. Are we not adults, my lord? Upon returning to his chamber, Jing was greeted by a striking scene. Qingcheng lay sprawled across the round table in the outer room, her raven-black hair cascading like fine satin over her back, lending her an air of delicate charm. So petite, she resembled a flower yet to be plucked, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Jing would have found it hard to reconcile this image with her audacious and shameless demeanor. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he strode to the primary seat and settled himself. In truth, Qingcheng had heard his return, yet she remained still, adhering to the adage of if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. With Jing silent, she resolved to continue lounging, finding the plush carpet beneath her quite agreeable and the table not so bad either. Besides, she presumed he would not keep her waiting for long. As anticipated, impatience soon overcame Jing. "Since you are awake, rise and converse. I have heard you seek me," he stated. At his prompting, Qingcheng lazily stretched, and as she stood, her pink cloak slipped from her shoulders, revealing her delicate form veiled only by sheer fabric. "My lord has returned. I was just pondering how long I would have to wait," she remarked, casting her gaze upon him. In that instant, she found herself captivated, for the man before her was undeniably handsome and irresistibly alluring. It was the first time she had witnessed Jing after his bath. His robust, tall frame was enveloped in a moon-white satin robe, the contours of his muscles subtly revealed by moisture, exuding a faint flesh tone. His hair, still damp, cascaded down from his broad shoulders, winding towards his slender waist. For reasons unknown, the sight of Jing stirred in Qingcheng a vivid recollection of the tantalizing illustrations she had once seen. She could not help but wonder how captivating the image would be if the male figure in those illustrations were replaced by him. Drawn to him, she instinctively advanced a couple of steps. Once again, her gaze was aflame with desire, prompting Jing to furrow his brow. "Qingcheng, halt and return to don your attire," he commanded. Her reverie shattered by his voice, she chuckled softly, responding with an "oh." While she refrained from moving forward, she did not retreat to retrieve her cloak. Instead, she turned to close the door. Seeing her actions, Jing and Appo's frown deepened. "As for the matters within the temple, you may decide for yourself, provided you do not dismantle the royal residence." Regarding Xie Huayu, he sought me out this afternoon and shared some thoughts. If you wish to hear them, I'm not opposed to relaying them. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Su Qingcheng had been stifling laughter, amused by his apparent feigned ignorance of her intentions. However, the latter part of his discourse shifted her expression entirely. "My lord," she retorted with a playful pout. "Why must you mention that person? Is it not ill-fated? I have severed all ties with him during the day. Any future words from him shall be mere delusions. Shameless entanglements. Why then does it seem my lord cannot let go? I am no longer connected to him. I am solely your wife now." Believing she had articulated her point with sufficient clarity, Su Qingcheng questioned whether Murong Jing was deliberately feigning ignorance. "We are no longer children, my lord. We have reached adulthood, and your repeated evasions seem rather tiresome." Chapter 21. The Gossamer Garment. Thoughts Warren exposed Murong Jing had already reached adulthood, and he certainly understood Su Qingcheng and Appo's intentions. However, this marriage was merely a pragmatic arrangement devised by Xie Huayu in consultation with him. This afternoon, Xie Huayu had urgently sought him out, inquiring about Su Qingcheng and whether any unforeseen circumstances had arisen. He refrained from mentioning his own visit to the tea house earlier in the day, instead asking Xie Huayu what had transpired. Xie Huayu explained that Su Qingcheng was upset with him for not marrying her and was currently sulking, refusing to acknowledge him. Their narratives were in stark contrast. One lamented his lack of romantic understanding, while the other implored him to be more forgiving. Indeed, meddling in the affairs of others proved to be a complex endeavor, and he found himself regretting having facilitated Xie Huayu and Appo's union with Su Qingcheng. With his long fingers lightly tapping on the table, Murong Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. "I do not wish to meddle in your affairs. But if you come to me dressed in such a manner merely to indulge in petulance, do you not fear future regret?" Petulance? Su Qingcheng furrowed her brow. Was this how Xie Huayu had portrayed her to the prince? She hoped he would not fall for such fabrications. Regardless, as she advanced gracefully, she replied, "As your highness has stated, I have indeed made my intentions manifest, for I desire only you. This evening, besides seeking your highness and Appo's guidance regarding the temple, I have something else to return to you." "Oh!" Murong Jing's eyes glinted with sharpness as he fixed his gaze upon Su Qingcheng. "What is it that you owe me? Indeed, has your highness forgotten so quickly?" Su Qingcheng gently pushed aside her sheer garment, revealing the black sash at her waist. "Tonight, I come to restore what is rightfully yours, both this sash and myself. It is merely a matter of whether your highness is willing to accept it." "Willing to accept it?" Murong Jing's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you employing a tactic of provocation? Whatever your highness may think, if my purpose is achieved, then this is a fine strategy, be it one of provocation or gentleness." Su Qingcheng and Appo's gaze settled on Murong Jing and Appo's knees as she moved closer, eventually seating herself upon him. In that moment, as she settled into place, a smile curled her lips. He did not reject her nor cast her aside. The man, rumored to be indifferent to women and lacking even a maid by his side, did not halt her, unlike in previous encounters. What did this signify? It suggested that he might not be as impervious as he appeared. For Su Qingcheng, this seemed to tacitly endorse her actions. "My prince." She felt emboldened and grasped his large hand, guiding it to her waist. "Please reclaim what belongs to you. My waist is soft, while this sash is far too rigid. It is quite uncomfortable." Her voice, naturally alluring, caused Murong Jing's hand at her waist to grow even warmer. This was the first time Su Qingcheng had experienced the sensation of his large hand. Previously, she had often encountered the term "not filling a palm" in literature, signifying a woman in Appo's slender waist. She was aware of her own slenderness, but had never truly felt the sensation of being grasped. It was a tingling, almost intoxicating feeling, akin to feathers brushing against her earlobe and neck, sending shivers down her spine. However, mere reaction on her part was insufficient. Tonight, she had come to gauge Murong Jing's response. Though at the touch anxious, she was overwhelmingly drawn to him. She reached up to encircle his neck, drawing herself closer. The delicate fabric of her garment stirred against him, causing the material to heat up. Alas, his expression remained unchanged, revealing no hint of yielding. Yet, this was enough to indicate that he was not incapable. Rather, he was simply more restrained. Such magnificence, if unbridled, left Su Qingcheng to ponder the extent of his impressive prowess. Chapter 22. Where did you learn such allure? Feeling a subtle dryness in her throat, Su Qingcheng swallowed hard and leaned in closer. After careful consideration, she sensed that the prince might be interested. A delicate hand caressed Murong Jing and Appo's jaw, gliding slowly down along the prominent atom and Appo's apple. The owner of the hand relished the tactile sensation beneath her fingertips, yet she found the man and Appo's reaction rather unsatisfactory. Why was the prince silent? What could he be thinking? Could it be about her? As she spoke, Su Qingcheng and Appo's hand continued its descent, tracing downwards along his muscular chest, navigating with ease. In her mind, she fancied that tonight could very well lead to a consummation of their union. However, just as her fingertips were about to reach a critical juncture, Murong Jing suddenly seized her wrist with a fierce grip, causing her pain. What was wrong with the prince? Su Qingcheng frowned, recalling that moments ago everything had seemed perfectly amiable. Why was he halting her now? Murong Jing narrowed his eyes, lifting his other hand to grasp her delicate chin. His gaze was frosty, and his voice was devoid of warmth. Miss Su, you possess quite the talent for seduction. I wonder where you acquired such skills. Su Qingcheng blinked in surprise, her brow furrowing. Surely, your highness isn't questioning my virtue? I, Su Qingcheng, swear to the heavens that I have not learned such ways from Xie Huayu. I remain untouched, and nothing inappropriate has ever transpired between us. Direct and forthright by nature. Su Qingcheng believed her explanation was sufficiently clear. To her dismay, Murong Jing and Appo's expression grew even more severe. Leave. If previously Su Qingcheng had interpreted his silence as tacit approval, now she could unmistakably sense his genuine desire to cast her away. Whoever claimed that a woman in Appo's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean clearly had not grappled with the intricacies of a man in Appo's emotions, for they were far more inscrutable, unlike her, whose desires were openly mirrored in her gaze. Should she choose to remain, she risked being unceremoniously thrown to the floor, a fate she wished to avoid due to her fear of pain. Recognizing the situation, she reluctantly began to step down. Yet, she had no intention of departing entirely. Shrugging her shoulders, she sought a pretext. Your Highness, it is late, and the March nights are still quite chilly. The distance from your residence to mine is neither particularly short nor long. Why not allow me to stay for the night? Yes, you. I shall do nothing but sleep. Murong Jing was taken aback by the inadequacy of her excuse, to the point that he felt disinclined to respond. Yet he knew he must, for this woman had an uncanny knack for taking liberties. Grant her an inch, and she would undoubtedly take a mile. Leave. Do not make me repeat myself. Su Qingcheng pouted. What if I choose to ask a third time? I care not. I'm the Prince and Appo's wife. And tonight, I shall not depart. I find your bed far more comfortable than my own. Regardless of his motives, whether to preserve the Su family's reputation or to consider Xie Huayu's feelings, Su Qingcheng was certain that Murong Jing would not truly harm her. He might toss her from his lap, but he would never throw her out of his chamber in the dead of night, disheveled. Thus, she resolved to claim her place upon his bed that evening. Seizing the moment when Murong Jing was distracted, Su Qingcheng hastened into the inner chamber. By the time he pursued her, all he found were scattered sashes and sheer fabric, while Su Qingcheng had already nestled under the covers, her delicate arms exposed. Will the prince not join me? She called out, flashing him a bright smile as he cast a glance in her direction. Murong Jing furrowed his brow, his breath noticeably heavier than before. Ignoring her entirely, he turned and exited the room. Su Qingcheng understood that he would not return that night. But that was of little concern. The days ahead were long. Unless he chose to dismiss her, opportunities would abound. There was no need for haste. She could afford to take her time, which would undoubtedly make the pursuit more enjoyable. In the study, Murong Jing lowered his gaze, veins bulging at his temples. Though he led a solitary life, devoid of women, he was not without desire. Trained in martial arts from a young age, he usually expended his energy in swordplay. In his youth, he had been consumed by the pursuit of glory and combat, leaving no room for thoughts of women. Now returned to the capital to assist the new emperor, he spent his days mired in state affairs, rarely experiencing the exhaustion of yesteryears. Yet in moments of vigor, desires inevitably arose. Had Su Qingcheng not been present tonight, he might not have felt such an intense reaction. She had not discovered his vulnerabilities, remaining blissfully unaware of his turmoil. He had believed he could maintain his composure, but her teasing had proven to be a potent catalyst. Just moments ago, her presence upon his lap, accompanied by a mere glance and a playful pout, had ignited a fire within him. Yet, he had made a pact with Xie Huayu. Even in his yearning, he could not touch that woman, despite her insistence that she had severed ties with him. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the bathing room, this time opting not to summon a servant for hot water. The following morning, Su Qingcheng awoke refreshed. Moreover, lacking her own clothing and accessories at Anyuan, she had sent for Shuya to retrieve them from Changyuan. With great fanfare, Shuya summoned Gongsun Mama and several second-tier maids, and together they arrived at Anyuan. A procession of 7 or 8, bearing Su Qingcheng and Amp, Appo's, garments and jewelry. Thus, the entire royal residence was soon aware that the typically female-free Anyuan had hosted the princess consort overnight. The prince clearly doted upon her, granting her the finest accommodations in Changyuan, while allowing her free access to Anyuan. In contrast, Murong Jing and Amp, Appo's, demeanor was less than favorable. As the regent of the realm, second only to the emperor, he was not required to rise at the crack of dawn like the rest of the court. Before attending court, he usually practiced a set of sword forms for half an hour. Yet this day, Qingyu observed his lord and Appo's unusual disposition. Though he seemed unenthused, his energy was abundant. Having completed 2 sets of forms, Qingyu speculated that this might indicate unfulfilled desires, but he dared not presume to understand his master and Appo's thoughts, focusing instead on his own responsibilities. Noticing Murong Jing and Appo's perspiration, he intended to fetch a clean handkerchief. However, on his way back to the training grounds, Su Qingcheng unexpectedly appeared before him. "Are you delivering something to the prince? Allow me to take it." Chapter 23. She harbored a little thought Qingyu was utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of the princess, startling him and placing him in a rather awkward predicament. "But, Your Highness," he stammered, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Qingcheng. "What do you mean, but? After following your lord for so long, how have you not learned his decisiveness? You dawdle far too much." Upon finishing her remark, she exchanged a knowing glance with Yuya, who promptly approached Qingyu, extending her hands expectantly. Qingyu, momentarily taken aback, absent-mindedly handed over the pristine handkerchief he had been holding. Once Yuya had taken the item and departed, he inwardly cursed himself for being so easily distracted by beauty. Yet, it was undeniable that the maidservants surrounding the princess were indeed strikingly lovely. He reassured himself, "There are no women around my lord, having followed him since childhood. I've never encountered a pretty maid. It's only natural to be momentarily entranced by the enchanting maidservants by the princess's side." As Qingyu comforted himself while trailing behind, ahead, Shuya was jesting about Yuya. "Princess, did you notice that Qingyu's eyes went wide when he saw Yuya?" "I did." Su Qingcheng quipped. "He is nothing like his master. If only his master could exhibit such warmth. He is as cold as a block of ice." Before long, the group arrived at the training grounds within Anyuan. Although Murong Jing and Appo's training field was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to that of their general and Appo's residence. After all, the Su family was filled with martial warriors, having invested considerable resources and effort into the construction of their training arena. While the general and Appo's estate was also sizable, it was the training grounds that Su Qingcheng frequented the most. Growing up, she had often sparred with her father and brothers. Having not practiced for some time, the sight of Murong Jing's weapons rack stirred a longing within her. At that moment, Murong Jing was nearing the completion of a set of sword techniques. Observing this, Su Qingcheng strode purposefully towards the weapons rack. Eager to witness his swordplay, she could not allow it to end so abruptly. As she approached, Her fingertips glided over the array of weapons. Long spears, halberds, staffs, sabers, broadswords, and finally resting upon a soft whip. The leather handle of the whip bore signs of frequent use, revealing that it was a favored tool of its master. Imagining how the whip would dance in Qingcheng's capable hands brought a thrill to Qingcheng. Yet, before indulging in such fantasies, she resolved to test the whip and damp Oppo's feel. With a firm grip and a flick of her wrist, she unleashed the whip, which shot forth like a black bolt of lightning, ensnaring the sword in Qingcheng and Oppo's grasp with precision. Caught off guard, Qingcheng had anticipated concluding his session. However, the sudden entanglement of his sword by the whip piqued his alertness. Steadying his weapon, he pulled the whip toward himself, initially suspecting an intruder daring to attack on his territory. As he pondered the skill of his assailant, he was taken aback to discover it was Qingcheng. Her presence evoked the memories of his vexations from the previous night, which left him feeling distinctly irritable. With a forceful tug, he caused Qingcheng to stumble forward. Aware of her inferior skills compared to Qingcheng, she retracted the whip and opted for a more offensive strategy. Initially cautious, she soon recognized Qingcheng's pent-up frustration as he countered her moves without mercy. This only fueled her resolve. If he was to be fierce, then she would respond in kind. Yet, ultimately, her techniques fell short. Within just a few exchanges, Qingcheng found herself outmatched. Nevertheless, she resolved that should she lose, it would be in a manner of significance. With a fiery gaze directed at Qingcheng, a mischievous thought began to form within her mind. Chapter 24. The man of contradictions. In the moment of retreat, Qingcheng granted Qingcheng an opportunity. Had she chosen to withdraw at that juncture, she could have escaped unscathed. Yet, rather than retreating, she defiantly lashed her whip once more towards him. Qingcheng cast a cold glance her way, his brows furrowing in disdain, utterly reckless. Qingcheng merely smiled in silence, knowing he could not truly believe she was engaging him in a duel. However, this suited her just fine. It appeared he was incensed. Abandoning his sword, he seized the whip directly. This time, Qingcheng did not resist at all, instead propelling herself forward in accordance with his strength. It was only when she fell into his embrace that Qingcheng realized the cunning intent behind her actions. She discarded the whip entirely, wrapping her arms around his waist. The softness of her form pressed against him was palpable, and he could distinctly feel her shape. Had the teasing from the previous night not sufficed? Was she truly seeking to provoke him anew? You are audacious. Qingcheng's brow knitted tightly. Yet, Qingcheng merely nestled into his embrace, chuckling softly. How am I being audacious? Did you not draw me here yourself, your highness? I merely took a few steps forward, aiding you in conserving your strength. Her nimble fingers grazed his waist through the fabric, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. With a sudden motion, he hurled his sword onto the weapon rack and grasped Qingcheng and Oppo's wrist, flinging her away. However, his grip was gentle. She willingly stepped back, mindful of the watching maids and attendants, not wishing to overstep. After taking a step back, Qingcheng produced a handkerchief from her sleeve. Yet, her attempt was thwarted as he coldly batted her hand away before she could touch his face. Not wishing to linger, she pressed the handkerchief into Qingcheng and Oppo's hand. You may wipe your sweat with this, your highness. It was a special gift from the empress. Do take a closer look at the twin lotus flowers embroidered upon it. They were crafted with great care by the empress herself. You must not cast it aside thoughtlessly, for it embodies her sentiments. Moreover, Qingcheng on tiptoe leaned closer to him, her voice a soft whisper. This handkerchief carries the same fragrance as I do. By keeping it, it is as though I am by your side. Enough. The faint, lingering scent seemed to take flight, invading Qingcheng's senses. He clenched his fingers tightly and shot her a frosty glance. Return to your quarters. You are not permitted to enter on Yuan without my consent from now on. Oh, Qingcheng replied, yet as she gazed at his retreating figure, a smile crept onto her lips. I shall bid you farewell, your highness. Although she professed her disobedience, the warmth from their previous encounter lingered, and she noted his rigidity when she had touched his back. Now, He feigned authority to deny her presence. Are all men so contradictory in their words and actions? Once Murong Jing had distanced himself, Su Qingcheng finally departed the training grounds with her maids. The two girls, well acquainted with their mistress, could not help but inquire, "Does the princess truly intend to cease visiting the prince in Anyuan?" Of course not. If I were to be so obedient, where would be the excitement? That would be dreadfully dull. Shall we return to Chanyuan then? Yes. There are matters at the Buddhist pavilion that await my attention. I must expedite its construction. Shuya expressed her curiosity. When did the princess become such a devotee of Buddhism? Su Qingcheng laughed. I have attained enlightenment, have I not? Do you not find my transformation over the past few days remarkable? It is as if I have suddenly gained clarity. With that thought, she quickened her pace. Yet, no sooner had she exited on Yuan than she encountered a woman approaching her. Upon seeing her, Su Qingcheng could not help but frown. Chapter 25. Is he not going to deliver himself at her doorstep? The visitor was Yi Jingxian, the elder sister of Murong Jing, sharing the same mother, and the youngest legitimate daughter of the Grand Princess Pinglu. Despite her external lineage, which traditionally set her apart from the royal offspring, the Grand Princess adored her daughter immensely, securing for her the title of a county princess at an early age. As she ranked 11th among her peers, she was commonly referred to as the 11th princess. Murong Jing shared a close bond with the Grand Princess Ping Lu from a young age, and thus he showered his affection upon this niece. As for Su Qingcheng, her relationship with Yi Jingxian was rather neutral, devoid of any overt fondness or aversion. However, in her past life, Su Qingcheng was acutely aware that Yi Jingxian harbored an aversion towards her, primarily because Yi Jingxian had a well-connected cousin. At the time when the Empress Dowager intended to select a bride for Murong Jing, Yi Jingxian's cousin was also on the list. Moreover, Su Qingcheng had learned in her previous life that that young lady was enamored with Murong Jing. Consequently, after Su Qingcheng ascended to the position of Princess of Qin, Yi Jingxian openly criticized her, believing she had usurped her cousin's rightful place, thus developing a considerable hostility towards her. In her past existence, Su Qingcheng was indifferent to this animosity. After all, she had little regard for Murong Jing himself, let alone the opinions of his niece. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Yi Jingxian was likely to play matchmaker for her cousin and Murong Jing in the near future, a prospect Su Qingcheng could not tolerate. She resolved to dissuade Yi Jingxian from such notions and, ideally, to have the young princess align herself with her. With this thought in mind, she donned a smile. Although Yi Jingxian exhibited a haughty demeanor, she possessed the requisite upbringing and was still quite young, merely 13, without any profound scheming. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng approach her with a smile, Yi Jingxian halted a few steps away. Why has the 11th princess arrived so early? If you have not yet had breakfast, I can have something prepared for you. Su Qingcheng suggested warmly. The adage "you do not strike a smiling face" held true, and given Su Qingcheng's evident enthusiasm, Yi Jingxian felt reluctant to respond coldly. Though somewhat unwilling, she performed a courteous gesture. I have met the princess. I already had breakfast at home before leaving. I have come to see my uncle, and he should not have gone to court yet, as I made a point of arriving before he departed. Not yet, Su Qingcheng replied with a smile. Your uncle has just finished his sword practice and is currently bathing. Why not wait in my courtyard? His quarters are filled with male servants, which may not be suitable for the princess, don't you think? Having never interacted with Su Qingcheng before, Yi Jingxian had only heard from her cousin that she was a temperamental and arrogant daughter of a military general, distinct from other young ladies in the capital. However, upon meeting her today, she found the portrayal somewhat exaggerated. Su Qingcheng was strikingly beautiful, her smile gentle, and her tone reasonable and congenial. Upon reflection, Yi Jingxian realized Su Qingcheng's suggestion made perfect sense. Previously, without a matron in the residence, her visits had been handled by Qing Yu, and the absence of maidservants in the garden had made things inconvenient. Now that the residence had female members, it was only fitting that she be received by them, especially since her uncle was still bathing, making an immediate visit inappropriate. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall trouble the princess then. You are too gracious. Please follow me, Su Qingcheng responded. having never interacted with Yi Jingxian in her previous life. Su Qingcheng had anticipated a spoiled and unruly young lady, but found instead a reasonable and amiable girl, which endeared her to Yi Jingxian. She personally led the way, instructing Yi, "Please inform the prince that the 11th princess is here and that he should come by shortly, as she has pressing matters to discuss." How amusing it was, she thought, for him to declare that no one could enter his garden without his consent. Soon enough, he would be the one to arrive at her invitation. Chapter 26. Confusion while bathing in the bathing chamber. Murong Jing reclined in the tub, with his eyes closed in a state of tranquility, while Qingyu busily arranged his garments beside him. As Qingyu was tidying up the discarded attire, he instinctively shook the clothes in his hands. To his astonishment, a handkerchief that had been concealed beneath the fabric suddenly fluttered away, landing squarely upon Murong Jing and Appo's face. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Qingyu understood that remaining in the bathroom was untenable. He quickly devised an excuse before Murong Jing could express his wrath. "Your Highness, the garments you wish to change into are still outside. I shall fetch them at once. Should you require anything, please call for me." With that, he hastily made his exit. Murong Jing, who had been enjoying a peaceful soak, was suddenly obscured by the scarf covering his face, causing his expression to darken with palpable irritation. He was well aware that Qingyu had fled, yet he was disinclined to engage with such a wretched creature, especially as his thoughts were already in disarray. Su Qingcheng and Appo's words rang true. The fragrance of the handkerchief mirrored that of her own essence. When she had leapt into his embrace, a similar delicate aroma wafted from her, reminiscent of the scent she exuded whenever she drew near him. This woman, with a surge of frustration, Murong Jing yanked the scarf from his face, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it to the floor. Cursed be the fates. He mused that perhaps he had lost his sanity. Merely inhaling her fragrance had provoked an uncontrollable reaction within him. Unable to continue bathing, he splashed out of the tub, not bothering to dry himself properly. Upon donning his undergarments and stepping into the outer chamber, he found Qingyu already prepared with formal attire awaiting him. Noticing that Murong Jing and Appo's clothes were damp, Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, why have you not dried yourself? I shall fetch another set immediately." "There and Appo's no need," Murong Jing replied, his brow furrowed. "It will suffice as is. Prepare the horses shortly." "The horses, Your Highness? Are you not taking the carriage?" Qingyu inquired, bemused, for it was customary for Murong Jing to travel by carriage to court. However, Murong Jing's demeanor was far from amiable. "Do not waste time with trivialities. Prepare the horses." Stung by the rebuke, Qingyu quickly bowed his head in acquiescence and hastened to assist Murong Jing with his robe. But just as he reached for the sash, Murong Jing coldly rejected the gesture. "Put it down." Gazing at the sash, Murong Jing was unavoidably reminded of Su Qingcheng, the audacious woman, and the sensation of her soft fingers caressing his waist. He found himself unaccustomed to anyone else's touch in that vicinity. Qingyu, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, dared not question further and could only watch as Murong Jing took over the task at hand. Strangely, he sensed that Murong Jing regarded him with increasing disdain today, prompting another scolding. "Why are you still standing there? Go prepare the horses." With alacrity, Qingyu dashed away. However, as he opened the door, Qingcheng approached. As Murong Jing's chief guard, he had been a constant presence at Murong Jing's side, much like Qingyu. He inquired, "Has the prince finished bathing? I have news from Changyuan that requires your attention." Qingyu, fearful of returning, replied, "I cannot go back in. I have unfinished business. You may enter. The prince is already up." With that, he fled, anxious to evade the robust Qingcheng. Qingcheng paid no mind and strode forward. Upon entering, he found Murong Jing already dressed. "What is it?" Murong Jing asked, his expression still stern. "Your Highness," Qingcheng began earnestly, "there are visitors from Changyuan. The 11th princess has arrived with urgent matters to discuss with you, and the Wang Fei is currently receiving her. The maidens and those accompanying the 11th princess are already present. Would you like to pay them a visit? I could accompany you to convey your response." Murong Jing's brow furrowed at this revelation. In the past, his niece would come directly to An Yuan to seek him, Yet Su Qingcheng had managed to divert her. He was also taken aback that Jin Xian had obediently heeded Su Qingcheng and Appo's counsel. This sparked a sense of suspicion within him. Could it be that Su Qingcheng had employed some nefarious means? After all, she was a woman bold enough to administer poison to a royal prince on their wedding night. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Murong Jing and Appo's frown deepened. Let's go at once. Chapter 27. A spark of interest, Yi Jingxian was not one to sit still for long. Despite Su Qingcheng and Appo's offering of exquisite tea, she lacked the patience to savor it, and there was little to discuss between them. Perceiving her current disinterest, Su Qingcheng took the initiative to suggest, "Princess, I believe you have yet to explore Changyuan. Would you like me to have someone guide you around the courtyard? I shall notify you when the prince arrives, as I have some matters to attend to myself." That sounds delightful. I, too, wish to wander about. Sitting idly is simply dreary. You may attend to your affairs without concern for me. Su Qingcheng nodded, summoning a maid through Shuya. Soon, they stepped out of the room together. In the days following her grand wedding, she had been either in the palace or returning home, and had yet to organize her dowry. Many of her garments and daily necessities had already been sorted by Yuya and the others. The gold and silver treasures were safely stored in her private vault, which was of little consequence. However, the books she had brought remained in disarray, languishing in a storeroom where they risked becoming damp and infested. Thus, she intended to arrange the volumes, as she cherished the idea of filling an entire wall of her room with books. Yi Jingxian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su Qingcheng and Appo's desire to organize her books. She had not anticipated that the daughter of a military family would possess such a fondness for reading, reminiscent of a refined lady from an esteemed literary lineage. Yet, it soon became evident that her assumptions had been misguided, for within those trunks of dowry lay not the 4 books and 5 classics, but rather an assortment of travelogues and novels. How fascinating! Yi Jingxian exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Might I take a look at the intriguing tomes contained in those 3 large chests? Ah, so you, too, share an affinity for such literature? Su Qingcheng replied, somewhat surprised. I find those moralistic texts quite dull. Many young gentlemen and noble ladies in the capital adore reading these novels. Otherwise, their sales would not be so robust. The gentlemen revel in tales of heroism, while the young ladies indulge in romantic narratives. I enjoy all genres. These 3 chests are merely a fraction of my collection. Having intended to befriend Yi Jingxian, she now felt fortunate that her interest was so easily aligned. With a smile, she nodded at Yi Jingxian. You are welcome to peruse them, though I must admit I have yet to organize them. Would you mind waiting a moment? Of course not. How do you intend to arrange them? Perhaps I could assist? Yi Jingxian offered. Excellent. I have already summoned someone to bring in a bookshelf. We can categorize the books accordingly. Certainly. How do you propose to classify them? Yi Jingxian inquired. Please follow me. Yi Jingxian exhibited a particular enthusiasm for romantic novels, eagerly requesting to organize that category. As they arranged the books, she marveled, goodness, how do you possess so many captivating volumes? Many of these I have never encountered before. I once commissioned someone to gather them for me, and they assured me their collection was the most comprehensive. Yet, upon seeing yours, I realize my collection pales in comparison. Upon discovering a particular set of books, Yi Jingxian's excitement reached a crescendo. You possess the complete series of Young Master in Disguise. How did you manage this? His works are notoriously difficult to procure, often selling out upon release. I even paid a hefty sum to a bookseller to acquire them, yet I still lack the tale of the perfect union. Publishers no longer reprint it, and now it seems impossible to find. I've heard it has become a rarity. The tale of the perfect union? Initially, Su Qingcheng merely smiled at Yi Jingxian's admiration for her collection, but the mention of that specific title ignited her curiosity. Chapter 28. Not only charming men, but also winning over children with great interest, she inquired of Yi Jingxian, do you know why this book has never been reprinted? I certainly do, Yi Jingxian replied indignantly. I heard it was banned due to its explicit depictions of love, which led the publishing house to prohibit its circulation. Su Qingcheng nodded. I have heard the same. But how is it that the princess, yet to come of age, has ventured into forbidden literature. You dare speak of me? Did you not purchase it as well? Moreover, there is another author named Mr. Qingcheng, whose works are even more explicit, yet his books continue to be published without restraint. Why isn't Amp, Oppos, The Tale of Flower and Moon and Amp, Oppos, designated as a banned book? It is utterly unfair. Su Qingcheng continued to nod. I have also heard that the sales of Mr. Qingcheng's works were suppressed. He has powerful connections, which is why The Tale of Flower and Moon was banned. You are aware of this, are you not? Qingcheng seemed to find a kindred spirit in Su Qingcheng and began to vent her frustrations. Mr. Qingcheng's writing pales in comparison to that of the talented gentleman. I find it utterly unappealing. If I were to indulge, I would choose the gentleman and Oppos' works. Why is that? What do you find most captivating in the gentleman and Oppos' narratives? Everything captivates me. Each of his stories is distinct, never falling into clichés. The female protagonists resonate with me. I detest those who are overly demure and submissive, living entirely for their husbands. Such a life seems insipid to me, and I also dislike those who lack intelligence and insight. The protagonists crafted by the gentleman are so free-spirited, often bold and audacious, facing their desires and aspirations without hesitation, actively pursuing what they cherish. They are adept at handling challenges with grace, embodying beauty, intelligence, and courage. Who would not yearn for such a life? Who would not admire such an author? His works transcend conventional boundaries. My favorite is the one about the frontier general and the tavern mistress. Though I have never visited the frontier, reading the gentleman's narratives transports me there. He is truly remarkable. I would revere him as a deity. I wonder what he looks like. Does he resemble the gallant heroes he depicts, either dashing or noble, or perhaps valiant and imposing? Ah, how I long to meet him! Is the princess so enamored of him? Hearing Qingcheng's tone of admiration, Su Qingcheng's smile broadened. What if he is an elderly man in his 50s or 60s? Then I would take him as my mentor. I would be the first to read his works. If he is a handsome young man who is still unmarried, then I shall marry him. At this, Su Qingcheng could not help but laugh. Marriage is no trivial matter. The princess does not even know if he is a man or a woman. How so? Upon hearing Su Qingcheng's words, Qingcheng leaned closer. Have you seen him in person? I just noticed that the front page of this book bears his signature. It appears to be his handwriting. Have you truly met him? Su Qingcheng paused, then shook her head. Not exactly. I cannot say I have met him, but this is indeed his handwriting. Indeed, it seems to resemble his style. Would you lend me this book for a few days? I shall have someone transcribe it, and I will return it to you once the copy is complete. Well, Su Qingcheng feigned a frown, expressing a sense of difficulty. Qingcheng could not quite comprehend this. What troubles you? Do you fear I shall not return it? What do you take me for? How could the princess think such a thing? That is not my intention at all. Since I have married your uncle, we are now family. I have no desire to remain estranged. However, this is a banned book, and, as the dignified and composed princess of Qin, how could I possibly lend you such literature? I already explained to you that this book should not be banned. Though it contains some risque elements, it is actually. Suddenly, Qingcheng paused, her frown deepening as she regarded Su Qingcheng. You wouldn't be suggesting that I should call you aunt, would you? But you are hardly older than I. Su Qingcheng chuckled. Surely your uncle would not marry a woman of similar age? That is true. My uncle is already 26. It would be challenging to find an unmarried woman of that age. Then if I call you aunt, will you lend me the book? One address is not sufficient. You must call me that from now on. In that case, you may borrow any book from my shelf, including The Gentleman and Oppos' new tales. Really? Is there any doubt? Aunt. Qingcheng immediately complied. Dear aunt, please lend me the book. I will return it once I have copied it. Su Qingcheng, flattered by the praise, replied, Why borrow it? I shall simply give it to you. That would be splendid. Qingcheng, a girl whose emotions were easily read, immediately brightened. Aunt, you are truly wonderful. Unbeknownst to them, Jing, who had deliberately avoided having the servants announce him, stood at the door of Su Qingcheng and Amp, Oppos' room, observing the scene. In less than half an hour, she has managed to win over his niece, who now calls her aunt. It seems she is not only adept at charming men, but also possesses a remarkable talent for winning over children. Chapter 29. This woman. How dare she gamble with him? Outside, Murong Jing stood still, refraining from entering. Meanwhile, Gongsun Mama was eager to remind Su Qingcheng, yet found no opportunity. Inside, the conversation between Su Qingcheng and Yi Jingxian continued. Yi Jingxian, engrossed in the book she held, curiously inquired of Su Qingcheng, "Are you truly so delighted by merely being called into Oppos? And in Oppos? Does that somehow add to your stature?" Su Qingcheng smiled. "What can I say? I adore your uncle. Just hearing his niece address me as aunt brings me such joy that I can hardly contain my laughter." Yi Jingxian pouted, "But I'm actually your uncle's niece, which makes you my elder. How can you speak to me in such a manner?" "Why not?" Su Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "Did you not just mention your fondness for the bold and passionate women depicted in those tales? Yet, upon encountering one, you seem to chastise me instead?" "Not at all. I meant no reprimand," Yi Jingxian quickly clarified. "I was merely seeking clarity. I wish to understand your perspective. Since you speak so, I comprehend now. Truth be told, I was in Oppos, initially displeased by your becoming my aunt. However, now that I observe you, you seem quite amiable. My uncle is like a block of ice, while you are akin to a flame. Perhaps you truly can melt his icy demeanor." With a playful grin, she added, "I must confess, I and Amp, Oppos, am also quite curious to see my uncle and Amp, Oppos, as tenderside." I and Amp, Oppos, V read that those who appear frigid often possess a gentle heart when it comes to their wives. They wear two faces, one for the public and another in private, and it is rather intriguing, Su Qingcheng remarked with a light chuckle. "Are you truly so confident?" Yi Jingxian suddenly proposed a mischievous idea. "What if we made a wager?" "Very well, let us wager. Given my uncle and Amp, Oppos, notorious coldness, how about 3 months? Let us see if you can warm him within that time." "Agreed, 3 months it is. Should I fail, you may take all the books from my shelves." "Deal. If you succeed, I shall grant you a single wish. Whatever you desire, I shall acquiesce." "Certainly." Meanwhile, outside, Murong Jing was taken aback. What were these two treating him as? Did they presume to gamble over him without his consent? He furrowed his brow and strode towards the inner room. Gongsun Mama noticed and hurriedly stepped forward to lift the beaded curtain. As she did, she called out loudly, "Watch your step, Your Highness." With her announcement, the conversation within came to an abrupt halt. Yi Jingxian sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Uncle, why did you not announce your arrival? You startled me." Though accustomed to Murong Jing's affection, she felt a twinge of guilt for being caught gambling with him. Tentatively, she asked, "What did you hear while I was chatting with my aunt?" Murong Jing ignored her inquiry and, frowning, extended his hand toward her. "Hand it over." Yi Jingxian, momentarily confused, replied, "What do you mean?" With an icy glare, Murong Jing stated the book. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Did you hear everything?" Murong Jing remained silent, simply fixing her with a cold stare. Unable to withstand his imposing gaze, Yi Jingxian reluctantly surrendered the book in her possession. After taking the book, Murong Jing turned his attention to Su Qingcheng, his tone stern. "She is still young. Do not teach her such misguided notions." Su Qingcheng refrained from arguing, merely smiling. "Very well, I shall heed your words, Your Highness." However, she recalled that at Yi Jingxian and Oppos' age, she had already been well read. To label such literature as misguided was something she could not endorse. Yet her affection for him compelled her to yield, refraining from dispute. Chapter 30, Audacity. Who permits you to act this way? Noticing Yi Jingxian's evident awkwardness, Su Qingcheng stepped in to alleviate the situation. After all, she was bold and unafraid of the cold-faced Lord Murong Jing. "Your Highness, since you have confiscated the book, it is time to listen to the princess regarding today and Amp, Oppos' important matters. After attending to her concerns, you still have to attend court." Murong Jing cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingcheng, taken aback that this woman was attempting to orchestrate his actions. He furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze back to Yi Jingxian. "What brings you to me so early?" Eager to curry favor with Murong Jing, Yi Jingxian approached him with a beaming smile. "I am here to borrow something from you, dear uncle." "What is it?" "He, your treasured sword. I boasted to others that I possess a unique sword crafted by a master, and it is in your possession. Hence, I shamelessly come to borrow it. If you refuse, I shall be left with no face, and I would be ridiculed when I venture out. I feared you might be busy, so I came early to wait for you. Good uncle, please agree to my request. As she spoke, Yi Jingxian began to act coy, clinging to Murong Jing and Appo's arm and swaying it gently. Murong Jing found her antics intolerable. Each time she behaved this way, he felt powerless to resist. Yet, she would not heed his admonitions, and he could not truly reprimand his own niece. However, upon catching sight of Su Qingcheng standing nearby, he suddenly spoke up. In 2 years, you will come of age. You're no longer a child. Acting like this in front of your aunt is quite improper. Do not do so again. Oh. Yi Jingxian quickly glanced at Su Qingcheng and promptly withdrew her hand. Su Qingcheng, suddenly mentioned, raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat like a shield. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Hearing Murong Jing refer to her as the aunt of his niece brought her joy, and she casually interjected, "The princess is still young and vivacious. Your Highness, do not scold her excessively. She awaits your response." "Indeed, uncle, just lend me the sword, and I shall return it after I have shown it off." Yi Jingxian chimed in. Such childlike behavior. Murong Jing frowned, yet he did not wish to humiliate his niece. "I shall have someone deliver it to you shortly. However, the sword is sharp. You must remember not to misuse it. Be cautious not to harm yourself or others." "Understood. You are truly the best, uncle." Yi Yinxian et précite had gratitude. "Please send Qingcheng to fetch it now. I wish to take it home today as I need it this afternoon. Otherwise, I would not have come so early." Murong Jing, resigned, glanced at Yi Jingxian. "Go ahead. Qingcheng is waiting outside." "All right, aunt. I will return to bid you farewell once I have the sword." Su Qingcheng smiled and nodded, secretly eager for a moment alone with Murong Jing. Once Yi Jingxian departed, Su Qingcheng approached and embraced Murong Jing's arm. Noticing the dampness at the ends of his hair, she playfully twirled a strand around her finger. She tilted her head, her sparkling eyes boldly fixed on him as she softly inquired, "Your Highness, you have just bathed and have not eaten yet. Would you care to have a light breakfast with me?" Su Qingcheng. Murong Jing extricated his arm and hair from her grasp. "What are all these books doing here? Clear them away." Su Qingcheng gazed at him with a soft expression, retorting, "Your Highness does not reside here, nor does he sleep here at night. Why concern yourself with my books?" However, she suddenly changed her tone, smiling as she suggested, "If you remove in, I would promptly remove all these and replace them with your favorite items. What do you think? Perhaps I should summon the matron to fetch your belongings from On Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Murong Jing seized her wrist. "How dare you? Who authorized you to act in such a manner?" "Well, if you do not wish for me to do so, there is no need for such theatrics," Su Qingcheng remarked, glancing at his hand, still holding her arm. "If you desire my company, you need not resort to force. A mere word will suffice, and I shall come willingly." "Enough." As Su Qingcheng and Appo's hand neared his chest, Murong Jing forcefully pushed her away, lowering his voice in anger. "What is your motive in trying to please Jingxian?" Su Qingcheng widened her eyes slightly. "Your Highness, is it not evident? I am simply extending my affection. However, after our previous interaction, I believe I have a good rapport with the 11th princess. Should she not mind, I shall certainly treat her with kindness." "Are you threatening me?" "Heaven have mercy. I fear you are overthinking this. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding her." "I am not. Yet now, it is too late for explanations. If you still harbor doubts, why not come to me this evening? I shall explain everything in detail. What say you?" Chapter 31. Do you intend to recommend yourself to the bed? Murong Jing narrowed his eyes and suddenly grasped Su Qingcheng and Appo's delicate chin. His tone held a hint of mockery. "So, are you planning to offer yourself to the bed?" "I am the legitimate wife of the prince," Su Qingcheng replied unabashedly, her smile radiant. "What is there to be ashamed of?" Or perhaps, as she clung to Murong Jing's arm, inching closer, she gently caressed his fingertips, moving them back and forth between her thumb and index finger. "Is it that the prince is lacking?" Murong Jing let out a cold laugh, unfazed by her provocation, and turned to stride away. He walked briskly, causing the beaded curtain to sway violently in his wake. Su Qingcheng watched him depart for quite some time before standing in front of the tall floor-length mirror. Noticing the red mark on her chin, she furrowed her brow slightly. murmuring to herself, feigning indifference yet causing him pain. Earlier, when Qingcheng had entered, Qingcheng had dismissed the maidservants in the room. Now that he had left, they returned to attend to her. Upon seeing Qingcheng gazing into the mirror, Gongsun Mama immediately noticed the red mark on her chin and frowned. How could the prince be so harsh? Nonsense, Qingcheng juke lai di. Mama is too protective of me. This is merely an expression of intimacy between husband and wife. Gongsun Mama blushed, exclaiming, goodness. In broad daylight, what words are the princess speaking? Suya, feeling that Gongsun Mama was too old-fashioned, stood behind Qingcheng, saying, the princess is in her own boudoir, and we are all kin here. So what is there that cannot be said? It is you, Mama, who is too rigid. Gongsun Mama shot Shui a glare. Very well. It seems I am the one who is rigid. It appears the princess no longer requires this old woman, so I shall take my leave. Go ahead, Qingcheng replied, knowing Gongsun Mama was jesting. Do hurry to assist me in organizing the storeroom. Such important matters cannot be managed without you. I do not trust anyone else. Once Gongsun Mama departed, Yue brought a cool cloth for Qingcheng. Princess, you should apply this. No need, I am not so thin-skinned. When I train with my father and brothers, I often bumped and bruised myself. It hardly hurts, it an amp, oppose, as just a bit tender and easily marked. It will be fine in a while. Yue, unable to persuade Qingcheng, reluctantly put the cloth aside. Having just gone to relay a message, she inquired, how did you fare with the 11th princess? Was it enjoyable? I heard laughter from outside. At this, Shui chuckled. You have no idea. Our master was thoroughly entertained by the 11th princess when you were away. Yue was astonished. The 11th princess actively entertained our master? Indeed, calling her and amp, oppose, and amp, oppose, repeatedly, our master was overjoyed. Is that true? You are not deceiving the maidservants, are you? Yue asked, casting a doubtful glance at Qingcheng. Could it be that the 11th princess's calling you aunt could bring such delight? Do not listen to her nonsense, Qingcheng said as she organized the books on the shelf. I was happy to hear her call me aunt, but it was not to the extent of ecstasy. Yet the princess certainly seemed in good spirits. Qingcheng replied with a soft hum, smiling gently. Perhaps I was simply flattered by the compliments from the young lady. Indeed, speaking of which, Shui continued with enthusiasm. The 11th princess saw the manuscript you were writing earlier and declared her fondness for and amp, oppose, young Master Jia, and amp, oppose. She said that if young Master Jia were as handsome as the protagonist, and if he were unmarried, she would marry him. I suspect the 11th princess would never have guessed that the end oppose, young Master Jia and oppose, she praised so highly is actually a woman, sitting right beside her, sharing tea and conversation. Chapter 32. Learning the art of seduction from forbidden texts. Upon hearing this, Yue couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the 11th princess was also an admirer of their master. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Who among those fond of tales does not appreciate the stories penned by their esteemed master? However, should the 11th princess ever uncover the truth? Oh no, not just her, but anyone who learns of young Master Jia's true identity would undoubtedly be taken aback. Shuya felt a swell of pride, noting that those who currently write stories and plays are merely common men, certainly not worthy of comparison to their master. Enough, enough, Qingcheng interjected, interrupting their flattery. The only ones who know I am and oppose, young Master Jia and oppose, are the two of you. You must keep this secret tightly under wraps. Do not let it slip to anyone. She feared that the boldness of her story and oppose, as heroine, might provoke her mother into a scolding for not embodying the demeanor of a proper young lady. Indeed, if one studies without the intention of pursuing an official career and writes such tales, it would be considered a deviation from the norm. This applies to men as well, let alone a woman. Yet, the more the world adheres to such norms, the freer and more unrestrained her stories must become. As the sky unexpectedly drizzled, Qingcheng chose not to ride, but, as was customary, took a carriage from the Wangfu to the palace. The distance was neither excessively long nor particularly short. Following the recent events in the mansion, he found little peace of mind to rest his eyes. Thoughts of his niece's sweetly uttered aunt and her wager with Su Qingcheng filled him with concern, prompting him to furrow his brow. Upon touching the confiscated forbidden book hidden in his sleeve, his expression darkened. He retrieved the book and casually flipped through its pages. Just a mere glance revealed phrases that caught his eye. She was enamored with the scholarly young man, and upon seeing Lu Sheng, she could hardly look away, unabashedly staring at him. Lu Sheng, feeling flustered, found himself stammering, while she merely giggled, sweetly calling out, "Young Master Lu, come here." Turning a few pages further, he encountered a scene of a boat on a lake. She stumbled over a bench on the deck, nearly falling. In that critical moment, a long and powerful arm encircled her slender waist. Recognizing it was Lu Sheng, she turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his chest, playfully asking, "Young Master Lu, do I smell nice? Do you like it?" Further into the book, he was met with descriptions of a wedding night, filled with spring breezes and romantic allure, detailing kisses and the unfastening of garments. While not excessively explicit, it certainly was not suitable for a proper lady to peruse. With a sharp clap, Murong Jing closed the book, his expression darkening. It dawned on him where Su Qingcheng had learned her seductive techniques. The words she spoke to him this morning while presenting him with that handkerchief mirrored those found in this forbidden text. How audacious of her to not only indulge in such tales herself, but also to allow his niece to read this contraband. Irritation surged within him. "Qingyu, come in." Qingyu, who had been waiting outside the carriage, quickly entered. "What are your commands, Your Highness?" Murong Jing was about to utter something when he suddenly flipped back to the first page of the book. The title page bore the name Young Master Jia, presumably the author of this work. Though he held little fondness for such literature, he was aware that few contemporary writers refer to themselves as an Appos, Young Master and Appos, while an Appos, Mr. and Appos, and an Appos, Scholar and Appos, were far more common. Young Master Jia, a false young master. Could it be? In a fit of frustration, he tossed the book into Qingyu's arms. "Find out who wrote this book. I demand to know his true identity." Chapter 33. I truly misjudged that woman. Qingyu took the book and glanced at its title, suddenly remarking that he knew a bit about the author. However, unlike other writers and authors, this individual had never made an appearance in public. If one were to investigate, it would likely take some time. Murong Jing scoffed, saying that an author of such vulgar works would surely feel ashamed to share the same space as other literary figures. "That is not the case," Qingyu clarified. "As far as I know, this book has been banned. His other works seem to be acceptable. But I do not have an affinity for tales of romance and love, so I haven an amp. Appos, to study them closely. Why has the prince suddenly taken an interest in this book?" "Go ahead and investigate," Murong Jing replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Qingyu. "Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Qingyu promptly shut his mouth, acknowledging with a submissive yes. However, Murong Jing soon spoke again. "By the way, instruct someone to further investigate Su Qingcheng and Xie Huayu." Qingyu hesitated to speak, constrained by the unspoken rule of silence. Seeing his foolish expression, Murong Jing felt an urge to kick him away. "You've been mute when it's your turn to speak. How is it that you have lingered by my side for so many years?" Qingyu dared not respond, pondering that it was precisely because the prince had recently become unpredictable. Unlike before, he lowered his head to diminish his presence, muttering, "But hasn't there already been an investigation regarding the princess and Lord Xie? Both of them were found to be innocent." Murong Jing immediately frowned. "If they are innocent, then how did Su Qingcheng end up in this predicament? If you do not wish to continue, you may go to the estate and tend to the chickens and pigs." "What? Raise pigs? I have no desire to engage in such a filthy and odorous task." Qingyu quickly pleaded for mercy. No, my lord, please do not be angry. I was merely slow to comprehend. I now understand that you wish me to investigate the private matters between the princess and Lord Xie. I mistakenly thought you were continuing to check if they were secretly associating with other officials." Seeing that this foolish man's mind had finally started to work, Murong Jing kicked him out. Subsequently, he attended court, and after finishing, he assessed the young emperor's studies before heading to the military command center to manage military affairs. He was preoccupied until evening. On the way back to the Qin Wangfu, Qingyu reported the findings from earlier that day. "My lord, I have had someone look into it. The primary conflict between the princess and Lord Xie lies in the matter of her marriage. Lord Xie is a legitimate son of the right prime minister's family, while the princess is the treasured daughter of a general. Even if Lord Xie weren't bound to observe 3 years of filial piety for his grandfather, the great general would likely not agree to marry his daughter to Lord Xie. Now that Lord Xie lacks the means to wed the princess, it is only natural that she feels disheartened. Furthermore, with a nobleman such as yourself before her, how could the princess possibly still yearn for Lord Xie? I believe the princess has shown great wisdom in recognizing her circumstances. Jing lightly tapped on the small table before him, not even lifting his eyelids. I instructed you to uncover the truth, not to express your opinions. And what of that young Master Jia? Have you uncovered his identity? This matter has yet to be resolved, my lord. If you could allow a few more days, we will surely have results. Very well. Ensure that Mama Fong keeps a close watch on Chang Yuan. Moreover, tonight, regardless of the excuses they may present from Chang Yuan, do not allow any visits or messages to be conveyed. Qingcheng had made a wager with Yi Jingxian during the day, and Jing anticipated that she would certainly take action that night. Naturally, he would not allow her to succeed. However, to Jing's surprise, upon returning to the Wangfu, no one came to invite him to Chang Yuan for dinner, and after nightfall, Qingcheng did not seek him out again. He had been on guard all night, only to find that he had truly misjudged that woman. Meanwhile, at that moment, Qingcheng. Chapter 34. The Art of Seduction and Restraint, causing him to yearn for Chang Yuan day and night. After concluding a day of labor, Qingcheng finally indulged in a soothing hot bath. Ya stood behind her, gently massaging her head while inquiring if the pressure was suitable. Qingcheng responded with a soft comfortably closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Xuya was organizing Qingcheng's garments. Uncertain of her choices, she approached Qingcheng and asked, "Your Highness, do you have any plans for later? I am unsure what kind of attire to prepare." Qingcheng continued to rest her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Just prepare my usual nightwear. It is quite late, and there is nothing further to arrange." However, Xuya was perplexed. "You did not invite the prince to dine with you, nor do you intend to seek him out this evening? You even wagered with Princess 11 during the day, setting a 3-month term. If you were to lose, all the books on your shelves would belong to Princess 11. Those volumes contain many rare editions, acquired at great cost. The thought of losing them makes me feel quite pained for you." Upon hearing Xuya's words, Qingcheng suddenly opened her eyes. "Who says I will surely lose? My strategy is to retreat in order to advance, to entice him while allowing him to ponder my thoughts. I have shown him my writings. How could he not learn from the methods employed by the protagonist within? Those are insights I have gleaned from extensive reading and diligent collection. I did not summon anyone for dinner. It is nightfall, and I shall not cling to him unnecessarily. Whether it is fishing, flying kites, or the dynamics of a marital relationship, a balance of relaxation is essential. Remaining perpetually at the Prince and Amp, Appo's side would likely incite his disdain. Perhaps he is contemplating whether I will seek an excuse to visit him. Rather than suffocating him with my presence, it is better to stimulate his curiosity about my intentions, making him think of me day and night. Eventually, I shall become a frequent visitor in his heart." Xuya exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "So that is the case. It is no wonder your writings are so captivating." Qingcheng chuckled, "Enough flattery. Today I changed the direction of the Buddhist temple and Appo's main entrance. Although the arrangements inside will be managed by the steward of the manor, I must personally embroider the prayer flags. I need to rest early. I cannot afford to be lazy tomorrow." "Prayer flags? Why should your Highness trouble yourself?" "Yeah, and I can enlist the help of the maids in the courtyard to accomplish it," Xuya suggested. "That may be so, but I cannot leave everything to others. Since we have constructed the temple, it must be done with genuine sincerity. If I do not participate, how can I claim to be sincere?" "Indeed, your Highness is correct. It is I who have been narrow-minded." After her bath, Qingcheng retired to bed early. Perhaps due to her early slumber, she awoke before dawn the following day. Once awake, she found it difficult to return to sleep, yet she felt too lazy to rise. Instead, her thoughts drifted to her past life. This time, however, her reflections were not centered on her own existence, but rather on Jing. She realized that her indifference towards Jing in her previous life had resulted in a scant recollection of events concerning him. Yet, one significant incident remained vivid in her memory, a grand upheaval that captivated the court and the populace. At that time, Jing was jointly accused by officials of treason and faced impeachment, with evidence presented against him. The specifics of this evidence were unclear to Qingcheng, though she recalled it being some minor personal item. As a consequence, Jing was imprisoned, being the commander of the 6th Imperial Guard. His incarceration breached the defenses of the imperial city, ultimately allowing the likes of Xie Huayu to exploit the situation. Subsequently, her family fell victim to Xie Huayu's schemes. After her death, Qingcheng was uncertain of Jing's fate. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Qingcheng abruptly sat up in bed. Now that she had been reborn, she would not allow history to repeat itself. She did not wish to perish, nor did she want Jing to be wronged. But what could that evidence be? Chapter 35. Merely a woman's stratagem in a state of deep contemplation, Qingcheng could only conjure a vague image in her mind. She could not ascertain whether the one who framed Jing was indeed Xie Huayu, but he was undoubtedly implicated in this matter. During her captivity in a secluded courtyard by Xie Huayu, she had witnessed someone approaching him with a peculiar object in hand. It seemed they had uttered something along the lines of, "Who would have thought that such a trivial item could render Jing a prisoner?" Yet at that moment, Qingcheng could not discern the exact nature of this small object. All she remembered was its diminutive size, easily contained within Xie Huayu's palm. In retrospect, it likely resembled a private seal or a personal accessory. With this thought, Qingcheng hastily threw off the covers and descended from her bed. "Yue, Shuya, hurry, fetch water for my ablutions." Upon hearing her call, the two maidservants hurriedly entered the room. "What troubles you, my lady? Did you have a nightmare?" Yue observed Qingcheng's scant attire and promptly draped a garment over her shoulders. Furrowing her brow, Qingcheng replied, "Perhaps. Help me wash up? I must go to Anyuan." "Are you going to seek the prince?" Yue inquired, surprised. "Did you not express a desire to retreat rather than advance just last night? Why the sudden change?" "Indeed, I had an unsettling dream." Qingcheng's expression turned grave. "It is prudent to ascertain the truth as soon as possible, so I shall make haste, without the need for an elaborate hairstyle." Of course, Yue sensed her mistress and Appo's urgency and quickly instructed Shuya to prepare the necessary toiletries. In just a quarter of an hour, Qingcheng arrived at the entrance of Anyuan. However, she was met with resistance. The guards informed her that without the prince and Appo's explicit command, no one was permitted entry. Not even the princess herself. Qingcheng was not taken aback. She had not intended to approach recklessly. Yet Shuya, indignant, could not refrain from whispering beside Qingcheng, "I thought the prince was merely speaking out of turn, but it appears he has already instructed the guards. How can he treat you this way, being the legitimate princess of Qin?" Before Shuya could finish, Yue interjected, "Hush, speak quietly. Do you take this place for our Changyuan? How dare you voice such sentiments?" Yue was correct. Qingcheng cast a glance at Shuya. Unfazed, "You ought to monitor your tongue more carefully. The prince is a person of significant stature. Every word he utters carries weight. If he has decreed my exclusion, it is not mere bluster. After all, our relationship is still rather tenuous. Since we cannot enter, we shall wait here. The prince will inevitably make an appearance. This was precisely my reason for rising early. Should I arrive late, he may have already departed, and I would end up waiting fruitlessly." In truth, as soon as Qingcheng arrived, Jing learned of her presence. At that moment, he was partaking in breakfast when a servant brought the news, causing a faint smile to play at the corners of his lips. She had not come last night, but now she was impatient to see him. He had wondered how long she could maintain her composure. It seemed a single night was her limit. Aware that the woman awaited him outside, he continued his meal at a leisurely pace before preparing to depart as usual. As he approached the main entrance, he caught sight of Qingcheng from a distance. Today, she had casually gathered her hair into a loose bun, adorned with minimal jewelry, and donned a plain garment. From afar, she appeared strikingly distinct. Murong Jing strode forward with a cold demeanor, contemplating that this was merely another of the woman's ploys. Chapter 36. Alas, I can only blame myself for being too aggressive in the past. Your Highness, Qingcheng pays her respects. Today, having come with serious business. Qingcheng refrained from overstepping as she greeted Murong Jing with a proper bow. Yet, to Murong Jing, this was merely a fade of pretense. He lacked the patience to indulge her games, but he had promised her a certain level of dignity, which he intended to uphold. Therefore, he paused before her and inquired with a hint of indifference. Is there something of great importance that brings the princess here so early? Indeed, Qingcheng stepped forward, her gaze steady and serious as she addressed Murong Jing. There is a matter I wish to discuss with your highness. Might I request a moment of your time? Request a moment? Murong Jing narrowed his eyes, suspecting that she might resort to her usual beguiling tactics. I am pressed for time to attend court. If you have something to say, speak it here. Very well. Qingcheng glanced around, a slight frown creasing her brow. She was uncertain if there were any hidden dangers lurking nearby, compelling her to step forward another half-pace. As she moved closer, Murong Jing raised a hand to maintain distance. I am not deaf. You may speak from where you stand. Qingcheng furrowed her brow further. Your Highness, is there a misunderstanding? I genuinely have an urgent matter to discuss. Lowering her voice, she continued. Might I inquire if you have recently misplaced any personal item of significance, something that could verify your identity? Murong Jing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Qingcheng's eyes. In those eyes, he had previously witnessed raw disdain and detachment, followed by fiery passion, cunning scheming, and alluring charm. Yet, this expression of gravity and solemnity was something he had never encountered before. Contemplating this, his brows knitted together. This woman possessed an abundance of tricks. He scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, his tone frostily probing. What exactly are you aiming to achieve? Is it to win the wager against the 11th princess? If so, I advise you to reconsider your ambitions. That is not my intention, Qingcheng earnestly clarified. If it were about that wager, I would not be foolish enough to confront you before your court session. I would have chosen the cover of night instead. I merely wish for you to ponder this question and provide me with an answer. Have you, in recent days, lost anything? No, he interrupted, his response swift and devoid of contemplation. Furthermore, he countered her with his own question. Why do you insist on asking this? Reason. Qingcheng hesitated before responding. I had a troubling dream wherein you inadvertently lost an item symbolizing your status, which was subsequently claimed by treacherous individuals. Their ill intentions would ultimately bring harm to you. Thus, upon waking, I felt compelled to inquire. Murong Jing could not suppress a chuckle at her use of a dream as an excuse, mocking, Your Highness has certainly made good use of those tales you so often read. How commendable that you rise so early. You should return and rest. With that, he strode towards his carriage. Qingcheng remained rooted in place until his vehicle had departed. Observing her furrowed brow, Yao whispered, What shall we do now that the prince is unwilling to converse with you? Qingcheng sighed softly. Alas, I suppose my previous assertiveness has frightened him. By the way, ensure someone keeps watch at the gate. When the prince returns, I wish to see Qingyu by his side. Chapter 37. Intending to target those around him, Qingyu had been by Murong Jing and Appo's side for many years, serving him since childhood. If one were to speak of Murong Jing's personal belongings, Qingyu would likely know them better than he himself. Thus, Qingcheng resolved to approach Qingyu. Upon returning to Changyuan, the two maidservants noticed the dark circles under Qingcheng's eyes and advised her to rest for a while longer. However, Qingcheng was not inclined to do so. No, I cannot sleep. Please prepare yourselves. I intend to visit the Buddhist hall to pay my respects. Is it still because of the nightmare you had before? Yuyo and Shuyo were unaware of Qingcheng and Appo's reincarnation. When Qingcheng claimed she had dreamt of the prince encountering misfortune, they believed her. Qingcheng nodded, saying, Indeed. That nightmare felt all too real, sending chills down my spine. I must recite some scriptures to ward off evil and seek the Bodhisattva's protection. Yuyo and Shuyo quickly prepared incense and candles, and Qingcheng proceeded to the Buddhist hall, where she devoutly recited her prayers. As the hall was newly constructed, the statues were not yet complete. While she was engrossed in her recitation in the inner chamber, people were bustling outside, transporting the statues. Just as the commotion escalated, Qingcheng finished reciting half of the scripture. Noticing her pause, Yiyo hurried over to assist her to her feet. Shuyo further urged, "My lady, it is noisy outside. Perhaps it will be best to save the rest for another day." "Very well," Qingcheng agreed, feeling somewhat fatigued. "Let us return, for my throat is parched from reciting. Allow me to disperse the workers outside to avoid disturbing you. Many of them are from outside the Prince and Amp. Appo's residence, quite a mixed crowd. Your throat is dry, and Chan Yuan has prepared your favorite sour plum juice, perfect for quenching your thirst." Qingcheng nodded. "Then you may go." Before long, Shuyo returned, reporting that the main hall was now empty. Qingcheng stepped outside. The workers had been sent away midway through their tasks, leaving a statue of the Bodhisattva prominently in the center of the hall. It was a statue of Manjushri, seated majestically upon a lion. Upon seeing it, Qingcheng instinctively pressed her palms together in reverence. When she lifted her gaze, she was suddenly drawn to the sword held in the Bodhisattva and Amp, Appo's hand. This sight prompted her to recall the sword borrowed by the 11th princess from Qingcheng. Although Qingcheng had not misplaced anything, it did not imply that he had not lent items to others. The 11th princess surrounded herself with friends from royal families and prominent households, many of whom were opportunistic and ambiguous in their loyalties. It was possible that the issue lay with that very sword. Perhaps the 11th princess had lost a gem from a scabbard, or in the near future, Qingcheng might lend other personal belongings to someone else. When she next encountered Qingyu, she would need to inquire about any borrowed items in detail. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Granny Fong unexpectedly came to report that the 11th princess had arrived. Qingcheng immediately associated her with the sword and inquired, "Is the princess here to return the sword?" Granny Fong nodded. "Indeed. However, since the prince is not present, the princess has come to see you, my lady." "Perfect timing. I shall go to her at once." Soon, Qingcheng welcomed the 11th princess into the room. Upon entering, the princess headed straight for Qingcheng and Amp, Appo's bookshelf. Qingcheng and Amp, Appo's gaze, however, remained fixated on the box held by the princess's maidservant. She asked, "Yi Jingxian, may I see the sword?" Chapter 38. She discovered a problem upon hearing Qingcheng's request. Yi Jingxian set aside her book and approached her. "Aunt, oh dear, I find it difficult to address you as such, considering you're only a few years my senior." "Would and Amp, Appo's, that feel like calling you old? How about this? Let and Amp, Appo's, make a private agreement to forego these formalities when we are alone, while still addressing you as Aunt in the presence of others. Would that be agreeable? You have already collected the forbidden tomes of the esteemed young master, so I presume you're not one to be constrained by societal norms." "Excellent." Qingcheng and Yi Jingxian reached a mutual understanding. "I too am quite forthright, and I appreciate your candid nature. Princess, let us settle on this arrangement. However, although your uncle is not a stranger, I would prefer that you still call me Aunt in his presence. It brings me joy." "Very well. I accept you as my aunt for your straightforwardness and honesty. As for addressing me, simply call me Jingxian, just as your uncle does." "Agreed, Jingxian," Yi Jingxian replied, turning to retrieve the sword box from the maid's hands. As she opened the box, she inquired of Qingcheng, "Your father and brother are both martial generals. You must have a fondness for weaponry, am I right?" "Indeed." Qingcheng noted that. "Not only do I admire them, but I can also perform a few moves myself. I suspected as much. However, I cannot allow you to wield this sword without your uncle's permission. When I displayed it earlier, I merely drew it for everyone to admire. The blade is extraordinarily sharp. It would be unfortunate if you were to injure yourself. Rest assured, I will merely observe and shall not act recklessly." "Very well, then take a look," Yi Jingxian said as she opened the box and presented it to Qingcheng. Qingcheng possessed a dazzling dagger adorned with 7 colored gemstones. Yet upon seeing Qingcheng and Amp, Appo's sword, she could not suppress her astonishment and widened her eyes in awe. The scabbard, crafted from gold, was intricately carved on both sides with dragons, culminating in a golden gem at the top, depicting a lively scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. Even the scales of the dragon appeared textured, their tactile sensation akin to reality. As the sword was drawn from its sheath, a crisp, melodious sound resonated, prompting Qingcheng to exclaim in admiration, "Truly a magnificent sword." She felt an urge to grasp it, yet recalling her promise to Qingcheng to refrain from wielding it, she swiftly returned the blade to its scabbard. As the sword slid back into its sheath, the tassel at the hilt swayed, capturing Qingcheng's attention. Initially, she wondered if anyone might have tampered with the gemstones on the scabbard, but upon closer inspection, she concluded that even if someone could remove the gem, they would be unable to find a suitable replacement. However, the tassel. Qingcheng reached out to examine it closely. The tassel was crafted from fine silk, yet to her it seemed ordinary. What truly captivated her was the bead strung upon it. The bead, a jade pearl the size of a fingernail, was intricately carved with a landscape scene, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. While most would marvel at its beauty, Qingcheng immediately discerned a flaw. The valleys depicted in the landscape were uneven in depth. Anyone skilled enough to carve such intricate designs on such a small jade bead would surely not tolerate such imperfections. There was undoubtedly an issue at hand. Pondering this, Qingcheng furrowed her brow and asked Qingcheng, "When you took this sword out, did anyone handle it separately? Or has it ever left your sight?" Chapter 39. My uncle's marriage to you was indeed fortuitous. What is the matter? Qingcheng sensed an unusual tension in Qingcheng and Oppo's tone, prompting her own anxiety. Is there a problem with the sword? How did I fail to notice? No, please do not fret. I cannot be certain, but I simply feel there is a slight flaw in the beads on the tassel of the sword. A flaw? How can that be? Qingcheng furrowed her brow. This is a peerless sword forged over a decade by the Ministry of Craftsmanship, a tribute that must be flawless inside and out. Qingcheng nodded. I thought so too, which is why I find it rather peculiar. Observe here, the uneven depths of the mountains and valleys. I believe a true craftsman would never make such an oversight. And if I may be candid, I am one who believes in the supernatural. Last night, I had an unsettling dream in which the prince lost something of great importance, and it was exploited by someone with ill intentions. This has led me to feel rather suspicious. But I assure you, I do not harbor any doubts about you. Please do not misinterpret my words. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng responded with an "Oh," realizing, so that is the case. On my way here, I overheard Granny Fong mention that you had constructed a Buddhist hall in the back courtyard for your devotions. I always thought reciting scriptures and engaging in worship to be rather tedious pursuits, typically embraced by the elderly. I did not expect you to be so devout. Did you dream that it was the bead from the tassel of this sword that my uncle lost? Not exactly. Qingcheng shook her head. The dream was not so clear. I do not know what it was that the prince lost. It is precisely because I am in the dark that I feel so apprehensive. Qingcheng nodded in understanding. If that is your perspective, then I can comprehend. It seems my uncle truly married the right person. Your concern for him is evident, as you take such a dream to heart. Qingcheng chuckled lightly. One must err on the side of caution, after all. Indeed, allow me to ponder this further. Yesterday, we were at the Qinglong Spring beside Baoxiang Temple, enjoying the flowing wine. I carried the sword case myself the entire way. It has never left my hands. Even during the display, I did not pass the treasure around as others did. The sword has remained under my watchful gaze. Anyone wishing to lay hands on it would have to approach me directly. Then, if that is the case, it stands to reason that no one else has touched the sword apart from you. I must have been overly suspicious, Qingcheng remarked, as she reached out to close the case. It is best to keep it secure. Indeed, Qingcheng agreed. For the sake of this sword, I brought along many companions on my journey. If anyone dared to pilfer my belongings, they would have faced my wrath long ago. Not only those present at the time, but ever since I brought the sword back, it has remained within my sight. Even my closest maidservants have not dared to touch it. Then it is settled. Qingcheng conceded, realizing it was unwise to assert that the bead was at fault. By the way, would you like to select a few books to peruse? Your uncle may not return for some time, and it would be a delightful way to pass the hours. Certainly, I have already chosen a few titles. I shall fetch them now. May I lounge on your couch while reading? Of course. I too enjoy reclining with a book. Very well. I suppose I shall be taking over your nest for the day. With that, Yi Jingxian made her way toward the bookshelf. But just as she turned, an overlooked detail suddenly resurfaced in her mind. She swiftly turned back to Su Qingcheng and said, I just remembered. I stepped away for a brief moment. We were playing a drinking game, and when it came to the end amp, oppos, mountain and amp, oppos, character, I lost, so I had to perform. I played my favorite tune and was so engrossed that I lost track of my seat. When I stood up, the sword case was open. Could it be that someone took the opportunity to stealthily touch the sword at that moment? Chapter 40. A desire for solitude with her husband upon hearing this. Su Qingcheng promptly suggested, why not inquire with your maid? Yet Yi Jingxian remarked, at that time, we deemed the servants to be an intrusion. So we ordered the maids and young lads to stand at a distance. I cannot ascertain whether they witnessed anything. Despite her words, Yi Jingxian summoned her personal maid for an inquiry. Regrettably, the maid confessed she had not been attentive, her gaze fixated solely upon her mistress. Su Qingcheng, undeterred by the matter, encouraged Yi Jingxian to immerse herself in the storybooks. However, after a moment in amp, oppos, reflection, she requested a list of attendees from that day. During their merriment of flowing wine and reciting verses, it was customary for someone to keep a record. Thus, discerning the participants of that day would not be a daunting task. Unfortunately, Yi Jingxian could not provide the list immediately. She would need to retrieve it once she returned home. Su Qingcheng remained patient. As Yi Jingxian reclined on the couch, engrossed in her storybook, Su Qingcheng perused a tome on sculpture. Although she might be overly cautious, a sense of unease lingered regarding the peculiar bead. Just as Yi Jingxian reached the conclusion of her first book, Xia hurriedly entered, announcing that the prince had returned from court and that Qingyu awaited in the courtyard. Su Qingcheng nodded and informed Yi Jingxian, the prince has returned. I shall send Qingyu to convey a message, and later, we will together present the sword. Very well. Go ahead. I shall finish this ending first. In the flower hall, after Su Qingcheng took her seat, Qingyu was ushered in. Greetings, Your Highness. How may I serve you? Su Qingcheng replied, It is nothing of great importance, merely a reminder. You are the Prince in Oppos, S most trusted attendant, overseeing his daily attire and needs. It is imperative that you safeguard his personal belongings with utmost diligence. Should you lend them out, ensure meticulous attention during both the lending and the return. Any oversight could implicate you should any issues arise in the future. Is that understood? Yes, I shall bear this in mind, Qingyu affirmed, initially presuming he had been summoned for another matter. Additionally, the 11th princess has come to return the sword. Shortly, I will accompany her to the An Yuan garden. You may proceed to inform the prince. As a guest, I trust An Yuan will not turn me away? This question rendered Qingyu hesitant to respond carelessly, and he lowered his head further. Yes, I shall convey your message immediately. Once Yi Jingxian concluded her reading, Su Qingcheng accompanied her to the An Yuan garden where Murong Jing resided. Along the way, the two discussed the narratives within the storybooks, their laughter resonating, creating an atmosphere of light-hearted joy. This time, the guards at An Yuan did not hinder Su Qingcheng and Amp, Oppos, entrance, with Qingyu waiting at the gate. Soon, they encountered Murong Jing. Yi Jingxian returned the sword and departed shortly thereafter. Despite Murong Jing and Amp, Oppos' typically aloof demeanor, he extended an invitation for her to dine, yet she excused herself, having already communicated with Su Qingcheng prior to their arrival at An Yuan. Su Qingcheng had expressed her desire to spend quality time alone with her husband. Relishing the rare opportunity that the prince had not barred entry to the military command post after court, Yi Jingxian, recalling the wager she had made with Su Qingcheng, was curious to observe if her aunt possessed the ability to warm the icy demeanor of Murong Jing. Thus, the hall was left with only Su Qingcheng and Murong Jing. Chapter 41. Is the passion merely a facade? Did you not come here to return the sword? I have already obtained the sword. Why do you linger here? Murong Jing regarded Su Qingcheng with a frigid demeanor. Su Qingcheng furrowed her brows slightly. Naturally, it is not as simple as just returning the sword. I have examined the prince's treasured sword and noticed that the beads on the tassel seem suspect. I suspect they may have been switched. Will the prince care to take a look? Upon hearing this, Jing narrowed his eyes. Although Jean Xian is young, she is meticulous in her endeavors. I did not hear her mention any issues with the sword. Su Qingcheng, do not attempt to convince me this is merely an excuse to remain in Anyuan. It is rather unamusing. That is not the case, Your Highness, Su Qingcheng protested, her brow knitting tighter. Why do you not believe my words? You can ascertain the condition of the beads with a mere glance. As she spoke, Su Qingcheng stepped forward and retrieved the treasured sword. She pointed out the flaw in the beads and Oppo's craftsmanship. I am unsure if you have ever noticed the intricacies of this bead and Oppo's carving. But if it were an ordinary item in the marketplace, such a minor flaw could be overlooked. However, this is a tribute. Initially, Jing thought Su Qingcheng was fabricating a story, but upon observing the carving marks on the jade bead, he frowned. Seeing his reaction, Su Qingcheng assumed he had come to the same conclusion as herself. Yet, Jing swiftly dismissed her speculation. To achieve such a finely detailed landscape, carving on such a small bead is nothing short of exceptional craftsmanship. What you have pointed out is akin to nitpicking. Leave. However, Su Qingcheng opened her mouth to respond but ultimately swallowed her words. In the absence of evidence, any argument would be futile. She cast one last glance at Jing, bowed slightly, and turned to depart without uttering another word. Jing observed her retreating figure with narrowed eyes. This woman was indeed enigmatic. In just 2 days, her previous boldness had completely vanished, transforming into an entirely different demeanor. It seemed as though the fiery intensity in her gaze, when she looked at him, had all been a mere pretense. What precisely was her intent? He scrutinized the bead in his hand once more and, furrowing his brow, summoned Qingyu. There is an issue with this bead. The tassel has been tampered with. Investigate at once. Qingyu had been standing just outside the door and had heard every word Su Qingcheng spoke. Now, upon hearing Jing and Oppo's directive, he felt perplexed. Your Highness, the princess mentioned something similar just now. Did you not claim that the bead was fine? If the bead is problematic, then she must be as well. Keep a close watch on her. My reasoning for this is to observe her reactions and whom she may meet or what she may do next. I see. The prince is indeed thorough in his considerations. However, Your Highness, could it be that you are overthinking this? It seems to me that the princess is merely concerned for your well-being. Earlier, she summoned me and specifically instructed that I safeguard your personal belongings, ensuring nothing amiss occurs. Furthermore, when visiting Changyuan, I overheard Mama Fong mention that the princess has been reciting prayers in the Buddhist hall for your welfare since returning from Anyuan this morning. If she truly harbored malicious intent, why would she concern herself with such trivial matters? Jing shot a cold glance at Qingyu. His tone frigid. Have you been won over by her? Who is truly your master? Do as I say and investigate. Spare me your superfluous chatter. Prayers for your well-being? If she were genuinely sincere, she would remain quietly in Changyuan and do nothing at all. It is merely a facade to deceive. How could I possibly believe her? Chapter 42. I thought I would never see you again after leaving Anyuan. Su Qingcheng walked briskly. Yuya and Shuya both assumed she had encountered trouble with Jing, and thus began to murmur quietly among themselves. Shuya huffed. How can this prince be so ungrateful? Our mistress is only looking out for him. Why does he always perceive her intentions as ill? Yuya reproached Shuya, exasperated. Must you always speak so carelessly? I refuse to believe anyone can hear us at this volume. Honestly, our Mistress Shuden and Oppo's concern herself so much. It and Oppo's. It's merely a nightmare after all. How could it possibly come true? Just then, Su Qingcheng halted her pace, responding. I can hear you. She turned to look at Shua, feeling a mix of affection and frustration towards her. She cherished Shuya's unwavering loyalty, as the girl would always stand by her side regardless of her whims. For instance, when Su Qingcheng was about to marry into the royal family, while others urged her to sever ties with Xie Huayu, Shuya supported her wholeheartedly, believing her mistress and Oppo's happiness to be paramount. However, upon her return to life, having undergone a transformation, Shuya immediately joined her in despising Xie Huayu without question. Yet at times, Shuya and Amp, Appo's tongue could be rather indiscreet. Su Qingcheng shot her a glare, feigning reprimand. Your loose tongue has insulted both myself and the prince, accusing him of lacking gratitude and me of seeking trouble. While it may sound somewhat reasonable, you must refrain from such comments in the future. Realizing Su Qingcheng was not genuinely upset, Shuya pouted but didn't end Appo's. Our mistress become angry herself? Why might I not speak? Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes in response. Who said I was angry? Why do you think I and Appo's am walking so quickly? My skirt is nearly flying. I was merely eager to leave. You two are dawdling far too long. Shuya, taken aback, asked, Where's our mistress headed? I shall explain upon our return to Changyuan. The three of them soon arrived back at Changyuan. Under Su Qingcheng's direction, the two maidservants promptly prepared their belongings. A quarter of an hour later, their carriage halted before the grandest library in the entire capital, Hongwen Pavilion. As the carriage came to a standstill and the door opened, Su Qingcheng, clad in male attire, leapt down. Just as she set foot on the threshold of Hongwen Pavilion, a staff member approached her warmly, exclaiming, Young master, Su has arrived. Please step inside. I shall inform the pavilion master at once. Su Qingcheng waved her folding fan with a smile, replying, Go ahead. I will look around. The pavilion master, Zhang Xuanting, had been Su Qingcheng and Appo's friend since childhood. When she ventured out, she often disguised herself as a male. In her female form, she was known as Su Qingcheng, while in her male guise, she went by Su Yanqing, earning her the title and Appo's, young master Su and Appo's, among the public. The secret of her dual identity was known only to a few close acquaintances and Zhang Xuanting within the literary community. Whenever she penned a new story, it was Zhang who helped her publish and sell her works. Although the general and Appo's residence was grand, her father, the esteemed general, received a modest annual salary. In truth, she had become the wealthiest member of her family through her literary endeavors, a fact unbeknownst to her relatives. Perusing newly released books on the shelves, she had only read a couple of pages of a particularly intriguing volume when a familiar voice called from behind, I thought it would be difficult to see you again. I was contemplating sending you a few books when you appeared. Chapter 43, This Secret I Confide Only to You, as Su Qingcheng heard the voice. She turned around and walked over with a cheerful smile. What are you saying? Is it not easy for us to meet? She continued, Yet you, after a trip to Jiangnan, vanished for several months without a trace. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Did you fall ill again on the journey? Zhang Xuanting, a handsome figure, appeared frail due to his frequent illnesses, which added an air of delicate beauty to his countenance. Whenever he appeared in the establishment, he invariably attracted the attention of the patrons around him. Coupled with the enchanting Su Qingcheng, the two of them became an instantly captivating sight. Zhang Xuanting smiled at Su Qingcheng. I am not ill. This is not the place for conversation. Come with me to the back. Su Qingcheng, not that. And the two soon entered the inner courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a small flower bed, home to a rose bush that Su Qingcheng had planted several years prior. At that time, the flower was wilted, and she feared it would not survive, but thanks to Zhang Xuanting and Appo's diligent care, it blossomed into the most vibrant plant in the small garden. Zhang Xuanting had tea brought to them, and they enjoyed both the flowers and the tea. When Su Qingcheng praised the tea, Zhang Xuanting teased, Could the tea from the Qin Wangfu possibly be inferior to mine? Saiging, Su Qingcheng Ziplit. I Haven and Appo's. Tea had the chance to taste the tea from the Wangfu. For the past few days, I and Appo's had been drinking my own dowry tea. Oh, upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanting furrowed his brow slightly. I was just about to ask how you've been at the Wangfu. Are you adjusting well? Well enough. A smile unconsciously graced Su Qingcheng and Appo's face as she thought of a certain person at the Wangfu. It and Appo's far more interesting than I had imagined. Is that so? Zhang Xuanting set down his teacup and inquired, What about Xie Huayu? I can end Appo's. Shake the feeling that your feelings towards him have changed. Yes, you are correct in your impression. Su Qingcheng interrupted. I kicked him to the curb. Now I only wish to embrace my role as the Qin Wangfei. How could this be? Zhang Xuanting and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Were you not resolute in your affection for Xie Huayu, planning to be with him for eternity? Sighing, she replied, "It and Appo's a long story. But since you're my best friend since childhood, I have decided to share this secret with you, though you may find it hard to believe." What secret? Actually, Qingcheng glanced around to ensure that the servants were far enough away to not overhear their conversation before continuing. I returned from 2 years into the future. In that future, I was killed by Xie Huayu. However, fate was merciful, and after my death, I was given the chance to return to the present, allowing me to rectify the mistakes I made in my ignorance. Therefore, upon my return, I severed ties with Xie Huayu. I once told you that he was my savior, but that was a deception. The one who truly rescued me from the jaws of danger was Murong Jing, the man I pledged my life to in marriage. I do not wish to repeat the same mistakes. I aim to amend these regrets. I want to live freely and joyfully. Zhang Xuanting responded. Is this a new tale you have conceived? The idea is rather intriguing. Chapter 44. If he doesn't end Appo's, T work out, I end Appo's. LL find another man. Do you believe this is a story? Qingcheng sighed, knowing well that no one would accept her explanation. So she refrained from sharing it with others to avoid being deemed insane. You, however, are somewhat better than the rest. You do not think I'm losing my mind, and that is quite gracious of you. What? Zhang Xuanting chuckled. ISN and Appo's. T, this your new tale? I assure you it is not. Would you believe me? Zhang Xuanting gently shook his head. Such supernatural occurrences might be plausible in legendary narratives, but how could reality be so whimsical? Why is it impossible? Given the plethora of books you have read and stories you have heard, you must understand that not everything is a mere fabrication. We have known each other since childhood. You are my closest friend, and I'm sharing this secret with you earnestly. Do you truly not believe me? Zhang Xuanting continued to smile lightly. Then tell me, will my fate be 2 years hence? I am eager to hear your thoughts and see if they hold any merit. Huh? This question left Qingcheng at a loss. In her previous life, her discontent with marriage and incessant thoughts of Xie Huayu rendered her unable to focus on her own affairs, leading her to abandon her storytelling and drift apart from Zhang Xuanting. Eventually, she found herself in a dire situation, completely unaware of Zhang Xuanting and Appo's subsequent life, making it impossible for her to answer his inquiry now. Observing Qingcheng and Appo's reaction, Zhang Xuanting couldn't and Appo's help but laugh. It seems you have no intention of including your good friend in your new narrative, hence my fate is absent. However, have you truly resolved to abandon Xie Huayu? Indeed, Qingcheng replied resolutely. He is certainly no virtuous man. I not only cast him aside, but also seek an opportunity to expose his nefarious ambitions. Yet the time is not ripe. Nefarious ambitions? Zhang Xuanting furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Qingcheng, when then would be the appropriate time. Qingcheng shrugged. I do not know in my past life. I squandered my thoughts on romantic entanglements, neglecting the significant matters of life and death, and thus I have failed to remember any of it. How futile it seems. Past life? Zhang Xuanting found amusement in Qingcheng and Appo's self-deprecation and remarked, You claim Xie Huayu is not your beloved. What of Qingcheng? Is he not? At the mention of Murong Jing, Qingcheng and Appo's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He certainly cannot be worse than that scoundrel Xie Huayu, for whom I sacrificed everything last time. This life, however, I shall not be so foolish. I will first test him, and if Murong Jing proves not to be my true love, I can always seek another. After all, a marriage has already been established. Qingcheng spoke with a carefree tone. Yet Zhang Xuanting felt a twinge of concern for her. He is the king of Qin. Should you wish to change partners in the future, it may not be as simple as you suggest. Hey, why do you not wish for my happiness? If I find mutual affection with him and we grow old together, there would be no need to consider another. Zhang Xuanting paused momentarily, then nodded. Indeed, you are correct. I shall wish you both a harmonious union for 100 years. By the way, why are you, newly married, not enjoying your time in the royal residence, but instead seeking me out? Haha, you know me well. Indeed, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? As the National Booksellers and Oppos Association president, you have friends across the realm. Seeking your assistance is undoubtedly wise. Spare me the flattery and tell me what it is. Do you not see that my curiosity is nearly consuming me? It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire if you know any artisans or shops capable of carving intricate designs on jade beads the size of a fingernail. Chapter 45. Has it been guessed so soon? Carving jade, and at a size no larger than a fingernail? Zhang Sunting furrowed his brow slightly. This was quite a challenge. Indeed. However, upon noticing Su Qingcheng and Appo's furrowed brow, he suddenly smiled and shifted the conversation, saying, "You have come to the right person. I do indeed know a master of extraordinary skill. Is that so? I knew my trip today would not be in vain." Su Qingcheng and Appo's brow immediately relaxed. "Where can I find this master? Would you be able to introduce me? That might be a bit difficult. He has a deep affection for jade. He is either out searching for it or secluded, engrossed in his carving. He may not even be in the capital at the moment. Are you in a hurry? I can inquire on your behalf. If he is busy with his work, he is unlikely to meet you, for he has a habit of disliking interruptions, especially from unfamiliar faces." "I understand." Su Qingcheng nodded in agreement. "When I write, I too prefer solitude. Interruptions can stifle my inspiration. This matter is not overly urgent. It should not be treated lightly. I would appreciate your assistance in gathering information. Please inform me at the earliest opportunity if you learn anything." "Of course." Zhang Sunting smiled. "However, I am quite curious. What is your reason for seeking this individual? May I inquire?" "Certainly," Su Qingcheng replied, explaining the matter of the sword tassel bead to Zhang Sunting. Yet, when she mentioned her past life, Zhang Sunting merely laughed it off. Seeing his reaction, Su Qingcheng amended her words. All right, it was merely a vivid nightmare. To avoid prolonged speculation, I must take the initiative to uncover the truth. That explanation carries some weight. I can accept it. I will assist you in your inquiries. However, how shall I find you later? Are you free at the Wang residence?" "Free indeed. Although my relationship with Murong Jing has not yet reached the intimacy of a married couple, I am still the nominal mistress of the Wang residence. If you wish to reach me, simply have someone send a message to my maid as before." "Understood." Zhang Sunting nodded. "By the way, something occurred before your arrival. Even if you hadn't come to me, I would have found a way to inform you." "Oh." Su Qingcheng noticed the sudden change in Zhang Sunting and Appo's expression and furrowed her brow, sensing something ominous. "What is it?" "I have a feeling this is not good news." Zhang Sunting replied. "I discovered someone is investigating your identity as an Appo's, young Master Jia and Appo's." "Huh? Is that all?" Su Qingcheng was unconcerned. "I thought it was something serious. Isn't it quite normal for people to be curious about young Master Jia's true identity? You can simply deceive them as you did before." "Indeed, but they have yet to trace it back to me. However, you should know, those who inquired previously were either admirers or merchants seeking collaboration. This time, it is different, as he seems intent on uncovering the truth." "Uncovering the truth?" Su Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting this person has deduced that and Appo's, young Master Jia and Appo's, is indeed Su Qingcheng? It is quite likely. Who is this person? Who is investigating me?" "Someone from the Qin Wang Fu." "The Wang residence? You mean the prince himself? Why would he be investigating this?" As she spoke, Su Qingcheng suddenly realized. A few days ago, Murong Jing had confiscated a prohibited book from her. Could it be that he had deduced her identity so swiftly? If so, he must have read the contents of that forbidden book. Chapter 46. Such audacity upon this realization. Su Qingcheng suddenly altered her decision. With a smile, she addressed Zhang Xuanting, saying, "If the people from the Wang residence eventually trace back to you, please do not deceive them. Just disclose my true identity to them." "Why?" Zhang Xuanting, taken aback, believed he had misheard. "Haven and Appo's. Do you always wish for no one to know you, or the young Master Jia? Why the sudden change of heart today?" Su Qingcheng juga meets Diavo. There's no helping it. After all, the one investigating me is my husband. It's rather amusing, don't you think? Seeing the joy radiate from Su, Qingcheng, and Apos. eyes. Zhang Xuanting Kuden and Apos. T help but smile as well. It's evident that you genuinely care for Prince Qin to the extent of making an exception for him. If my memory serves me correctly, even Xie Huayu was unaware of your pen name for the 10th work. Was he? Mentioning Xie Huayu left Su Qingcheng feeling rather perturbed. Why bring up that unfortunate individual? I now consider him non-existent. Very well, if you dislike him, let us refrain from mentioning him. Since you perceive this as a matter of amusement, I shall assist you in furthering your endeavors. Agreed. Should this come to fruition, I shall treat you to a drink. You missed my wedding and thus have yet to partake in my joyous occasion. Do not let this next opportunity slip by. Of course, I refrained from congratulating you earlier as I was aware of your discontent, fearing it might cause you distress. However, if it truly is a matter of joy, I shall rejoice on your behalf. Then it is settled. Su Qingcheng wandered about the establishment, selecting several books before finally returning home. Upon her arrival, Murongjing had already departed from the Wang residence. After partaking in lunch, she rested for a while. Upon waking, Yuya informed her that the 11th princess had sent someone over. Su Qingcheng surmised that it must be Jingxian dispatching someone with a list, prompting her to hastily rise from her bed. Soon, the list of participants from the sword appreciation event was delivered to Su Qingcheng. Since they had also engaged in a game of flowing wine and composing verses, noting who sat where and what poems they recited must have been meticulously recorded. Thus, Su Qingcheng found the details quite clear. Eliminating those seated farthest from the 11th princess left her with the 3 or 4 individuals who had been seated on either side of her. After careful contemplation, Su Qingcheng ultimately focused her attention on Miss Yao, the 5th daughter of the Yao family, seated to the left of the 11th princess. The Yao family is the maternal lineage of the current Empress Dowager. As the young emperor is still in his infancy and has yet to assume power, the throne remains precarious, prompting the Yao family to harbor concerns. Meanwhile, Murongjing, being the current regent, wields considerable influence, and the Yao family is understandably cautious, contemplating potential schemes against him. Moreover, the precious sword is not something just anyone can behold. The individual who has now swapped the beads on the sword tassel must have made ample preparations long ago. They must have seen the bead prior to the sword appreciation event. Otherwise, they could not have fabricated a counterfeit. However, not everyone is afforded the privilege to view this sword. Common officials do not necessarily possess such an honor, but members of the royal family, like the Yao clan, enjoy this distinction. Thus, the likelihood of Miss Yao having switched the beads is quite high. Nevertheless, Su Qingcheng is merely speculating at this juncture and possesses no concrete evidence. The only course of action available to her now is to await news from Zhang Xuanting and Apos' side. At the same moment, Qingyu is reporting Su Qingcheng and Apos' whereabouts to Murongjing. Upon concluding his report, Qingshan arrived with news of today's findings. Upon hearing this, Murongjing coldly curled his lips into a smirk. So, it seems the individuals most likely to have swapped the beads are indeed from the Yao family. Such audacity. Chapter 47. Is there an illicit relationship between the two? Let us continue our inquiry to ascertain which member of the Yao family, or perhaps the entire clan, is responsible for this matter. Yes. Qingshan acknowledged his orders and set off to investigate, currently seeking the individual who carves beads. Murmuring an agreement, Murongjing cautioned, proceed with subtlety. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. Understood. Qingshan pondered for a moment before inquiring, what if we encounter the princess during our investigation? Murongjing, standing with hands clasped behind him, responded in a cold tone, the same applies. Do not disturb them. Yet, no one may become an obstacle to this prince. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. Once Qingshan took his leave, Murongjing turned to Qingyu and asked, what did Su Qingcheng do at the Hongwen Academy today? And whom did she meet? In response to your inquiry, my lord, the princess donned male attire to visit their director, Zhang Xuanting. They spoke privately, forbidding servants from approaching, so the specifics of their conversation remain unknown. However, she returned with several books. It is noted that nearly all of the princess and Appo's books are sourced from the Hongwen Academy. The princess and the director have maintained a friendship for many years. Oh, a friendship of many years? Murong Jing's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the breadth of her acquaintances. What did you say the director in Appo's name was? Zhang Xuanting, a son of the Zhang Grand Tutor in Appo's household. Oh, given that he is the son of a Grand Tutor, why does he not participate in the imperial examinations to pursue an official career, but instead manage a bookshop? It is likely due to his status as a son of a concubine, Qingyu replied. His mother hails from a humble background, unfit for prominence. Furthermore, he has suffered from poor health since childhood, rendering him physically weak, which would disqualify him from the rigorous physical examinations required for the imperial examinations. Now that he operates a bookshop, it may be a business venture, yet it entails dealing with literature, and he is regarded as one of the largest book merchants in the nation, thus preserving the dignity of the Zhang family's name. Murong Jing lightly acknowledged this, clearly indifferent to the news, and coldly inquired, how did Su Qingcheng come to know this Zhang Xuanting and establish a friendship with him? Well, it is said they have known each other since childhood. Zhang Xuanting was exceptionally gifted, surpassing the legitimate heir of the Zhang family in knowledge at a young age, which likely incited jealousy. During an outing, he was accidentally into Appo's, left behind and subsequently abducted by traffickers. He was fortuitously rescued by General Su's family, presumably at the princess's behest, leading to their acquaintance. They continued to correspond thereafter. The general's household does not confine the princess as others do. She frequently disguises herself as a man to venture out and meet with Zhang Xuanting, thereby becoming quite familiar. Is that so? Murong Jing frowned slightly. Su Qingcheng possesses quite the charm and numerous tactics. I wonder if she has employed her wiles on Zhang Xuanting as well. He suddenly chuckled coldly. Do these two share no other connection? Are you implying an illicit connection, my lord? There should be none. Their relationship is one of gentlemanly friendship. The princess often frequents the Hongwen Academy, but according to the Academy's personnel, they have never crossed any boundaries. Very well, I understand. You may retire for now. Keep a close watch on her. With that, Murong Jing approached the bookshelf, retrieving the forbidden book confiscated from Su Qingcheng. The title page bore not only the pseudonym of a young gentleman, but also a seal from the Hongwen Academy. In the Chang Garden, Su Qingcheng was engrossed in her reading, albeit somewhat distracted, as her thoughts wandered. She pondered how Murong Jing would react upon discovering she was the author of the forbidden book. He often remarked on her ability to seduce, even questioning if she learned such skills from other men, to which she had explained, yet he seemed unconvinced. When he learns that she has penned countless romantic tales, perhaps he will finally comprehend. She could only imagine his expression at that moment. With this thought, Su Qingcheng felt a sudden surge of anticipation, unable to suppress a smile. Observing this, Yuang, who attended her, inquired, "Why is the princess so cheerful? Is the book particularly captivating?" "I cannot say. I shall stop reading and retire for the night. If you wish to read, feel free to take it." Yu Xue, surprised, responded, "My lady, are you retiring so early today?" "Indeed, Director Zhang is swift in his actions. He may bring me good news early tomorrow. I must rest to prepare for my outing. You two should keep an eye around the estate tomorrow morning. Perhaps you will encounter his people." Su Qingcheng's mouth seemed to have been unsealed, for sure enough, the following morning, Zhang Xuanting sent word. After changing her attire, she hurriedly made her way out. Exiting through the side door of the royal residence, she crossed paths with Murong Jing, who was returning from court through the main entrance. Murong Jing noticed her, yet she remained oblivious to his presence, showing no intention of stopping. Her blatant disregard for him darkened Murong Jing's expression, lowering the window curtain. He commanded Qingcheng, "Find out where this woman is rushing off to, and report back to me." He had returned from court to change his ceremonial attire, intending to visit the Imperial Guard's command shortly thereafter. As the carriage moved further away, Yu Xue suddenly lifted the curtain to glance back, saying to Su Qingcheng, "My lady, it seems the prince's carriage has just returned. Do you think he saw us? Is that so? I did not notice. If he did, so be it. If he disregards my warning, I shall investigate myself. After all, idling in the royal residence all day serves no purpose." Do you think we should have stopped to greet him, considering we encountered his carriage? If he is angry, let him be, Su Qingcheng replied with a smile. A living person must show some expression. Maintaining a cold demeanor all day is inappropriate. We need not concern ourselves with him. Director Zhang awaits me, and we must hasten. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the predetermined meeting place with Zhang Xuanting. Without preamble, Zhang Xuanting informed her, I have located the jade sculptor. Fortuitously, he is currently in the capital, albeit at a modest courtyard on the outskirts. It may take some time to reach him. Do you have time today? Of course. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Very well. Follow closely behind my carriage. I shall lead the way. Chapter 48. Is it all right to call you Prince Jing, brother? Very well. You lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind. Su Qingcheng and Zhang Xuanting boarded their respective carriages, setting off towards the outskirts of the capital. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Qin Wangfu, Murong Jing had changed his attire and was about to leave when Qin Shan and Qin Yu approached simultaneously. They exchanged glances. Qin Yu understood that the matter Qin Shan was investigating was of greater significance, so he urged, you go first. Without hesitation, Qin Shan stepped forward to report to Murong Jing, Your Highness, I have located the whereabouts of the jade sculptor. However, during my investigation, I discovered that others are also inquiring about his movements. I am concerned that the situation may change, and I intend to go there personally to ensure everything is in order. As Murong Jing's personal guard, Qin Shan rarely stepped out of his sight, only doing so for important tasks. Murong Jing nodded thoughtfully. Go ahead. I do not require your services for the time being. By the way, is the sculptor far from here? To respond to your highness, it is not far. He resides in the eastern outskirts of the capital. If all proceeds smoothly, I should be able to provide you with a report within 2 hours. Very well, Murong Jing replied, gesturing for Qin Shan to withdraw. Before he could leave, Qin Yu interjected, You mentioned that the location is in the eastern outskirts and that others are investigating the sculptor. Do you know who those individuals are? Furrowing his brow, Qin Shan replied, I have not had the opportunity to investigate further. That is precisely why I am going. Is there a problem? Qin Yu clicked his tongue in surprise. Isn't that a coincidence? I have been keeping an eye on the princess consort. He then turned to Murong Jing, Your Highness. I was about to report that the princess consort met with the head of the Hongwan Academy again today. Subsequently, they both took their carriages towards the eastern outskirts. Previously, I had someone monitor the head of the Hongwan Academy, and it seems he has been employing people to search for someone. Could it be that the princess consort is enlisting his help to find the sculptor of the jade beads? Oh, what a coincidence, Murong Jing mused, lightly tapping the table. Are they traveling in the same carriage? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an unrelated inquiry from the prince. Quickly, he answered no. The princess consort is in her own carriage. They are traveling one after the other. Very well. Murong Jing rose, glancing at Qin Shan. Since our princess consort is also present, let us go and take a look. With that, he stepped outside. Yes. Qin Shan responded, hastily following him. Qin Yu quickened his pace. Your Highness, are we still visiting the military command today? General Su and the others are waiting. No need, you may inform them. Came the reply. Understood. Qin Yu, having received his orders, refrained from following further. However, observing his master's retreating figure, he felt a flicker of doubt. Is it truly necessary for the prince to personally attend this matter? Or is it because the princess consort is also going? In the eastern outskirts of the capital, Zhang Xuanting's carriage halted before a courtyard. Su Qingcheng promptly leapt down and approached Zhang Xuanting, surveying the dilapidated courtyard with a slight frown. Is this the place? It looks rather shabby. I recall you mentioned that he usually works here. With such a worn-down entrance, can it truly deter intruders? Is he not concerned about someone stealing from his storeroom? Zhang Xuanting offered a faint smile. I doubt it. If such incidents had occurred, he would have taken precautions. Su Qingcheng nodded. You make a valid point. Let us proceed and knock on the door. Agreed. Zhang Xuanting signaled to a servant, who promptly approached the door to knock. However, the servant, upon nearing the entrance, suddenly turned back, panic-stricken. Young master, it seems there are cries for help inside. Crying for help? Su Qingcheng's brow furrowed instantly. What are we waiting for? Kick down the door. With that, Su Qingcheng called out to Yuan, quickly, toss me my whip. Yuan, closer to the carriage, turned and entered to fetch Su Qingcheng's weapon. By the time she returned with the whip, Zhang Xuanting's servant had already kicked open the courtyard door. As Zhang Xuanting moved forward, Su Qingcheng halted him. You stay back. It's best if you wait here. There's no need for you to join the fray. Zhang Xuanting furrowed his brow. That's impossible. I cannot leave you to face the unknown alone. Who knows what awaits inside? Very well. In light of the urgency, Su Qingcheng had no time for further discussion. She brandished her whip and dashed inside. Upon entering the courtyard, two burly men clad in dark attire burst forth from the building. They bore no masks, their faces radiating hostility, and one bore visible wounds across his visage. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng and her companions, they swiftly turned and leapt over the wall. Su Qingcheng, witnessing this, immediately pursued them, calling back to Zhang Xuanting. You go check if the sculptor is still alive. Zhang Xuanting, brows knitted, commanded his attendants, quickly follow them. We must ensure she remains unharmed. Su Qingcheng chased the two men for nearly half a mile, until they suddenly darted into a dense thicket. Aware of the risks of pursuing a retreating foe, she halted to catch her breath within the secluded woods. The sudden stillness, devoid of the usual chirping of birds and rustling of creatures, filled her with foreboding. Cursed be her haste. She silently scolded herself for falling into such a precarious situation. After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of the two men, she resolved to exit the forest. Avoiding revealing her back to potential enemies, she cautiously began to backtrack. 1 step, 2 steps, all went smoothly. Yet on the 3rd step, a cold blade pressed against her neck. The sword was razor sharp. With but a gentle touch, a lock of hair from her shoulder was severed. Blood stained the blade, a testament to the thin line between her life and death. Frozen in place, she clenched her whip tightly, yet moments later, she forced a smile to stall for time. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I advise you not to act rashly. What do you desire? Wealth? I possess an abundance of gold and jewels. If you agree not to harm me, I can offer you riches and luxuries. However, the figure behind her remained silent, and suddenly, the two men she had pursued emerged from the thicket. One of the men, his face marred by injury, brandished a dagger as he advanced towards her, his eyes filled with malice. You have seen our faces. Thus, your life must be forfeit. Yet, can this truly be laid solely at my feet? Su Qingcheng Feigen Innocen. Who would have anticipated that you would emerge to kill without concealing your identities? Is it not customary to cover one's face? Clearly, it was you who deviated from the norm first, and I am also a victim in this scenario. If you seek to silence me, would it not be a grave injustice? It is as if snow falls in June. Enough of this chatter. The individual behind Su Qingcheng seemed unable to tolerate her incessant prattle any longer, pressing the sword against the side of her neck, demanding, Who sent you? Huh? You inquire about my sender? Su Qingcheng had been contemplating how to escape, and upon hearing this question, she suddenly understood the situation. It appeared they wished to extract information from her, indicating she still had a chance to delay. Her hands were still capable of movement, and she considered that if she could find an opportunity to shift to the side quickly, she might ensnare the man's sword with her whip. Once she created distance, she could make her exit. However, this depended on the other two men not approaching. If they united against her, she would likely be outmatched. After some contemplation, she sighed, I dare not speak. If I do, you will undoubtedly kill me. Even if you do not, my fate for betraying my master would be equally dire. The man behind her scoffed, You think far ahead. Do you not recognize the urgency of the moment? Is it not paramount to preserve your life? If I divulge the information, will you promise to let me go? That depends on the truth of your words. At this juncture, would I still risk my life? Su Qingcheng remarked, You appear to be the leader of a higher rank than these two. If you wish to know, I will only disclose it to you alone. Quite the clever one, she thought, as the other two looked too menacing for her to trust. They stood too close, and she feared that once she confessed, they would swiftly end her life. If you command them to step back, I will tell you. I doubt you could devise any tricks. He ordered the two men to retreat. To her delight, as they complied, she smiled at the man behind her. Indeed, your word holds weight. Once the two men had distanced themselves, she continued, "In truth, I sought this individual for a precious gem, which I suspect is the reason you intend to silence him. Enough prying into our affairs. Swiftly reveal who sent you. Very well. Let us speak, but do not wield your sword recklessly. This could lead to fatal consequences." As she spoke, she subtly shifted to the side. Seizing the moment before the man could react, she swiftly straightened her whip, ensnaring his sword. Caught off guard, the man's weapon was flung from his grasp. As Qingcheng made her escape, he lunged to grab her, but she retaliated with a swift strike from her whip that left him momentarily blinded. Uninterested in lingering, she turned to flee. However, she had scarcely gone far when a series of sharp whistles echoed behind her. The rhythmic sound was unmistakably an internal signal. As anticipated, a contingent of masked figures soon surrounded her. A quick glance revealed at least 7 or 8 of them. In disbelief, she muttered, "Damn it, they brought so many." Panic surged. Against such odds, her chances were slim. Just as she contemplated whether to abandon her dignity in plea for mercy or fight to the bitter end, an arrow suddenly sliced through the air, striking one of the black-clad figures in the chest. Turning towards the direction of the arrow, she froze in astonishment. It was Qingcheng, clad in black, mounted on horseback, bow in hand, coming to her rescue. It felt as if history was repeating itself, reminiscent of 2 years prior when he had saved her from a pack of wolves. In that moment, Qingcheng felt a surge of hope. She would not perish today. "Husband," she called out excitedly to Qingcheng, "what precision! Fire another arrow to show them." Initially expressionless, Qingcheng's demeanor began to crack upon hearing her words. At a time like this, what is she saying? He thought, furrowing his brow and signaling his comrades behind him to aim for capture. With a wave of his hand, the royal guards surged forward to engage the masked assailants. Seeing her reinforcements arrive, Qingcheng no longer hesitated and sprinted toward Qingcheng. "Husband, how did you arrive?" She looked up at him, extending her hand with a beaming smile. "Will you not invite me to ride with you?" Qingcheng's brow furrowed deeply. He made no move to grasp her hand, replying coldly, "Speak properly." Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "If I do not call you husband, should I address you as prince? We do not yet know the identities of those in black. Calling you prince would be akin to revealing my own identity." How does she always find so many excuses? Qingcheng's frown deepened. "Look at your attire." "Oh," she exclaimed, glancing down at herself. "I nearly forgot. I am dressed as a man today. Then I should refer to you as Brother Jing," she mused, tapping her chin. "Isn't that right, Brother Jing? Why do you ignore me?" Her incessant repetition of Brother Jing darkened Qingcheng's expression further. "Enough. Get on the horse." With that, he leapt down. Qingcheng was taken aback, but teased. "Why did you dismount? I wanted to ride alongside you." "Silence. Do not call me that again." Just then, Qingcheng reported that all the masked men had been subdued. Qingcheng paid her no further heed and strode forward, prompting Qingcheng to quickly follow in his wake. Chapter 49. Are you jealous? A group of approximately 10 masked individuals had fiercely resisted during the recent skirmish, but they were swiftly eradicated on the spot. The remaining members were captured alive, with none escaping. "Sir, all are here," Qingcheng reported as he brought Qingcheng forward, delivering a forceful kick to the shoulder of an injured man kneeling before them. "He claims to be the leader of this group. Should we take him back for interrogation? Or shall we resolve this here?" Qingcheng's gaze was icy as he appraised the 3 captives, about to speak when Qingcheng's voice unexpectedly interjected. "He lies. He is not the leader, but merely a subordinate. The true leader is this masked individual." Having previously struck the masked man with a whip, she easily recognized him by the marks left behind. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng cast a sidelong glance at Qingcheng before signaling Qingcheng. Understanding the cue, Qingcheng swiftly tore away the man's mask and barked, "It seems you do not fear death and dare to deceive me." After delivering a harsh kick, the masked man coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Qingcheng's shoes, eliciting his displeasure. Coldly, he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you to eliminate and silence us? Reveal it, and I shall spare your life. Refuse, and I shall make your existence a torment." The black-clad man defiantly spat blood, proclaiming, Death is but a release. 18 years hence, and I shall be reborn a hero. We do not require your mercy. We can face our demise alone. Anticipating the man in Appo's intent to poison himself, Qingcheng deftly flicked his wrist, sending a jade ornament from his waist into the man in Appo's mouth, thwarting his attempt to bite down on the poison. However, Qingcheng and another guard were slower to react, failing to prevent two other black-clad figures from taking their own lives. Realizing this, Qingcheng quickly crouched to extract the poison from the remaining captive's mouth, then promptly apologized to Qingcheng for the oversight. It was my negligence, almost leading to a grave error. Qingcheng did not admonish Qingcheng, merely lowering his eyelids to wipe the blood from his shoes against the grass, his tone frigid. Take him back for further interrogation. With that, he turned to leave. Qingcheng acknowledged with a yes, dispatching his subordinates to handle the scene while personally escorting the remaining black-clad man. Observing this, Qingcheng immediately followed suit, positioning herself beside Qingcheng. By the way, how did you come to be here, Brother Jing? Brother Jing? Qingcheng abruptly halted, casting a chilling glance at Qingcheng. Noting his displeasure, she smiled sweetly. All right, I shall refrain from calling you Brother Jing. Would you prefer I refer to you as my husband instead? Qingcheng scoffed disdainfully, uninterested in her audacity, and quickened his pace. Qingcheng hurried after him, lowering her voice to inquire, I am genuinely curious. What brings you here, Your Highness? Qingcheng glanced at her. And what of you? What is your purpose here? I came to investigate the pearls. I previously mentioned to you that the pearls on your sword's tassel might have been swapped. Surely, you two are here for the same reason? But you did not believe me then. Are you now being hypocritical? Qingcheng fell silent, abruptly stopping in his tracks. Qingcheng smiled at him. What, are you not moving? Did I strike a chord? With a cold laugh, Qingcheng retorted, will you mount the horse or not? If not, then walk back. Realizing she had unconsciously wandered to the horse's side, Qingcheng smiled brightly at him, her autumnal eyes shimmering. Of course, I shall mount. But are you certain you do not wish to join me, my husband? Qingcheng's brows furrowed deeper, still ignoring her. Qingcheng, undeterred, stowed her whip and gracefully mounted the horse. Yet, her curiosity remained insatiable. Have you already seen the craftsman? How is he? Is he still alive? Qingcheng, tired of withholding information, replied without turning. Weren't those individuals already in possession of the pearls when you arrived? Why ask me? Qingcheng responded with an "Oh." It seemed you truly came to investigate that jade pearl. If so, then why? Before she could finish, she suddenly shouted, Your Highness, beware of the hidden weapon. Though she warned him, Qingcheng knew that it was too late for Qingcheng to evade. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from her horse, resolutely positioning herself in front of him. Qingcheng was taken aback that the black-clad man still had the opportunity to strike. Even more, so that Qingcheng would shield him with her body. As he instinctively pulled Qingcheng aside, he noticed a small patch of red blooming on her left chest where a star-shaped dart had embedded itself, its barbed tip inflicting additional harm. She glanced down, horrified, at the dart lodged in her flesh. The pain already surged through her, and she dreaded the thought of its removal. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Qingcheng, her expression anguished. It hurts. I am in so much pain. It will only get worse. Save me. Your Highness. Qingcheng assessed the amount of blood seeping from her wound and closely examined the dart's color, his brow furrowing. Is it truly so painful? Of course. Qingcheng sobbed, her eyes glistening with indignation. You would not know the agony, as it does not pierce your own flesh. I'm surely doomed. If I perish, please remember that I sacrificed my life for you. After my death, do not feel compelled to remain single for my sake. I merely hope you will refrain from taking a new wife for 3 years, as a tribute to my memory. Qingcheng's temples throbbed at her absurdity. What nonsense are you spouting? Shouldn't you be wishing for your own recovery? Qingcheng whimpered softly, leaning into his embrace. If I were solely concerned for myself, I would not have shielded you from the hidden weapon, having witnessed countless mortals nearing death. Qingcheng had never encountered one who maintained such composure and vitality in the face of demise as Qingcheng did. He saw through her act, but chose not to expose it. Yet, you appear to be bleeding minimally. Is the dart poisoned? I do not know, Su Qingcheng replied, shaking her head. It simply hurts. Murong Jing nodded, then turned toward Qingcheng. Inquire whether the dart is poisoned and demand the antidote. Qingcheng wished to comply, but the reality was grim. Your Highness, the man is already deceased. I did not anticipate he would conceal a weapon in his shoe. By the time I realized, the princess had already jumped down. I feared he might have another weapon in his other shoe and kicked his legs out, but he fell, striking his head on a sharp rock. He has since expired. Oh, Murong Jing raised an eyebrow, then lowered his gaze to the unconscious Su Qingcheng in his arms. What shall we do, my lady? She is already deceased, and now no one will know the nature of the poison that afflicted her. Shall we return to the estate? Initially, Su Qingcheng merely felt pain, but ever since Murong Jing spoke of poison, her injury began to itch unexpectedly. Quickly, let us return and fetch a doctor. Perhaps it is merely a common poison. Indeed, for now, we have no other option. However, Your Highness, my arm has begun to ache as well. You must ride and carry me. I fear I cannot manage alone. Naturally, after all, this injury was sustained on my account. With that, Murong Jing clasped Su Qingcheng's waist and lifted her effortlessly. Before she could savor the warmth of his touch, she found herself securely placed upon the horse's back. Then he mounted the horse himself, his strong arms encircling her waist, tightly holding the reins, thus enveloping her in his embrace. This gesture elicited memories of her somewhat clumsy elder brother. Once, while they were out, she had sprained her ankle and could not mount the horse as gracefully as before. Her brother had gallantly offered to assist her, lifting her much like Murong Jing did now. Yet, he had clumsily seated himself in front, and as the horse galloped away, she was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, left behind until he returned, foolishly racing back after having gone quite a distance. If one were to argue that her brother did not dote on her, it would be difficult to contest. However, in comparison, Murong Jing's actions seemed far more considerate. If he were to genuinely harbor feelings for her in the future, would he not be even more attentive? As Su Qingcheng mused over the prospect of blissful marital life ahead, the pain from her injury began to fade. Moreover, given the rare opportunity to be so close to Murong Jing, in a situation he could not refuse, she relaxed into him, her back pressing against his sturdy chest. In that moment, Su Qingcheng marveled at how secure she felt nestled against him. Even as the horse galloped swiftly, she hardly noticed the jolting. If only this closeness could last a little longer, ideally for a lifetime. However, as they rode on, Su Qingcheng suddenly recognized the familiar surroundings. Murong Jing had brought the horse to a halt at the entrance of a craftsman's yard. She paused in surprise, turning back to Murong Jing. Surely, you cannot be serious. I am injured, and yet you wish to inquire about this craftsman? Murong Jing regarded her as if she were naive, dismounting and lifting her down from the horse. It was only when Su Qingcheng was placed into the carriage that she realized her misunderstanding. Murong Jing had brought her here because he knew there was a carriage available. Given her injury, riding in a carriage would indeed be far more comfortable than enduring the jolting of the horse. Realizing her misconception, she grasped Murong Jing's hand, gently caressing it. You will not abandon me, will you? What if I suffer a severe reaction alone in the carriage? My two maids lack the knowledge to assist me. If anything were to happen, I fear they could not save me. Murong Jing had no intention of leaving, so he settled beside her. If you were truly in peril, do you believe I would have the means to save you? Of course, Your Highness is no ordinary man. This marks the second time you have rescued me. Without you, I would likely have perished by now. Strictly speaking, my life is sustained by your intervention. Even if I were to die before you today, I would consider it a death well placed. Murong Jing chuckled lightly. Whether you live or die, I suspect you're more aware of that than I am. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps announced the arrival of Yu Ya and Zhang Sunting. Zhang Sunting, particularly anxious upon seeing blood on Su Qingcheng's chest, hastened toward them. Qingcheng, what has happened? Are you injured? How severe is it? As he drew near, he noticed the figure of Murong Jing seated in the carriage beside her. Being the son of a court official, he could not pretend not to recognize Murong Jing and, therefore, stepped back to bow deeply. I have the honor to greet the Prince of Qin. May you live 1,000 years. Murong Jing lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Sunting. yet did not respond. He merely tapped the side of the carriage, signaling the driver to depart immediately. The carriage soon rolled away, and Su Qingcheng exchanged a reassuring glance with Zhang Sun-ting, indicating her well-being. He nodded slightly, but the carriage door was quickly closed. Observing Yuya and Shuya ready to pursue, Zhang Sun-ting called to them. "You should take my carriage back to the city. It will be faster." "And what of you, Master Zhang?" Yuya, concerned for her mistress, hesitated to take Zhang Sun-ting's carriage, fearing it might burden him. Zhang Sun-ting replied, "I have my own means of returning. You need not worry about that. However, given your mistress's current status, I cannot openly investigate her situation. Once you return and assess her injuries, please inform me, so I can rest easy." "Thank you very much, Master Zhang." With that, Yuya and Shuya entered Zhang Sun-ting's carriage. In the other carriage, Murong Jing withdrew his hand from Su Qingcheng's grasp and asked in a detached tone, "Childhood companions?" Su Qingcheng understood he was inquiring about Zhang Sun-ting and replied candidly, "A gentleman's friendship is more fitting." Yet with her hand empty, devoid of his long fingers to hold, she felt a fleeting sense of loss. However, her spirit soon lifted. "Why do you ask, Your Highness? Are you perhaps feeling a hint of jealousy?" Chapter 50, she was somewhat restless. "Jealous? Huh." Murong Jing chuckled lightly. "Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought the concealed weapon had struck your mind. You are now my nominal Qin Wangfei. I care not whether others are your childhood companions or your noble acquaintances. It is best you maintain some distance from them. After all, there exists a distinction between men and women, a lesson I trust the general and his wife imparted to you before your marriage." "Wow, Su Qingcheng Loet, Wanzi. Have you forgotten why you married me in the first place? Was it not to eventually hand me over when the time was ripe? If that is the case, then why do you care? Now, I merely asked a friend to accompany me to investigate your jade bead matter, and yet you have grown so critical. What is the reasoning behind this? Could it be?" Su Qingcheng gazed intently at Murong Jing. "Could it be that Wang Yan no longer regards Xie Huayu seriously? Is that the truth?" Murong Jing cast a glance at the stunning woman nearly pressed against his arm, his gaze darkening slightly. "What? Is your wound no longer painful at this moment?" "It hurts," Su Qingcheng replied, gently resting her head on Murong Jing and Appo's shoulder, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Yet, you seldom allow me to step into An Yuan, nor do you ever visit my residence. After all this time, I finally have an opportunity to be alone with you, and I naturally wish to share my heart with you. Why, then, do you always divert the conversation? I have already severed ties with Xie Huayu. What are your thoughts now? Do you still intend to regard him as a friend while treating me as the wife of your friend? I shall not accept such a notion. Even if I were to part from you in the future, I would never marry Xie Huayu again." Having said this, Su Qingcheng straightened her posture and thrust her chest forward. "My heart is bleeding. Wang Ye, do you still not believe me?" As she moved, the action tugged at her wound, eliciting a sharp gasp, and she cursed under her breath. Were it not for the barbs on this concealed weapon, I would have removed it long ago. At this point, she felt a surge of restlessness. It was not that she truly intended to extract it, but she could not help but raise her hand. However, before her fingertips could touch the concealed weapon, Murong Jing seized her wrist. "Do not act recklessly." Murong Jing frowned. "You have journeyed with your father and brothers for many years. The injuries they have endured are likely more numerous than the bridges you have crossed. Do you truly not understand how to tend to a wound?" Su Qingcheng opened her mouth to retort, but suddenly burst into laughter. "Wang Ye, are you actually concerned for me? Afraid I might be in pain?" Murong Jing's gaze faltered momentarily. Then his brows furrowed tightly. "Boring." With that, he released Su Qingcheng's hand. Su Qingcheng chuckled. "Ha ha. And you still refuse to admit it?" He might have genuinely been unaccustomed to her bold advances. However, today, she had unhesitatingly risked her life to save him. Who would not feel some affection for their savior? Yet, she was indeed in pain today, so she would temporarily let him off the hook. After all, his stubborn demeanor was quite amusing. If he had succumbed to her charm from the start, it would have been rather dull in retrospect. With this thought, Su Qingcheng comport Hosei. After feigning pain and playing the pitiful role, she quietly retreated to the corner of the carriage. Although Murong Jing did not look directly at her, He was acutely aware of her condition from the corner of his eye. Faster. Murong Jing instructed the carriage driver. Chapter 51. Unable to resist the temptation of more hiding in the corner, Su Qingcheng heard Murong Jing and Appo's words and Kuden and Appo's. T helped but subtly curl the corners of her lips. However, she refrained from teasing him this time, and a temporary silence enveloped the two. After a brief moment, Su Qingcheng suddenly spoke up. By the way, Your Highness, please send someone to Ping Medical Hall to fetch a female physician named Du Ruo. She's a dear friend of mine. Whenever I suffer from any ailment, I always call upon her. Her medical skills are exceptional. If we were to suddenly change to someone else, I fear I would find it rather uncomfortable. Her tone indeed resembled that of a commanding presence. In this day and age, only a handful of individuals dared to speak to Murong Jing in such a manner, and they were all his elders. Murong Jing cast a sidelong glance at her, and after a moment of silence, he merely replied with an The two fell into silence once more. Perhaps it was due to waking up too early that morning or the fact that the hidden weapon truly contained poison. But Su Qingcheng soon felt drowsy in the carriage and unknowingly drifted into sleep. When she awoke, she found herself lying on the grand bed in Changyuan. Yuya and Shuya were gathered around her, and upon seeing her awaken, their faces instantly shifted from worry to joy. Have I returned? Su Qingcheng asked in momentary disbelief. Why are you both here? Where is His Highness? Wasn't I with him? His Highness is outside. The servants are waiting for Dr. Du to arrive. He also inquired about your condition, asking if you feel well or if you have any discomfort. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? With Yuya's assistance, Su Qingcheng sat up and rubbed her forehead. I'm fine, just a little muddled. I distinctly remember being in the carriage. How did I end up here? How much time has passed? Not long, Yuya replied. You just returned not too long ago. The servants rode back with the carriage of Master Zhang, arriving shortly after yours. You must have dozed off in the carriage. His Highness carried you back. We followed closely behind and witnessed it. Is that so? Su Qingcheng pressed her hand against her forehead, rubbing it vigorously. I have no recollection of it at all. How vexing. He actually took the initiative to carry me, and yet I felt nothing. Sighing, she added, Well, I am indeed feeling a bit thirsty. Please fetch me a glass of water. At once, Shuya replied, hastily departing to pour the water. The sound of the beaded curtain jingled as she hurried out. However, it wasn't long before the curtain swayed again, this time revealing the hurried figure of the female physician, Du Ruo. Your Highness. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng lying in bed, Du Ruo quickened her steps. Her first instinct was to bow respectfully. Su Qingcheng attempted to assist her, but inadvertently caused her chest wound to twinge, so she lay back down, saying, We are all friends here. No need for such formalities. Yet Du Ruo remained steadfast. Your Highness, respect must not be disregarded. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng sensed something amiss. Her gaze drifted over Du Ruo's head, and, as expected, she spotted Murong Jing standing there with a stern expression. The thought that this man had personally carried her back and was now waiting for the physician outside caused a smile to tug at her lips. Her gaze pierced through the beaded curtain, landing on Murong Jing's face, and with a cheerful tone, she beckoned. Your Highness, do come in. Why stand so far away? Murong Jing frowned, clearly displeased that she was so unreserved in the presence of others. With a cold huff, he turned and departed without uttering a word. Once he left, the matron, Yuan Mama, stepped in to speak. Approaching Du Ruo, she half instructed, half threatened. Our prince requests that the physician examines the princess thoroughly. A job well done will be rewarded. The prince is in the courtyard. Should anything go awry with the princess, it may be difficult for the physician to explain. Hearing Yuan Mama's words, Su Qingcheng understood the gravity of the situation. Yuan Mama was an ally of Murong Jing, and her words implied his intentions. It appeared that he did indeed care for her, albeit in a roundabout manner. However, this only fueled Su Qingcheng's desire for more. Seizing the opportunity, while Du Ruo requested hot water, Su Qingcheng discreetly sent Yuan Mama away. With Yuan Mama gone, the room was now filled with familiar faces. Su Qingcheng turned to Du Ruo and inquired, So, am I poisoned? The wound isn't deep. I didn't feel much at first, but then I became dizzy and fell asleep in the carriage like a dead pig. I didn't even notice being carried down. Du Ruo couldn't help but chuckle at Su Qingcheng's self-deprecating humor. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Show me your tongue. After a thorough examination, Du Ruo reached a conclusion. You have indeed been poisoned, but do not worry. It is not a lethal toxin, merely a soporific that can render one weak and drowsy. However, your chest wound requires proper treatment. It seems you have offended someone. The mechanism of this hidden weapon is quite sinister. It is sharp and has barbs on it, which will cause you considerable pain when removed. Well, Su Qingcheng furrowed her brow. That shouldn't be too severe. Oh, Du Ruo found this amusing. Aren't you the one who fears pain the most? When did you become so brave? Sighing, Su Qingcheng responded, it's all thanks to the effects of this poison. Initially, I felt a lot of pain, but now with the effects taking hold, I not only fell asleep, but also lost all sensation of pain. What a pity that person is dead. Otherwise, I would ask him where he procured such poison. It would be quite effective as a painkiller for patients. Wouldn't you agree? I must commend your ingenuity. Only someone like you could conceive such a notion. Du Ruo chocolate Otsu Qingcheng. But remember, all medicine has its poison, and with poison, one must be cautious. A miscalculation could cause one's heart to cease. You are fortunate. It appears this weapon had been concealed for quite some time. Had it been freshly coated, you might have perished on the spot. Indeed, Su Qingcheng nodded. You make a valid point. The weapon was likely hidden in the sole of the shoe for a long time. Now, let us proceed and remove the weapon. I fear I might start feeling pain once the effects were off. Du Ruo nodded and instructed her apprentice to fetch water to cleanse her hands. As Su Qingcheng observed Du Ruo retrieving a sharp little knife from the medical box, she immediately halted her. Assuming Su Qingcheng was frightened, Du Ruo reassured her. Do not be so resistant. Due to the barbs on the weapon, I cannot simply pull it out. I must make a small incision. However, I see that the weapon isn't embedded too deeply, so the incision shouldn't be too large. You needn't worry. Besides, you said you don't feel any pain at the moment, so what is there to fear? I understand. Su Qingcheng lowered her voice. Come closer. I have something to tell you. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? You must wait until Yuan Mama enters before you proceed with the operation. His Highness is still waiting outside. If not now, when should I play the victim? Although he may not be in the room, someone will surely report what transpires here to him. She aimed to let Murong Jing comprehend the profound agony she endured for him as she extracted the hidden weapon, her expression a terrifying sight. After Du Ruo heard her plan, her eyes widened in disbelief. She inquired, perplexed, what do you mean by feigning pity before the Prince of Qin? This dart was meant for him. Naturally, I must perform before his eyes, Su Qingcheng replied. But what I mean is, how could you do this for the Prince of Qin? That is a long story. Su Qingcheng found herself compelled to elucidate once more. Upon hearing, Du Ruo's brows knitted tightly. I never imagined that Xie Huayu could be such a person, masquerading as your savior and deceiving you for so many years. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. One can depict a person's exterior, but cannot illustrate their essence. He is no good man. Should you visit the Xie residence to attend to the female members of their family, you must steer clear of him. Just then, Shueya, stationed by the window to keep watch, abruptly closed the window and announced, Elder Yuan has arrived. Su Qingcheng nodded and glanced at Du Ruo. Then let us proceed, as I suggested earlier. She then inquired of Shueya, what is the prince occupied with? He is outside, responding to Qingcheng. Though I cannot discern the subject of their discussion, the prince appears rather stern. Su Qingcheng chuckled lightly. In the days you have been at the residence, when have you seen the prince without a serious countenance? Shueya pondered and realized that indeed, it seemed true. Yet, upon further reflection, it appeared not entirely so. When the prince engaged with their mistress, his expression occasionally softened. He would frown, deeply furrowing his brow. Though his demeanor was not particularly pleasant, it was at least animated. As they conversed, Elder Yuan entered, accompanied by a maidservant carrying hot water. Du Ruo adeptly produced a sharp knife before Elder Yuan, reiterating the comforting words she had just shared with Su Qingcheng. Upon seeing the knife, Elder Yuan's expression shifted. Must you resort to a blade? Would it not harm the esteemed lady? Du Ruo, sharing a close bond with Su Qingcheng, treated her with greater tenderness than other patients, ensuring no harm would come to her. Moreover, due to the numbness from poisoning, Qingcheng felt little pain. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from gritting her teeth and stifling cries of anguish, her wails pitiable and heart-wrenching, even reaching the ears of Murong Jing, who stood in the courtyard. Chapter 52. I need the prince to change my medicine, such a pitiful sound. Murong Jing instinctively furrowed his brow and raised his hand to silence Qingcheng, who was about to speak further. Never mind, we shall discuss this later. After Qingcheng withdrew, Murong Jing paused to contemplate. Upon first learning of the murder of the jade carver, his immediate suspicion fell upon Qingcheng, as she had been present at that moment. However, he soon dismissed this doubt. He had pursued into the woods and witnessed Qingcheng engage in combat with several cloaked figures, leading him to conclude that she was not affiliated with them. Her gentlemanly acquaintance, Zhang Xuanting, had no ties to the court either. It seems Qingcheng was not lying. She appeared genuinely intent on investigating the matter of the swapped pearls. The echoes of Qingcheng's cries lingered in his ears, causing Murong Jing to feel a surge of agitation, prompting him to pace in the courtyard. Was it truly so painful merely to extract a hidden weapon? Or was there some deeper mystery regarding the weapon's entry? With this thought, he immediately moved towards Qingcheng's chamber. Yet, as he approached, the cries within ceased. Upon reaching the door, he observed two maidservants exiting with a basin of water and bloodied gauze. The sight of the crimson-stained water made it painfully clear to him. Her injuries were grievous indeed. In a flurry, Murong Jing stepped into the room. Just as he entered, he heard an unfamiliar voice instructing, "Quickly, dress the princess. The prince has arrived." While the statement held truth, he instinctively frowned, a subtle gesture that even he was unaware of. Upon noticing his presence, Granny Yuan hurried over to draw the pearl curtain for him. He took a step forward, yet remained a distance away from Qingcheng's bed. Once inside, he did not properly regard her, but cast a cursory glance before coldly inquiring of Duruo, "How severe are the princess's injuries? Why was she crying out so vehemently? What have you done to her?" In response to Murong Jing's barrage of questions, Duruo replied respectfully, "Your Highness, the dart extracted from the princess's chest was poisoned, but fortunately, the venom is not potent. It merely caused her to faint for a while, and after taking some medicine and drinking plenty of water, the remaining toxins will be expelled. However, the weapon was cruel, with barbs that penetrated deeply. I had to use a knife to extract it, which pained the princess. I beg your Highness for forgiveness." "What knife?" Murong Jing demanded. Duruo gestured for her apprentice to present the small knife used in the extraction, along with the dart. Murong Jing frowned upon seeing the remnants of flesh and blood still clinging to the weapon, realizing it had been lodged near her heart. Could it have endangered her life? Duruo pondered and, recalling Qingcheng and Appo's, as earlier instructions, told a small lie. It nearly caused a serious injury, as the dart was embedded too deeply. Fortunately, the princess is blessed and narrowly escaped with her life. She will require a period of convalescence, and the wound must be dressed daily. Furthermore, she should maintain a cheerful disposition, avoiding any undue stress or anger. Otherwise, if the injury does not heal properly, it may lead to future complications, which would be troublesome. If your Highness has no further orders, I shall proceed to prepare the medicine." Murong Jing regarded Duruo, then glanced at the ailing Qingcheng and replied calmly, "Then you may go. Bring the prescription to me once it is prepared. Also keep the weapon." "Yes," Duruo acknowledged, casting a furtive glance at Qingcheng before withdrawing with her apprentice. Qingcheng watched them leave, internally applauding Duruo and Appo's eloquent words. They were perfectly to her liking. Perhaps they were not tragic enough, yet excessive tragedy would appear unrealistic and more likely to reveal the deception. Regardless, even if the ruse were to be uncovered, she was already aware of the situation, and this ploy of feigned injury seemed quite effective. The room had been devoid of any announcements, yet Murong Jing had entered first. As she contemplated what to say to him, he unexpectedly spoke first, instructing, "You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with the princess. No one is to enter without my command." Murong Jing and Appo's command startled Qingcheng. It was rare for him to seek solitude with her. However, the tone did not seem promising. Yuya and Shuya shared the same apprehension, reluctant to leave their mistress alone, fearing she might be wronged. Observing their hesitation, Su Qingcheng commanded, "Go out. I will call for you if needed." The two maidservants had no choice but to comply and exited alongside Granny Yuan. Soon, the room was left with only Su Qingcheng and Murong Jing. Since he had indicated a desire for a private conversation, Su Qingcheng awaited his words. Yet, after dismissing everyone, Murong Jing did not immediately engage her in dialogue. Instead, he meticulously selected a clean piece of gauze and examined the dart he had just extracted from her. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingcheng and oppose, as patience waned, and she called, "Your Highness." Only then did he set the object down and approach the bedside. Throughout his approach, he remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Su Qingcheng found it curious. He had never gazed at her so directly before. Could it be that her injuries had rendered her more beautiful than usual? Such thoughts were but a jest. She understood, well, that Murong Jing was not the type to be swayed by a woman's beauty, or she would not have waited until this day. "Your Highness." As he reached her bedside, Su Qingcheng tentatively grasped his sleeve, pleading softly, "Might you stay a while and speak with me? My injury pains me." Murong Jing glanced down at her hand, asking, "Who is you?" Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes inwardly, unsure if he was genuinely oblivious to her meaning or teasing her. Yet today, he displayed a hint of interest, not withdrawing his hand, but rather taking a seat on the spring stool beside her bed. Encouraged by his response, Su Qingcheng's fingers began to trace upwards from his sleeve. However, as her fingertips grazed his, he swiftly seized her wrist. "Ah," she gasped softly, "Your Highness, you are hurting my wound. Is that so?" He replied, glancing at her once more. "Is it truly so painful? Of course, if you doubt me, you may see my wound for yourself. It is quite deep and was painful enough to elicit my cries just moments ago." With that, Su Qingcheng took hold of his other hand and guided it towards her neckline, speaking in a gentle tone. "If you pull my collar aside, you shall see." At her urging, her collar loosened considerably, revealing her porcelain skin, unmarred by undergarments due to her injury. With each breath, the delicate contours of her figure were laid bare before Murong Jing's eyes. His gaze deepened, and in a calm tone he remarked, "It is wrapped so tightly. How can I see?" Yet, despite his words, he did not withdraw his hand, allowing Su Qingcheng to feel emboldened to take another step forward. However, the timing is not yet ripe. Although she has resorted to a scheme of self-infliction, she wishes to treat herself with a modicum of kindness. The wound, just recently dressed, is not something she desires to expose immediately. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the next dressing change to assess the situation. Wouldn't you agree? This evening, a change is indeed required. Murong Jing retracted his hand, expressing concern. "I fear I shall not have the time for that." "How could that be?" She countered. "As long as the prince remains within the residence, surely there shall be moments to spare." She continued, "By the way, I did save the prince's life today. Might there be some form of recompense?" "Recompense?" Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. "You yourself stated that I have saved you twice. Does that not suffice as repayment? In fact, it seems you owe me a life." Su Qingcheng had indeed forgotten that detail. However, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, she countered, "As for the first favor of saving my life, have I not already pledged myself to you? It is merely your own reservations that prevent you from accepting my gratitude. Regarding the second, my perilous venture to retrieve that bead was for your sake. I believe that can be considered a balance, don't you think?" Murong Jing chuckled lightly. The princess presents her argument quite persuasively. Indeed, Su Qingcheng beamed. It appears the prince harbors no objections. If that is the case, does it not mean I am due for a reward? Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. It is not entirely out of the question. Pray enlighten me. Let us settle this matter amicably. He desires to settle accounts? Su Qingcheng chose to disregard that notion, merely smirking. Whether it is settled or not depends on whether the prince can fulfill my request. If it is merely a formality, then we cannot consider ourselves even. I am all ears. Dr. Du is a friend of mine. I just spoke with her, and she is about to depart and will be away from the capital for some time. Hence she cannot assist me with my dressing. As for my two maidservants, They're rather clumsy. I fear they might cause me more pain. But the prince is different, having battled in wars. He has likely encountered such wounds before and knows how to tend to them. Thus, I wish to trouble the prince with the matter of my dressing in the future. After all, it was for your sake that I sustained this injury. This is my sole request, one earned with my very life. I wonder if the prince would acquiesce. Murong Jing, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to Su Qingcheng. Are you so certain that my touch would be gentler than that of your maidservants? Su Qingcheng could not assert this with certainty, yet she was unwilling to back down. With a smile, she replied, Shall I take that as a promise from the prince? After all, he stands to lose nothing but a mere moment of his time. Very well, Murong Jing agreed, rising to his feet. Take care of yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct old Madame Yuan to prepare it. Excellent. Su Qingcheng responded cheerfully. I shall await the prince this evening. Since you're coming, why not share a meal together? That is unnecessary. Given your injury, it is best you consume something light. True, but if it is too bland, I fear you might not enjoy it. You must come, lest I be left waiting in vain. Rest assured, you need not fret. Murong Jing paused, casting a glance back at Su Qingcheng. Having promised you, I shall not go back on my word. That is the best assurance. Su Qingcheng beamed, her joy akin to that of a blooming flower, reveling in the prince's unwavering commitment. Murong Jing stepped outside, where Du Ruo awaited with a prescription ready for his review. He took the prescription, glanced over it, and signaled to Qing Yu, who promptly went to summon the physician from the estate. Murong Jing instructed the estate physician to meticulously examine the prescription and, once confirmed, directed him to prepare the medication accordingly. Afterward, he took his leave. Once he departed, Du Ruo entered the inner chamber and inquired of Su Qingcheng. Did the prince discern any inconsistencies? Su Qingcheng pondered before replying. I cannot say for certain. Either he did not notice, or he is aware of my ruse, yet chooses not to expose it. But it matters not. As long as I achieve my objectives, one must look after oneself. The notion of self-preservation, Du Ruo teased. Your efforts for self-interest are commendable, yet you nearly risked your life in the process. I find such reasoning rather ill-suited for you. What would be more fitting, then? Surely it would be selfless and fearless. Haha, I admit to being fearless. As for selflessness, I could use some improvement. By the way, Ruo, there is something I must confide in you. Confide? Du Ruo's eyes widened with curiosity. What is it? Did you say something to the prince that pertains to me? Su Qingcheng nodded. Indeed. I informed him that you have been unavailable to assist me with my dressings. That sounds reasonable, Du Ruo smiled. I indeed have plans to travel soon. Initially, I thought to delay my departure due to your injury. But now that is no longer necessary. Yes, I am aware that you tend to embark on your charitable missions at this time of year. I assumed your departure was imminent. Indeed, during this transitional season, many fall ill with fevers. My journey is warranted. And where do you intend to go this year? Not too far, I hope. I can have my brother send a few men to escort you. No need, she replied. I shall return to familiar grounds. I know it well enough not to trouble General Su. The presence of the local medical personnel shall suffice. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak up. Rest assured I will. Su Qingcheng continued. While your wound is not severe, it is best to refrain from exertion until it heals completely. I understand. How could I act recklessly? You would do well to remember your words today. Avoid contact with water, refrain from touching it, and best not engage in intimate relations. At Du Ruo's final remark, Su Qingcheng could not help but chuckle. You think too much, but I must say, I do wish to borrow your auspicious words. Chapter 53. It hurts, so I want an Appo's. Take it up very well. Du Ruo responded to Su Qingcheng and Appo's words. I shall lend it to you, and I wish for you and your husband to find mutual affection soon. Su Qingcheng relished this sentiment, enjoying it repeatedly. Then I shall also wish for our dear Ruo to find her ideal match swiftly. Let it be as it may. I do not wish to impose. Today, I shall take my leave and return in about a month. Should there be an urgent matter, simply have the innkeeper send me a message. Yes, I shall have someone escort you, Yi replied. Quickly, go and see Ruo off. Shortly after Du Ruo departed, old Madame Yuan personally brewed medicine for Su Qingcheng and brought it to her. After consuming the medicine, Su Qingcheng felt drowsy and soon fell into a deep slumber. She slept longer than expected, and when she opened her eyes, the sky had already darkened. "What time is it?" she inquired of Shuya. "Has the prince come by?" "He visited earlier," Shuya responded, "but you were sound asleep, so he left without waking you." "Is that so?" Su Qingcheng mused as she slowly propped herself up. "Did he mention if he would return?" "I haven't changed the medicine on my wounds yet." Saying this, she pulled down her collar to glance at her injuries. Shuya hurriedly interjected, "No, the medicine has not been changed. The prince did not say whether he would return, and I dared not inquire further. Should we go to Yuan to check? Dinner time has passed, and I suppose the prince has already dined." "No need," Su Qingcheng replied, shaking her head. "I shall wait. Since Murong Jing has mentioned he would come, he surely will not break his word. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Have the kitchen prepare something for me. I have ample time, and I can eat while I wait, which will not be a bother." "Indeed, I've already informed the kitchen and await your orders." Shuya beamed. It was old Madame Yuan who personally instructed the kitchen staff. They dare not disobey. Upon reflection, Su Qingcheng thought how well the prince treated her. And old Madame Yuan's actions must have been sanctioned by him. Su Qingcheng smiled. "I believe so as well. Please visit the kitchen yourself, while I desire something light. It must not be too bland, lest it lacks flavor. Furthermore, the medicine is too bitter. Please fetch me some sweeter candied fruits to counteract the bitterness from this afternoon." No sooner had Su Qingcheng spoken than a deep male voice resonated through the room. "You certainly do not neglect your own comfort." It was Murong Jing's voice. Su Qingcheng was somewhat taken aback by his early arrival. She had not yet dined. She had intended to wait until she was well fed and refreshed before he came to tend to her wounds. Yet here he was, arriving ahead of schedule. However, his early visit was not unwelcome, for the sight of his handsome visage might indeed enhance her appetite for the meal to come. She quickly signaled to Shuya, who understood and swiftly withdrew. In an instant, the room was left with just Su Qingcheng and Murong Jing. Hearing his footsteps draw closer, she lifted the curtain slightly, allowing her a clearer view. She was a person who cherished freedom and spontaneity. If given the choice, she would not wish to be bound by societal conventions. At this moment, upon seeing Murong Jing, she refrained from rising to greet him, instead merely peeking out with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, I am injured. I had hoped resting would alleviate the pain, but I find it has only intensified after waking. Therefore, I shall remain here and hope you do not take offense." Chapter 54. "Yet I still crave your embrace. How is it?" Murong Jing stood at a short distance from Su Qingcheng. "Is the medicine prescribed by the physician ineffective? Why does it hurt even more?" "Perhaps the internal decoction is merely for conditioning," Su Qingcheng, not particularly knowledgeable, stated earnestly. "It seems that the wound requires frequent dressing changes to alleviate the pain. Isn't the prince here now?" In truth, it was the cessation of the numbing effects of the poison that made Su Qingcheng acutely aware of her pain. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Murong Jing, and the more she looked, the more she wished to claim him as her own. Unable to resist the temptation to tease him, she remarked, "In that case, does this mean that the prince and I share a deep connection?" Murong Jing merely cast her a fleeting glance, choosing not to respond. After a moment, he casually inquired, "Where is the medicine?" "The medicine is not yet prepared. The doctor mentioned that it is best to soak the external application in hot water before use. Only then can its efficacy be fully realized when applied to the wound. The prince has just arrived, and warming the medicine will take some time. If it is not too much trouble, might I request the prince to wait a moment? If you find yourself bored, you may converse with me or engage in other activities. Should you prefer silence, I have an entire wall of books from which you may select a few to peruse and pass the time. By the way, I assume the prince has just concluded his tasks before coming here?" Indeed. Murong Jing displayed little interest in Su Qingcheng's suggestions, responding solely to her final inquiry. Su Qingcheng smiled. "That is good. There is no rush. I have slept all afternoon and am quite famished. Would the prince mind if I ate something to quell my hunger?" "You may eat as you wish. Then the prince must not take his leave." "I shall not leave. Then, shall I keep the prince company in conversation?" Murong Jing did not reply, but proceeded directly to the bookshelf. Observing this, Su Qingcheng could not help but roll her eyes in private. How could he pretend not to hear her? She lay on the bed, listlessly watching Murong Jing for a while. When she noticed him selecting a book and engrossing himself in it, she cautiously swung her legs over the side of the bed. Being careful not to aggravate her wound, she moved slowly and quietly, her bare feet making almost no sound as she approached him from behind. How engrossed in your reading you are, Su Qingcheng thought to herself, suddenly feeling a pang of injustice. What could possibly be so captivating in that book that he would choose it over her? She refused to believe that reading could be more interesting than a person. With this thought, she took a tentative step closer and embraced Murong Jing from behind. The sudden warmth and softness against his back made Murong Jing pause in his reading. "Release me. Do not move, my lord." Su Qingcheng pressed closer, adding, "I have an injury on my chest. If the prince moves, it will bleed." "You are aware you are injured?" "Indeed." Seeing that Murong Jing remained still, she pouted playfully. "After all, no one shows me any pity. The prince would rather read a book than look at me. Is the book of Lord Shang truly that fascinating?" Upon hearing the title, Murong Jing glanced down at the book in his hands. He had been reading it with the first half rolled up and had merely flipped a page at random. She had only glanced twice to ascertain what he was reading. It seemed that the collection of books in her room was not merely for show. He had initially thought she, like his niece, only enjoyed sentimental novels, but now he saw her in new light. He set the book down and turned to Su Qingcheng, saying, "Let go. Let us converse." "Oh, the prince wishes to talk now?" Su Qingcheng pouted, "But I have not yet had my fill of your embrace." Chapter 55. It turns out the prince prefers such women. Murong Jing set down the book in his hands, expressing his reluctance to cause her harm, urging her not to provoke him. However, Su Qingcheng tightened her embrace, concluding that the prince was merely cautious of injuring her, rather than unwilling to allow her affection. As she spoke, her audacity grew, and she boldly slipped her hand beneath Murong Jing and Appo's tightly pressed lapel. Upon feeling the firmness of his muscles, Su Qingcheng could not help but reflect on the inherent differences between men and women. Her own softness contrasted with his lean physique, which was surprisingly pleasant to the touch. While she felt exhilarated, Murong Jing and Appo's mood soured. "Su Qingcheng," he called her full name, and she instantly recognized his displeasure. The tiger's whiskers could be smoothed with a gentle touch, but one must not overstep repeatedly. She continued to feign innocence. All right, I understand. Please do not blame me. I simply cannot restrain my hands. Just let me hold you for a little while longer, will you? I promise to release you by the count of 3. Those who do not keep their word are akin to little dogs." She then proceeded to count to 3, and as she uttered the final number, she promptly released him, her eyes wide as she moved in front of Murong Jing. "Well, my lord, did I keep my promise? What were you intending to discuss with me? Since it is rare for you to have time for a chat, I shall fetch a pot of fine tea." "There is no need for tea," Murong Jing replied, taking a seat at the table, and casually inquired, "You recognize that I was holding Shang Jun's shoe with just a glance. Have you read it thoroughly?" "Indeed, every book I place on my shelf has been read with care. Those I do not favor are either tucked away or given away. I see you possess quite a number of such texts. What draws you to them?" "Well," Su Qingcheng pondered before responding, "it cannot be said that I have a profound fondness for them. Rather, it is a matter of curiosity. I harbor a keen interest in all things unknown to me. Regardless of whether a text is tedious or obscure, I will read it thoroughly at least once. Whether I comprehend it afterward depends on the depth of my interest. If I find it compelling, I will revisit it. If comprehension eludes me still, I shall seek counsel from one more knowledgeable. As for those books that fail to capture my interest, they shall merely gather dust. However, the book you just glanced at, I possess some understanding of," she added. "Oh." Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. "What is your perspective on Shang Jun's reforms?" "Shang Yun's reforms." Su Qingcheng rested her chin on her uninjured hand, her gaze fervently focused on the man before her. "The text is not difficult to grasp. I understood it upon my first reading. Initially, I believed Shang Jun's principles to be entirely correct, with no flaws whatsoever. I particularly admired his system of rewarding military merit, which I confess is somewhat self-serving, as my father and brothers have earned their honors in the military. However, as I matured and ventured into the world alongside my family, witnessing various aspects of life, My perspective shifted upon rereading the text. I began to perceive Qingcheng's laws as merely one viewpoint, not infallible, nor as perfect as I had once imagined. Oh, pray, elaborate, Morongink ered, intrigued. You wish to hear more? Qingcheng chuckled softly, noting his interest. It appears the prince favors women of substance, those who possess depth of thought and insight, so different from the ordinary men, which explains my particular fondness for him. Once again, she spoke with great ease. Morongink frowned, tapping his fingers gently on the table. Qingcheng, sensing the shift, continued with a more serious tone. A household cannot be without rules for a single day, nor can a nation exist without laws. Qingcheng emphasized the importance of law and governance, a stance I find quite justifiable. The principle of collective punishment has its merits and drawbacks, and it is still in practice today. However, Qingcheng and Appo's advocacy for severe penalties for minor offenses against ordinary citizens is indeed excessive. For instance, he pressed, intrigued, I have witnessed such injustices, not merely in books, but firsthand, in our own time. However, my lord, as the reigning regent, is it fitting for an unassuming woman like me to speak candidly before you? I would not wish to bare my soul only to be reproached for my lack of propriety or for speaking out of turn. You must promise me that regardless of what I say, you shall not chastise me nor show displeasure. Only then can I share my thoughts. Otherwise, I would be rendered mute. Mu Rongjing narrowed his eyes. I find you to be quite fond of setting conditions. One must safeguard oneself. It would be unwise to dig one's own grave. Qingcheng replied with a playful smile, feeling a newfound closeness to the prince. Again with her sweet words, Mu Rongjing mused, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her lips, small and cherry-like, beautiful yet seemingly unremarkable. Very well, I shall grant your request. Excellent. Now I am at ease. Qingcheng recalled, it must have been 2 years ago when my second brother was stationed in the southern coastal region. I had longed to see it, so I took the opportunity of his return to the capital to plead with him to take me along. I traveled with Iruwa, the healer who came to tend to me. Upon our arrival, my brother was preoccupied with military affairs, leaving me no time for sightseeing. Instead, I accompanied Iruwa to gather medicinal herbs. During our excursions, we encountered an impoverished family. The father, desperate to feed his gravely ill mother, had stolen some spoiled grain from a wealthy household, which was on the verge of being discarded. According to the law, theft is indeed a crime. However, considering the grain was already spoiled and the man had always been upright, it was evident that his actions were born of desperation, exacerbated by natural calamities that had flooded his fields and home. Logically, this should be deemed a minor offense, one that would not warrant punishment for his family. Yet, the local laws dictated collective punishment, resulting in the couple being sentenced to hard labor in the state salt fields. By the time they served their sentence and returned home, the man's mother had already passed away, and the youngest child had perished from neglect. In truth, such minor offenses should have led to punishment for the man alone. Had his wife been present to care for the family, perhaps the outcome would have been different. What do you think, my lord? Chapter 56. She is no ordinary woman. Upon hearing Qingcheng and Appo's inquiry, Mu Rongjing could not help but chuckle softly. Is that all you have to say? You worry that I might reproach you? Is it truly worthy of your wit to negotiate with me? Qingcheng blinked, acknowledging that her words were indeed unfinished. Her question was merely a test. While an average person might not discern her underlying meaning, he perceived it with remarkable acuity. It appeared that he and she were undeniably in sync. The more Qingcheng gazed at Mu Rongjing, the more her heart brimmed with delight, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Naturally, her beauty was striking, and with such a smile, she became even more radiant. Even Mu Rongjing found himself momentarily entranced. And it was no wonder that Xie Huayu had deceived her for so many years, going to great lengths to keep this woman by his side. Reflecting on this, Mu Rongjing lightly tapped the table with his fingers, urging, "Please continue." "Very well," she replied. "What I mentioned was merely an incident I stumbled upon. Initially, I thought the crime was severe, but upon further inquiry, I realized it was not as uncommon as I believed, and this struck me as inappropriate." "You were referring to Nanhua County, were you not?" "Indeed," he confirmed, clearly aware of the place. Are you aware of the peculiarities of Nanhua County? I did not know previously, but after encountering that incident, I inquired with my second brother and learned about its uniqueness. Nanhua County is renowned in our realm for its abundant sea salt, which the court especially values. Due to the nature of its soil, grain production is minimal, leading to many colluding with foreign pirates to illicitly trade salt in earlier years. Only when our dynasty enacted new laws was Nanhua County somewhat exempted, resulting in the continued enforcement of rather stringent ancient practices to this day. This brings us to the case I witnessed 2 years ago. Ah, so you're already informed, Morong Jing remarked, looking at Su Qingcheng. You possess quite the understanding. Indeed, the customs of a region are not easily altered. Nanhua County's adherence to ancient laws is not without reason. Certainly, those who collude to steal official salt and conspire with foreign entities are guilty of treason and must face severe punishment. However, regarding the case I mentioned, was it truly warranted? I believe it is time for Nanhua County and Appo's laws to undergo some reform. Of course, I am aware this is not my concern. Yet, if I were the magistrate of Nanhua County, I would certainly report this matter. Theft must be assessed with discernment and accomplices as well. Upon reflection, Morong Jing furrowed his brow, contemplating whether such matters should be addressed by one of her status. However, she was no ordinary woman. With a light tap of her finger upon the table, he replied coolly, I have not received any such reports. But you seem quite ambitious. Do you aspire to be a magistrate? Not at all. Su Qingcheng Lauget. I was merely speaking whimsically, even if women were permitted to hold office. I have no desire to be a magistrate or a general. I simply wish to live freely and joyfully, unencumbered by responsibilities. Being a leisurely princess in the Qin Wangfu is quite agreeable. At that moment, Yuya entered, announcing that the meal was ready. Su Qingcheng then rose to wash her hands. Morong Jing watched her slender figure with renewed interest, his demeanor no longer as indifferent as before. Su Qingcheng did not eat much that evening. Moreover, this was the first time Morong Jing had tended to her wounds. She did not wish to wear down his patience. After dining and rinsing her mouth, she called for Shuya to bring in the medicine. My lord, it is time for your treatment. Chapter 57. Is the princess consort satisfied now? My lord, it is time for the medicine. Su Qingcheng's voice echoed through the room, yet Morong Jing remained seated, unmoving. In truth, he could have easily dismissed the condition Su Qingcheng had proposed, for it was utterly absurd, and her reasoning was quite feeble. Nevertheless, he inexplicably acquiesced, driven by a curiosity to discover the extent of her intentions. After a brief moment, he finally rose and made his way toward the bed canopy. By the time he arrived, Su Qingcheng was already reclining at the head of the bed. The vibrant red drapes from their wedding night had long been replaced with delicate pink ones. Beneath the sheer fabric, her visage appeared somewhat ethereal, though her figure, clad only in undergarments, was undeniably graceful. When he applied the medicine, this layer would have to be removed as well. Was this truly what she desired? With a flick of his long fingers, Morong Jing effortlessly lifted the first layer of the curtain and stepped inside. Why have you only just arrived? Upon seeing him at last, Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with mischief. The medicine lay prepared at the foot of the bed. I accidentally brushed against the wound while removing my outer garments earlier, so my lord must be gentle. I fear the pain. Is there any way to apply medicine without discomfort? Morong Jing remarked dryly, sitting beside her with the tray of medicine in hand. He then glanced at her collar. Shall you remove your clothing, or shall I? Su Qingcheng blinked innocently at him, her dark, glistening eyes radiating charm. It is my lord who is here to administer the medicine. Of course, it is you who must assist me. What is it, my lord? Have you never undressed anyone before? Morong Jing shot her a sidelong glance. What do you think? Su Qingcheng smiled brightly. I suppose I am indeed fortunate. However, that statement seems rather inaccurate. She casually rested her hand on his thigh, her voice teasing. In truth, my lord should have been the one to undress me on our wedding night. I have waited quite long. Morong Jing frowned. You truly lack restraint. Have you read too many forbidden texts? Su Qingcheng laughed. What forbidden texts? Which one does my lord refer to? I fail to comprehend your words. Morong Jing, uninterested in her banter, replied, Do you not think it too late to feign modesty now? Su Qingcheng pouted. How can this be feigning modesty? This is merely playful teasing. My lord truly lacks an understanding of romance. As she spoke, her hand on his thigh began to inch upward. Yet Qingcheng would not allow her to be so audacious. He seized her uninjured right shoulder and pressed her back down. The movement was so swift that Qingcheng had no time to react. It was only when her head fell back against the pillow that she blinked in surprise. My lord, you startled me. We have touched before. Why such excitement now? Qingcheng frowned. Do you still wish to have a medicine applied? Of course. I want my injury to heal quickly. Qingcheng replied with a double entendre. This way I can use both hands. At this, Qingcheng truly ceased to engage with her, reaching for her collar. He did not fully unveil it, but revealed only the portion requiring a change of dressing. He had anticipated that her injury would be quite severe, but he was taken aback by the sight of her upper body. As he peeled away the old ointment, he inadvertently touched her wound, causing her to gasp, her body shifting slightly, causing her silk garment to slip further down. Qingcheng's fingers hesitated momentarily. Qingcheng felt a sudden chill, unsure if it was due to the fabric's fall or the gaze of the man she admired. She trembled lightly, feeling an intensity she had never experienced before, despite having long thought of him since her rebirth. Seizing the moment while he tended to her wound, she boldly slipped her hand beneath his robe. To prevent his intervention, she moved swiftly, aiming directly for the vital area, eager to witness his reaction. No matter how indifferent he appeared, she knew his body would betray him, just as it had that night when she returned his waist ribbon. His physical response had been undeniable. At this moment, Qingcheng's eyes widened in astonishment. If that night had merely confirmed his vitality, then this moment was undeniably more revealing. My lord, she said, her voice tinged with triumph after her initial shock. You two have been thinking about this. Qingcheng was taken aback by her audacity, his brows knitting together tightly. Are you satisfied, princess consort? Is it strange for a normal man to have such a reaction? After all, it was you who summoned me here today. With that, he hastily finished applying the ointment, leaving her clothing untouched as he pulled the blanket over her face. Concealed beneath the blanket, Qingcheng giggled softly, satisfied of course. It is rare for my lord to be so candid. But why cover my face? Are you feeling shy? We are legitimate spouses. Is this not perfectly normal? As she spoke, she pulled down the blanket covering her face, gazing at Qingcheng with fiery intent, issuing an invitation. My lord, it is already so late. Why not stay here tonight? This new bed was prepared for us, and you have yet to sleep in it. While playfully pouting, she knelt up and wrapped her arms around his waist. Drawing closer, she could still feel the heat emanating from him, believing that with a little more coaxing, he might relent. Just then, a most unwelcome interruption arrived. Princess consort, Lord, the steward Qingyu has come with urgent matters for you, Yiya announced from outside. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng's brows furrowed in discontent. She lifted her head from Qingcheng's embrace, her lovely face clearly expressing her displeasure. My lord, you did not arrange this on purpose, did you? Why did Qingyu not come earlier or later, but at this very moment? Qingcheng lowered his eyelids, his gaze darkening. If I wish to leave, could you stop me? Qingcheng thumbed. If it is not urgent, can you return? Return for what? The medicine has already been administered, has it not? Qingcheng pondered his words before smiling. So, my lord means to say that you may return tomorrow? Feigning ignorance, Qingcheng replied, return for what? Qingcheng Yuke. My lord, your lips are quite firm. As she spoke, her gaze fell involuntarily upon his lips, pondering that one day she would pry them open. They looked utterly delectable. Just then, Yuya's voice broke through her thoughts once more. Princess consort? Annoyed, Qingcheng huffed and finally released her hold on Qingcheng. Then I shall not see my lord off. Please go and attend to your matters. I shall await your return tomorrow. Once Qingcheng departed, the maids entered to serve her. Qingcheng summoned Yuya, inquiring, Do you know why someone was summoned at such a late hour? After a moment's consideration, Yuya replied, I'm not certain, but it seems there are visitors from the Forbidden Army Command. I do not know the particulars. Should we keep a lamp lit for my lord tonight? No need, Qingcheng replied. If the Forbidden Army Command has indeed sent someone, it must be of great importance. Perhaps my lord will not return to the palace tonight. Moreover, Qingcheng was acutely aware that even if the matter at hand was not of great importance, Jing would likely not return. The veil between them had yet to be fully lifted. He certainly would not take the initiative. However, she resolved that the next time, she would undoubtedly make him her man. After the recent events, she suddenly realized that her desires were far greater than she had initially perceived. She no longer wished to proceed at a languid pace. Such slowness seemed devoid of meaning. A more direct approach would be preferable. She felt an unexpected anticipation for the morrow. The following day, Qingcheng slumbered until the sun had risen high in the sky. Having rested well, her spirits were buoyant. She suddenly felt that residing in the prince's manor was even more liberating than her time in the general's residence. While she had held a certain authority in the general's household, she was not permitted the luxury of sleeping in. Each day required her to pay respects to her mother and practice a series of martial arts moves, as her father had proclaimed that mastering them would render her immune to ailments. Yet, occasionally, she longed to indulge in a moment of idleness. The prince's manor suited her perfectly. There was no mother-in-law demanding daily visits, and Jing paid her no mind. She relished these days immensely. The maids, Yuya and Shuya, noticed her cheerful demeanor. "My lady, what brings you such joy? Did you have a delightful dream last night?" they inquired. "Not particularly. I simply feel good," she replied. "By the way, I had instructed you to keep an eye on the prince's whereabouts. Any news? Did he return home last night?" "Not yet," Shuya responded. "He did not come back during the night. I inquired half an hour ago, and he remains absent. He is likely occupied with some pressing matter." Qingcheng nodded in agreement. "I thought as much. Continue to monitor the situation, and should he return, inform me immediately. Today, I plan to write a script, so you are not to disturb me unless necessary." "Really?" Shuya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You are finally going to compose a new piece. It is sure to be splendid. Even before I have written a word, you are convinced of its brilliance?" Qingcheng chuckled. "Of course. Every script you pen is nothing short of extraordinary. I am merely curious about the story you intend to tell this time. That shall remain a secret for now. Once I have completed it, you will naturally find out." This inspiration had come to Qingcheng from Zhang Xuanting, to whom she had confided her tale of rebirth. To her astonishment, he had expressed disbelief, assuming she was merely concocting ideas for her scripts. Thus, she decided to refine this narrative and commit it to paper, though they might doubt her. Such an intriguing tale would undoubtedly attract a multitude of readers in the future, who would cherish and pursue it fervently. Chapter 58. How delightful it would be to wait until the injury heals with a heart full of joy. Qingcheng found herself overflowing with inspiration as she penned her tales. It took the maidservants 3 gentle nudges to persuade her to cease her writing and partake in her midday meal. After hastily consuming her lunch, she eagerly immersed herself back into the narrative she was crafting. By the end of the afternoon, she had successfully completed brief character sketches for the protagonist and several pivotal figures in her story. Just as she set down her pen, she noticed Shuya peeking in through the curtain. Stretching her limbs, she called out playfully, "Come here. Why do you look so timid, as if you have committed some misdeed?" Shuya entered with a bright smile, saying, "I was merely concerned about disturbing you, my lady. Have you finished your writing for the afternoon?" "Yes. It has been a smooth day," Qingcheng affirmed with a nod, rubbing her stomach and wondering about the time. Shuya chuckled. "You must be hungry, for it is just the right moment for dinner." "Oh, has it truly grown so late?" Qingcheng mused. "What of the prince? Has he returned?" Shuya shook her head. "Not yet, my lady. There has been no word all afternoon. It could be that he will not return until after dark. Do you wish to wait for him to dine together?" Qingcheng approached the window to peer at the evening sky, slightly furrowing her brow. "There is no need for that. I prefer lighter fare, which he may not enjoy. Besides, we have no certainty of his return time." She turned back, her stomach grumbling audibly. "What delicious dishes await us tonight. I crave some sumptuous meat." "That would be unwise," Shuya quickly interjected. "Have you forgotten your injury? Such foods are considered detrimental. Dr. Du has advised against indulgence until you are fully healed. You should eat lightly for your recovery. Rest assured, when the prince returns, we will inform you." With that, Shuya added with a grin, "Fear not, my lady. If anyone comes seeking the prince tonight, I shall ensure they are turned away." Such jesting. Su Qingcheng laughed, playfully glaring at Shuya. I know you mean well, but one must prioritize appropriately. Moreover, you cannot simply dismiss those who hold favor with the prince. Now, go prepare the meal. I am quite famished. Understood, my lady. I was merely making a jest, Shuya replied, sticking out her tongue before hurrying off to arrange dinner. The meal was soon ready, and Su Qingcheng found her appetite quite robust, enjoying the vegetables and tofu with great relish. As she contemplated what fresh dishes she might desire for the following day, Yuan Mama unexpectedly arrived, setting down her chopsticks. Su Qingcheng inquired, Mama, what brings you here personally? Is there something of great importance? It is nothing urgent, Yuan Mama replied, stepping closer. The prince has sent word that he will not be returning to the manor tonight, so you need not wait for him. What? Su Qingcheng felt her appetite wane at the news. Did he mention when he would return? Not all, Yuan Mama said thoughtfully. Before you were married, the prince sometimes stayed away for several days at a time due to his duties with the military, and sometimes he travels beyond the city on business. So his return is unpredictable. Su Qingcheng acknowledged this with a soft She understood, yet felt a pang of disappointment at her hopes being dashed for the evening. I appreciate you making the trip, Mama. It is but my duty, Yuan Mama replied. I shall not disturb your meal any longer. Once Yuan Mama departed, Shuya, unable to contain herself, voiced her discontent. My lady, we have prepared such fine tea for you. I even had to seek out Mama Gongsun to retrieve it from the storeroom. We even changed the screen in the room, and now the prince will not come. It is so disappointing. Su Qingcheng chuckled softly. You are quite the anxious one, my dear. I have yet to express my feelings, and you are already upset. Shuya pouted. Aren't you at all disappointed, my lady? Perhaps a little, Su Qingcheng admitted, but there are reasons for his absence. Moreover, the fact that he sent word indicates that he is mindful of this matter. Therefore, I have no grounds for complaint. I shall simply await his return. As she reflected on this, Su Qingcheng thought that even if he were to return a few days later, it would not matter. By that time, her wounds would likely have healed significantly, making everything much more convenient. How delightful that would be! As she pondered, Shuya suddenly asked, Shall we light the incense you requested before dinner? Yes, Su Qingcheng replied without hesitation. Since it is prepared, we shall use it. It is a fine indulgence. Life is but a fleeting journey of mere decades. Should fortune turn unkind, one may find themselves meeting an untimely end. Therefore, one must seize the moment to enjoy life. Time flew swiftly, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Qingcheng and Appo's wounds healed splendidly, her writing flourished, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, news from Jing remained elusive. For 5 days, the household had received no word from him, and Su Qingcheng began to feel restless, fearing he might have encountered some mishap outside. One morning, she skipped breakfast, hastily preparing herself to return to her familial home. After days apart, she longed to see her mother, Gao Shi. Learning that her beloved daughter had returned, Gao Shi immediately set aside her breakfast to greet her personally. As Gao Shi stepped out of the house, Su Qingcheng arrived, rushing forward to embrace her mother and Appo's arm. Mother, I'm back. Did you miss me during my absence? Of course, Gao Shi replied with a smile, ruffling Su Qingcheng and Appo's hair. What brings you here so early? Are you alone? Yes. I have been longing for the spring rolls from the general and Appo's residence, so I rushed over without eating breakfast. What did you have this morning? Just this morning, I made spring rolls. You arrived just in time. They're still warm. Come, eat to your heart's content. The mother and daughter retreated to Gao Shi's room, sharing a joyful breakfast together. Afterward, Su Qingcheng led her mother around the courtyard, chatting about the blooming flowers and the seasonal fruits. Eventually, Gao Shi grew weary and guided Su Qingcheng back inside, where she summoned the maidservants to bring tea. After quenching her thirst, Gao Shi set down her teacup and turned to her daughter. Now, speak plainly, what brings you back this time? You and Appo's he've been beating around the bush all morning. Su Qingcheng took a sip of tea, pondering her words. Is it really beating around the bush? It's just that father has not yet returned from court. I simply wish to inquire about what the prince has been up to. You do have something on your mind, Gao Shi teased. What do you wish to know? Perhaps I might have some insight. With a playful grin, Su Qingcheng leaned closer. Mother knows me best. How is it that you are so perceptive? All right, all right. Gao Shi chuckled, giving her daughter a mock glare. You have always had the sweetest tongue among your siblings. Now, ask your question without delay. This hesitation is not like you. Qingcheng nodded earnestly. I merely wish to know if father is aware of the prince's whereabouts. He left the manor in haste 5 nights ago and sent word the following day that he would not be returning that night. After that, there was no news. And 5 days have passed. I am left wondering about his whereabouts, whether he is well fed and warmly clothed, and if the matters he is attending to pose any danger. This is beyond my knowledge. Upon hearing this, Madame Gao furrowed her brows. How is it that the prince did not return the first night, yet had someone deliver news to you? Why has there been no word since then? Could it be that the messenger miscommunicated? Have you inquired with the servants in the manor? I have asked. The old matron from the prince's residence was the one who came to relay the message to me. She is unlikely to have made an error. As for the one the prince sent, I cannot locate him now. If I could find him, I would surely discover the prince's whereabouts. I believe the prince must be entangled in very important matters. Yet the more urgent the situation, the greater the likelihood that he may encounter peril. I found myself with no other choice, which is why I returned. Oh, foolish girl, you should have come back to inquire with your father sooner. 5 days have passed, Madame Gao remarked. However, you are right. The prince must indeed be preoccupied with urgent affairs. Your father, too, often used to be away for many days without a word, causing me sleepless nights filled with worry. Is that so for my father as well? Qingcheng asked in surprise. But my impression is that even when he didn't return for lunch, he would have someone inform me. How could it be as you say? Your father has changed. Before your birth, he behaved in such a manner. Let me tell you, the dynamics between a husband and wife are akin to the way your father led his troops. It requires diligent training and guidance. Otherwise, these burly men lack the attentiveness we women possess. However, your father and Amp, Oppo's, later transformation is somewhat tied to you. After your birth, he changed significantly, often coming home to play with you and showing less inclination to indulge in feasts with his comrades. In time, if you and the prince were to have a son or daughter, the bonds of your family would undoubtedly grow stronger. Qingcheng not that Tao Gu Fun. Mother speaks wisely. Now, I await his return, hoping my father might have news of the prince. Noticing the worry etched on her daughter's face, Madame Gao sought to comfort her. Do not fret too much. I shall send someone to fetch your father. Approximately half an hour later, Su Zheng hurried back to the general's residence. Even before he entered, his booming voice echoed through the house. Madam, where are you? Here. Upon hearing Su Zheng and Oppo's loud call, Madame Gao immediately rose to greet him. Why are you shouting so loudly? People outside the general and Oppo's residence can hear you. Did you not send for me, saying there was an urgent matter? Su Zheng replied, grasping Madame Gao's shoulders and assessing her. Is there something wrong with you, or did something happen at home? Oh, it's nothing. Madame Gao struggled, but could not break free, exclaiming with a mix of laughter and exasperation, it is not I who sought you, but our daughter, Chang'e. Only then did Su Zheng realize there was another person in the room. What does Chang'e need from her father? Dad. Su Qingcheng hurried forward and recounted her earlier conversation with Madame Gao to Su Zheng. Upon hearing this, Su Zheng and Amp, Oppo's brows knitted tightly. Sensing her father and Amp, Oppo's serious demeanor, Su Qingcheng felt a pang of alarm. Father, what does that expression mean? Could it be that the prince truly encountered distress? Su Zheng and Oppo's frown deepened. To my knowledge, the prince indeed left the capital 5 days ago on official business. Matters requiring his direct involvement are never simple, yet he returned yesterday. Why then did he not return to the residence last night? He did not. Su Qingcheng was taken aback by this revelation. I have instructed people to keep watch at the gates of the residence. If the prince had returned, surely someone would have known. What could be the reason? Madame Gao interjected, hastily inquiring of Su Zheng. Is it possible the prince has urgent matters still to attend to in capital? I have not heard anything of the sort. Su Zheng replied bluntly. What urgent matters could there be in the capital that I am unaware of? Coughing lightly, Madame Gao sought to remind him to consider their daughter's feelings. Finally, after being pinched by Madame Gao, Su Zheng amended his statement. No, I misspoke. It must be that his matters are not yet resolved. Once everything is settled, the prince will certainly return to the residence. I shall send someone to inquire about his current whereabouts, and I will inform you as soon as there is news, so you need not worry. Your third brother has returned today as well. He has recently acquired some interesting items. You should go visit him and ask for them. If he is reluctant to part with them, just tell him I sent you to choose." Qingcheng frowned slightly and nodded. "All right, I will trouble you with the prince's matters, and I shall go find my third brother." Once Qingcheng left, Madame Gao shot Su Zheng a fierce glare. "Did you not see how troubled Cheng'e looked? Why do you still speak so thoughtlessly? The prince has been absent for so long without sending word, and upon his return, he does not even come back to the residence immediately. It seems he does not hold our daughter dear in his heart. What else can we expect?" Su Zheng sighed. Who told Qing'e to act so foolishly in front of the prince and openly declare her affections? How could the prince possibly harbor feelings for her? Time will tell. Fortunately, Qing'e has come to her senses. Let's see how things unfold between them. However, such matters must not repeat. If the prince causes our Qing'e further sorrow, I shall risk everything to confront him. Your reasoning is sound. Now hurry and find someone to gather information. Do not keep our daughter waiting too long." Outside, Qingcheng felt somewhat disheartened over Murong Jing's situation. She was so lost in thought that she did not even notice her brother, Su Yifei, approaching her from behind. Chapter 59. The prince must not be entangled by other women. Hey, Qingcheng. Su Yifei suddenly tapped Qingcheng on the shoulder, startling her into a sharp gasp. Turning around, she was met with Su Yifei and Appo's teasing grin, which only fueled her irritation. "Su Yifei, are you trying to scare me to death? Do you even realize you hurt me?" Su Yifei crossed his arms and chuckled. "It seems you're growing increasingly delicate, Qingcheng. I merely tapped your shoulder lightly, and you act as if you're made of tofu, shattering at the slightest touch." Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? She had not disclosed her injuries to anyone in her family, and in her startled reaction just now, she had inadvertently aggravated her wound. Although it pained her, she had no intention of informing her family. With a huff, she declared, "Let us go to your room." "Why should we go to my room?" Su Yifei asked as he quickly caught up with her strides. Qingcheng replied curtly, "Father mentioned you recently acquired many intriguing items and suggested I come and pick some." "Ah." Su Yifei raised an eyebrow. "Did my father ask for my approval before allowing you to choose my possessions?" He said no need for permission, just drop his name." "What? Is the name of General Su ineffective with you?" "Of course not." Su Yifei had always been fond of his younger sister. He would never deny her a few trinkets. "Take whatever you wish from my collection. No need for our father's instructions." However, Qingcheng, he hastily approached her, a frown creasing his brow as he inquired, "What troubles you? Has someone upset you? Tell your brother, and I shall teach them a lesson. Who dares to provoke our esteemed Su lady?" Qingcheng huffed again. "You boast, but would you actually act on it? How would I know if you would or could? Speak plainly. Who do you refer to as that topmost individual?" Su Yifei asked, knowing that his dragon martial army was part of the Imperial Guard. He furrowed his brows. "Are you speaking of your husband, Prince Qing? Is he the cause of your displeasure? If so, why?" "Because he hasn't returned home. He went out on business and was supposed to be back in the capital yesterday. Yet, as his wife, I only just learned of his return from father. I was worried he encountered some danger, and I still do not know his whereabouts. Father said he would send someone to inquire." "Is that all?" Su Yifei raised an eyebrow. "Father doesn't he know I'm aware? This is something you should have asked me about." "Really? You truly know where he is?" "Absolutely." "Then come here and tell me all about it." Qingcheng exclaimed as she tugged Su Yifei toward a nearby corridor. Su Yifei refused, leaning against the railing as he retorted, "You've yet to call me brother since we began speaking, and now you wish to pry information from me while giving me the cold shoulder? Does that seem fair?" "Oh, third brother, dear third brother, my wonderful brother." Qingcheng immediately changed her tone, wrapping her arms around his, shaking him playfully. "You are the best. Please, tell me quickly. Would you really let your cherished sister sulk alone at home?" "You." Su Yifei lightly tapped her forehead. "You're skilled at charming people. Listen closely." After returning to the capital, Prince Qin was whisked away by the young prince of Nanzhao. He came to pay tribute and has some prior acquaintance with our prince, being a prince of a vassal state. It is only natural that Prince Qin would not refuse his invitation. The young prince of Nanzhao? Su Qingcheng pondered. I have heard tales of him. They say he is quite the libertine. Su Ifei not that? Indeed, he is quite the libertine. When our court received him, a troupe of dancers was sent to entertain him. Guess what happened? Out of 12 dancers, he took a fancy to 6, charmingly persuading them to accompany him. This infuriated the chief of the music bureau. For those exquisite dancers took years to cultivate, and they were whisked away in a single night. Su Qingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Absurd. 6 in one night? What a wretched man. Do you know where they are now? Are you planning to confront your husband? They are likely at some entertainment venue, indulging in wine and performances. Though the young prince of Nanzhao may be a libertine, our two nations maintain diplomatic relations. It might not be wise to stir trouble. Who said I would cause a scene? I would not go as the princess of Qin. I merely wished to catch a glimpse. After waiting so long for Qingcheng, she could not allow him to be distracted by the women of the pleasure quarters. Chapter 60. I wonder where I will sleep tonight. There is no need for this, Su Ifei counseled his younger sister. The Prince of Qin is notoriously indifferent to women, and he rarely frequents such establishments. Were it not for the coaxing of Prince Nanzhao, he would undoubtedly refrain from stepping into such places. With your fearless disposition, even if you do not make a scene, I fear your mere words could cause embarrassment. Little Qingcheng, dear sister, although you are pampered at home by our parents and us brothers, men always care about their dignity in public. Moreover, your husband is the current regent. You cannot act as you do at home. Surely your relationship with the prince is not as intimate as that of a typical loving couple. So it would be wise for you to think carefully. Su Qingcheng blinked innocently. What do you mean, third brother? Am I really that kind of person? While I may be unruly in the general's residence, whenever I am outside, I have always considered the reputation of my family. Su Ifei rolled his eyes. How can you even say that? What do you mean? Su Ifei sighed. Are you pretending to be oblivious? If you truly cared about our family's reputation, why did you go before the Prince of Qin and declare that your heart already belonged to another? Ugh, I have long forgotten about that. Besides, I have changed. Can we please not bring it up again? She huffed. Stop wasting time and tell me, third brother, where are the princes currently enjoying themselves? If you do not tell me, I shall search each establishment one by one. If anyone inquires whom I seek, I shall say I am looking for a suitable match for the third son of the general and Oppo's as residence. Such places are rife with gossip. Soon the entire city will be aware. If our parents discover you are so reckless, they will surely break your legs. Ah, Su Qingcheng, are you truly scheming against your older brother? Go ahead and say it. I fear nothing. I have attended social gatherings before. Our father would never harm me. To be honest, Su Ifei chuckled. I once encountered our father while drinking with colleagues. What? Father goes to such places? Does mother know? Of course she does. But we were merely drinking. There was nothing else involved. So, little Qingcheng, trying to use this against me is futile. Is that so? Su Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. What if this news reaches Arua? Would third brother not care? Do you dare? Why would I not? Fine, I concede. They are at Qingcheng Tower. I have told you everything, but you must not utter a word before Arua. Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with triumph. Understood. Now, as for you, it's high time you made an effort. I'm already married, yet you have yet to bring Arua home as my sister-in-law. How utterly useless. Su Ifei snorted, retorting stubbornly. I simply do not wish to overshadow the eldest and second brothers. Otherwise, I would not still be waiting. Keep talking. I am leaving. Do you have any last words of advice? Indeed, it would be best if you refrain from going. Tsh, I have been there before. It was you who took me. If you try to stop me, I shall inform our parents that you frequently take me to drink at flower houses. Su Ifei slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Thank you. Su Qingcheng, truly you are my dear sister. Why must I constantly engage in self-defeating actions? I must have wronged you in my past life. I should not have spoken when you were anxious. Alas, how did I end up with such a charming face paired with a mouth? Laughter erupted as Su Qingcheng reveled in his discomfort. She scampered away, calling out, Rest assured, third brother, I shall not bring trouble upon you. Thank you, dear brother. Today is also a day to honor you. Su Ifei, what a day of honor. Su Qingcheng quickly bid farewell to the general and his wife. Though Madame Gao wished to keep her for lunch, she declined and hurried away. That child, Madame Gao remarked, watching her daughter's retreating figure, always so impetuous. Just moments ago, she was frowning, and now she smiles. What could have happened? Need it be said? Su Zheng, her husband, chimed in. She must have received something delightful from Yifei. Although Qingcheng has a fiery temper, she is easily appeased, and the third son knows how to make her laugh. Sighing, Madame Gao continued. Speaking of the third son, Yifei was quite the rascal in his youth. He has only recently matured. I wonder what mischief he has secretly taught his sister over the years. Qingcheng's boldness is likely inherited from you and her third brother. Had she taken after me or her second brother, she might have been a bit more reserved. Isn't it better to be lively and free-spirited? Our own daughter is our pride. Su Zheng insisted. What is the merit in demure and fragile young ladies? There are a dime a dozen in the capital, unable to speak loudly or show their smiles, wallowing in melancholy. How can they compare to our Qingcheng? Very well, very well. Your loud voice makes you right. Su Qingcheng had already walked some distance, but could still hear her parents conversing within the house. Though her father's voice was loud, he always engaged in endless conversations with her mother upon returning home, never neglecting her. For decades it had been this way. Su Qingcheng felt a twinge of envy, wishing that one day she could share such love and harmony with her beloved. At the Prince of Qin and Appo's residence, Su Qingcheng acted swiftly. Upon returning from the General and Appo's residence, she immediately sent someone to Qingcheng Tower. In addition to several personal maids, she had 2 guards who had protected her since childhood. Tasks unsuitable for the maids were usually entrusted to the guards. In less than half an hour, the guards she dispatched to gather information returned. They reported that it was still early, and Qingcheng Tower had yet to open its doors, but the area outside was lively. A group of exotic women had arrived from beyond the frontier and would officially make their debut at Qingcheng Tower tonight. One must purchase entry tokens in advance to enter. Otherwise, the establishment would not admit patrons after dark. Su Qingcheng toyed with the small wooden token in her hand and smiled. Quite the spectacle. What are the prince's whereabouts? What did you uncover? Princess, the guards at Qingcheng Tower are tight-lipped and do not easily divulge the whereabouts of guests, one guard replied, lowering his head. Thus, we could not ascertain any information. Su Qingcheng nodded. Understood. You may leave. Qingcheng Tower caters to the affluent of the capital. To survive, they must safeguard their tongues, or they would not last long. It was no surprise they could not glean any information. Yet, she remained puzzled about where Murong Jing had spent the previous night. Feeling frustrated, Su Qingcheng tossed the token onto the table and departed. Shueya, who shared her sentiments, saw the token fall and angrily stomped on it. Afterward, she picked it up and hurried after her. My lady, do you truly intend to go there tonight? Such a place would tarnish your reputation. Su Qingcheng rummaged through her wardrobe, seeking the male attire she planned to wear. What tarnishing? When men go there, it is merely indulging in pleasure. They do not feel their dignity is compromised. I shall go for my own reasons. But you are of noble birth. What if you encounter something distasteful? Would that not sully your eyes? Qingcheng Tower is not so dreadful. Besides, I have been there before. Worry not about me. It is not that I worry about the establishment. I am concerned that if the prince is with another woman, would that not upset you? Indeed, I must see for myself. However, I cannot help but feel that he is not the person one might assume. Tonight shall serve as a verification, and I am confident I shall not be disappointed. As the lights began to twinkle, Su Qingcheng, accompanied by her similarly disguised companion Yuya and 2 guards, made her way directly to the Qingcheng Tower. She had underestimated the grandeur of the establishment. Upon arrival, she found herself waiting in a lengthy queue before finally gaining entry. Inside, the atmosphere was resplendent, filled with vibrant decorations and melodious voices, bustling with life as if it were a festive celebration. Due to the considerable time spent outside, she discovered that the grand performance was already well underway upon her entrance, and soon after, the highlight of the evening, an exotic dancer, took the stage. Holding a common ticket, she could only mingle in the main hall, while those of considerable means had secured seats upstairs. On the second floor, an exquisite vantage point awaited her. Despite the half-drawn beaded curtain, she immediately recognized the familiar yet aloof visage concealed behind it. Chapter 61. Revealing a secret. Who else could that man be, if not Qingcheng? Fortunately, there were no chaotic women around him. Otherwise, Qingcheng would undoubtedly be furious. In stark contrast, the man seated beside him was not only surrounded by women, but also had one lounging on his lap. This man possessed high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, with a darker complexion. At a glance, Qingcheng recognized him as a young prince from the southern Zhao kingdom. Observing the two men side by side, she couldn't help but lament the disparity among princes. While her own prince appeared somewhat aloof, he exuded a regal charm. In comparison, this southern Zhao lad had dark circles under his eyes, a clear sign of indulgence. Qingcheng felt reluctant to let her man linger in his company, fearing that Qingcheng might pick up the foul aura of this unsavory character. With this thought in mind, Qingcheng stood up and painstakingly navigated through the crowded hall towards the staircase. The first-floor lobby was bustling with people, and she had been careful to avoid drawing Qingcheng's attention while covertly observing him and the prince. To her surprise, just as she rose from her seat, Qingcheng, who was on the second floor, beckoned for Qingcheng to come over. He whispered a few instructions, leaving only Qingyu waiting behind him. The staircase was also packed with individuals, making it challenging for Qingcheng to ascend. Fortunately, she had brought 2 guards with her that night to clear the way. However, just as she was making her way up, someone suddenly grabbed her arm from behind. Initially thinking it was a case of mistaken identity, she turned around, only to find it was Xie Huayu. Upon seeing him, Qingcheng and Appo's brows furrowed in immediate displeasure. Get away! Without even uttering the phrase, let go, she kicked directly towards Xie Huayu and Appo's knee. He did not evade her, merely frowning as he said, Qingcheng, how have we come to this? I believe we should find a more suitable place to talk. There is nothing to discuss between us. If you do not release me, my next kick will not be as gentle. Qingcheng vito fai soli. Xie Huayu, with a helpless expression, responded, I am not trying to coerce you. I simply do not wish to harm you. What brings you here? This is hardly a place for a lady like you. With a cold laugh, Qingcheng shot back. Your concern is unwarranted. Stop pretending to be so self-righteous in front of me. I shall repeat myself. Let go of me. What if I refuse? Xie Huayu locked his gaze onto hers. I have already released you once. This time, I do not wish to let go. Please, grant me another chance. Qingcheng felt nauseated. She disregarded her own dignity and rolled her eyes at him. Then, with a swift motion, her fan struck down heavily onto his hand. The force of her blow was significant, causing him to retract his hand immediately, leaving a bruise on his wrist. Not content with just that, Qingcheng delivered a fierce kick to Xie Huayu's abdomen. Had he not had 2 attendants behind him to support him, he surely would have tumbled down the stairs. Seeing him in such distress brought her no satisfaction, though she was not inclined to waste time or energy on someone like him. She smoothed her gown, which had wrinkled from her movements, and turned to continue on her way. Yet Xie Huayu was quick to pursue her again. Qingcheng, I have something important to discuss with you. Choosing to feign deafness, Qingcheng completely ignored him. Yet the more she turned a blind eye, the more insistent he became. He stepped in front of her, locking eyes with her as he said, It concerns Qingcheng. If you wish to learn this secret, let's find a more private place to converse. Qingcheng narrowed her eyes at Xie Huayu. A secret? Now that piques my interest. It seems you hold many secrets. Xie, if you seek to orchestrate some monumental event, it should be well within your capabilities, no? Xie Huayu looked bewildered. What are you implying? Qingcheng, I do not comprehend your meaning. Why do you speak to me in such a sarcastic tone? Qingcheng's face was devoid of warmth. Is it uncomfortable to hear? Then allow me to make myself clear. After today, wherever you see me, do not approach me to strike up a conversation, for I shall never make you comfortable. Now, let us proceed to a suitable location. Xie Huayu furrowed his brow. Very well, follow me. Qingcheng followed him downstairs, through a door, and soon they arrived in a backyard. Xie Huayu found a quiet spot by an artificial hill and halted. This will do. There are no people around at this hour. Qingcheng, my Li. It seems you are quite familiar with this place, Xie. I presume you have visited here on more than one occasion. Are you not supposed to be the epitome of virtue, a gentleman of high integrity? What brings you to Qingcheng Tower? If I recall correctly, you are a censor, often admonishing others for their moral failings. How is it that you find yourself wandering in such a place? Would you like me to draft a petition on your behalf? Xia Huayu sighed at her words and immediately attempted to clarify. Qingcheng, it is not as you think. Aye, that is enough. I'm not interested in your reasons for being here. Even if I were, I doubt you would speak the truth. And how many times must I reiterate this? Do not call me by my name. It is a disrespect to the prince and his consort. Did you not mention having a secret about the prince to share with me? I am eager to hear it, for I must find him afterward. My time is precious. Do not squander it. Is your sole purpose here to seek out the prince? Xia Huayu frowned. I have heard that he returned to the capital without even visiting the palace. I was skeptical, but it appears to be true. Qingcheng, is this not abundantly clear? This indicates that the prince does not care for you. You do not occupy a place in his heart. If he truly valued you, would he not return home and send you word? Why would he require you to come to such a place to seek him out? Su Qingcheng found his words amusing. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that you harbor feelings for me? Qingcheng, you know very well what you're doing. Su Qingcheng almost laughed out loud. Indeed, this scoundrel had thoughts of her, but only to use her to further his own ends, even to the detriment of her entire family. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger without voicing her thoughts. However, her patience was wearing thin. Where is Murong Jing's secret? Speak, or I shall leave. Choose one. Chapter 62. Did the prince summon the young lady last night? Xia Huayu could discern that Su Qingcheng was genuinely intent on leaving, prompting him to take a cautious step forward. Initially, he contemplated grasping her hand, but upon encountering the look of disdain in her eyes, he abandoned that thought. Furrowing his brow tightly, he remarked, "Even now, I struggle to comprehend what transpired between us, why our relationship transformed so drastically overnight. I once believed you resented me for not marrying you, yet you know I am still in mourning. I thought you would understand my predicament. Later, you accused me of deceiving you, of falsely presenting myself as your savior, hence your hatred towards me. But, Qingcheng, could our feelings have been entirely fabricated? Just because I am not your rescuer, does that negate the affection we have shared over these past 3 years? Can you simply turn to embrace Murong Jing? Have you even considered my feelings in this matter? Do you believe I intended to deceive you? It was indeed he who saved you back then. What distinction exists between his status and mine? Are you oblivious to that? Does he not realize he was the one who rescued you? Without his consent, do you think I would dare impersonate him? He has always been aware of his role in your rescue, yet harbored no feelings for you. He never contemplated exposing this ruse. He is fully cognizant of everything. His willingness to marry you stems from my pleading with him. If you were to be betrothed to another, that person might not be inclined to release you in the future, but he can because you hold no place in his heart or mind. Why waste your affections on someone who does not even spare you a glance? I once promised you that when the time was ripe, I would whisk you away. You only needed to wait for me. Why would you not grant me that patience? Su Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. Is this the secret you wish to share? I have known it all along. Let me clarify, Xia Huayu. Had it not been for the prince's prior commitment to you, he and I might have already been well on our way. Even though I have severed ties with you, he still has not laid a finger on me. He remains steadfast to the gentleman's agreement made with you. Yet you are nothing but a treacherous hindrance, a festering wound. Do you realize how much I detest you? I am unafraid to admit that I have spoken ill of you before the prince. However, he has never uttered a word against you. In the hunting grounds, he used your arrows to slay a pack of wolves. Did you not benefit from both my rescue and the accolades from the emperor? As a mere illegitimate son, did you not gain face before your father? You have reaped the rewards of his accomplishments, yet now stand here maligning him, while he has never uttered a single disparaging word about you. The disparity is glaring. Not even a blind fool would choose you. She scoffed, expecting to uncover some profound secret, only to find it was mere drivel, a waste of her time. Infuriated, Su Qingcheng turned to leave. Xia Huayu attempted to say something further, but her 2 attendants swiftly intervened, blocking his path. Su Qingcheng glanced back. If you dare to touch me again, do not blame my people for being unkind. Their strength far exceeds mine. Within the building, Su Qingcheng ascended to the second-floor corridor. Positioned at a corner, she could catch a glimpse of Jing and Appo's as private booth. Instead of approaching directly, she paused to observe. At that moment, Qingcheng appeared to be whispering something to Jing, who seemed quite intrigued, occasionally smirking or raising an eyebrow. Behind him, Qingyu appeared rather indifferent, seemingly disinterested in the exotic beauty below and lost in thought. Weighing a small wild fruit she had casually plucked from behind, Qingcheng aimed for Qingyu's head. With a swift motion, the fruit flew through the air and struck him squarely on the head. Qingyu winced in pain, but dared not react audibly before his master, stifling any sound, though his sudden movement caught Jing's attention. What happened? Jing glanced towards the staircase, his intuition already peaking, and instructed Qingyu, "Go take a look." Qingyu complied, silently retreating. Qingcheng, concerned he might not find her, tossed a few more wild fruits onto the ground, luring Qingyu like a fish to her concealed corner. With her in the shadows and him in the light, she held the upper hand. As soon as Qingyu approached, she pressed her fan against his back. "Do not move. Any sudden motion could cost you your life." Initially startled, Qingyu soon recognized the familiar voice. "Wang Fei," he exclaimed, unafraid of the threat, and promptly turned around. Upon confirming it was indeed Qingcheng, he stepped back and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Qingcheng raised her fan. "No need for such formalities in public. Can't you see I'm dressed as a young man? Just call me Gongzi. By the way, did I manage to hit you hard enough just now?" "Not at all. It felt merely like a tickle," Qingyu replied adeptly. "If it pleases you, I could throw a few more." He then extended the wild fruits he had collected toward her. Qingcheng chuckled softly. "Dispose of those. I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. Otherwise, I will indeed make you regret it. Please ask away." "I assure you, I will speak openly," Qingyu replied earnestly. Qingcheng tapped her palm with the fan, observing his expression as she inquired, "Where did your prince spend the night? Did he summon a lady to accompany him? Were there any women present?" "No, he did not call for anyone," Qingyu answered. "Last night, the prince entertained a distinguished guest, one who delights in pursuing pleasures, yet the prince holds them in disdain. The women here are unworthy of his attention. Moreover, he did not stay here last night. He arrived only this morning. Is that so?" Noticing the disdain on Qingyu's face at the mention of the Qingcheng Tower's women, Qingcheng felt assured he was not lying. However, if Jing did not stay at Qingcheng Tower, why did he not return to the Wangfu? Did he perhaps maintain another residence in the capital? Then where did the prince spend the night? "At Baoxiang Temple," Qingyu replied. "He was playing chess with Master Hongi there." "Playing chess at Baoxiang Temple?" Qingcheng pondered, then asked, "Was there an incident involving blood during this outing?" Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, lowering his head and murmuring, "Yes, Wang Fei, you truly possess foresight. Was the prince injured?" "Not at all. That is a relief. Please inform the prince that I will await his return to the Wangfu tonight. Since he has a distinguished guest, I shall refrain from intruding." "Understood." With limited private rooms on the second floor, Qingcheng sought a less crowded area to stand. She found the performance on the first floor stage quite engaging and couldn't help but watch for a while. Her spirits were elevated, for otherwise she might not have appreciated the dance at all. However, her mood soon soured as the dancers prepared for an auction after their performance. The matron of Qingcheng Tower announced that all these young ladies were maidens, available for purchase either to serve at the tower or to be taken home as concubines. Excitement filled the air as the first few women of moderate to above-average beauty were quickly bid upon. The finale featured a pair of exceptionally lovely twin sisters. During the auction of the previously showcased woman, the young prince of the southern Zhao kingdom remained silent. However, when it came time for the pair of twins, he unexpectedly stood up and extravagantly bid 1,000 taels of gold. "I shall take both of them, one for myself, and the other as a gift for my dear friend to warm his bed. None of you are permitted to contest my claim." While his initial declaration was already audacious, he further compounded it with his latter remark. Was he insinuating that he intended to purchase one of them as a present for Jing? His generosity was indeed striking, as he boldly offered gold. Qingcheng found this individual exceedingly irksome. She raised her fan and countered with a bid of 1,000 taels of gold, and an additional tael of silver. Chapter 63. Congratulations on winning the beauty. The small prince of the southern Zhao kingdom caused an uproar when he bid 1,000 taels of gold. To everyone in Damp, Oppo's astonishment as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately raised the bid. However, it was no surprise that in the extravagant atmosphere of Qingcheng Tower, there would be other bids. Yet, it was the first time the crowd had witnessed someone like Su Qingcheng making such a modest increment. The base price was 1,000 taels of gold, and any increase should ideally start from at least 100 taels. Some audacious bidders might even double the amount. By adding just 1 tael, especially in silver against gold, it was clearly an act of provocation. The hall was abuzz, all eyes turning towards Su Qingcheng. The matron discreetly sent 2 attendants to monitor the situation, fearing that Su Qingcheng might be causing a disturbance. Truth be told, Su Qingcheng did harbor such intentions. She found the small prince of the southern Zhao kingdom quite displeasing and intended to provoke him. In the private booth, upon hearing Su Qingcheng and Oppo's voice, Jing raised an eyebrow. Qingyu, noticing his reaction, hurriedly approached and whispered, "Your Highness, should I go inform the princess?" "No need." Jing gestured for Qingyu to step back. "Let her be. I am curious to see what she intends to do." While Jing appeared calm and composed, the small prince of southern Zhao was fuming, his brows furrowed in indignation. What does this mean? This is utterly absurd. Do they look down on me? To merely increase the bid by 1 tael of silver in response to my offer? Does anyone truly lack the means to raise that 1 tael? Turning to Jing, he inquired, "Do you know that fellow outside? What sort of person is he? Is he always so infuriating?" Jing frowned, reflecting on the prince's words. It seemed he was not entirely wrong. Su Qingcheng was indeed quite irritating. Is that so? The small prince of southern Zhao rolled up his sleeves, realizing that the individual's identity must be noteworthy if he dared to provoke a prince and still enjoy himself in such a place. Indeed, Jing nodded lightly. He does carry some weight, so it would be wise for the prince to exercise restraint. Alas, Your Highness, what do you mean? It is merely a contest of wealth, not a physical altercation, the small prince of southern Zhao retorted while peering towards Su Qingcheng. She appears youthful and somewhat handsome. If she were to withdraw, I would certainly not hold it against her. However, I am determined to win this pair of exquisite twin sisters. With that, he shouted toward the hall. 2,000 taels of gold. I shall redeem the beauty. The matron downstairs, witnessing the bid double, beamed with joy. A guest from the second floor has bid 2,000 taels of gold. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Is there a price higher than 2,000 taels of gold? If not, this pair of stunning sisters shall belong to the esteemed guest from the second floor. 2,000 taels of gold was no trifling sum. But Su Qingcheng cast another glance towards Jing and the others before raising her folding fan once more. 2,000 taels of gold, plus 1 tael of silver. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Whispers filled the air. Who is this person? I frequent Qingcheng Tower often, yet I have never seen them before. Have you seen them? They look unfamiliar. They must not be from the capital. Is that so? But their speech carries the accent of the capital. That individual who initially bid seems more like an outsider, their features unlike ours. Why concern ourselves with their origins? We can hardly afford such sums. We are merely spectators to the spectacle. Clearly, these two have a history, and now they are competing against each other. 2,000 taels of gold was already a considerable amount. Yet I wager that the dark-skinned gentleman in the booth would raise the bid further, and that young man would likely follow suit, albeit with only another tael of silver. I doubt that. The young man likely spends money from his family in Damp, Oppo's coffers. If the outsider raises the bid again, he may not dare to follow. What if the outsider stops bidding, and he ends up paying a fortune? Shall we place a wager on today, as wine expenses? Indeed, let us wager. Who fears whom? Very well, I will order another fine jug of wine, and you shall settle the bill later. Moments later, the small prince of southern Zhao, feeling provoked, raised his voice once more. 3,000 taels of gold. That was 3,000 taels of gold, which weighed an astounding 300 pounds. He doubted that the young man could genuinely bring forth such a hefty sum of gold. But Su Qingcheng was no ordinary person. Having faced death once, she was unperturbed by such trivialities. She even smiled at the small prince of southern Zhao, before leisurely raising her folding fan. 3,000 taels of gold, plus 1 tael of silver. The small prince of southern Zhao was on the verge of exploding with rage, glaring at Su Qingcheng for a considerable time before gritting his teeth and raising the bid again. 3,500 taels of gold. At this point, Su Qingcheng had yet to respond, but Yun, standing beside her, quickly grasped her hand holding the fan. Yun, with a worried expression, urged softly, "My lady, please do not raise the bid any further. 3,500 taels is no trifling matter. Do you truly possess such wealth? That is gold, not silver. I implore you, do not bid again." "I am aware," Su Qingcheng replied with a light laugh, having never intended to raise the bid further. This was likely his limit. Notice how he had previously raised the bid by increments of 1,000, yet now only by 500. If I were to raise it again, he might very well concede. I certainly would not foolishly exhaust my entire fortune for these two dancers. Let him have his way. That is reassuring. Yun sighed in relief, yet remained puzzled. "But my lady, if you had no intention of purchasing these dancers, why bid at all?" "I was terrified that if he did not raise the bid, the dancers would belong to you." "Ha ha ha." Su Qingcheng chuckled lightly. "Isn't it to vex him? And to draw their attention? I initially did not wish to disturb the prince. Yet he intends to offer women to him. If I do not take a look, who knows? The prince's residence might end up with a few more sisters in the future. Just wait and see. He will surely invite me to drink soon." As Su Qingcheng conversed with Yun, she was too preoccupied to raise the bid again. Soon, there were no other wealthy bidders present, and the matron efficiently sold the pair of twin dancers to the small prince of southern Zhao. After the matron, her face lined with smiles, congratulated the prince. Su Qingcheng also smiled and clasped her hands towards him. "Congratulations, dear sir, on winning the beauty. I'm truly envious of you." The small prince of southern Zhao responded. "I truly appreciate it. The beauty I could have obtained for 1,000 taels has now cost me a staggering 3,500. Chapter 64. Seeking the dancer. Did you think she was dead? The young prince of the southern Zhao kingdom was increasingly unsettled, even as he observed the exotic twin sisters gracefully approaching him. Their exorbitant worth weighed heavily on his mind. After tilting back a jug of wine, he beckoned a nearby attendant. "You there, summon that young man from earlier. I wish to ascertain his true identity and why he dares to toy with me so." "Yes, Your Highness," the servant responded promptly before retreating from the private chamber. Upon witnessing this, Qingyu swiftly glanced at Jing, who was savoring his drink. Jing, feeling Qingyu and Appo's gaze, cast a fleeting look in his direction but offered no guidance, merely uttering two words, "Fill it." Qingyu hurried to refill Jing and Appo's cup, understanding that the prince had no intention of stopping the young prince of southern Zhao. It seemed the princess would soon arrive, promising a spectacle to behold. Before long, Su Qingcheng was brought in. "Please enter, young master. Our lord is within." "Thank you," Su Qingcheng said, fanning herself as she surveyed the gathering. Tossing a silver coin to the servant as a gratuity, she strode in with an air of confidence. In mere moments, she exhibited the quintessential traits of a debauched youth, a sight that provoked irritation. "Brother, what grandeur! Such generosity!" Su Qingcheng acknowledged the young prince of southern Zhao, her words dripping with mock admiration. "Your financial means are truly enviable." The young prince narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Qingcheng. "Enough with the flattery. Tell me, have we met before?" "Certainly not. This is our first encounter today. Do I appear familiar to you, brother?" "I do not find you familiar," the young prince retorted curtly. "It seems you harbor a grudge against me. Have I wronged you in the past?" "Of course not." Su Qingcheng feigned innocence. "Why would I think such a thing? Is it because we recently bid for these two beauties together? You must allow me to explain." "Oh, your tongue is quite nimble. I am curious to hear your explanation." "I appreciate the opportunity, brother," Su Qingcheng replied dramatically, letting out a sigh. "Alas, I arrived too late to secure a seat. I hope you don't mind if I sit while I explain." The young prince feigned reluctance. "I would prefer not to see you stand uncomfortably. Yet I have no extra seats available." "Not to worry, as long as you don't mind my sitting here. Does it truly matter where one sits?" Su Qingcheng pointed to a small stool in the corner. "There is a perfect spot. I shall move it over." To her misfortune, the spot she chose was directly next to Murong Jing's feet. The young prince glanced at Murong Jing before addressing Su Qingcheng. You might be obstructing my friend's path. It would be prudent to ask him. If he disapproves, you must stand. Your reasoning is sound. Su Qingcheng chuckled, then turned to the stoic Murong Jing. Dear sir, would you mind if I occupy this space beside you? Indeed. You are quite handsome. May I inquire if you're married? If so, spending a delightful night here must weigh heavily on your wife's heart. Wouldn't you agree? Murong Jing raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. And you? Are you married? Is this truly a place meant for you? Su Qingcheng faltered momentarily before responding. I am not married. Were I to be, I would be devoted to my husband, never straying to seek pleasures elsewhere. Since you have no objections, I shall sit. Be my guest. Thank you kindly. With that, Su Qingcheng settled herself onto the stool beside Murong Jing. The young prince observed the interaction and inquired. You are from the capital, are you not? Why do you not recognize my friend? Su Qingcheng shook her head, feigning ignorance. I associate only with those of my own age. Someone as stern and taciturn as he is not my type. The young prince nodded, understanding her implication. He surmised that this young man was likely a frivolous scion from a wealthy family, having never had the opportunity to meet the esteemed regent, hence his ignorance. However, Murong Jing had advised him to be lenient, suggesting that this young man's background was not to be underestimated, and he resolved to be cautious. Now that you're seated, perhaps you could explain your actions. Do you realize your behavior has cost me several thousand taels of gold unnecessarily? As he mentioned the extravagant expenditure on the two exotic beauties, the young prince, adhering to the principle of shared fortune with friends, waved one of the dancers over to Murong Jing. Though Murong Jing initially declined, after glancing at Su Qingcheng, he suddenly instructed the dancer, pour the wine. Su Qingcheng sensed Murong Jing and Appo's intentional provocation and felt a surge of irritation. Turning back to the young prince, she remarked, Brother, you jest. Just by looking at your demeanor, it is clear that wealth is no concern for you. Surely, 3,000 taels is a trifling sum. In all honesty, I merely sought to capture your attention and forge a friendship. Southern Zhao was rich in gold mines, once not a vassal of the Dexian kingdom. The abundance of gold had drawn the envy of surrounding small nations and tribes. It was the military strength of Dexian that provided protection and led to a treaty, allowing Southern Zhao to maintain peace and send tribute to Dexian annually. To the young prince of Southern Zhao, 3,500 taels was indeed insignificant. However, Su Qingcheng felt a pang of sympathy for the amount spent on two dancers. She smiled, continuing her ruse. Brother, since you have invited me, I shall be straightforward. I am a merchant, and my intention in attracting your attention is to propose a business partnership. As she spoke, Su Qingcheng subtly nudged Murong Jing's leg beneath the table, her movements concealed by the tablecloth. Murong Jing remained unyielding, betraying no reaction. Seeing this, Su Qingcheng boldly nudged him again, indignant that he would allow another dancer to serve him in her presence. Chapter 65. Have you caused enough disturbance? Murong Jing was taken aback by her audacity. While she maintained a facade of light-hearted conversation with the young prince of Nanzhao, beneath the table, she was engaging in mischief. Yet, he chose not to intervene. If she wished to create chaos, so be it. Meanwhile, she continued her earnest chatter with the young prince. I am in the tea trade and couldn't help but notice that your features and accent suggest you are not from the capital. I thought to inquire if you might be interested in a tea business venture. If you are inclined, I would be eager to partner with you. Tea business? You have sought the wrong person, my friend. Have you even considered where I hail from? Is there a shortage of tea there? Oh, might I ask where you come from? Su Qingcheng smiled. Is your hometown lacking in tea? The young prince of Nanzhao, oblivious to the antics beneath the table, chuckled. I come from the south, where tea is plentiful. Since you are in the tea business, you must be familiar with Baihao engine, correct? Indeed, the Baihao engine gracing the tables of the capital and Appo's elite is sourced from the south, and I am quite fond of it. If you possess such tea, we could certainly collaborate. Who says I possess such tea? Even if I could procure it, I have no interest in this business. You have mistaken your man. Then I must apologize for my presumption. Allow me to treat you tonight, I shall cover your drinks and lodging at Qingcheng Tower. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I would like to toast to you." As she spoke, Su Qingcheng reached for the wine jug on Murong Jing's table, intending to pour herself a drink. However, there was only one cup, which Murong Jing was currently using. With a playful glance, she lightly kicked him under the table and seized the teacup he had previously used. After emptying it of its tea, she filled it to the brim with wine and sincerely toasted to the young prince of Nanzhao. "I have finished my drink. You are free to indulge, my lord." With a hearty gulp, Su Qingcheng downed the contents of a large teacup without hesitation. Upon finishing, she deliberately pressed her lips against the rim of the cup, subtly conveying to Murong Jing that her lips had touched the same spot as had. The young prince, wishing to avoid trouble onto Xian's territory, noticed Su Qingcheng and Appo's demeanor had become less brash than when she was bargaining. He raised his cup and drank the remaining wine. Upon finishing, he discovered Murong Jing's cup was empty and called out to the exotic dancer beside him. "What are you dawdling for? Can't you see my cup is empty? Show some sincerity and serve me." The dancer, understanding her place, immediately took the wine jug and poured for Murong Jing. As the young prince was now her master, she complied without hesitation. The dancer moved with a graceful fluidity, her exotic attire adding an alluring charm to her movements. Even Su Qingcheng found herself captivated, stealing glances at the dancer. Just as it seemed the dancer might settle onto Murong Jing's lap, Su Qingcheng kicked him sharply. Murong Jing's expression shifted, and his left hand, which had been resting on the table, instinctively caught Su Qingcheng's foot beneath the tablecloth. Caught in the act, Su Qingcheng remained still, her gaze fixed on him, a blend of amusement and provocation in her eyes. Murong Jing regarded her with a deep, furrowed brow, and then turned to reprimand the approaching dancer. "Leave. You're not needed here." The dancer, taken aback, withdrew, and Su Qingcheng felt satisfied. However, the young prince frowned and questioned Murong Jing. "This beauty is untouched and pure. Are you truly uninterested?" Murong Jing glanced at Su Qingcheng before responding coolly, "I was recently married. You may keep this beauty for yourself." "Huh?" The young prince appeared puzzled. Having a wife at home does not preclude enjoying a beauty from outside. It would be a pity to let such a treasure go to waste. "To put it plainly, I am simply not interested," Murong Jing replied, his expression unchanging. "Very well. If that is your stance, I shall drop the matter. But when do you plan to visit my homeland? I will be delighted to host you. Perhaps after this year. I am presently quite occupied. Then I shall extend another invitation next year. I make a trip to the capital annually." Their conversation drifted into topics unfamiliar to Su Qingcheng and throughout. Murong Jing did not cast another glance in her direction. However, the grip on her foot loosened, and she felt his entire leg relax, even extending slightly forward. To her, this seemed a silent approval, and emboldened, she placed her foot atop his. How absurd it was for him to allow the dancer to sit on him. It was only when the young prince proposed to escort the two exotic beauties away that Murong Jing released her foot from his lap. He lowered his eyelids and glanced at her. "Have you had your fill of fun?" "Not yet, my lord," Su Qingcheng replied with a smile. Placing her hand gently on Murong Jing's, her voice soft, "I have merely paused for the moment." Chapter 66, Truly Audacious O? Murong Jing cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingcheng, who unabashedly draped her hand over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes slightly. The princess truly commands attention with her audacity. Su Qingcheng wrapped her arms around Murong Jing's neck and leaned in closer. "Isn't this also tacitly approved by the prince? So what do you say, prince? Would you like to come home with me?" Standing behind Murong Jing, Qingshan and Qingyu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this something they were meant to witness and hear? They quickly turned their backs, and Qingyu whispered hurriedly, "I and Appo's. LL go prepare the carriage right away." At the Qin Wangfu, Chanyuan, Su Qingcheng seized the jade token from Murong Jing's waist and guided him into her courtyard. "If the prince wishes to enter the palace with this jade token tomorrow, he must come to my room to retrieve it." The jade token was indeed an essential accessory for his entrance to the palace, yet to him, it was merely an ornament. He had always relied solely on his appearance when entering the palace. However, he followed Su Qingcheng into her room. Shortly after he entered, the maids retreated. Su Qingcheng, having entered the room a moment earlier, had already let down her hair and changed into a new outfit. The soft lavender silk robe exuded elegance and showcased her figure, the delicate hem fluttering as she moved, barely concealing her ankles and revealing her petite, fair feet. Jing cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He took a couple of steps forward, adopting a serious expression as he inquired, "Where's my jade token?" Su Qingqing's eyes glistened as she focused intently on Jing, stepping forward to gently tug at his waist sash. "Why the urgency, Your Highness? There are still several hours until tomorrow's court session. Why not finish what we began at Qingcheng Tower first? I've returned with you. Is there anything left undone?" As she pulled at his waist sash, he instinctively moved forward in response. Noticing his lack of resistance, Su Qingcheng gently urged him into a nearby chair. She then placed her hands on his shoulders, playfully toying with his long hair. "Naturally, I must inspect the prince." "Inspect what?" Jing asked, his brow furrowing. "That was at Qingcheng Tower, and since you've returned late into the night, it stands to reason that I must ascertain whether there are any traces of other women on you." "Oh, so you possess such skills?" he retorted. "Did you not question Qingyu before meeting me? Did he not inform you where I spent the night?" "He did mention it, but he is, after all, a person close to the prince. Naturally, he would speak in your favor. If I do not personally verify, I shall remain uneasy." "Oh, you seem quite willing to let Su Qingqing approach, yet you show no intention of stopping her. How do you plan to conduct this inspection?" "Well," Su Qingcheng fiddled with Jing's collar. "Observation, inquiry, and examination are all essential. Inquiry alone will not suffice, as words can be deceiving. However, the marks, scents, and reactions on one's body cannot lie." Jing frowned and suddenly grasped Su Qingcheng and Appo's wrist. "Did you learn all this from those forbidden texts?" "Not only that," Su Qingcheng replied unabashedly, raising an eyebrow. "There are even fire avoidance diagrams. When a woman marries, there are always some treasured books included in her dowry, and before marriage, a matron specifically instructs how to please her husband. Has the prince never heard of such customs? However, it seems you have a particular fondness for these forbidden texts, having mentioned them several times before me. If the prince is interested, shall we choose one to peruse together another day?" Jing narrowed his eyes. "You are truly unrestrained. What is there to be restrained about in front of one's husband? So many men frequent establishments like Qingcheng Tower precisely because their wives are too demure to compete with the allure outside. Why then, does the prince seem to disapprove of my openness?" With that, Su Qingcheng buried her face in the crook of Jing's neck and inhaled deeply. There is no trace of other women's cosmetics on you. You are so clean, and I adore it. Your earlobes are beautiful, resembling pearls." Observing, inquiring, and now Su Qingcheng added a taste. Chapter 67. Su Qingcheng. "I have already given you the opportunity, by the way, Your Highness." Su Qingcheng nestled against Jing's shoulder, her breath heated and fervent. "There is something I believe I have guessed correctly, but I would like to confirm with you, if that is all right." Jing glanced down at the woman in his arms, his Adam and Appo's apple bobbing slightly. "If you wish to inquire, then ask. When has the princess ever sought my opinion as a prince in her endeavors?" With those words from the prince, it does seem to be the case. Su Qingcheng giggled softly, her gaze fixed on him, determined not to miss any subtle expressions on his face. "What I wish to ask is, did Your Highness truly never have any women in the past? I know that most young masters in the capital have had their concubines for quite some time, and the princes in the palace as well. When you were still a prince in the palace, did the empress not arrange for someone to teach you? Did you not say you'd already guessed the answer? Tell me what you think it is." "I guess there were none." Although Jing remained still, she could distinctly sense his restraint from the depths of his penetrating gaze. Yet, observing the stubborn tension etched on his face, she felt an overwhelming urge to shatter that aura of abstinence and consume it. She slowly lowered her head, inching closer. Bit by bit, she began to kiss him, starting from the corner of Jing's forehead. "None of my brothers had concubines, for they left early to train on the battlefield with my father, exhausted each day with no thoughts for such matters. Your Highness, you also seem to have joined the military in your youth. So it must have been similar to my brothers, correct? Am I right on my guess? As she uttered these words, her lips brushed against the edge of Murong Jing's, pausing as she awaited his response with bated breath. They were so close, their lips almost touching, and Murong Jing could only see Su Qingcheng's thick, curled lashes. As he opened his mouth, his lips met hers. The sensation was unprecedented, causing the furrow in his brow to deepen. The princess is indeed a clever woman. Your guess is accurate. However, I have a question for you as well. With that, he suddenly grasped Su Qingcheng and Appo's waist. He is holding my waist, she thought, letting out a light laugh. You may ask away, Your Highness. If only you could hold me tightly. Your long arms must be able to encompass my entire being. I would love to try that. Murong Jing ignored her, frowning as he asked, Have you used these methods on anyone else? Of course not. Su Qingcheng suddenly sat up, taken aback by his question. Do you not trust me, Your Highness? I have merely read a few hundred books. Allow me to share a little secret with you. Do not be surprised. The book you read, Your Highness, was written by me. Did you not send someone to the Hongwan Pavilion to inquire? The curator is my friend and has never revealed my identity to anyone. But this time, I specifically instructed him to inform your men if they came to ask. Who would have thought that your envoy would be so inept, failing to uncover this until now, leading you to misunderstand me? If so, I shall reveal it myself. By the way, the book you read, Tidal Blossoms and Full Moons, is the only one of mine that has been banned. I wonder if you still remember how the wedding night was described at the end, and whether you are as formidable as the male protagonist in that tale. Your Highness Su Qingcheng, seeing that despite everything, Murong Jing had not made any further moves, could not help but chide. Why do you look at me without speaking? What do you mean? I've already said I merely read a few extra books, and yet, before Su Qingcheng could finish her sentence, she gasped in surprise. Murong Jing had finally made his move. Su Qingcheng, I have given you an opportunity. Murong Jing glared fiercely at Su Qingcheng, his voice husky, laced with a simmering anger. Is your own doing, time and again. Su Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, but soon a thrill of excitement coursed through her. I know, you are finally facing me head-on. Arn and Appo's, Tiu? Do you understand, Your Highness? I have thought of you for a long time, and I have always told myself that one day I would pry open your lips, just like now. At first, Su Qingcheng took the initiative. However, it was not long before Murong Jing turned the tables. After a passionate kiss, Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with allure. Your Highness, treating me this way means you must take responsibility. Are you certain? Will you disregard your brother's warnings? Murong Jing's eyes blazed with fervor. No longer a hint of restraint. What more do I need to confirm? You continue to tease me. What more do you want? Chapter 68. Since you provoked me, this is what you brought upon yourself, Su Qingcheng. Murong Jing had truly reached his limit. This night, he would break this restraint for the woman. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room as Su Qingcheng realized she was in a predicament. After the storm had passed, Murong Jing summoned the maidservants to bring warm water. Following this ordeal, Su Qingcheng found herself genuinely intimidated by him. Had she not been in this situation, she would have clung to him, insisting he stay the night. Yet now, her desire had waned. Seeing that Murong Jing had donned his clothing, she assumed he would return to his own quarters, and thus refrained from descending to cleanse herself. However, after a considerable wait, she heard no sound of his departure. Pondering this, she turned slightly and lifted a corner of the bed curtain. As she did, she beheld Murong Jing standing before the bed, clad only in his undergarments. She blinked in surprise. Your Highness, you haven't left? Murong Jing furrowed his brow, looking down at Su Qingcheng with an expression devoid of emotion. It is raining outside. Is it? Su Qingcheng replied with a faint smile. I have an umbrella here. Murong Jing narrowed his eyes, his frown deepening. What? Were you dissatisfied earlier? No. Su Qingcheng quickly shook her head. I meant to say I have an umbrella. But if your Highness does not wish to leave, then stay. I must go bathe. Murong Jing cast her a glance. Have your maidservants assist you. No need, Su Qingcheng asserted. I can manage on my own, even during bathing, especially in matters such as these. The maidservants soon withdrew, and Su Qingcheng, wrapping herself in her garments, went behind the screen to cleanse herself. Upon her return, she found Murong Jing lying on her bed with his eyes closed. His tall frame made her bed appear significantly smaller than usual. After her bath, Qingcheng felt considerably more comfortable, and in her ease, her thoughts began to wander. She mused that her husband was indeed an impressive man. Their initial encounter had left her feeling such joy. It was fortunate she had married him. Otherwise, another woman would have claimed such a treasure. Qingcheng climbed onto the bed, contentedly wrapping her arms around Jing's arm as she settled in. Exhaustion soon overcame her, and with the sound of the gentle rain outside and the steady rhythm of the man's breathing beside her, she quickly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she experienced a delightful reverie. Yet, in that half-awake state, she sensed a disconcerting reality. A weight pressed upon her chest. She instinctively voiced her discomfort, groggily opening her eyes. To her surprise, it was not a dream. Jing was the cause of her distress. Awake? Jing's voice broke through her haze. It is good that you are awake. Qingcheng snapped to attention. Good at what? You feign ignorance. But we have already. You instigated me first. Having provoked me, you must bear the consequences. Haven't you read many books? It is not sufficient for me to have read. Your Highness must read as well. With you here, what need have I to read? As her words fell, Jing silenced her with a fervent kiss. After another round of warm water was brought, Qingcheng felt no inclination to move. Observing her lethargic state, Jing took it upon himself to assist her, dabbing at her with a handkerchief while teasing her. Overestimating yourself, are we? Qingcheng acknowledged that she had indeed overstepped. This man seemed impervious to fatigue. Allowing her to rest for a while was a courtesy indeed. Lacking the energy to reply, Jing inquired, will you dare to provoke me again, next time? Though she had no intention of speaking, his question compelled her to declare her stance. Yes, I would dare. You owe me. Jing let out a cold chuckle, discarding the handkerchief with a flourish. Later, whether the maidservants returned with more water, Qingcheng could not say, for she had succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, the comfort of resting her head upon his arm made it all worthwhile. Chapter 69. Her mischief, complete indulgence as dawn broke. Qingcheng was stirred awake by the commotion outside. In her hazy state, she discerned the voice of old Madame Yuan, seemingly announcing that Qing Yu was waiting outside to attend to the prince, who was due to rise for the morning court. Initially too drowsy to open her eyes, the thought of Jing sleeping beside her instantly invigorated her. The heavy bed curtains obscured the light, and she could only make out a vague silhouette. Unable to resist, she reached out gently, her fingers brushing against Jing and Appo's face, marveling at the exquisite contours. In her eagerness for intimacy the previous night, she had not taken the time to appreciate him fully. She caressed his face once more, and when he still did not respond, she playfully tapped the tip of his nose. Yet, when she was about to poke him again, her wrist was suddenly seized. Startled, she quickly melted into Jing and Appo's embrace. Your Highness, you are awake, she exclaimed. They're urging you to rise. Are you going to get up now? What's the matter? Do you not wish to rise? Or is there something else you desire to do? Qingcheng widened her eyes in astonishment, as if the prince had transformed into a different person. Did his words imply what she thought they did? Though uncertainty laced her inquiry, her other hand boldly slipped into the folds of Jing's robe, exploring inch by inch. Jing allowed her mischief, fully indulgent. Even as she approached the most intimate boundaries, he showed no inclination to halt her. Qingcheng, however, found herself somewhat bewildered, her fingertips swirling in hesitance, cautious not to provoke the tempestuous energy. What does this mean, Your Highness? Are you not going to the palace for morning court? Jing glanced at her, arching an eyebrow. It is early. Did you not initiate this? Shouldn't I be asking you what you mean? I mean nothing much. Qingcheng replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed softly at him. I simply wish to share some affectionate moments with you, but indulging too much at once may not be wise. I was also thinking you might come to see me tonight. Will you? At her words, Jing and Appo's hand found his way to her waist, his tone laced with mockery. Have you already fed me today? Your Highness. Qingcheng pressed her palm against his large hand, marveling at how he seemed to have transformed completely. Yet, she found herself quite enamored by this change. Outside, old Madame Yuan continued to urge them, prompting Murong Jing to release her and rise. Su Qingcheng clung to him, reluctant to let go. Spring nights are fleeting. You are leaving so soon. I shall miss you dearly when you are away. I wonder if you'll miss me too. Why are you so silent? Will you miss me or not? Is such a simple question so difficult to answer? Murong Jing turned his head to glance at the woman resting her chin on his shoulder, a slight frown creasing his brow. I am quite busy, yet surely there must be a moment of leisure. When you find a moment to relax, will you think of me? What would you like me to think about you? Murong Jing placed his hand on her arm, teasingly squeezing it. Do you wish for me to ponder how you entice me, or perhaps how you revel in my embrace? Both will suffice, as long as I am included in your thoughts, Su Qingcheng replied, tilting her head to gauge his expression. He appeared cold, as though brooding over last night's indiscretion. Yet he was a man. If anyone should be lamenting, it ought to be her. The thought made her chuckle softly. Though his touch was firm, it was also exceedingly pleasant, leaving her torn between calling him indifferent and acknowledging his warmth. She pressed closer, wishing to prolong their time together. Your Highness, please tell me, will you think of me? Murong Jing seemed somewhat vexed by her persistence. He removed her arms from around his waist and stood up. But Su Qingcheng, like an inseparable shadow, clung to the hem of his garment, pouting for an answer. Will thinking of you add to my girth? He retorted, glancing back at her. Su Qingcheng boinquet ino senti. Of course, perhaps 10 months hence, that extra bit of weight will become a little one. I wonder if your Highness prefers a young master or a young lady. Murong Jing sighed. Old Madame Yuan, come in to attend to us. Very well. If you do not wish to answer, I shall not press further. Su Qingcheng chuckled, finding amusement in his stubbornness. Typically, at this hour, she would linger in bed. Yet now, invigorated and wide awake, she summoned someone to bring water for her morning routine. She was in no rush, for she had no obligation to attend court, and thus took her time with her grooming, slower than Murong Jing. By the time he was already dressing, she was still leisurely washing her face. Ordinarily, Qingyu assisted him with dressing, but now, in Su Qingcheng's room, the male servant could not enter, preferring not to have young maidens close. Murong Jing had entrusted the task to the more seasoned old Madame Yuan. Su Qingcheng, not particularly diligent, had nearly overlooked this detail. When the discreet Yi offered a hint while wringing out a cloth, she dismissed it, having seen old Madame Yuan already in action. However, just as old Madame Yuan held up the waist sash, Murong Jing spoke up, Princess, come and assist this prince with his attire. Though she had not initiated it, Su Qingcheng was not averse to the idea. She set down the comb she had just picked up and approached with a smile, accepting the black satin sash from old Madame Yuan's hands. Old Madame Yuan, fully aware of the previous night's activities, discreetly retreated to the background, understanding the tender affection shared between the couple. Seeing this, Su Qingcheng's thoughts began to flourish. She longed to say or do something to crack the prince's stoic faade. Your Highness, it seems you cannot bear to be apart from me, she whispered playfully, wrapping the waist sash around him. It has only been one night. Murong Jing glanced down at her, approvingly responding, you have tied it well. From now on, this task shall be yours. Do not let it fall to others. Certainly, this is my duty, and if anyone dares to vie for it, I shall not permit it, she replied confidently. Initially, Su Qingcheng had not grasped Murong Jing and Appo's intentions, but eventually realized he was, in fact, punishing her. He harbored a lingering resentment for her having unfastened his sash on the day of her return home, thus denying her the luxury of sleeping in. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Presently, Su Qingcheng reveled in the joy of being able to both tie his sash and playfully touch him. Chapter 70 merely acquired a person after both had donned their attire. They proceeded to have breakfast together. This was the first occasion that Su Qingcheng dined alone with Murong Jing. Observing him, she mused inwardly that a handsome man such as he was indeed extraordinary. Even his manner of eating was unforgettable. However, after a prolonged gaze, Murong Jing could no longer restrain himself and shot her a glance, furrowing his brow as he set down his chopsticks. Su Qingcheng was well aware of the reason behind his action. He was displeased by her constant staring. Yet, how could she help it? He was simply too attractive. It was only natural to steal a few more glances. What is the matter, Your Highness? Are you too lazy to feed yourself? Allow me to feed you, she jested, scooping a spoonful of porridge from her bowl and bringing it to his lips. Murong Jing cast another look her way, his brows knitting tighter. Suppressing a laugh, Su Qingcheng persisted in her feeding. Come on, Your Highness, we kissed last night. Surely you're not bothered by my saliva? The maids outside were keeping watch, and if her arm grew weary while he refused to take a bite, how would she manage to maintain her position in the palace? Your Highness, surely Wu Ti want to deprive your own princess of a shred of dignity? Murong Jing's frown deepened. Su Qingcheng pouted exaggeratedly and sighed. Alas, this is what it feels like to be unloved. Even after I employed all my charms last night, you still refuse to acknowledge me once you've dressed. Murong Jing's brow furrowed even tighter. Were you that is more like it. Just open your mouth. He was forcibly fed a spoonful of porridge, rendering him momentarily speechless. He wanted to admonish her, yet as he gazed at the woman before him, those words were swallowed back down. However, he was unaccustomed to being fed, and having swallowed that mouthful was already an exception. Before Su Qingcheng could offer another, he picked up his chopsticks once more and stated, You need not investigate the matter regarding the jade bead any further. Su Qingcheng exclaimed softly, I was just about to mention that. It seems we are truly in sync. However, the craftsman has already been killed, which suggests those involved are guilty. If left unchecked, who knows what calamity they might unleash in the future. If I don't look into it, you will inevitably pursue it. You? Well, you needn't concern yourself with that. Yet, Su Qingcheng was inherently restless and could not remain idle. The assassins are dead, severing the clues. If you wish to continue your investigation, where do you intend to start? I told you not to meddle. It's time to forget past injuries. Su Qingcheng paused, initially believing he was dismissing her for being overly inquisitive, but it dawned on her that he was actually showing concern. Her heart warmed at this realization. Perhaps her efforts had not been in vain. Since he was concerned for her well-being, she felt compelled to reciprocate. That incident was merely an accident. That person was rather cunning. Who would have guessed he had hidden tricks up his sleeve? However, having witnessed it was not a loss. We can turn the tables next time, employing his own tactics against him. As for where to start next, I do have some insights. Murong Jing regarded her thoughtfully. The notion of using the enemy's own devices against them demonstrated a breadth of perspective that surpassed that of ordinary women and even many men. You mean the fifth Miss Yao, who substituted the jade bead that day? Precisely. It seems we are indeed on the same wavelength. She continued, however, the Yao family is no ordinary household. It might not be so simple for you to leverage the fifth Miss Yao, especially since she is a woman and difficult to approach. But I am different. Being a woman allows me greater ease in establishing rapport. If you insist on me not getting involved, you may end up taking the long route. Of course, Su Qingcheng replied with a smile, inching closer to Murong Jing. I understand your concern for me, and I am truly touched. As husband and wife, we should face challenges together, sharing both honor and disgrace. Now that there's a role for me to play, how could I hide behind you? Perhaps you should agree to my request and assign a few capable subordinates for me to utilize as I see fit. What do you think? Murong Jing narrowed his eyes, about to respond when a voice from outside interrupted. Your Highness, the 11th princess has arrived. No sooner had the words been spoken than the 11th princess, Yi Jingxian, burst in. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng and Murong Jing dining together, she widened her eyes in surprise. Uncle is here too? Did he spend the night at Aunt's? How impertinent! Murong Jing frowned slightly, casting a disapproving glance at his niece, who exhibited no decorum. He then set down his bowl and stood. Su Qingcheng quickly rose as well, noticing he had not offered any greeting. She tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, have you finished eating? Are you leaving already? Continue with your meal. Oh, Su Qingcheng gently shook his arm, adopting a playful tone. What about the matter we were discussing? Have you agreed or not? Murong Jing glanced at her, then at his niece, his brow knitting slightly. Very well, I will arrange for the people you want. But you must not allow her to cause mischief. Su Qingcheng understood he was referring to Yi Jingxian and sweetly replied, Understood, after all. This is a matter concerning our own family. With Yi Jingxian's arrival, she decided not to see Murong Jing off. Remember to return early tonight. We shall see, Murong Jing said, not easily committing before striding away. As he departed, Yi Jingxian immediately began to gossip with Su Qingcheng. What? You've already captured my uncle's heart? It's not even been 3 months. Did he really spend the night at your place? Well, of course, Su Qingcheng replied with a smug smile. How could he possibly have risen early to dine with me if he hadn't stayed? Yi Jingxian seemed disappointed. Does this mean I've lost our wager already? That was rather swift. Did you give my uncle some kind of potion? He shouldn't be like this. Ha ha. Su Qingcheng chuckled at Yi Jingxian's notion of a potion, then assumed a serious demeanor. Actually, it was I who fell under your uncle's spell. I am quite enamored with him. However, you haven't lost just yet. Why do you say that? Well, you're still too young, I want to tell you. I'm not little. I'll be reaching the age of maturity soon. Yet you haven't reached it just yet. Oh, dear aunt, please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. I beg you. All right. Su Qingcheng said, feeling her ears grow weary from Yi Jingxian's persistence. I'll tell you. Lowering her voice, she confided. I have merely acquired your uncle's person. His heart, however, remains untaken. Thus, our wager still stands. Chapter 71. Curiosity aroused a peculiar itch-ah. Su Qingcheng's audacity left Yi Jingxian momentarily speechless, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Goodness, is this something I should be hearing? Su Qingcheng shot her an amused glance. Who was it that was begging me just a moment ago? It was you, wasn't it? Hee. As long as I haven't lost yet, it's all good. I'm utterly envious of your collection of books. Will they all belong to me? That's uncertain, Su Qingcheng replied confidently. Just wait. Eventually, your uncle will be thinking only of me. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why have you come today? All right, I almost forgot about that. After hastily sending the list to you that day, I accompanied my mother out of the city and only returned last night. I came today to inquire about how your investigation is progressing. Has the jade bead on your uncle's sword really been swapped? I recall that the 5th Miss of the Yao family was sitting beside me at that time. Could she be involved? To be honest, please don't blame me for being a backseat driver. Had it not been for my mother insisting on this trip, I would have certainly joined you in uncovering the truth. Su Qingcheng chuckled. Such concern for your uncle. Of course, Yi Jingxian replied with a playful smile. But it's not merely concern. My curiosity is piqued as well. Life has been dreadfully mundane, and I yearn for something fresh and exciting. Su Qingcheng did not immediately respond to Yi Jingxian and Appo's inquiry, but instead followed her lead to extract the information she desired. Is there truly no enjoyment in outings and flowing water poetry gatherings? Didn't you specially bring your sword to impress everyone? By the way, could you share what inspired you to bring the sword? Was it suggested by someone? Or did you come up with it on your own? It was my own idea. It was suggested by someone else. At this point, Yi Jingxian's expression shifted suddenly, and that someone was none other than the 5th Miss of the Yao family. Isn't that a tad too coincidental? Could she have been plotting this all along? However, it seems too early to suspect her. Have you mentioned this to your uncle? Is there truly an issue with the bead I retrieved? Su Qingcheng nodded. There should indeed be a problem. Based on what you just said, the 5th Miss of the Yao family is quite suspicious. Nonetheless, Jingxian, I believe you heard your uncle's words. He expressly forbade me from involving you in any reckless endeavors. So, if you're curious, I will share what I can. But it's best if you remain uninvolved. This matter is not as entertaining as you might think. In fact, it is rather perilous. Is it truly that serious? Yi Jingxian frowned, wondering if something had occurred during my absence from the capital. Indeed, Su Qingcheng affirmed, something quite dangerous happened. When I went to investigate last time, I was even ambushed by their people. Fortunately, your uncle arrived just in time to rescue me. Otherwise, I would have lost my life at their hands. How outrageous! These people dare to harm even the Princess of Qin. Their audacity is astonishing. Not only that, the hidden weapon was originally aimed at your uncle, and I intercepted it. Hearing this, Yi Jingxian quickly stood up, scrutinizing Su Qingcheng. Were you injured? It's not serious, is it? Su Qingcheng shook her head. Fortunately, I was harmed in a vital area. I've mostly recovered in these past few days. Had the injury not been in a rather private location, I would have shown it to you. In any case, Now that you're aware, be cautious around the Yao family in the future. Do not act recklessly. All the people they sent last time have perished, so they should be unaware that we are investigating them. But it's only a matter of time. Yi Jingxian was furious. Who knows what malicious intentions they harbor? We must retrieve the bead quickly. Otherwise, who knows what they might do with it in the future? Do you and your uncle have any plans moving forward? Is there anything I can assist with? You're so eager. Su Qingcheng chuckled lightly. I haven't had the chance to discuss it with the prince yet. Moreover, you need not concern yourself with it. Didn't the prince say you are not to participate? Rest assured, Yi Jingxian quickly assured her. I absolutely will not involve myself in dangerous matters, for I fear for my life. However, I can assist with smaller tasks, such as gathering information from the fifth miss of the Yao family or tracking her whereabouts. Since you are not familiar with her, it might be difficult for you, but I can manage. All right, I'll keep that in mind. However, I must consult with the prince before proceeding. By the way, did you have breakfast before coming so early? I rushed over this morning, so I only had a little. Then stay and share a meal with me. I will have someone bring another set of chopsticks. Sounds good. The food at the Wang residence seems quite delightful. What is this green dish? I've never encountered it in the Princess' residence. You must try it. It's a dish I discovered during my time in the south, and I liked it so much that I had the chef replicate it. The maid soon brought another set of utensils, and after tasting the dish, Yi Jingxian couldn't stop praising it. It's truly delicious, tangy and crisp. So appetizing. Did your aunt bring her own chef to the Wang residence? Or is there a recipe involved? I found the chef myself. Could I borrow him for a day, so he could teach my chef at my residence? Certainly. I will have the matron arrange that shortly. As she looked at Yi Jingxian, Su Qingcheng suddenly conceived a solution for the bead issue. In the evening, Jing returned to the Wang residence punctually. Upon receiving the news, Su Qingcheng dispatched matron Gong's son to invite him. Although he agreed to dine at Changyuan, he did not arrive early. It wasn't until dinner was prepared that Su Qingcheng sent matron Gong's son again to fetch him, and only then did he come. While he was delayed, Su Qingcheng did not merely wait idly, but picked up a pen to write in her notebook. Upon seeing him, Yueying hurried to invite Su Qingcheng out. However, Jing halted her. He did not allow the servants to announce him and walked directly toward the inner chamber. Su Qingcheng was deep in thought when she heard footsteps, causing her to frown. Didn't I tell you all not to disturb me if there is nothing urgent? Do you all take my words as mere whispers in the wind? After speaking, she returned to her thoughts, showing no inclination to look up. Jing paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the woman. Had she forgotten that she invited him for dinner? He wondered why she was so engrossed in writing. Gazing at her, Jing felt a peculiar itch of curiosity arise within him, compelling him to quicken his pace. Chapter 72. Have you missed me? Hearing the footsteps quicken, Su Qingcheng could not help but secretly curl the corners of her mouth. In truth, she had noticed Jing the moment he entered. She had long been accustomed to the footsteps of the maids and servants attending to her. Upon his arrival, she instantly recognized him. The cadence of a man's footsteps is distinctly different from that of a woman's. However, just now, she had deliberately feigned ignorance of his presence. After all, he had been rather aloof, and despite her sending someone to invite him, he had chosen to return to the royal residence, preferring to linger in his study rather than seek her out. Given that they had only consummated their union the previous night, she still savored the lingering sensations from that experience, while he seemed utterly indifferent. Now, realizing his urgency, she found it rather delightful. To this end, Su Qingcheng had even made a point to place the book that had been lying at the bottom of the stack on top, hoping he would notice it at a glance. What are you writing? Jing soon approached her from behind, inquiring aloud. Su Qingcheng smiled subtly, then pretended to be startled, even allowing the ink from her brush to smudge her newly made spring attire. My lord, is it really you? I thought it was that girl, Xuya. Why did you come in without a sound? You startled me. With that, Su Qingcheng set down her brush and turned to embrace Jing. He cast her a sidelong glance. Though he did not step back, he spoke to halt her advance. Your clothes will get dirty. Ah. Su Qingcheng looked up at him, feigning innocence. Where? Here. Jing, aware of her playful antics, nonetheless pointed to the offending spot. Following his finger, Su Qingcheng glanced over and chuckled lightly. This is all your fault, my lord. You came in so quietly, causing me to stain my clothes. You must compensate me. 2 pieces, no, 10 pieces. Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to extort me? Su Qingcheng giggled as she nestled against him, playfully chiding. How can it be considered extortion when the lord is merely providing his princess with a few garments? Surely, you're not that stingy, are you? If you truly feel wronged, perhaps you might consider what I possess that is valuable. You may take it. And what might that be? Su Qingcheng tilted her head and playfully nipped at his chin. What I say doesn't count. You must search thoroughly to ascertain the truth. Murong Jing lowered his gaze, pausing in contemplation before lifting her chin with his hand. Have you missed me? Su Qingcheng was taken aback by his sudden question, her voice softening almost tenderly. Of course. How could I not? And what about you, my lord? Have you missed me today? How do you think? Murong Jing chuckled lightly. I was thinking of how you looked in my arms during court this morning. Are you really that happy? Su Qingcheng's voice was syrupy sweet, brimming with affection for him. Indeed, my heart is filled with thoughts of you. Is that so? Murong Jing scrutinized her closely. I do not believe you. I recall you once saying that you are intrigued by all things unknown. You have pursued me repeatedly, merely because I have been indifferent, correct? Now that you have succeeded, are you truly still thinking of me? What a thing to say, my lord. To say I have succeeded. What does that even mean? I desire a lifetime with you. This singular instance hardly constitutes success. Are you looking down on me? Oh. Murong Jing's lips curled into a smirk. Then I shall have to investigate further. How does the lord plan to conduct this investigation? As she listened to his words and watched his lips part and close, Su Qingcheng could not resist reaching up, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and slowly leaning in for a kiss. Chapter 73. Staying the night? Accompanying you to read, Murong Jing allowed her to kiss him for a while. Only when she paused did he suddenly clasp her waist and pull her tightly into his embrace. After the kiss, Su Qingcheng tilted her head and asked, Now, what does the prince believe that I truly miss him? Murong Jing softly replied, I can certainly feel it. However, what shall we do about the cold food? What of it? If it's cold, we can simply have them heated up again. Indeed, that makes sense. Murong Jing smiled, lifting Su Qingcheng's chin and kissing her fervently once more. His domineering nature left her breathless, her eyes glistening with tears. She gazed up at him, her voice a gentle whisper, Prince, let us move inside. It is too cramped here. I agree, he replied, caressing her cheek, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. How about we dine first? The outside is much more spacious. Upon saying this, he surprisingly released Su Qingcheng and took a step back. Su Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. He was poised, and yet after staring at Murong Jing for a while, she realized he was merely teasing her. Oh, this Murong Jing, how clever you are. With a playful huff, Su Qingcheng continued, I understand now. It was intentional. You may go ahead. My clothes are soiled, and I must change before I can face anyone. Also, this table needs tidying to avoid any embarrassing sights. Murong Jing narrowed his eyes slightly at her mention of embarrassing sights. Ultimately, he decided it was best to change clothes first. Feeling dirty would only dampen his mood. As Su Qingcheng spoke, she began to remove her garments. Slightly displeased, she made quite a show of it. Murong Jing found her actions amusing, but had no intention of dining alone outside. Her dissatisfaction was, in fact, rather entertaining to him. However, after a brief moment, he caught a glare from Su Qingcheng. Furrowing his brow, he turned his gaze elsewhere, landing on the table. Yet after just a glance, his brow furrowed again. Another forbidden book? He stepped forward and picked up a volume adorned with illustrations of couples, looking at Su Qingcheng, who was loosening her clothing. What forbidden book? Can't the prince look more closely? It is an illustration for fire prevention, a gift from the palace upon our wedding. I only discovered it while organizing the storeroom today. In broad daylight, you choose to look at these? It is not broad daylight. It is already dark outside. Is the prince displeased? But this was a royal gift, and it also comes with a string of jade grapes and a ruby, all pertaining to the continuation of our lineage. Why must the prince regard it so disdainfully? Well, have I ever expressed disdain? The prince may not say it, but I know that is precisely what he means. How do you know? Yes, if the prince believes I am wrong, then punish me. Punish you? Murong Jing began to feel that she was being unreasonable, but the rest of his thought was swallowed when suddenly a fragrant, warm fabric covered his face. In that moment, he felt a surge of anger. He knew without looking that it was Su Qingcheng's doing. After merely a few words, she resorted to this. Murong Jing furrowed his brow fiercely and tore the sheer fabric away. However, as he did so, he realized that it was, in fact, Su Qingcheng's undergarment. Su Qingcheng, I'm here, my prince. Do as you wish. Su Qingcheng, noticing the fire in his gaze, smiled brightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Come here. This is what you brought upon yourself. Murong Jing threw the book aside and strode towards her. Ultimately, the servants did take the food away to be reheated. As they finished their meal, Su Qingcheng asked, Prince, you aren't leaving tonight, are you? Murong Jing leisurely wiped his hands, not sparing her a glance. I shall not leave. I will stay and read with you, lest you become pensive, especially since this is a gift from the palace. Chapter 74. Gradually testing the limits. What book? Su Qingcheng blinked innocently, her demeanor almost beguiling. What does the prince wish to accompany me in reading? Seeing her feigned ignorance, Murong Jing cast aside the handkerchief in his hand and looked at her with a raised brow. You know full well what I mean. Just don't start complaining later about being overwhelmed. Su Qingcheng smiled lightly. When have I ever complained? I merely suggested we go easy on it. Murong Jing closed his eyes momentarily, muttering, You truly are insatiable. Su Qingcheng laughed, her demeanor unabashed as she let her hand slide across Murong Jing's thigh. I only act this way in front of you, my prince. No one else knows the true nature of Su Qingcheng. Murong Jing narrowed his eyes. It better remain that way. With that, he stood and took a couple of steps, only to turn back upon noticing Su Qingcheng still drying her hands. Aren't you coming? Su Qingcheng flicked the water from her hands and, after drying them, followed him. As she walked beside him, she looked up with a playful smile and asked softly, Is the prince in such a hurry? I never would have guessed you were this kind of person. Reflecting on the past, even when I was sitting on your lap, you've barely moved a finger. I once thought you must have some hidden ailment. Murong Jing scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? You already found out that day. In the past, he had been restrained, but that did not mean he lacked desires, nor was he easily swayed by just any woman. Yet Su Qingcheng, she was a temptress. Now that he had resolved not to confine himself, he intended to indulge, especially since it aligned with her own desires. Su Qingcheng chuckled. The prince's heart is indeed as clear as a mirror. You know everything. But we've just finished our meal. Let's take a stroll. While embracing him tightly was delightful, she yearned for more, conversing, wandering, and enjoying the splendid spring light. But as night fell, the spring light was no longer visible. However, the night view of the prince's residence was equally charming. With this thought, Su Qingcheng took the initiative to link her arm with Murong Jing's. What do you say, my prince? Will you agree? Murong Jing had little interest in a stroll, but since he planned to toy with her later, he decided to indulge her now. This residence is vast. Where do you wish to go? Let us just stay in the Chong Garden. I don't want to walk too far. As you said, our estate is indeed too large, and I fear my feet may ache. Su Qingcheng led Murong Jing around a corner, heading straight for the flower hall where a swing awaited her. She wished to play on it. Yet, as she approached the swing without uttering a word, Murong Jing discerned her intentions immediately. Have your maid push you. Su Qingcheng blinked, feigning surprise. Is the prince jesting? I deliberately came without my maid to share sweet nothings with you. Do you truly want me to fetch them? Come now, I beg you. Just let me play for a little while. Murong Jing found it amusing. Why would she plead for something so trivial as swinging? Yet, it was not surprising. She was adept at being coy. After all, it was merely a swing. Why not indulge her? She had already dared to covet his body. How could he not satisfy her? Go on. Yay. Su Qingcheng beamed, her playful demeanor igniting a spark of mischief. Having already charmed him today, she felt emboldened to push the boundaries further. Everyone has their limits, and Murong Jing was no exception. She was curious to explore, step by step, where his boundaries lay. She stepped forward, her eyes alight with mirth as she opened her arms. The swing is a bit high. I want the prince to carry me up. Murong Jing glanced at the swing. High. I see it is quite low. Very well, if you say it is not high, then it is not. But if I were to be carried by you, I would surely enjoy swinging far more than in all my years of playing. For I would have the prince with me. Just a hug, please. It's rare that we have no one else around. Seeing Murong Jing hesitate, Su Qingcheng took the initiative, stepping forward to nestle into his embrace. "Oh, my prince," she cooed softly, gazing up at him with feigned innocence. Their eyes met, and she noticed no trace of coldness or impatience in his gaze. For Murong Jing, this indicated a certain indulgence. "Brother Jing," Su Qingcheng said sweetly, planting a gentle kiss on his chin. "You are the best. I truly like you." Murong Jing's gaze darkened, his throat tightening. This enchanting woman must have been sent by the heavens to ensnare his soul. With a firm grasp around her waist, he swiftly seated Su Qingcheng upon the swing. Murong Jing would never have imagined that one day he would willingly push a swing for a woman. Su Qingcheng, too, was surprised. Never had she thought that merely swinging could bring her such joy, her heart blooming with delight. After a moment of pure bliss, an idea struck her. "My prince, would you like to try it as well? Have you ever swung before? It's quite enjoyable. Why not me push you now?" Murong Jing's expression instantly darkened. How could a man of his stature engage in such childish frolics? "If you've had your fill, let us leave." No, I'm not done yet." Su Qingcheng protested, noticing his quick shift in demeanor. It seemed he truly was reluctant. She couldn't help but glance at Murong Jing, realizing he was rather amiable once one understood his temperament. Initially cold, but his emotions were clearly written in his eyes. When displeased, his gaze turned frigid. She had yet to witness him genuinely happy, but when his eyes weren't and oppose, tea cold, it was a signal for her to indulge. Ah, how captivating he was. Each day, she found him more enchanting than the last. Murong Jing felt her gaze bore into him, and he couldn't help but lower his eyes and shoot her a glance. "What are you looking at?" With adoration spilling from her eyes, Su Qingcheng replied, "I'm admiring the prince. I find you more handsome than a moment ago. How could this be? It feels as if I can never see enough of you." Murong Jing chuckled lightly. Such sweet talk, truly deserving of a scriptwriter. "Indeed, I am unafraid to speak sweetly. The stories I write will be filled with even more flattery. Inspired by you, my prince." The words come effortlessly. Yet, fearing she might tire of sweet nothings, she shifted the topic. "By the way, my prince, didn't Qingcheng come by today?" After chatting with her, I suddenly had an idea regarding the beads. Would you care to hear it? Chapter 75, From Now On. "The prince may seek me." Su Qingcheng was enjoying a gentle sway on her swing when Murong Jing, after hearing her words, suddenly grasped the ropes. Understanding his thoughts, she shot him a glare and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you truly doubt me, fearing I might lead the 11th princess into mischief? You have already issued a decree against it. How could I dare? If I genuinely wished for the 11th princess's assistance with a trivial task, I would certainly seek your permission first." Murong Jing frowned slightly. "What scheme are you contemplating now?" "Nothing much," Su Qingcheng replied with a smile. "It an amp, oppose, s merely that we women often engage in lengthy discussions that yield some insights. If certain individuals intend to exploit the pearl, why not take the initiative? Before they can use it for their nefarious purposes, we can announce to the world that the pearl has gone missing. Wouldn't that suffice? Yet, I am aware that it would be inappropriate for you to approach the emperor regarding this matter. If someone were to accuse you of mismanaging a royal gift, it would be an injustice to you. Besides, since the 11th princess is your most cherished niece, even if the pearl was lost under her watch, I doubt you would wish for her to bear such blame. Therefore, it is best if I handle this." "Oh," Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. "Are you willing to bear such blame?" "Indeed," Su Qingcheng nodded. "This is a choice I made after weighing the pros and cons. Will you not feel wronged?" "That depends on whether you cherish me," Su Qingcheng replied as she jumped off the swing, playfully toying with the collar of Murong Jing's garment. "If you appreciate my efforts and show me affection, then I shall not feel wronged. However, if you remain indifferent and neglect me afterward, I would surely feel disheartened." "Oh." Murong Jing allowed her fingers to play upon his chest, speaking softly. "What kind of compensation would satisfy you?" Su Qingcheng chuckled lightly. "Why are you in such a hurry? I have yet to elaborate on my plans." With that, she took his hand and led him through the flower hall, continuing onward. As they walked, Su Qingcheng spoke. I have inquired with the 11th princess. She mentioned that it was the 5th miss of the Yao family who initially wished to see that treasured sword. So this matter undoubtedly involves the Yao family. I plan to visit the palace to see Mother. When the Empress Dowager Yao pays her respects, I shall take the opportunity to confess my oversight in losing the pearl from your sword tassel, which I have searched for in vain. With the Empress Dowager as our witness, even if someone later attempts to exploit the pearl, we cannot be held accountable, as the pearl was lost long ago. Moreover, if the Yao family intends to cause trouble, the Empress Dowager will surely notify her family. We can then discreetly monitor their movements and uncover their schemes, charging them with theft of a royal gift. Ultimately, we must instill some fear in them. What do you think, Your Highness? I find it feasible, Qingcheng nodded. But it is, after all, a royal gift, and the Empress Dowager will undoubtedly penalize you. That is quite all right. I am prepared, Qingcheng exclaimed. Ahead is the Buddhist hall I had arranged. Would you care to join me within? The Buddhist hall? Qingcheng glanced at Qingcheng and chuckled. Qingcheng pouted. What is so amusing? Is it truly laughable? Nothing. I merely did not expect the princess to hold such beliefs. You do not seem the type. Neither do you. Yet Qingyu informed me that on the night you were taken away by the young prince of Nanzhao. You did not stay at Tianshan Tower, but instead played chess with Master Hongyi of Baoxiang Temple. Does playing chess equate to believing in Buddhism? I cannot say. Regardless of whether you believe or not, you did visit Baoxiang Temple, engaged in chess, and sought tranquility. I wish to convey to you that there are not only deities in the temples outside, we also have them within our home. It is not solely the masters of Baoxiang Temple who play chess. I can as well. Should you find yourself burdened with the weight of your actions outside, come to me for solace. Qingcheng furrowed his brow, his tone suddenly turning cold. Did Qingyu share all this with you? Not at all. Qingcheng raised her hand to gently caress his brow. He would not have such audacity. You have never regarded me as your closest confidant, nor have you instructed those around you to be completely open with me. How could he dare divulge every detail of your affairs? How then did you know my hands were stained with blood that day? Is it so difficult to guess? Across this vast world, countless devotees harbor unfulfilled desires or seek relief from their burdens, which is why they visit the temple. I suspect you are among them. Despite your battle-hardened nature, you're not born of bloodlust. Who is inherently sanguinary? While my chess skills may not rival Master Hongyi and Damp, Opposes, I assure you that I will remain silent and not disturb your thoughts while we play. Would you consider seeking me out next time? Qingcheng regarded Qingcheng once more, feeling a subtle stirring within him. She truly understood him. In his youthful fervor, he had once envisioned marrying a woman who could stand by his side, disdaining those content with mere domesticity. Yet, as time passed, he became indifferent to such notions. Now, having married her with the intent of making her a mere ornament, he found that too wasteful and insincere. Let's play then, he said, capturing her delicate hand that rested on his brow, guiding Qingcheng into the Buddhist hall. Are there any chess pieces here? Indeed, but the board is on a high shelf. You will need to retrieve it, she replied, for I cannot reach. Where is it? There. Qingcheng pointed in the direction, while she herself went to fetch the pieces. As she glanced back at Qingcheng reaching for the board, she could not help but smile. This must be what harmony in marriage feels like, she thought. They soon took their seats across from each other. Qingcheng's chess skills, though she had downplayed them, proved to be quite commendable, not far behind Qingcheng and Opposes. As they finished the game, the hour had grown late. The matron on guard, noticing the two masters were unaccompanied, offered to bring them a lamp. However, Qingcheng preferred not to have anyone disturb their tranquility and took it upon herself to light the lantern. Yet, as she descended the steps, the dim light proved insufficient, and she nearly stumbled. Just then, a large, dry hand grasped hers firmly. It was Qingcheng who had taken the initiative to hold her hand. In an instant, Qingcheng felt her steps lighten, and she looked up at him with a beaming smile. Your Highness, your hand feels so comfortable. Qingcheng lowered his gaze, locking eyes with her, his expression deep and intense. Suddenly, he lifted his other hand to cradle the back of her head, pressing his lips down heavily upon hers. Chapter 76. It turns out kissing is also a laborious task. Suddenly overwhelmed by a fervent kiss from Qingcheng, Su Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon found herself fully engaged in this passionate contest. Ultimately, she succumbed, her senses dulled by the lingering sweetness of their entwined lips, until she gently melted into Murong Jing and Appo's embrace. Until that moment, Su Qingcheng had been unaware that kissing, whether giving or receiving, could indeed be such a strenuous endeavor. Now, her legs felt weak, rendering her unable to stand. "It's all the prince's fault," she murmured, tilting her head back to reveal sparkling eyes. "You've rendered me unable to move. The prince must carry me." Murong Jing glanced down at her flushed lips, and with a sudden motion, swept her off her feet. "Ah!" Su Qingcheng gasped as she felt the abrupt weightlessness. "Does the prince intend to carry me? This might be quite exhausting." Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. "You're tired?" "I, of course, am not fatigued. I am the one being carried." The Buddhist hall lay just behind the Chong garden, and they soon made their way back. The maids and servants, upon catching sight of the princess being carried by the prince, discreetly stepped aside. Granny Gong's son, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain her delight and promptly instructed a young maid to prepare hot water for any potential needs. "Bisi de her, Julia Chaklet." "We've been ready for a while now, Granny. We cannot afford to be negligent." "That's splendid news," Granny Gong's son replied, her words tumbling forth. "If this continues, our princess should soon bear the prince's firstborn son. During your night shifts, keep your distance, but remain attentive to the sounds that matter. Ignore what is not." The following morning, Qingyu brought Murong Jing his court attire to change in the Chong garden. Upon awakening, Su Qingcheng exchanged a few words with him, and after assisting in his dressing, she fell back into slumber. The previous evening had been exhilarating, and she had even shared breakfast with Murong Jing. However, after 2 consecutive days of such excitement, she found herself in dire need of a restorative nap. Yet, that morning, her sleep was restless in her drowsy state. She seemed to hear Murong Jing conversing with Granny Yuan, though she could not discern their words. Time slipped by, and eventually she awoke. Just as she finished washing up, Granny Yuan entered with a dozen or so maids, each carrying an assortment of exquisite silks and jewelry. Su Qingcheng smiled gently, realizing that what Murong Jing had discussed with Granny Yuan earlier was indeed this. "Did the prince instruct you to prepare all of this?" she inquired of Granny Yuan. "Indeed, Your Highness," Granny Yuan replied with a smile. Stepping forward, the prince expressed it was a compensation for you. "Should you find it unsatisfactory, I can have more prepared." "No need. I am thoroughly pleased. What woman in this world would not adore such treasures?" More importantly, Murong Jing remembered her words and the promises he had made, even if she had merely jested at the time. The ink stains on the garments were a result of her own doing, and he had no obligation to compensate her. The more she pondered, the brighter her mood became. Su Qingcheng found herself eagerly anticipating. "Are there any embroiderers in the residence? Please have them come over to take my measurements for new attire." "Of course, Your Highness. I shall arrange that immediately. Additionally, there is one matter I would like to discuss with you." "Oh, I am curious. What is it?" "Su Qingcheng from Pet Inji." "Please do tell." Chapter 77. The Prince and Appo's deliberate inquiry, Madam, Yuan hastily replied. "It was merely an oversight by the servants of the household. The offerings in your Buddha hall were not accounted for in the public accounts of the estate, which resulted in you having to pay out of your own pocket. This is indeed the fault of the servants, and the prince has already reprimanded them. I am unaware of how much the princess has spent, but these expenses should rightfully be covered by the public accounts of the household." "The offerings in the Buddha hall?" Su Qingcheng mused with interest. "Is this something the prince mentioned himself this morning?" "Indeed," Madame Yuan confirmed. Su Qingcheng nodded. "I understand. As the prince and Appo's wife, I am part of the same family. The Wang residence is not only the prince and Appo's home, but also mine. Although the Buddha hall was funded with my dowry, there is no need to draw such a clear line. Let us consider it settled this time. There is no need for reimbursement. Should there be future expenses, I shall trouble you to handle them through the public accounts. However, there is no however. Let us proceed with this arrangement." In truth, Murong Jing had been aware of the plan to establish the Buddha hall from the very beginning. He had chosen not to intervene then, as their relationship was still strained. Now, It seemed he had changed his perspective on her, which prompted him to send Madame Yuan to handle the matter. Nonetheless, the expenses for the Buddha Hall were not substantial, and Su Qingcheng did not mind. Seeing Su Qingcheng and Appo's insistence, Madame Yuan refrained from further protest and added, "The prince is also instructed that once the princess awakens, all the household managers should come to meet her. Additionally, here are the keys to the household in Appo's storeroom. I kindly ask you to keep them safe." As Madame Yuan spoke, she gestured for a young maid standing behind her, who presented a small box. Su Qingcheng was taken aback. It appeared that not only was she expected to reimburse the expenses, but now she was also entrusted with the management of the entire Wang residence. However, she had never been fond of ledgers. They only gave her a headache. Yet, since Murong Jing had granted her this honor, she felt compelled to accept. "Then let us meet the managers. Madame Yuan, you have overseen the back courtyard while I was yet to be wed, correct?" "Yes, the front courtyard is managed by the chief steward, while the back is under my purview." Su Qingcheng nodded. "Very well, I shall accept the keys for now. However, you may handle the household matters as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Now let us go and meet everyone." The servants of the Wang residence had been well trained, each one understanding the protocols, thus relieving Su Qingcheng of any burdens. Accompanied by Madame Gong's son, Ya, and a few others, she made her round among the managers, allowing her close associates to become familiar faces in the household, ensuring they could manage future affairs on her behalf. After meeting with the managers, Madame Gong's son was in high spirits. "Wonderful, princess! You have now officially taken charge of the household, becoming the true matriarch of the Wang estate. I had thought it would take much longer, but the prince holds you in such high regard and has complete faith in you." "Indeed, madam," Su Qingcheng smiled. "I nearly forgot to have breakfast in my eagerness to meet with them. If you're not hungry, I certainly am. Please arrange for some food to be brought." "Right away." "Go on," Su Qingcheng encouraged, her heart lightened by Madame Gong's son and Appo's joy. Yet, she was also aware that Murong Jing might not fully trust her just yet, but he had certainly given her the respect she deserved. Regardless, it was a good development and genuinely worthy of celebration. When Murong Jing returned in the evening, she personally went to greet him at the entrance. He was willing to acknowledge her, and she was equally eager to please him. Motioning for the servants to maintain their distance, Su Qingcheng approached and linked her arm with Murong Jing's. Murong Jing allowed her gesture, casting a glance down at her. "You seem particularly cheerful today." "Your Highness, you are well aware of the reason," Su Qingcheng replied, tilting her head with a smile. "You left early this morning, yet still managed to arrange a few delightful surprises for me. Naturally, I am in high spirits." Chapter 78. Do you intend to manage me as well? "However, Your Highness, since you have entrusted the rear courtyard to my care, you cannot renege on that promise." Murong Jing noticed the fleeting glint of mischief in Su Qingcheng and Appo's eyes, and couldn't and Appo's help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you planning to set the royal residence in Appo's rear courtyard ablaze? What on earth?" Su Qingcheng was amused by Murong Jing's words. Why would she want to burn down the royal residence? "Oh." Murong Jing cast another glance at Su Qingcheng. "So what is it that you wish to do?" "I simply wish to inquire, Your Highness. How does the inn garden fit into the classification of the royal residence? Does it belong to the front courtyard or the rear?" I see." Murong Jing understood Su Qingcheng's implication. "Do you wish to include me in your management?" "Indeed, who wouldn't desire to oversee their own man?" Su Qingcheng candidly replied. "Even though I hold the prestigious title of Princess of Qin, I cannot be an exception. Your Highness has yet to clarify. Does an garden fall within the front courtyard or the rear? If there are matters of importance to discuss, the main hall is available. An garden is where Your Highness resides, thus it should be considered part of the rear courtyard. No? Oh, but I am a master of this estate. My residence naturally counts as the main quarters. After the main quarters comes the rear, which is designated for the accommodation of female relatives. What do you think, Princess?" Su Qingcheng nodded, then sighed. "Your Highness makes a valid point. It seems I shall not be able to manage that after all." Upon saying this, she suddenly appeared despondent. Although aware that this might be a facade, Murong Jing preferred to see her smile. He then inquired, "What do you wish to manage about me?" Su Qingcheng pouted. since your highness has stated that in garden is your residence. Naturally, I wish to oversee your daily affairs, not the 6 elite guards under your command. Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. The 6 elite guards are beyond your jurisdiction. What? Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled as she looked up at Murong Jing. Does that mean Engarden is within my consideration? Never mind, I no longer wish to think about Engarden. Their ISN and AMP. Oppos. Even a maid in the courtyard. I wouldn't be pleased to have a few young and beautiful ones sent over, so let Qingyu manage it instead. Very well. Murong Jing nodded. I dislike change, especially when unfamiliar people appear in my living quarters. Su Qingcheng responded with an "oh," then playfully asked, How has your highness found sleeping at my place these past few days? Murong Jing paused. Naturally, it has been quite pleasant. If your highness finds it agreeable, then all is well, Su Qingcheng said, tightening her grip on Murong Jing's hand. Let us go. Wait. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Murong Jing furrowed his brow slightly. Have you taken a wrong turn? Wasn't the purpose of waiting at the gate for his return to lead him to her Chang garden? Unexpectedly, Su Qingcheng replied, No, I am indeed heading to your highness and AMP, Oppos, place. For what purpose? To stay with me? Not at all. You shall see when we arrive. Shortly thereafter, the two entered garden. Murong Jing observed Su Qingcheng heading directly to his chamber and followed in her footsteps. Now that we are here, may I speak? Su Qingcheng turned back. May I instruct you to do something? Right here in the garden. Murong Jing replied with interest, Certainly. Then, anything is permissible, correct? I doubt you can make an outrageous request. Excellent. Su Qingcheng smirked, gleefully declaring, Qingyu, please tidy up and move everything that His Highness uses daily to my place. Chapter 79 Humph. The prince actually did not wait for me to wash together. Qingyu paused for a moment, intending to glance at her lord to seek his opinion. However, before she could do so, Su Qingcheng intercepted her. What are you still dawdling for? The prince has already consented. Am I not allowed to call you in front of him? I dare not. Qingyu protested, quickly bending down in apology. Murong Jing was well aware that Su Qingcheng was being deliberately provocative, and he calmly instructed Qingyu, Go ahead and tidy up. No need to linger here. Relieved, Qingyu dashed into the inner chamber. Observing this, Su Qingcheng lightly huffed. It appears the prince must exert himself a bit more. Oh, Murong Jing inquired, a hint of confusion knitting his brows as he looked at Su Qingcheng. What exactly do I need to exert myself in? Su Qingcheng chuckled softly. The prince certainly ought to indulge his princess a little more. Otherwise, those around you do not regard me seriously, daring to mock me in your presence. If there were outsiders, how embarrassing would that be for you? You possess a remarkable way with words. All the items have already been moved to your quarters. Yet you still remain unsatisfied? We have merely begun to tidy up. It would only be fitting once everything is placed in the wardrobe. The prince does not mind if I take a look, does he? Of course not. Very well, then I shall proceed. With that, Su Qingcheng entered the inner chamber. Upon her arrival, Qingyu had already opened the wardrobe and was tidying up. Upon seeing the garments within, Su Qingcheng could not help but shake her head secretly. She turned to glance at Murong Jing, thinking to herself how truly wasteful this was. With such striking looks, it is a pity to wear black every day. Your Highness, she mused, quickly returning to Murong Jing and Oppos. Side, you gifted me numerous fabrics today, of which I am quite fond. I've already had the seamstress take my measurements. I'm glad you like them. Indeed, but it feels rather unfair that I alone wear new clothes. I see your wardrobe is rather bare. Why not add a few more pieces for yourself? As for colors and styles, I shall take charge, if that is agreeable. By the way, I have always wondered why you are so fond of black. It is practical. That does seem to be the case. But do you have a favorite color? A favorite color? Murong Jing took a moment to ponder seriously, noticing that he took so long to answer such a simple question. Su Qingcheng had a good idea of what was coming and hastily interrupted him before he could speak. Your Highness, excluding black. Murong Jing paused. If black was excluded, he found himself at a loss for an answer. Then I shall leave it to you. Very well, it is settled. Su Qingcheng cheerfully accepted this task, as if fearful that Murong Jing might reconsider. Upon returning to Changyuan, she personally measured his dimensions. Subsequently, She eagerly headed to the storeroom of the manor, selecting various fabrics to prepare garments for Qingcheng. She chose materials that matched the colors of her new clothes, ensuring they appeared as pairs. Even before the clothes were completed, she was already anticipating the sight of both her and Qingcheng wearing them together. When she returned from the storeroom, Qingcheng had already bathed. Qingcheng felt a twinge of disappointment. Why did the prince not wait for me? You have already washed. Qingcheng glanced at her. Did you wish to wash with me? Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. The prince has misunderstood. I was thinking of helping you wash your back and change clothes. However, if the prince desires to wash together, it is not out of the question. I have yet to wash myself, so why not? But I have already bathed. What does that matter? Qingcheng approached, wrapping her arms around Qingcheng and Appo's neck, tilting her head to press her cheek against his. Washing again will not peel off a layer of skin, will it? Would you not agree, Your Highness? Chapter 80. I marked the prince, softly murmuring. Qingcheng exuded an aura akin to the fragrance of orchids, as if she were a flame. Her fingertips seemed to carry embers, igniting a blazing fire wherever she touched. Ultimately, Qingcheng did not allow her to achieve her desires, seizing her hand firmly. She, in turn, grasped his hand and led him once more into the bathing chamber. Originally, her bath was designed for a single occupant. However, having charmed him into the Changyuan, she had arranged for a larger tub to be brought in. Thus, it became feasible for both to bathe simultaneously, with ample space for movement. The warm water enveloped them in comfort, and as a pair of fervent hands lifted her waist and lowered her into the tub, Qingcheng could not suppress a contented sigh. Yet soon, with the entry of another powerful leg, the water began to overflow, gradually stabilizing thereafter. Behind her, Qingcheng and Appo's broad chest provided a warm embrace, surrounded by the soothing warmth of the water. Held in his arms and enveloped in warmth, she felt utterly at ease. However, after a brief moment of stillness, her restless spirit yearned for more. After all, the sensation of bathing together appeared exceedingly delightful, and she wished to explore it further. This time, Qingcheng did not make her wait. Within the warm water, he was forthright. By the time Qingcheng was lifted out of the tub, only half of the water remained. Weak and languid, she allowed Qingcheng to wrap her in a large blanket. As he intended to carry her back, she, despite her fatigue, made an effort to lift her eyelids. My clothes are over there on the step. Your Highness, please put me down so I can change. Qingcheng glanced down at her. What is there to wear? It will be troublesome later. Later? Is there still a later? She inquired. Otherwise? Qingcheng quickened his pace. Who told you to provoke me? Do I seem so easily swayed? Qingcheng clung tightly to his neck, shaking her head repeatedly. Not easy to provoke, Your Highness. Not easy at all. The little prince is also not to be trifled with. With a light laugh, Qingcheng feigned ignorance. Who is the little prince? Qingcheng shot him a glare, aware of his intent, and replied, No one but my own. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. How is he yours? Qingcheng giggled. Does Your Highness not know? I'll mark my little prince already. Qingcheng narrowed his eyes. What kind of mark? As they entered the bedroom, he effortlessly placed her on the bed, and his hastily donned inner garment was tossed onto the carpet. What mark? He inquired again, gripping her wrists and pushing them above her head. Qingcheng looked at the man before her, her eyes shimmering. Naturally, it is my essence. This has happened many times. Has Your Highness not detected the fragrance upon me? Upon hearing this, Qingcheng leaned down to gently sniff her shoulder and neck. What incense do you use? How can you still smell fragrant after bathing? Did you add something to the water? Qingcheng shook her head. No, I use no incense. Nor did I add anything to the water. This is simply my scent. Each night, as I fall asleep in Your Highness and Appo's embrace, I notice the same fragrance on you. A subtle hint, perhaps unnoticed by Your Highness. Is that so? Listening to her, Qingcheng released one of her hands, pulling down the blanket enveloping her. He inhaled deeply along her neck, and indeed, the gentle fragrance lingered. He recalled the handkerchief she had once given him, which bore a unique scent he had never encountered before. It turned out that it was not incense, but her own essence. What do you think? With my wrists unbound. One of my hands is free, she said, wrapping her arm around his neck, playfully toying with his hair. Your Highness must believe me now. Your entire being is imbued with my scent. Su Qingcheng spoke with a triumphant tone, and Murong Jing found her audacity rather excessive. With a swift motion, he growled softly, "But you're marked by me, inside and out." He emphasized the word inside. Su Qingcheng chuckled lightly. "What is it, Your Highness? Are you attempting to compete?" "But you are absolutely correct. I am marked by you entirely. However, Your Highness must also be marked by me, inside and out. Can you promise me that? Especially the little prince. He must not be shown to anyone else, nor used by anyone else." "Used?" Murong Jing tightened his grip on her hand, playfully biting her. "You have quite the audacity." Su Qingcheng replied, "If I lack courage, then Your Highness would not find it appealing, would you? So, will you agree? After all, Your Highness does not favor the fairer sex. Having just me is sufficient." "You are correct. You are a beguiling enchantress who drains one's vitality. Having you is indeed enough." "Then does that mean Your Highness agrees?" Murong Jing raised his gaze, looking deeply into Su Qingcheng's eyes. "As long as you remain obedient and do not think of others, I shall have no one but you." Su Qingcheng and Appo's eyes sparkled brighter. "That is only natural. My heart is quite small, capable of containing only Your Highness." Murong Jing frowned slightly. "You did not say something similar to Xia Huayu in the past, did you?" "No." Su Qingcheng raised her hand in a vow. "I assure you I did not. If I had, may I meet a terrible fate. Your Highness, we have already shared the bonds of marriage. You're not still clinging to your promises to Xia Huayu, are you?" Upon hearing this, Murong Jing sat up, recalling the events that transpired at Qingcheng building. Upon discovering Su Qingcheng, he had instructed Qingcheng to follow her. Consequently, Qingcheng witnessed her conversing with Xia Huayu in the courtyard. He had been informed of their dialogue behind the rockery, and he had already deduced that Su Qingcheng and Xia Huayu were truly finished, that she held no interest in him anymore. Gazing at the woman who awaited his response, Murong Jing narrowed his eyes. "I recall you once told me that Xia Huayu was a wolf in sheep's clothing, destined to reveal his true nature in the near future. Is that still your belief?" "Indeed." Su Qingcheng nodded, her tone earnest and serious whenever the topic arose. "I understand Your Highness may not believe me, but it is true. Of course, it would be preferable if such events never transpired. I have no evidence at present, but he is certainly not a good person." "What is it, Your Highness? Why do you ask this? Have you discovered something about Xia Huayu?" Su Qingcheng. Murong Jing called her name, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Can I trust you?" Chapter 81. The princess consort and Appo's sweet words suddenly called by her full name by Murong Jing. Su Qingcheng hurriedly wrapped herself in a blanket and sat up. "I am undoubtedly worthy of the prince's trust. As long as the prince does not deceive or humiliate me, and as long as we remain husband and wife, I shall certainly be deserving of your confidence." Ordinary individuals and Appo's might not be taken seriously by Murong Jing, as their promises often seem insincere and easily spoken. However, this woman's vow intrigued him. Her promise came with conditions, making it more credible. "Very well, allow me to share something with you. In truth, I have long harbored suspicions about Xia Huayu. Thus, when he suggested that I marry you, I readily agreed without hesitation." Su Qingcheng was somewhat taken aback, but soon realized the prince was feigning intimacy with him as a form of testing. "Marrying me was also a means to keep him in check, correct?" "Yes, but not entirely," Murong Jing replied. "My bond with him is not entirely an act. Yet he has disappointed me. You are the one he cherishes. I wish to use you to gauge his intentions, and additionally, I wish to discern what he truly intends by keeping you close to me." As he spoke, Murong Jing's gaze remained fixed on Su Qingcheng. "Now that I have confessed, I must ask you, you have repeatedly tempted me. Beyond affection, do you have any ulterior motives?" "None." Su Qingcheng answered resolutely. "My only desire is for the prince's affection and heart. I harbor no other intentions." "So certain? Think carefully before you respond. I shall only ask this once. Whatever you say today, I shall believe. However, if I discover later that you have deceived me, I will not spare you." "Su Qingcheng, I mean what I say." "I swear." Su Qingcheng knelt, her expression grave. "I swear upon my own life, even upon the lives of my entire family, that my intentions toward the prince are pure. Should I harbor any other motives, may I find no rest in death, and may my family suffer as well." This was a fierce oath, and her audacity to swear thus led Murong Jing to choose to believe her. "I hope you shall not disappoint me in the future." "Certainly not," Su Qingcheng replied with a radiant smile. "Now that we have laid everything bare, there shall be no more barriers between us, correct?" "Indeed." Murong Jing raised his hand and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Sleep now." "Ah." Su Qingcheng promptly nestled into Murong Jing's embrace. "Is this how we rest? Does my little prince consent?" Murong Jing lightly patted her head. "Rest first. We shall talk later. Are you focused solely on trivial matters, neglecting the greater picture?" Su Qingcheng playfully pressed him down. "Not at all. I merely wish to express my resolve, lest you think I speak empty words." Murong Jing remained silent, simply pulling her closer. Su Qingcheng toyed with his large hand resting on her shoulder and said softly, "Tomorrow I shall enter the palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Is there anything you wish to convey?" Murong Jing pondered for a moment. "Since Empress Dowager Yao will also be present, she will undoubtedly impose a punishment upon you, and perhaps even advocate for a severe one. Regardless of the commotion you cause, I will be there to support you, but it is best not to create too much embarrassment for the Empress Dowager. Rest assured." Su Qingcheng affectionately leaned against his chest. "The Empress Dowager is your mother. You honor her, and I would never wish to cause her discomfort. Although you were somewhat indifferent to me in the days leading up to our marriage, I noticed how you treated my parents with respect and dignity on the day of our return. They say that spouses should regard each other with mutual respect, and while I find that a bit distant, I believe it is appropriate when addressing each other in Dapos, as parents. What do you think, my prince? Indeed, as long as you are mindful, I shall be at ease." The following morning, after Su Qingcheng personally assisted Murong Jing in dressing, she did not return to sleep. After freshening up, she joined him for breakfast. Noticing her intent to accompany him, Murong Jing remarked, "You need not rise so early. The Empress Dowager will not awaken so soon." "I know," Su Qingcheng replied, clinging to his arm, "but I wish to leave with you, to ride together, and to enter the palace alongside you. If necessary, I shall simply wander around until it is time to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." Murong Jing frowned. "Why are you so clingy? ISN and Oppos. It natural for a newlywed to be attached?" Su Qingcheng tightened her grip on him. "Once the novelty wears off, perhaps you will wish for my affection, and I may not be so eager." "Oh." Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. "How long do you expect this novelty to last?" "That is subjective," Su Qingcheng replied, gazing up at him. "However, when it comes to you, my prince, I can foresee it lasting a lifetime." Sweet words, she teased. "What of it? If you are capable, my prince, why not say a few sweet nothings for me to hear? Be cautious of your footing. It is time to board the carriage." Observing Su Qingcheng and Oppos, as obliviousness as she focused on getting her treat, Murong Jing couldn't and Oppos, help but smile. Though the servants had prepared a small stool for her to mount the carriage, he grew impatient and simply lifted her by the waist, placing her inside. Su Qingcheng was taken aback by his boldness in a public setting, though she did not hear his sweet nothings that day. His affectionate gesture in front of everyone spoke volumes, perhaps even more than mere words could convey. Once in the carriage, Su Qingcheng settled herself on Murong Jing and Oppos' lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You seem to be in a good mood today, my prince. Might it be due to my sweet words?" Murong Jing lowered his gaze to her, his eyes drifting from her eyes to her lips. "What do you think? You wish for me to guess?" Su Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "Then I believe I've already deduced the answer. Do you wish to know why I'm so skilled at sweet talk?" "I do not." Su Qingcheng huffed lightly. "How dull. You do not even bother to guess." Murong Jing chuckled softly. "Why should I guess when I can simply savor the taste?" MMM. Her lips were sealed, and for a moment, Su Qingcheng's mind went blank. Just as she intended to respond and turn the tables, Murong Jing released her. Seeing her miss the opportunity, he smirked. "Indeed, the princess consort's lips are quite sweet." Chapter 82. Have you retreated? Not coming anymore? Su Qingcheng scoffed. "The prince has learned to be bad." "Is that so?" Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. "Then do you wish to guess who I learned from?" Seeing Su Qingcheng attempt to get down from him, Jing swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist. Have you retreated? Not coming anymore? Qingcheng shot him a glare. Beginning to complain, I need to enter the palace to see my mother. What if you mess up my hair? How can I meet people looking like that? Have you ruined my lipstick? Quickly, help me see if it and Appo's badly smudged. With that, she tilted her head up towards Jing. Noticing her expression, he lifted his hand and gently held her chin, examining her closely. He then moved his thumb up, caressing it lightly. It's sufficiently red. Your natural color is far more appealing than the lipstick. You shouldn't apply it next time. Is that so? Qingcheng expressed skepticism. My lip color is faint. They all say lipstick looks better, and I agree. Jing raised an eyebrow. Who are they? Qingcheng blinked. Of course, it's Yuya and Shuya. What do you care about them? Jing said earnestly. They can and amp. Appo's tea partake. I prefer soft pink hues. Once applied, they appear vibrant, much like lipstick. Qingcheng's eyes widened in surprise, unable to resist reaching out to touch Jing's cheek. Is the prince trying to tease me? Are you still the same prince who remained unmoved before? What do you think? Jing's dark eyes deepened. Aren't you sitting here now? Can't you feel whether I'm moved or not? Qingcheng nestled closer, contentedly burying her head in his neck. All right, then I will heed the prince's words. However, you must agree to one condition of mine. How about that? You have a condition for exchange? Jing squinted slightly. Let us hear it. It's not difficult. Qingcheng gently replied. Just a small matter that the prince can easily command. I hope in the future, the prince can often have someone relay messages back. Like if you might be busy and unable to return for dinner at night. It would be nice to hear it from someone, so I won't have to wait anxiously. Or if the prince will be away for 10 days or so, then perhaps every 3 to 5 days a message of safety or a letter would suffice. It doesn't need to be every day. What does the prince think? Thinking she might propose something significant, Jing was surprised that it was merely this. He immediately agreed, all right. Though he said little, he naturally wrapped his arm around Qingcheng's back. Originally intending to ruffle her hair, he remembered she was about to meet her mother and refrained, instead gently stroking her back twice. In truth, he himself did not understand why he performed such an action, yet it felt right. This woman, Qingcheng, though daring in her speech and actions, deserved gentleness. After entering the second palace gate, Qingcheng and Jing parted ways, heading in different directions. To pass the time, Qingcheng deliberately took a longer route. Only when she saw Empress Yao heading towards the Empress Dowager's Ningxiu Palace did she leisurely make her way there. As she approached, she noticed Empress Yao had just finished greeting the Empress Dowager. Seeing this, she hurried forward to greet the Empress Dowager, performing all the necessary courtesies. After which the Empress Dowager granted them both seats. Qingcheng's sudden palace visit surprised the Empress Dowager. Why has Qingcheng come today? Is everything well at home? Recently, Jin Xian visited to pay her respects and mentioned you, saying your uncle and aunt are getting along quite well. Is that true? In response to her mother, Qingcheng replied, the 11th princess spoke correctly. The prince treats me very well, and we have a harmonious relationship. Today, I came to the palace not only to pay my respects to my mother, but also to report another matter. Oh, what is it? Hearing that the young couple is getting along well, the Empress Dowager's mood brightened. She sipped her tea and motioned for Qingcheng to continue. You must be thirsty after walking over. Please have some water to moisten your throat before continuing. Thank you, mother. You are indeed very considerate of us juniors. Qingcheng sweetly replied, savoring the tea. The tea here is delightful. It carries a fragrant and slightly sweet flavor. Is that so? This is this year's new tea. Since you like it, take some home with you later. After speaking, the Empress Dowager instructed a grand maid nearby. Go, prepare some for the princess. Qingcheng, upon seeing this, quickly stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you, mother. I will personally brew this tea for the prince upon my return. If he knows it was a gift from you, he will surely be delighted. Qingcheng was eloquent, and the Empress Dowager listened with a smile. He is indeed cold in demeanor, but may not necessarily appreciate my kindness. How could that be? The prince is warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior. He treasures what you bestow upon him. The other day, I lost a handkerchief, a gift from you during the wedding, with your embroidered mandarin ducks. Upon learning, the prince immediately ordered the servants to search everywhere until it was found. Fortunately, it was retrieved. Otherwise, the prince would surely have scolded me, and I would feel remorseful, fearing I had disappointed your good intentions. Silly child, it is merely a handkerchief. If lost, one can simply replace it. There is no need for such a fuss. Though she said so, how could the Empress Dowager not feel pleased that her gifts were cherished by her son and daughter-in-law? You are right, mother. Su Qingcheng nodded in agreement, then explained, it is just that this was a gift from you, and the embroidery was crafted by your own hands. I fear someone might pick it up and use it to deceive others in your name. If it tarnishes your reputation, it would truly be my great unfilial act. You have a point. Luckily, it was found in the end. The servants in the manor should be managed more strictly. You are sensible and filial, and with you by Jing's side managing the Wangfu, I can rest easy. The Empress Dowager praised Su Qingcheng profusely. Meanwhile, Empress Yao, who was quietly sipping her tea, felt an uneasy sensation in her heart. This Su Qingcheng spoke as if her mouth were smeared with honey, skillfully charming the Empress Dowager to the point of being enraptured. Had it not been for the early death of the late emperor, why would she lack power and have to come here daily to pay her respects to this old woman? Su Qingcheng was indeed fortunate. The men held power in the previous dynasty. Even her own standing before the Empress Dowager seemed superior to that of Empress Yao, which was infuriating. Empress Yao was beginning to feel impatient, but having just seated herself, she could not leave. Yet, not wanting to endure the praises exchanged between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law any longer, she interrupted. By the way, Princess Qin, I heard you mention you have something to report to the Empress Dowager. Do you require me to excuse myself? Chapter 83, United as One. Enduring both honor and shame, Empress Dowager Yao could no longer remain seated, consumed by an overwhelming desire to depart from this place. Just moments ago, Su Qingcheng had passionately articulated before the Empress Dowager that the lost item must be recovered, fearing it might be seized by ill-intentioned individuals for their own purposes. All in preparation for the matter she intended to discuss with her. The abrupt impatience of the Empress Dowager to leave was utterly unacceptable. This was a conversation Su Qingcheng had meticulously planned to hold. My dear sister-in-law, your words are indeed wise. We are both mothers and daughters-in-law, united as one family. I seldom visit the palace to pay my respects to my mother, and I am grateful for your filial piety on her behalf. Today, we are merely engaging in casual conversation. How could I dare to ask you to withdraw? Such words, if they were to circulate outside, would render my sister-in-law unable to maintain her dignity. The Empress Dowager rolled her eyes internally, forcing a smile as she replied, Sister-in-law speaks truly. I shall remain and listen. Perhaps I might even offer you some advice, for I am a decade your senior and possess greater experience in many matters. Indeed, her words held merit. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Su Qingcheng. Then speak, what is this matter of import? Yes, Su Qingcheng replied, placing her teacup down as she rose from her seat and knelt before the Empress Dowager. I have committed a grave error and beseech your aid, dear mother. Oh, the Empress Dowager raised her brows in surprise. What has prompted such a display? Quickly, rise and speak. Yet, Su Qingcheng remained knelt, continuing, I cannot. For I have erred gravely. The prince possesses a treasured sword bestowed by our illustrious Emperor Gaozu. Having grown up in the general's residence, I have always held a fascination for such weaponry. Recently, I dared to borrow the sword from the prince for my amusement, and, in a fit of audacity, took it beyond the confines of the estate. Alas, upon my return, I discovered the tassel and Oppos, S-bead was missing. I dispatched individuals to search far and wide. But alas, it was in vain. It must have fallen outside the manor. I cannot bear to inform the prince, for it is a gift of the emperor. Hence I have come to seek your guidance, dear mother. The Empress Dowager, having been the first wife of Emperor Gaozu, recalled the sword vividly. Hearing Su Qingcheng's account, her brows furrowed in concern, her tone turning grave. I remember that sword well, and the bead on the tassel, a small yet exquisite gem carved with a landscape scene. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship, not to mention its immense value. It was a gift from Emperor Gaozu to Jing. How could you be so careless? Yes, I acknowledge my guilt. Su Qingcheng, sensing the Empress Dowager's ire, sank deeper into her bow. I implore you to punish me, dear mother. The Empress Dowager and Appo's lips curved into a slight smirk, finding amusement in the situation. She could not abide Su Qingcheng and Appo's demeanor, and with the Empress Dowager genuinely angered, she seized the opportunity to exacerbate the matter. Mother, this is no trivial affair. According to protocol, such a transgression warrants severe punishment. It is no small matter that my sister-in-law, knowing this sword is a royal gift, dared to take it beyond the estate for mere amusement. Previously, she fretted over a handkerchief lost within the manor. Now, she has misplaced a royal artifact. How could she not consider the implications? This is a unique possession of the Prince of Qing, and should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire. Hearing the Empress Dowager and Appo's words, Su Qingcheng glanced up at her, noting her expression of glee, devoid of any semblance of concern. Could it be that she was unaware of the machinations of her maternal family behind the scenes? After a moment's pause, she averted her gaze, focusing on addressing Murong Jing first. You are right, mother, this is indeed my fault. I am terrified, hence I did not dare to inform the prince, and came directly to seek your counsel. I request your punishment and also your guidance on how I might rectify this situation. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply, inquiring, when did this incident occur? In response to your inquiry, it transpired the day before yesterday. Upon discovering the loss, I sent individuals to search for a day, but when they returned empty-handed, I hastened to the palace. Have those around you examined if any foul play occurred? Yes, they would not dare touch it. It is likely that it simply fell in some location. I dread the thought of it being seized by someone with ill intentions, tarnishing the Prince and Appo's reputation. I beseech you, mother, to offer your counsel. As Su Qingcheng spoke, her voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. The Empress Dowager, witnessing her distress, sighed once more. Very well. Considering it was not intentional, you may rise for the moment. I cannot, for you have yet to punish me. Su Qingcheng protested. Rise and respond, I insist. When Su Qingcheng continued to kneel, the Empress Dowager signaled to an elderly matron beside her, instructing her to assist Su Qingcheng to her feet. The Empress Dowager did not press her to sit, so Su Qingcheng remained standing. Seeing her adherence to decorum, the Empress Dowager felt a sense of satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, this matter must be disclosed to Jinger. By coming to me first, you have acted improperly. As husband and wife, you share both honor and shame. In light of this occurrence, you should not conceal it from him, but rather discuss it together. Do you recognize this error? I accept my mistake. Su Qingcheng agreed wholeheartedly, assuring the Empress Dowager she would not err again. Very well, the Empress Dowager nodded. Acknowledging one's faults is the first step toward improvement. Keep this firmly in mind. While this is, by rights, a matter for you two to resolve, I shall send for Jing and Appo's, or to come here shortly so you may deliberate together. With my presence, Jing and Appo's, or will not dare to treat you harshly. However, you must face punishment for your error, even if he pleads on your behalf. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Su Qingcheng bowed deeply once more, thanking her mother for her decision. Good. We shall await Jing and Appo's arrival before discussing this further. You entered the palace early, and I presume you have yet to partake in breakfast. Stay here and join me for the meal. Empress Dowager, please do stay as well. Thank you, mother. The Empress Dowager had intended this, for she found no solace in seeing Su Qingcheng evade punishment. Should the Empress Dowager show favoritism toward her young daughter-in-law, it would be wholly unacceptable. After the three had finished their breakfast, a servant entered to announce the arrival of Prince Qin, who awaited them in the main hall. The Empress Dowager then led Su Qingcheng and Empress Dowager Yao outside. Upon seeing Murong Jing approaching, Su Qingcheng exchanged a knowing glance with him and promptly took her place beside him. Murong Jing glanced at her, feigning ignorance, and coldly inquired, "What have you done to displease mother?" Chapter 84. Do you still feel pain? Murong Jing opened his mouth, and Su Qingcheng feigned a look of fear, anxiously raising her head to gaze at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager glanced at Su Qingcheng, then turned her attention to Jing, saying, "You wear a cold expression all day. Do not frighten your princess. Allow me to speak. Do you know why your princess has come to the palace today?" Jing furrowed his brow slightly. Naturally, she has come to pay her respects to Mother. Indeed, she has offered her respects. But your princess has actually come to plead for forgiveness. The precious sword bestowed upon you by your late father. You lent it to your princess for her amusement a few days ago, did you not? Jing nodded. Indeed, that is the case. However, I do not understand how this relates to the princess seeking forgiveness. The blame lies with this sword. Your princess, unfortunately, lost the jade tassel from a sword's hilt and, after a day of searching in vain, was too frightened to confess to you. Thus, she has come to me to plead for forgiveness. Knowing it is a royal gift, yet failing to safeguard it properly, is a grave act of disrespect. How should I punish her? Jing silently cast a glance at Su Qingcheng before turning back to the Empress Dowager. She should be punished with a beating. Oh! The Empress Dowager looked deeply at her son and sighed softly. Your princess is delicate. Do you truly wish for her to endure such punishment? Mother, today I have witnessed. Before Jing could respond, the Empress Dowager interrupted. The prince is indeed stern and impartial. No wonder the late emperor insisted on recalling him from his fief to assist Hung and Oppos in governance. With such integrity, how could the state not remain stable? The Empress Dowager and Oppos' praise was not lost on Jing, and seemed to complicate his intentions to plead for Su Qingcheng. However, as soon as her words fell, she received two disapproving glances, one from the Empress Dowager and the other from Jing. The Empress Dowager frowned at the interference. When did the Prince of Qin require the Empress Dowager to speak on his behalf? This is a breach of decorum. The Empress Dowager's rebuke was severe. The Empress Dowager's face flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly replied, "It was a moment of thoughtlessness. I beg your forgiveness, Mother, and hope the prince will not take it to heart." Satisfied with her acknowledgement, the Empress Dowager replied, "It is well that you understand. Think thrice before you speak in the future." Jing remained silent and continued, "Logically, the princess should receive punishment. However, Mother, I too have erred. I was aware that the tassel was loose, yet failed to inform the princess. When the incident occurred, I did not discover it in time and did not supervise the princess adequately. Thus, the punishment should also fall upon me. Furthermore, the royal residence will issue a notice throughout the city to seek the lost jade tassel. If such a royal gift were to be misused by someone posing as the royal residence, it would tarnish the imperial reputation. The princess shall receive 20 strikes, and I shall also receive 20, totaling 40. I accept the punishment." "You wish to take the punishment meant for your princess?" The Empress Dowager was genuinely astonished. When Jing first mentioned punishment, she had worried that his cold demeanor suggested a troubled relationship with his wife. To impose such a heavy penalty so soon after their marriage was unexpected. Now it appeared he intended to be both stern and courteous. Su Qingcheng was equally astonished. First, by his callous suggestion of punishment, and second, by his willingness to accept the penalty on her behalf. Before entering the palace, he had advised her to accept any punishment from the Empress Dowager without attempting to plead her case. Realizing his noble intentions, she felt compelled to rise to the occasion. She turned to the Empress Dowager, bowing respectfully. "Mother, I have something to say." "Speak." The Empress Dowager had previously mentioned that a couple shares both honor and disgrace, and Su Qingcheng felt deeply grateful. "Since the prince is willing to accept the penalty, I cannot refuse. It is only right that I share in the punishment." Such a noble sentiment. The Empress Dowager sighed, looking at her son and daughter-in-law. "You both hold esteemed titles. For the loss of a single jewel, punishment is unnecessary. Qingcheng, as this matter arose from you, you shall receive 20 strikes. As for Jinger, let this pass. But you must ensure the proper safeguarding of royal gifts and supervise your princess diligently. Should this happen again, you will both share in the blame." Afterward, the Empress Dowager glanced at the Empress Dowager, noting her discontent, and inquired, "What do you think, Empress Dowager? I recall when you erred, you were merely confined to the palace. My treatment of the Prince of Qin's wife seems fair, does it not?" The Empress Dowager forced a smile. "Indeed, Mother. Your words hold merit. The Empress Dowager then turned to Murong Jing and Su Qingcheng. What say you? Do you have any objections? The punishment reduced to strikes. Su Qingcheng had no objections. The couple spoke in unison. Thank you for your mercy, mother. Very well. You may go with the matron to receive your punishment. Su Qingcheng replied, yes, and quickly followed the matron beside the Empress Dowager. The matron held a paddle, typically used to discipline the palace maids, and respectfully addressed Su Qingcheng. I beg your pardon, princess. Please extend your hand. The matron intentionally softened the punishment, indicating for Su Qingcheng to extend her left hand. After 20 strikes, even if not every blow was severe, her delicate hand would surely swell. Since her left hand was less used, it was logical to strike that one. At first, Su Qingcheng thought the same. If her right hand were struck, it would be inconvenient. However, upon reflection, she changed her mind and extended her right hand. My left hand has been pained. Let the punishment be on this one. The matron said nothing further, using a gentle technique to spare Su Qingcheng much suffering. Nonetheless, she could not suppress her cries of pain as the punishment continued. After enduring 20 strikes, her hand was red and beginning to swell. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain. Upon returning to Murong Jing's side, he immediately furrowed his brow at her appearance. Mother, may I take my leave of the princess? Yes, go. You have been punished today. Remember this lesson for the future. If the jewel can be found, seek it. If not, let it be. Yes, I take my leave. The couple quickly exited the Ningxiu Palace. Once they reached a secluded area, Su Qingcheng immediately shared her discovery with Murong Jing. It seems the Empress Dowager is unaware of the jewel. The Yao family has likely not informed her. However, it would be prudent for the prince to keep a watchful eye on them. We shall issue notices throughout the city seeking the jade tassel, and the Yao family will soon learn of it. Let us quietly await their next move. Indeed, as Su Qingcheng spoke, Murong Jing suddenly halted. She followed suit. Looking up at him, what is it? Have I said something wrong? Murong Jing lowered his gaze upon her, then onto the hand that had received the punishment. Does it still hurt? Chapter 85. Hee. Another delightful day. Su Qingcheng was about to say that the pain had subsided, but upon noticing the slight furrow in Murong Jing and Appo's brow, she abruptly changed her mind. It hurts quite a lot, truly unbearable. She began to pout petulantly. Under the man in Appo's gaze, she extended her swollen right hand, saying, only the prince and Appo's breath can soothe it. Seeing her hand, swollen like a steamed bun, Murong Jing and Appo's frown deepened. He gently took Su Qingcheng's hand, his voice cold. You show no mercy at all? Your Highness, be gentle. It really hurts, Su Qingcheng replied, glancing at her reddened palm. The maid has already been considerate. My constitution is naturally delicate, so even a minor injury becomes quite pronounced on me. As she spoke, she couldn't help but extend her slender left hand for comparison. Gazing at her own hand, she sighed, alas, it looks frightening, swollen like a pig's trotter. It's painful, and it's so unsightly. Earlier, when I asked the prince to blow on it, he wouldn't even respond. Does the prince find my hand so ugly? Did she really conclude that he found her hand unattractive? Murong Jing shot her a bemused glance. Let us hurry back so that you can apply some medicine. Su Qingcheng, unwilling to relent, stood her ground. I see now. The prince is indeed embarrassed by my ugly hand and is deliberately changing the subject. Murong Jing momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Su Qingcheng, this is the royal palace. And so what? Su Qingcheng retorted, pouting. The palace is vast. Not every place is crowded. It's deserted here now. I'm in so much pain, it's excruciating, I can hardly walk. You injured your hand, he reminded her. Yes, my hand hurts so much that I can't walk at all, she whimpered playfully. Is it really so difficult for the prince to just blow on it? If your hand were swollen today, I would blow on it in front of the empress. Murong Jing frowned, gently running his fingers over Su Qingcheng's swollen hand. Do you think that if I blow on it, the pain will vanish? Is it more effective than medicine? Su Qingcheng was about to suggest, why not try and see? But before she could finish, he had already brought her hand to his lips. Instead of blowing as she had requested, he lowered his head and placed his cool, slightly damp lips against her hand. Due to the swelling, Su Qingcheng and Appo's hand was quite warm, and his touch felt refreshingly soothing. She was immensely pleased, her eyes sparkling with delight. It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't. I want another kiss. Not this time. Qingcheng refused decisively. We need to return and apply medicine. Oh, given that his refusal was to ensure she received her treatment, Qingcheng decided to spare him further teasing. She withdrew her pig hand and waved it in front of her. It looks much better now, swollen like a bun, rather adorable. Qingcheng gazed at the radiant woman before him, and unbeknownst to him, a hint of a smile crept into his eyes. He reached out and gently patted her head. So, can your feet walk now? Yes, I can walk now. If he wouldn't kiss her, she would take matters into her own hands. However, she was particular. She preferred to kiss only the most delectable places. Stretching on her toes, Qingcheng naturally wrapped her arms around Qingcheng's neck. Initially, Qingcheng resisted bending down, but when Qingcheng whimpered about her hand pain, he ultimately softened for her. With her victory secured, Qingcheng and Appo's smile blossomed even more brightly. This was yet another delightful day for her. Moreover, she knew that her evening would be even more enjoyable. Due to her injured right hand, she was unable to eat or dress herself. Naturally, she would have to rely on her beloved husband to assist her with these tasks. Though her husband often bore a demeanor that suggested, "Do not approach, danger lurks," and spoke without restraint, he never hesitated to fulfill her needs. Even in their intimate moments, he always ensured her satisfaction before he would cease. That afternoon, an announcement regarding the search for the lost pearl was issued from the Wang residence, and by the following morning, the entire city was abuzz with news. Given the reward, many came forward claiming to possess the pearl. The matter was entrusted to the chief steward of the front yard. Upon hearing about it, Qingcheng decided to visit the front yard herself. Although numerous people had brought pearls, none were genuine. Nevertheless, people continued to arrive with items, and Qingcheng, having nothing else to do, selected a room and had a couch brought in. She leisurely reclined, enjoying fresh fruits from the southern tribute while perusing the occasional pearls presented to her. As noon approached, when no further visitors arrived, Qingcheng planned to return to Changyuan for lunch. Just as she was about to leave, the chief steward hurriedly presented her with a pearl. A man of propriety, he had previously sent pearls through Yuya. Thus, upon seeing him personally deliver the pearl, Qingcheng sensed something significant had occurred. What is the matter? She stepped forward, frowning as she inquired, "Is a genuine pearl finally here?" The chief steward replied promptly, "It appears so. I implore the princess to examine it. Bring it forth." The pearl soon lay in Qingcheng's hand, and upon careful inspection, it indeed seemed to be the one they were seeking. However, the announcement was merely a formality. They had no genuine intention of recovering the pearl. Why, then, had the individual returned it? It was truly perplexing. Was this not a self-inflicted trap? She quickly asked the chief steward, "Where is the individual who brought the pearl? Dispatch someone to follow them at once. People have already been sent. Additionally, send more personnel and ensure they tread lightly to avoid alarming the target. Furthermore, report this matter to the prince and refrain from any rash actions until we receive his command." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." After lunch, Qingcheng, too restless to nap, awaited news from Qingcheng, but none came. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she dozed off on the couch. When she awoke, an hour had passed. However, just as she regained consciousness, the chief steward arrived to report that the prince was not at the military command center and that the household staff had returned after waiting for an extended period without seeing him. As for the individuals dispatched to track down the pearl's returner, there had been no feedback thus far. About another hour later, Qingyu suddenly returned to the residence, informing her that the prince would not be home for dinner that evening. "Why not?" Qingcheng asked. "The prince has been invited to drink by the young prince of Nanzhao." Upon hearing the name of the young prince from Nanzhao, Qingcheng and Appo's expression darkened. "What? It's him again. Will the prince be returning tonight?" Chapter 86. Has the prince already developed affection for me? He and Appo's back. He and Appo's back. Upon noticing Qingcheng and Appo's altered expression, Qingyu promptly responded. However, The prince is uncertain when he will return, so he specifically instructed that the princess need not wait and should rest first. Hearing that Qingcheng would be returning for the night, Qingcheng and Appo's mood improved slightly. Where's the prince now? He hasn't into Appo's. He's been taken to the Qingcheng Tower by that little prince from Nanzhou. Has he? No. The prince and the little prince from Nanzhou are at the reception office at this moment and have not gone out today. Is that so? Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat reassured. The reception office was a formal establishment used by their Xian dynasty to receive foreign guests, far more respectable than Qingcheng Tower. With Qingcheng present, she need not worry about him being taken advantage of by any courtesans. Yet, her curiosity remained. Are the prince and that little prince from Nanzhou quite close? They and Appo's shared drinks on 2 occasions. Confronted with this inquiry, Qingyu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "This. It's difficult for me to say. Perhaps it would be best for the princess to ask the prince directly tomorrow." Very well. Since this matter was not easily divulged, Qingcheng chose not to press Qingyu further. Moreover, your return is quite timely. I have news intended for the prince, but I haven't into Appo's. He's seen him all afternoon. When you report back, please convey a message for me. At this, Qingyu bowed his head in acknowledgement. Qingcheng continued. Tell the prince that someone returned the pearl this afternoon. Please reassure him that I will not act rashly and will await his return for any decisions. As night descended, Qingcheng found herself far from sleepy. This was the 3rd time Yuya had come to urge her to rest. Princess, it's getting late. Aren't you going to sleep? Indeed, my lady, echoed Shuya. Didn't the prince send Qingyu to say you needn't wait for him? The servants in the courtyard will keep a light for the prince. Why are you still awake? Aren't you tired? Qingcheng was at her desk, engrossed in her writing, completely oblivious to her attendant's concerns. She did not look up as she replied, If you're tired, you may go to bed. It's not your watch tonight. I'm not tired. Also, do not disturb me again. You've disrupted my inspiration. When Qingcheng was absorbed in her writing, she was typically oblivious to the world outside, and both Yuya and Shuya understood this well. With Qingcheng and Appo's words, they dared not insist further and quietly withdrew. In the end, Qingcheng lost track of time. Midway through her writing, she suddenly felt the plot lacked excitement and rested her head on the desk, pondering for a long while. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into a light slumber. When she groggily awoke, she found herself cradled in Qingcheng's arms. Qingcheng? Qingcheng blinked in confusion. Am I dreaming? Whether you are dreaming or not, I cannot say, but it seems you have yet to fully awaken. Calling my name so casually. Your Highness. Hearing Qingcheng and Appo's familiar voice, laced with a hint of displeasure, Qingcheng instantly became more alert. She chose not to mention her earlier slip of addressing him by name and instead smiled brightly, wrapping her arms around his neck. So, the prince has returned? Why didn't you wake me? Arin and Appo's. You tired from holding me? Qingcheng chuckled lightly and halted, gazing down at her. If you wish to hold me, then do so, but why all these questions? First, clarify. Qingcheng, is this how you address me in private? Of course not. I hold great respect for the prince. It is only you who calls me by my name. How could I dare to do the same? Are you accusing me? Qingcheng narrowed his eyes. Have you considered what you were doing when I called you by your name? I certainly know. Qingcheng smiled sweetly. But perhaps the prince should set me down now. I fear you might tire from holding me, and that would pain my heart. As she spoke, she made a gesture as if cradling her heart. Right here. It would hurt. Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, his gaze filled with a mix of exasperation and affection. How is it possible that someone like you exists in this world? Hee. Qingcheng and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy. Well, I am right here in your arms. And reflected in your gaze, I see myself. As she held Qingcheng and Appo's gaze, her eyes glimmered with affection. I've noticed that your gaze towards me has softened since we first met. Have you also begun to harbor feelings for me? Qingcheng frowned slightly. Has it changed? I was unaware of any shift in my gaze. Qingcheng found his response amusing. Who knows if the prince is genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? A stubborn duck. Are you not afraid I might drop you? He teased. If you fall and hurt yourself, don't blame me. Really? The prince would truly drop me? Su Qingcheng widened her eyes in disbelief. I don't believe it. Jing shot her a glance. Then don't cry out in pain later. With that, he resumed his stride. At first, Su Qingcheng genuinely thought he might let her fall, but to her surprise, he did neither. Instead, he carried her directly to the bed. This had been his intention from the beginning. After gently placing Su Qingcheng on the bed, he said coolly, "Didn't I tell you not to wait and to sleep instead?" Was Qingyu unclear in relaying the message? Su Qingcheng beamed with joy. "I knew the Prince wouldn't abandon me. However, you still haven't answered my question. Do you like me?" As she spoke, she propped herself up, allowing her head to nestle deeply into Jing's embrace. He glanced down at the top of her dark hair, lightly saying, "I have yet to bathe and still carry the scent of wine." Su Qingcheng replied, "I can smell it, but the fragrance is quite pleasant, a subtle scent of wine. I like it. Haha, I see you were trying to please me." As the woman in his arms nuzzled against him like a kitten, Jing instinctively placed his hands on her soft shoulders, unable to resist giving them a gentle squeeze. However, it was late, and he had yet to wash up. Moreover, there were pressing matters to discuss. "I received the message you had Qingyu deliver. What the pearl? Is it in your possession?" Chapter 87. I hope we can always be happy. Ah, of course. It is there, such an important thing. Would the prince like to take a look? Bring it to me. Su Qingcheng chuckled. Then the prince should let me go first. Is my shoulder so delightful to rub? Why does the prince seem so reluctant to part with it? What is wrong with a little touch? Don't you like it? That said, Jing still released Su Qingcheng. She wriggled out of his embrace and looked up at him. If the prince wishes to see the pearl, he must first answer me a question. I have already asked several before she could finish her sentence. Jing and Appo's voice interrupted. Yes. Su Qingcheng paused, not expecting his response to precede her words. But what kind of answer is that? It's so vague. She pouted. What is the prince saying? I don't understand. I'm rather dim-witted. If the prince does not clarify, I shall not comprehend. Jing chuckled softly. If you are dim-witted, then how many clever individuals remain in this world? Do you not grasp my meaning? Su Qingcheng intended to maintain her confusion. Regardless, unless the prince speaks plainly, I will remain in the dark. What does the prince's yes mean? What does this signify? Jing furrowed his brow. At the age of 26, must he express his affections like a mere boy of 16? How could he possibly voice such sentiments? He gazed at Su Qingcheng, remaining silent. Seeing his demeanor, Su Qingcheng imitated him and called his name Jing. I am your wife, the one destined to share a lifetime with you. Have you truly determined your feelings? Is it too much to ask you to soothe me with your words? Do you know why I call your name? Because to the prince, it merely symbolizes a title. Yet in my heart, you are Jing. Thus, I wish to call your name. I like you, I want you, and I have never hidden that. Since our wedding, I have endured your coldness without a single complaint. Now that our feelings are mutual, why can you not bring me joy? Oh, woe is me. How has my fate become so cruel? Am I the most pitiable woman in the entire capital? Su Qingcheng knew Jing was more susceptible to gentleness than harshness. Today, she aimed to shed a few tears. This tactic had served her well in her childhood with her parents and brothers, effortlessly summoning tears at will. Jing did not anticipate her genuine tears, and his brows furrowed deeply. He was aware of the grievances she had silently borne. Indeed, he had wronged her. Remembering how she had shielded him from hidden weapons and endured punishment at Ningxiu Palace, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Sighing, he found it difficult to articulate certain feelings. All right, he said, somewhat awkwardly patting her back. You are right. I admit I have started to like you. All my previous concerns have long since dissipated. Please cease your tears. From now on, you shall not cry. Su Qingcheng wiped her tears on his garment, declaring, The prince must always cherish me, or else I will cry. Endlessly. Jing recognized that she had likely been appeased and remarked helplessly, What? Do you intend to flood the Wang mansion? A dragon maiden descending to earth? Still a dragon maiden? Su Qingcheng laughed through her tears. I never imagined the prince could be so amusing. But truly, I am very happy now. She pressed closely against his chest. I will neither cry nor fuss. Is the prince pleased? Jing responded with a simple but fearing she might be dissatisfied with such brevity, he added, "Happy. That is wonderful." Su Qingcheng looked up at him. "I hope we can always be this happy. Wait here. I will fetch the pearl for you. No rush." Jing raised a hand to caress Su Qingcheng's face. "I shall bathe first. It can wait until I return." "Very well." Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. "I shall join you. I will help wash your back." Jing teased her. "Is your hand well again? Does it no longer hurt?" "It's fine. I still have my left hand. I think it best you refrain. It's getting late. If you accompany me, we may be at it for a while. Just lie down and wait for me." "Lie down and wait." Su Qingcheng pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, but you must hurry, Jingge. Cheng'er will be waiting for you." Gazing at the charmingly smiling Su Qingcheng, Jing felt a stirring in his heart. This little woman, he feared he might be ensnared by her. After rinsing off with warm water, Jing quickly returned to the bedroom. When he departed, the room had been brightly lit. But now, after his bath, the lamps had been dimmed considerably, casting the entire space into shadow. The layers of bed curtains had also been drawn down. Noting this, he surmised it was Su Qingcheng and Appo's doing. She was likely waiting for him amidst the drapery. With this thought, his body instinctively tensed. He approached slowly, parting the delicate veils. Yet Jing did not see the anticipated scene. Su Qingcheng lay obediently beneath the covers, surprising him. Had this little woman truly changed her demeanor? However, he soon realized how mistaken he was. She had merely adopted a new game. He spotted a corner of the quilt propped open by a small, pale foot, and she smiled gently. "Prince, come here. I and Appo's hidden the pearl on me. Come quickly and find it." "Oh." Jing inhaled deeply, extending his hand into the quilt. "Where have you hidden it?" "Let me search carefully." Su Qingcheng giggled. "Be thorough. I've hidden it quite well." "Is that so?" Jing leaned closer. "Just how well is it hidden?" Chapter 88. A matter for discussion later. Su Qingcheng leaned against Jing's shoulder, her fragrant sweat glistening. Noticing that Jing had his eyes closed and was not looking at her, she playfully bit his shoulder. "Is the prince already asleep? What about the pearl? Aren't you going to search for it?" Without lifting his eyelids, Jing embraced Su Qingcheng with one arm and casually pulled back the curtain with the other. "We shall discuss it tomorrow. For now, let us wash up." The two of them luxuriated in the bath, enveloped in comfort and tranquility. Su Qingcheng lazily reclined in Jing's embrace and suddenly extended her delicate fist. "Your Highness, take a look at this." Jing opened his eyes and gazed down at Su Qingcheng. "What is it?" With a light laugh, Su Qingcheng replied, "It is merely the pearl. Since the prince was unwilling to continue searching, I had no choice but to present it before you. I had hidden it beneath the pillow, and when you picked me up earlier, I discreetly retrieved it. Here, your Highness, take a closer look. Is it not the one that went missing from our residence?" Jing accepted the pearl from Su Qingcheng and Appo's hand and examined it closely. It should indeed be the same one. "Have you discovered who delivered it?" As soon as the pearl appeared, the steward dispatched someone to follow up. "Not long after I finished dinner, the people from the residence returned with news, and we awaited your return for a decision." Jing nodded. "Please elaborate. The one who followed at noon. Why did they only return after dinner? Was there an error along the way? How could it take so long?" "Not at all," Su Qingcheng said, slightly furrowing her brow. "Initially, I too found it strange, but later learned that they had followed the trail outside the city. Given the distance, it indeed required some time to travel back and forth. However, this only deepens the mystery. The notice was posted yesterday morning, and it only spread throughout the city this morning. How could that person have known so swiftly? Their actions seem rather hasty. Indeed. However, it is also plausible that this individual has been within the city all along, only departing after delivering the pearl. Have we identified who they are? It appears to be an outsider, claiming to be a merchant residing at an inn outside the city. What sort of business do they conduct? Spices. This is but a preliminary inquiry. I feared alarming the snake in the grass, so I instructed them to refrain from making any rash moves. Therefore, our people have yet to confront him directly and are currently observing him from the shadows. You have done well. It is wise to refrain from acting impulsively until we ascertain the identity of the other party. Indeed, Su Qingcheng beamed at Jing's praise. Given my capabilities, Your Highness ought to reward me appropriately. Gazing at her slightly swollen lips, Qingcheng lowered his head and tenderly pressed a kiss upon them. Qingcheng, feeling that Qingcheng's affection was insufficient, playfully pursued another kiss. Satisfied, she then remarked, "Yet I still find it rather peculiar. Regarding the pearl, I suspect it was taken by the Yao family. If I were in their position, I would certainly hide it or even destroy it now that the truth has been revealed. Why then would they seek to return it? What advantage do they gain from this? Are they confident we cannot trace it back to them? Or do they have an ulterior motive?" Qingcheng had already formed a notion in his mind, but wished to hear more from Qingcheng. "Continue, what else do you think?" "I believe they would not engage in such superfluous actions without reason. They must have a purpose, and perhaps they have set a trap for us. This pearl and the so-called merchant are likely bait they have cast out. That is my perspective as well. What does your Highness think?" "Indeed, I am inclined to agree with your assessment. Your mind is quite astute." "Of course. Otherwise, how could I dare to display my wits before you, your Highness? Since they have devised a scheme, we should prepare thoroughly and turn their plot against them, ultimately catching them off guard." Noticing the excitement sparkling in Qingcheng's eyes as she spoke, Qingcheng cooed and oppose. "T help but chuckle. Why are you so intrigued by this? You exhibit no signs of worry or fear." Qingcheng lifted her chin. "With you by my side, what is there to fear? If anyone should be anxious, it ought to be them. You will not allow them to succeed, will you? Indeed, this time I owe much to you. It was you who first sensed something amiss with the pearl. Had it not been for you, I might not have even touched it after Jean Xian returned the sword." Qingcheng huffed. "At that time, you did not believe me. Yet you turned around and secretly investigated. There was hardly any trust between us as husband and wife. Now I fully appreciate your sincerity and worth." Qingcheng gently touched Qingcheng's fingertip to his lips. "Let us rise. Your fingers are all pruny. Are you still tired?" "Not at all. After the bath, I feel invigorated." "Very well. Since you are not tired, I wish to discuss a certain matter with you shortly." "What matter?" Seeing Qingcheng's serious demeanor, Qingcheng's curiosity was piqued, and a flutter of apprehension stirred within her. Chapter 89. Absolutely do not touch other women. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "What matter could possibly warrant such seriousness from the prince that it requires consultation with me?" Qingcheng lifted Qingcheng from the bathtub and placed her onto a nearby blanket, replying, "There's no rush. We can discuss it once we return to the bedroom." "Very well. The prince cannot escape after all." Qingcheng, driven by her curiosity, hastily dried herself off. Observing her urgency, Qingcheng chuckled softly. "You haven't even dried your back properly. There's still water on you." Qingcheng, eager to return to the room, dismissed his concern. "It doesn't matter. I'll dry off soon enough." Sighing, Qingcheng pulled her closer, taking his own blanket to dry her back as he said, "I might as well tell you now." "Great. Please hurry." Qingcheng uget. "Today, I met with the little prince of Nanzhao Kingdom, as you are aware." "Yes. Qingyu informed me that you didn't go anywhere else and remained at the guest house." "What happened? Did he do something to the prince?" Qingcheng found her question amusing. "What do you think? Is that even a possibility?" Qingcheng shook her head. "It seems unlikely. But why did he summon you? Was it merely for drinking?" "Certainly not. Do you recall the pair of exotic dancers you and he bid on at Qingcheng Tower?" "I remember." The mention of that incident soured Qingcheng's mood. The little prince of Nanzhao was utterly insufferable. If he merely intended to purchase one for himself, that would be one thing, but to propose gifting one to her was unacceptable. She had no intention of joining such frivolity, as spending money on 2 dancers would be pointless. However, hearing his intention to gift one to her ignited her displeasure, compelling her to challenge him. "However, why is the prince bringing up those exotic dancers again?" At this point, Qingcheng suddenly turned to face Qingcheng, frowning with displeasure as she asked, "Surely, the prince didn't summon those twin sisters to serve during your drinking session today, did he? Have you touched them?" "You're being ridiculous," Qingcheng retorted, gently pinching her chin. "Not only have I not touched them, but when have you ever seen me look at another woman aside from you?" Luoyu's intention to gift one of those twins to me was not a spontaneous decision. Rather, it was something we had discussed long ago. "What?" Qingcheng exclaimed. Realizing that Luoyu was the name of the little prince of Nanzhao. However, she was unaware that Murong Jing had already intended to bring a dancer back to the prince's residence. Why? Su Qingcheng frowned. I believe your motives are not driven by lust for the danceress beauty, but what could possibly compel you to do such a thing? The Nanzhao kingdom is rich in mineral resources, which has long attracted the covetous eyes of neighboring nations and tribes. Although Luoyu is the crown prince of Nanzhao, he has numerous brothers who eye his throne greedily. He suspects that some of his siblings have colluded with outsiders. Thus, his visit to the capital is not solely for tribute, but also to seek my assistance. Moreover, I suspect that there are factions within the court colluding with foreign entities. This group seems to have woven a secret intelligence network within the capital, continuously transmitting various messages about our Xin dynasty to foreign powers, which is highly detrimental to us. It appears that this batch of dancers may harbor ulterior motives. He intends to take one back to investigate further. I had originally planned to keep one as well, but that day you disrupted my intentions. Today, Luoyu brought it up again, and I have yet to agree. I intended to discuss it with you first. If you have any objections, we can abandon the idea. Su Qingcheng gazed at Murong Jing for a long moment, realizing the situation. Ah, for the greater good. I fear you anticipated that I would not object. Oh, Murong Jing chuckled. You are quite understanding, not objecting or causing a scene. Su Qingcheng huffed. You still dare to laugh? It's evident you calculated that I wouldn't oppose. Otherwise, you would have outright refused the little prince of Nanzhao rather than waiting until now. However, I am pleased that you wish to consult me. But Murong Jing, we must establish a clear understanding. You may welcome that woman into the residence, but you must absolutely not touch her. If she is indeed a spy, her infiltration into the regent's household would be a grave matter. Even if she possesses no vital information, she will certainly contact her informants, and there is no need for you to sacrifice your integrity. You address me by my name again. Prince, is the name the crux of the matter? I mean, you must absolutely not touch any woman aside from me. I am quite jealous. My father had no concubines aside from my mother, and I grew up observing this. My brothers are of age, yet they too have avoided taking concubines. I cannot accept sharing a husband with any other woman. I hope you understand that this is not merely a request for our honeymoon period. This desire will persist for 5, 10, 20 years, and for a lifetime, a pair in unity. Su Qingcheng was utterly sincere, her expression and tone conveying her seriousness. Murong Jing had intended to tease her, but faltered upon witnessing her anxious anticipation. Very well, I promise you. He gazed deeply into Su Qingcheng's eyes, gently tucking a damp strand of hair behind her ear, solemnly vowing, "You are my first woman, my only woman, and my wife." Good. Su Qingcheng felt a warmth blossom in her heart. In her past life, she had misidentified her benefactor and met a tragic end. In this life, she had finally found the right person. As she looked upon the man before her, tears of bittersweet emotion glistened in her eyes. As long as the prince does not forsake me, I shall never abandon you. The next morning, the little prince of Nanzhao sent one of the twin sisters via a small sedan chair. Typically, affluent families employed their own courtesans. But Murong Jing had no taste for such frivolities, resulting in the absence of courtesans in the princess residence. Su Qingcheng promptly assigned a maid's duties to the exotic dancer named Ina. Understanding Su Qingcheng's sentiments, Yuan Mama anticipated that Su Qingcheng would prefer not to see the dancer frequently, and thus dispatched her to tend to the garden in the rear of the residence. Su Qingcheng was somewhat satisfied with this arrangement, and instructed her to keep a close watch on Ina. Though Ina was brought to serve Murong Jing upon entering the residence, she was assigned to menial tasks and did not cause any disturbances, behaving rather obediently. However, on the other side, an unexpected commotion arose today. The merchant who had delivered the pearls suddenly came knocking at the door again. Chapter 90. Is this not a case of framing? The head steward of the front courtyard took this matter very seriously and immediately reported it to Su Qingcheng. This time, Su Qingcheng decided not to remain in the shadows any longer. She instructed Yuya to procure the clothing of a young servant from the manor. After donning the disguise, she accompanied the head steward to the front courtyard. The spice merchant was instructed to wait in the reception room, and Su Qingcheng, posing as a messenger, briskly approached him. Upon entering, she boldly scrutinized the man before her. He was of average height and build, utterly unremarkable, someone who would easily blend into a crowd without drawing a second glance. However, the small-eyed attendant clad in black behind him appeared quite astute. As Qingcheng assessed them, she deliberately adopted an air of superiority typical of those serving in affluent households. When a spice merchant met her gaze, he wore a forced smile, yet his attendant showed no signs of intimidation, even locking eyes with Qingcheng for a moment. Qingcheng quickly averted her gaze and, with an air of arrogance, inquired, "Are you the one who requested an audience with our head steward?" The spice merchant eagerly nodded, saying, "Indeed, indeed. I wonder if the head steward is available at this moment?" After speaking, he signaled to his attendant, who promptly produced a pouch from his pocket and handed it to Qingcheng. She pretended to weigh the pouch in her hand, a smile gracing her face. "You are quite fortunate. The head steward just happens to be free now. Please follow me," she declared before turning to leave the reception room. Before long, she brought the two men before the head steward. The steward scrutinized the spice merchant before him, furrowing his brow. "Are you the one who delivered the pearl the other day?" "Yes, that would be me," the man replied, introducing himself as Qingcheng. "A few days ago, I purchased this pearl at a low price from a small vendor, intending to resell it for a profit. However, upon seeing the notice posted by the Wang residents, I dared not keep it for myself and returned it instead." "Is that so? You left in quite a hurry that day. I don't recall you mentioning these details. From which vendor did you acquire this pearl?" The steward probed further. "I cannot say. I do not know him personally. The market is always changing, and by the time I thought to look for him again, he had vanished without a trace." The steward continued to scrutinize Qingcheng. "Since the pearl has been returned, what brings you here today? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive?" "Not at all," Qingcheng hastily denied. "There is no hidden agenda. Everything I have said is the truth. However, I must admit, I am somewhat embarrassed to share this. I am primarily in the spice trade, relying on water transport for my goods. Unfortunately, this time, my shipment encountered a storm, and all my merchandise was lost. Returning the pearl was something I dared not hope for any reward. I left in a hurry upon receiving the bad news from the dock. Yet now, with everything gone, I find myself in dire straits, lacking even the fare to return home. Thus, I took the bold step to seek you out, recalling the notice that promised a generous reward for the return of the pearl. Suka pradikamin. From which dock was your shipment sent?" The steward glanced at Qingcheng, asking, "I recall you have a brother working at the docks. Has he mentioned anything of this nature?" Qingcheng nodded in agreement. "Such incidents are not uncommon. They happen from time to time." Understanding her implication, the steward turned back to Qingcheng. "In fact, the residence was prepared to reward you for your return of the pearl. I did not expect you to leave so swiftly. Please wait here. I shall be right back." Thank you. Qingcheng bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Once the steward departed, Qingcheng feigned indifference. "You two stay here. I have matters to attend to. Do not wander off." She intended to leave and observe the two from an adjacent room. However, no sooner had she taken a step than the small-eyed attendant hastily followed her. "Excuse me, young sir, might I trouble you for a moment? I am in urgent need. Could you guide me to the restroom?" he said, bending over with a hand on his stomach, feigning urgency. Qingcheng glanced at him, deliberately adopting a disdainful expression. "Why must you be so troublesome? I am quite busy. I apologize. I might have eaten something bad this morning. Please, just this once," he implored. "Fine, follow me." "How bothersome," Qingcheng replied, striding toward the exit. The attendant quickly kept pace behind her. After walking a short distance, Qingcheng halted before the restroom. She pointed ahead. "It's just over there. You remember the way back, right? Once you're finished, you can return on your own. I don't have time to wait for you. And let me warn you, don't wander around the Wang residence or the patrolling guards will catch you, and you'll be in trouble." With that, she held her nose in disdain and walked away. The attendant wasted no time, rushing into the restroom. As she turned down a corridor, Qingcheng quickly summoned her guards. "Keep an eye on that fellow. See what he is up to," she instructed. The guard acknowledged her command and swiftly climbed onto the roof to monitor the situation. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, the attendant, realizing Qingcheng had vanished, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily exiting. Little did he know, someone was observing him closely from the rooftop. Su Qingcheng took a moment to enjoy some snacks, and when she leisurely returned, the small-eyed attendant was already back. She glanced at the two men in the room and announced, "The head steward will be here shortly." Upon hearing her words, Xueqian expressed his gratitude profusely. Just as he finished, the head steward entered, bringing with him a reward of 100 taels of silver. Grateful for the compensation, the merchant thanked him repeatedly before departing the Wang residence with his attendant. Maintaining her guise as a young servant, Su Qingcheng escorted them to the side gate. Once they left, she turned back towards the residence and summoned her guards. "What the fellow I asked you to watch? Did he display any suspicious behavior? Your Highness, this man was acting covertly. I personally witnessed him burying something in the courtyard. However, due to the distance, I could not discern what it was," the guard reported. "Oh." Su Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "Lead me to where he did this. Such behavior seems indicative of framing. Now that the pearl is of no use, I am curious to see what else they might use to incriminate us." Chapter 91. Seeking the prince at his official duties, the guards swiftly led Su Qingcheng to a cluster of large trees not far from the restroom. He halted before the innermost tree, declaring, "This is the spot, Your Highness." Su Qingcheng nodded and took a few steps forward, indeed discovering signs of freshly disturbed soil beneath the tree. She raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Dig it up and see what lies beneath." "Yes," the guard replied, promptly picking up a stone from the ground to begin excavating. The object was not buried deep and was soon unearthed. It was a round metal token, its surface still caked with dirt. The guard cleaned it off before handing it over to Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng examined the token closely, a cold smile escaping her lips as she remarked, "Intriguing." She then passed the token to her companion, Yi, instructing, "Wrap it up and keep it safe." Immediately, she turned to the guard and added, "Now, find a similar token and bury it in this very spot." "Understood," the guard bowed, then inquired, "Shall it be a plain token?" "Yes, go ahead," she replied, but just as the guard was about to leave, Su Qingcheng called him back. "Wait a moment. Let us not keep it plain. Carve something onto it." After a brief contemplation, she decided, "No, carving is too cumbersome. Let us just use a piece of wood and draw it directly. That'll be simpler." "What should we draw?" "Indeed, what should we draw?" Su Qingcheng pondered for a moment, then beckoned him closer. "Come here, I shall tell you." After relaying her instructions, she reiterated, "Make sure it's depicted accurately. And the characters I just mentioned must be included without fail, and not a single one should be wrong. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will not make any mistakes." "Very well, let us go, Yi. What shall we have for lunch?" Having disrupted a scheme, Su Qingcheng felt remarkably buoyant. She was so eager to share a meal with Jing that she could hardly wait for his return that evening. Thus she set off towards the commander-in-Appo's office of the Imperial Guards, carrying a food box. She intended to invite him to lunch and bask in her accomplishments. This was Su Qingcheng's first visit to the Imperial Guards Command. As she had not informed Jing in advance, her carriage was halted outside the camp. Although her carriage bore the emblem of the Qin Prince and Appo's residence, her prior absence necessitated multiple notifications. Yet, keen to surprise Jing, she instructed the guards at the gate to only notify Qingyu, who was close to the prince. The guards complied, and Su Qingcheng patiently awaited in her carriage. During her wait, she observed others arriving on horseback, who required no such notifications. They merely flashed their badges and were granted immediate access. Su Qingcheng felt a pang of envy and resolved to request a badge from Jing when she saw him. Fortunately, her wait was not prolonged. Soon, she spotted Qingyu hurrying towards her. Upon reaching her carriage, Qingyu was still catching his breath. "Your servant greets the princess. May I inquire what brings you here?" Su Qingcheng lifted the curtain of her carriage, revealing half her face. "Please, take a moment to catch your breath. I have come to bring the prince some food, but I cannot enter. I require your assistance as a guide. However, I wish to surprise him. So you Haven Tea informed him of my arrival, have you? By the way, has he dined yet?" Replying to the princess, "The prince is currently in discussion with the generals about military affairs and has not yet dined. I have not reported your arrival to him." "Excellent," Su Qingcheng replied, pleased. "Then let us proceed." With that, she lowered the curtain, with Qingyu leading the way. Her carriage was soon granted passage. Upon arriving at the office where Murong Jing conducted his military duties, she found he had not yet returned, as he was still engaged in discussions elsewhere. Seeing this, Su Qingcheng instructed Qingyu to withdraw and not to inform Murong Jing of her presence. Qingyu complied, but just as he was about to leave, Su Qingcheng called after him. "Wait, I entrust Yuya to you. Please find a place for her to pass the time, but ensure she remains hidden from the prince." "Yes, your highness." Qingyu glanced at Yuya, his ears slightly reddening. "Lady Yuya, please follow me." Once the distractions had departed, Su Qingcheng began to explore the office of the commander of the Imperial Guards, Murong Jing. The office was quite spacious, divided into an outer and inner chamber. The outer chamber was furnished with a desk and defense maps, clearly the area where Murong Jing handled official matters. The inner chamber was smaller, featuring a soft couch, tables, chairs, and a wardrobe, indicating it was a space for Murong Jing to rest, considering that Murong Jing took his midday rest on this very couch. Su Qingcheng could not resist sitting upon it. The thought of possibly sharing an afternoon nap with her husband filled her with a subtle thrill. While lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a commotion outside, indicating that Murong Jing and his colleagues had concluded their discussions and were dispersing. Realizing this, she quickly grabbed the food box and hid beside the wardrobe. A short while later, she heard Qingyu conversing with Murong Jing. Qingyu was instructed to prepare a meal, to which he complied, his footsteps gradually fading away. Soon after, she heard Murong Jing and Appo's footsteps approaching, hiding between the wardrobe and the wall. Her heart raced as Murong Jing paused before the wardrobe. After a moment of stillness, he unexpectedly opened the wardrobe door and retrieved a set of clothes, proceeding to change right beside the soft couch. From her vantage point, Su Qingcheng could see his back as he changed, noting his broad shoulders and slender waist. Suddenly, she felt parched and realized that if she did not step out now, she might miss this rare opportunity to see her husband in such a state during daylight. Just as she steeled herself to emerge, Murong Jing swiftly finished changing and appeared rather hurried, exiting the room almost immediately. Before long, Su Qingcheng heard the sound of the door opening and closing, indicating he had left the office. No, this cannot be. Realizing this, disappointment washed over her, filling her heart with discontent. How could he leave just like that? Her surprise had gone unfulfilled, leaving her feeling rather vexed. This was absolutely intolerable. Determined to rectify the situation, she lifted her skirt and hastily made her way out, intent on calling him back before he could stray too far. However, just as she stepped out of the inner chamber, she found herself seized by two strong arms around her waist and shoulders. Chapter 92. Caught in her trap, where did this little thief come from? The familiar and fervent breath of the man brushed against Su Qingcheng and Appo's neck and ear, causing a tingling sensation on her heated skin, as if ants were crawling over it, creating an unbearable itch. With such proximity, she couldn't and Appo's believed that Murong Jing had recognized her. "My lord deceived me. I thought you had already departed, but it turns out you were waiting here for me. When did you discover my presence? And what do you think?" Murong Jing tightened his embrace around Su Qingcheng and Appo's waist and whispered in her ear. "I had barely approached the wardrobe when I heard a rapid heartbeat. Wasn't that your heart racing?" "My lord is speaking nonsense." Su Qingcheng relaxed her body, gripping the arm he had wrapped around her waist, pressing her back against his chest. "How could a heartbeat be so loud?" "Is that so?" Murong Jing chuckled lightly. "I do not believe it. Is there any doubt?" Su Qingcheng slowly slid her hand into Murong Jing and Appo's sleeve, caressing his arm inch by inch. "If my lord does not believe, come and listen for yourself." "Oh." Murong Jing feigned ignorance. "How shall I listen? How does one listen?" Now it was Su Qingcheng and Appo's turn to laugh, as she seemed to grasp Murong Jing and Appo's intent. In broad daylight, he was indeed flirting with her. She relished this. She adored watching him change, because of her. With a playful smile, she tilted her head back to meet his gaze, her voice sweet and gentle. "It seems my lord cannot even listen to a heartbeat. Allow me to teach you, shall I?" "Very well." Murong Jing and Appo's large hand caressed her delicate waist. Yet his expression remained unchanged. "You speak. I shall listen. Indeed, my lord is quite cooperative today. Su Qingcheng was filled with enthusiasm for these playful exchanges. Does my lord know where the heart is located? Jing lowered his gaze to Su Qingcheng and damp. Oppo's smiling face, a smirk playing on his lips. I do not know. You mentioned teaching me, yet you keep asking me questions. That complicates matters. But fear not, I possess ample patience. Su Qingcheng said, as she began to guide his hand upwards. Here, place your palm here. Do you feel my heartbeat? Soft and gentle, Jing and Oppo's hand lingered for a moment, sensing the rapid beats. Why is it beating so fast? Su Qingcheng smiled. Of course, it is because I miss my lord dearly. I could hardly wait for you to return this evening, so I came in search of you. Is that so? Jing tightened his grip slightly. If you wish to see me, why sneak onto my bed? Oh, Su Qingcheng suddenly realized. So my lord deduced my presence from the disheveled bed? I was careless and forgot to tidy up as I departed. My lord is truly observant. But tell me, do you think I traveled such a distance in broad daylight merely to rest upon your bed? Are you asking me? The sensation in his palm was captivating. As Jing and Oppo's breath became heavier. How would I know? Perhaps you could enlighten me? Besides resting on my bed, what else do you wish to do? As Jing and Oppo's fingers pressed down more firmly, Su Qingcheng and Oppo's voice dropped. Is it not obvious, my lord? Aside from resting on the bed, there is also you. What will my lord do? Just as she spoke, Su Qingcheng suddenly felt the world spin around her. By the time she gasped in surprise, Jing had turned her around and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. In an instant, she found herself towering over him, her heart aligned with Jing's face. He tilted his head slightly to gaze at her. Did you not want me to listen to your heartbeat? Now that I know where it is, shall I listen? Why is it beating even faster now? Are you frightened? Su Qingcheng wrapped her arms around his neck, looking down into the eyes of the man holding her tightly. I am frightened. My lord feels quite terrifying. Oh, Jing furrowed his brow. What is so frightening about me? Well, Su Qingcheng gently stroked his ear, her voice softening. When you turned me around, it was quite intimidating. I didn't feel it when my back was to you, but the moment I turned, I thought my heart might burst through my chest. It frightened me so much. Jing chuckled softly. Are you certain your fear is genuine and not merely anticipation? My lord is insufferable. Why must you expose me? Do I not deserve a semblance of dignity? Jing and Oppo's smile deepened. Have you not always cast aside your dignity in my presence? With her teeth gripping the delicate collar adorned with subtle plum blossoms, inching upward, there was a soft thud as Su Qingcheng's back met the wall. In the space between the wall and Jing's embrace, she felt the simultaneous arrival of cold and warmth. Jing's freshly donned garments were pristine, while hers lay in disarray at her waist, the delicate pink silk flowing like a grand blossom, adorned with dewdrops, blooming vibrantly. Initially, Su Qingcheng possessed some strength, but gradually, both their weights rested solely upon Jing. Even the strongest would falter under such pressure. After a brief pause, he exerted his arms, lifting Su Qingcheng step by step toward the soft couch. After a long while, Su Qingcheng found she lacked the strength to speak. Surely no one will enter now? Jing rose and retrieved a clean undergarment from the wardrobe, walking toward the couch with a bemused smile. Isn't it a bit late to consider that? Su Qingcheng flashed a charming smile at Jing. I simply got caught up in the moment. Even if my lord had changed, one cannot focus on two things at once. I may struggle with multitasking, but I closed the door firmly. My chamber is locked, and no one would dare disturb us. Jing replied, tossing the garment towards Su Qingcheng. She glanced at the clothing, puzzled. What is this? Are you asking me to wear it? There is no need. My attire is neither torn nor dirty. Jing looked at her, his gaze scrutinizing. This place differs from the royal residence. There are no maids to fetch water at all times. You must manage with what you have. Oh, Su Qingcheng understood now. She was covered by a blanket, yet her feet were exposed. Reluctant to move, she gently nudged Jing with her foot. This is all your fault. You must tidy up the mess you created. Jing glanced at her. Can one hand make a sound? Su Qingcheng decided to play coy. If it weren't and Oppo's tea for my lord, I would never be in this predicament. If you refuse to help, then I shall simply remain here all day. Qingcheng found himself at a loss for how to handle his wife. He sighed in resignation and grabbed the garment from the couch once more. Clumsily yet tenderly, he began to wipe her down as he intently spoke. Qingcheng. Oh, Qingcheng. Hear her name. Qingcheng felt a sense of satisfaction as she clung to him tightly. What is it, my lord? Why do you call for me? Qingcheng sighed softly but did not respond. He simply could not comprehend how a woman like her could exist in this world. Even more astonishing was that he had fallen so completely under her spell. Chapter 93. Together in the next life today, lunch was served unusually late. However, for Qingcheng, it was a meal filled with unparalleled joy. She realized that Qingcheng seemed quite taken with her. What he had done for her was something that most people could hardly achieve. Moreover, he was not just anyone. He was a dignified regent of a nation, a position of immense prestige. Yet he indulged her whims in such matters. There was likely no one else in the world who would do the same. As for the intimacies of their private life, while she was unaware of how other couples fared, she didn't take care. In her eyes, her husband was the finest in the realm. Gazing at her husband, the affection in her eyes was almost enough to melt him. Oh, dear husband, why are you so handsome? I must donate more statues of Buddha to express my gratitude to all the deities and bodhisattvas for allowing me the chance to be your wife in this lifetime. Perhaps I should perform good deeds tomorrow to accumulate virtue for the next life, so that we may be together once more. Qingcheng noticed that she was so engrossed in staring at him that she hardly touched her food, so he reached out to serve her a few more bites. You should eat your fill first. Though his expression remained unchanged, her words stirred ripples of warmth in his heart, softening his gaze. He thought he spoke with a stern tone, unaware that his voice was laced with tenderness. Are you a fool, Qingcheng? You're already thinking about the next life when this one isn't over yet. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Although his words sounded somewhat caustic, there was no malice in his tone. Qingcheng found everything about Qingcheng to be delightful, including his manner of speaking. She shook her head. Not at all. I'm not in a hurry to reincarnate. I want to grow old with my beloved husband. But before that, I must ensure I have reserved you for myself, lest someone else takes you away. Oh dear, does that mean I should mark you in some way? What if I drink Mingpa soup and forget everything? Qingcheng shot her a glance. The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. What's wrong? Don't you believe in such things? Qingcheng pouted. But I do believe. I believe in reincarnation and that good deeds bring rewards. Those who haven't done wrong, even if they've acted foolishly, will surely be granted a chance for redemption by heaven. Qingcheng chuckled lightly. If you're going to drink Mingpa soup, what is the use of making marks? Stop thinking about matters beyond death and eat up. After that, we'll return home for a good rest. What? Are you trying to send me away already? Qingcheng asked, taking a bite of her food. Aren't you curious why I specifically came to see you today? Qingcheng frowned slightly. Didn't you say you missed me and came to deliver food? Is there something else? Qingcheng bouldn't get innocent. Oh, it seems like you're a bit upset. Did you really look forward to my visit? Her heart swelled with pride. If you like it so much, you should have said so earlier. I'll come daily to bring you lunch. Don't be foolish. This isn't a place for your antics. Coming once is fine, but every day would be inappropriate. All right then, Qingcheng conceded, realizing that daily visits might not be sustainable. I actually came today to seek your acknowledgement. Although I haven't yet share my achievements, I've already gained what I wanted. What kind of acknowledgement? This, Qingcheng replied, reaching into the bottom of her food box to retrieve an item. Today, the spice merchant visited, and I met him personally. He is likely just a puppet, but there are issues with his attendants. One of them has buried something in our estate. As she spoke, she carefully unwrapped a tightly bound cloth. Qingcheng examined it closely, recognizing the symbols and inscriptions on the circular token. This is the script of the Northern Khan, and the wolf engraved on it is a sacred symbol to them. They've buried this in the royal residence to frame me for treason? Absolutely, Qingcheng affirmed. The beads are undoubtedly the work of the Yao family. Now that their plan to use the beads has failed, they've resorted to another token. This is their own undoing. The true conspirators in colluding with the Northern Khan are not us, but the Yao family. Furthermore, It seems that the dancer sent by the young prince of Nanzhao also hails from the northern Khan. Doesn't he? It's a scheme to frame us and infiltrate our ranks. The Yao family has orchestrated quite the operation. Do you think His Majesty is aware of this? Su Qingcheng inquired. The Yao family is, after all, his maternal family. I suspect the Yao family views you as a thorn in their side for two reasons. First, 5 years ago, your investigation into the corruption case exposed the Yao faction's crimes, leading to the demotion of Yao Xiong. After 5 years of exile, he has only recently regained his position as a minister. He must harbor resentment towards you. Second, the emperor is still young and has yet to assume full power. Although he has ascended the throne, the real authority and military command remain in your hands. They likely resent this and may attempt to sow discord between you and the emperor. If His Majesty believes their fabrications, what will become of the royal residence? You see things quite clearly. Naturally, matters concerning you require my utmost attention. Are you not afraid? What if I were to be accused? Treason could lead to the annihilation of my entire family. As a member of the royal family, I cannot afford such a fate, though a thorough investigation would certainly ensue. I and Amp, Oppos, am not afraid. Haven and Amp, Oppos, I already thwarted their scheme? They believe they possess evidence of treason against the royal residence. But now that this token is in our hands, I eagerly await their search of the royal residence for an entertaining spectacle. And how do you view this matter? You're right. We shall let them escalate their own situation. Today, I learned that the 10 dancers were sold to different individuals that very night, and some are already revealing their true colors. The court has begun investigating, while the Yao family has actively sought to handle this matter. A storm of bloodshed is likely to erupt within the court soon. Chapter 94. Su Qingcheng, what are you up to again? To everyone's astonishment, the Yao family has taken the initiative to undertake this task. Is this not akin to the thief shouting to catch the thief? It seems they intend to exploit the investigation and Amp, Oppos' convenience to obliterate evidence that may incriminate them, while simultaneously eliminating their own accomplices. Truly cunning. By the way, Your Highness, there is something I must bring to your attention. Although I currently lack evidence. Murong Jing placed the round token back in his hand and asked nonchalantly, Are you trying to caution me about Xie Huayu? Indeed. How did you know, Your Highness? Su Qingcheng laughed as she embraced Murong Jing's arm. It must be because we share a tacit understanding, right? Murong Jing lowered his gaze upon her, musing that it was actually due to her frequent remarks about Xie Huayu and Oppos as treacherous ambitions, always prefaced with, "Oh, I have no evidence." Yet, upon seeing her eyes brimming with affection and anticipation, he merely nodded. Yes, it is due to our unspoken bond. Ha ha ha. Su Qingcheng giggled as she raised her other hand to caress the slight furrow in Murong Jing's brow. You've caught me, Your Highness. You are indeed trying to placate me. But such a white lie is music to my ears. Are you that happy? She shielded his view of her with her hand, prompting him to seize it. Yes. Su Qingcheng nodded with a bright smile. I'm quite easy to please. Perhaps I may be unreasonable at times, but Your Highness merely needs to offer me a hint of sweetness. Is that so? Murong Jing was skeptical. Just a hint is sufficient. I recall someone claiming to be quite jealous. If I were to give her merely 1/10 of what I possess, would she truly be satisfied? Umph. Su Qingcheng shot him a glare. Who is this in Oppos? Someone in Oppos. Your Highness is being rather roundabout. With a playful tone, she added, Since Your Highness has said so, I shall not be modest. I desire the full 10/10, not a fraction less. See? The true nature is revealed. Murong Jing chuckled lightly. Su Qingcheng huffed in response, no longer willing to link her arm with his. Instead, she began tidying up the tokens on the table. Murong Jing, observing her actions, grasped her hand firmly. His grip was neither too tight nor too loose, but just enough to prevent her from breaking free. Let this be with me. I shall handle it. Keeping it with you is a potential hazard. Oof. I intended to tidy it up for you. Such a cursed object. I have no use for it. By the way, since the Yao family has taken action, have you already made preparations, Your Highness? Indeed, Murong Jing nodded, but some matters pertain to military confidentiality, and I cannot disclose everything to you. I understand. However, Your Highness, you are aware that my Su family and the Yao family are at odds, especially now that our families are bound by marriage. I fear the Yao family may act against my father and brothers. I wish to know if my father is aware of your plans and if he is involved. If not, may I subtly remind my father and brother? I do not wish to stand idly by as they face persecution. Rest assured, Murong Jing said, noticing the worry etched on Su Qingcheng and Appo's face. He gently ruffled her hair. I have already warned General Su. As a commander of the Imperial Guards, I would not allow my subordinate general to fall into peril, especially since General Su is my esteemed father-in-law. That is good to hear. Your Highness deserves a treat. Su Qingcheng delightedly exclaimed, suddenly realizing that lunch was still unfinished. She picked up her chopsticks and offered him a piece of his favorite dish, bringing it to his lips. Murong Jing hesitated, feeling it peculiar at his age to be fed. Yet, upon her gentle encouragement, "Open your mouth, Your Highness," he found himself complying. By the second bite, any resistance had vanished. However, he was reluctant to let Su Qingcheng go hungry, and after a few bites, he declined her feeding. Yet, he was unprepared for Su Qingcheng to immediately extend her hand toward him once she set down the chopsticks. "Having taken my food, Your Highness, you must reward me." Seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Murong Jing felt an urge to regurgitate the meal he had just consumed. "What do you want this time?" Su Qingcheng giggled and pouted. "I desire a token that grants me unrestricted access to the Imperial Guards Command Center. You have no idea how long I waited outside when I arrived earlier. Those who came after me with tokens were allowed in while I remained outside. I want a token as well. Otherwise, I must announce my presence every time I visit my husband, making it difficult to surprise him." Murong Jing knew he could not harbor excessive hopes regarding this woman and Appo's affectionate demeanor. While her tenderness was genuine, her intentions were equally palpable. Her previous efforts had been to ensnare him, and now that she had succeeded, she was plotting other schemes. He furrowed his brow. "I cannot grant you a token. It bears specific titles, and you are not a member of the Imperial Guards. What use would it serve you, if you truly wish for access? Take my jade pendant instead. I will instruct them that seeing this pendant is akin to seeing me, and they will naturally allow you entry. I want it. How can I not desire it?" Without requiring his assistance, Su Qingcheng swiftly unfastened the jade pendant from his waist. "You are truly wonderful, the best husband in the world." Murong Jing found himself helpless against her charm. As long as the princess is happy. After departing the Imperial Guards and Appo's command center, Su Qingcheng did not return to the Prince Qin and Appo's residence, but instead headed to a shop called Baoyuxian. Having acquired Murong Jing and Appo's personal jade pendant, she wished to gift him one in return. However, upon nearing the entrance of Baoyuxian, she spotted a familiar face, Xie Wanyu, the seventh daughter of the Xie family. Years ago, she had mistakenly believed that a member of the Xie family saved her during a hunting event, prompting her to befriend Xie Wanyu at a chrysanthemum appreciation event, seeking information from her. Later, Xie Wanyu had even facilitated the connection between her and Xie Huayu. In her previous life, they had enjoyed a cordial relationship. But now that Su Qingcheng had severed ties with Xie Huayu, she had no desire to engage with the Xie family any further. Seeing Xie Wanyu now, she was disinclined to greet her. Unfortunately, Xie Wanyu was currently being pulled by a man, inadvertently blocking Su Qingcheng's path. Su Qingcheng could hardly tolerate a man bullying a woman. She furrowed her brow, took a folding fan from Yue Ying's hand, and struck the man on his shoulder with considerable force. Startled, the man, who had been tugging at Xie Wanyu, turned in anger. "Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble?" Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him. "Did you just emerge from a lavatory without wiping your mouth? Or are you blind? If you think I am not worth your notice, then feel free to lend me your eyes for a moment." Chapter 95. Harassed in the streets, Su Qingcheng and Appo's retort was merciless. Anticipating that her assailant would retaliate with curses, she had already braced herself for a confrontation. Yet, to her astonishment, the man stood frozen in his tracks upon seeing her. His gaze fixated on Su Qingcheng. He could not help but exclaim, "So much more beautiful. Exceedingly beautiful." After uttering this to himself, he even broke into a foolish grin directed at her. As he chuckled, he unconsciously released the hand he had been holding, that of Xie Wanyu. Eagerly, he drew closer to Su Qingcheng, his eyes glued to her as if unable to look away. I am Yao Fong. May I inquire your esteemed name? Fair maiden? You are indeed correct. I am blind to beauty. If you desire my eyes, take them. Come, fair maiden, gaze upon them. Touch them, and see if they are worthy of your regard. As he spoke, he involuntarily reached out to grasp Su Qingcheng's hand. Quick-witted, Su Qingcheng swiftly struck his hand with her fan. Adjusting her grip, she used the fan's handle, which was firm, leaving a red mark on Yao Fong's hand. He let out a yelp, retracting his hand swiftly. However, his audacity exceeded Su Qingcheng's expectations. Rather than retreating, he grew even bolder. You are truly spirited, yet intriguing. My intent is sincere. I wish to make your acquaintance. Please do not fear me. Our earlier encounter was merely a misunderstanding. Let us find a more suitable place to converse. Su Qingcheng could no longer endure it. In the heart of the imperial city, how could such a scoundrel dare to harass a woman publicly? Had he grown weary of life? Resolving not to listen to this audacious knave any longer, she raised her foot and delivered a fierce kick. She struck hard, and had it not been for the two attendants supporting her from behind, Yao Fong would have surely fallen flat on his back. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. It was not until Yao Fong hit the ground that Xie Wanyu hastily rushed to Su Qingcheng's side. Instinctively, she grasped Su Qingcheng's hand and stepped back, whispering, "Qingcheng, he is the legitimate grandson of the minister Yao, a rogue. We must leave quickly and ignore him." Su Qingcheng had already heard him declare his lineage, but she had not realized he was the cherished golden child of the Yao family. Now that she knew, her desire to deliver a few more kicks grew stronger. However, she reconsidered, wishing to avoid soiling her shoes. Instead, she waved over the guards stationed by the carriage. "This scoundrel dares to speak disrespectfully to me, the princess consort. Give him a sound slap, 10 resounding slaps, not one less." The two guards, upon hearing her command, promptly complied. Yao Fong was left with no opportunity to utter a word, his only sound a pained wail. After 10 resounding slaps, his entire face felt numb. "Wretched woman, how dare you strike me? Do you not know who I am?" Su Qingcheng coldly laughed. "And do you know who I am? Open your eyes wide and take a good look at the carriage behind me. This is the carriage of the Qin Wangfu. I am the Qin Wangfei. For your earlier behavior, a few slaps are but a light punishment. Now, take your entourage and swiftly depart, lest you be charged with grave disrespect." Chapter 96. You are too stubborn on the bustling street. A chance encounter with a woman turned out to be the Qin Wangfei. Upon hearing this title, Yao Fong felt a pang of trepidation. He was half convinced, yet the aura exuded by this woman was undeniably formidable, and she appeared far from easy to provoke. Peering over at the carriage behind Su Qingcheng and confirming it was indeed from the Qin Wangfu, he immediately began a plot. After all, he had no intention of bowing down to a woman. Moreover, once the Yao family succeeded in dismantling Murongjing, this woman would merely become a trivial plaything for him, summoned and dismissed at will. Narrowing his eyes at Su Qingcheng for a moment, an idea struck him. "Just because you claim to be the Qin Wangfei, does that make it true? Let me tell you, impersonating a member of the royal family is a crime punishable by death. Today, I shall overlook your transgression solely because you are a woman." With that, he turned to reprimand the servants beside him. "What are you all doing standing around? Do you expect me to support you as you walk?" The two young attendants quickly regained their composure, positioning themselves on either side of Yao Fong as they prepared to depart. Su Qingcheng, witnessing the rude demeanor of this scoundrel, felt it imperative to let him experience the authority of the Qin Wangfu. Just as she was about to command her guards to apprehend him, Xie Wanyu intervened. "Qingcheng, I think it would be best to let this go. Just allow him to leave." "Why?" Su Qingcheng asked, perplexed as she looked at Xie Wanyu. "Did you not see how he treated you? In broad daylight, he manhandled you, and you can tolerate that? Do you not wish to teach him a proper lesson? But you already gave him a lesson, did you not?" Xie Wanyu whispered. "If this escalates, more people will be aware of it, and it will tarnish our reputations." "Wanyu, how can you think this way? The one who should feel shame is the shameless one, not us who are insulted. Your line of thinking is too antiquated. With such reasoning, you will continue to suffer in similar situations. People will only perceive you as easy prey." "I understand, Qingcheng, Xie Wanyu replied with a gentle smile. You are exceptional, unlike any other young woman I know, and you possess the confidence to stand your ground. However, not everyone can be as unreserved as you. Qingcheng frowned, feeling discomfort at her words. Yet, realizing that she would not maintain close ties with the Xie family in the future, she decided against further argument with Xie Wanyu. After a pause, she said, very well, in order to prevent more people from knowing about this matter, which will be detrimental to your reputation, I shall not pursue this scoundrel today. However, since he belongs to the Yao family, I shall not let him escape easily. She summoned 2 guards, whispering a few instructions into one of their ears. The guard, having received her orders, swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Since that scoundrel has been driven away, you should return home promptly, Qingcheng advised Xie Wanyu, noticing she was accompanied only by a young maid. Furthermore, when you go out in the future, it would be wise to bring along a few sturdy women. A young girl who has not seen much of the world may find herself paralyzed with fear in times of trouble. Indeed, I brought 2 maids with me today, and one has gone to summon help, Xie Wanyu replied. Qingcheng, since your marriage, we have not had the chance to meet. Now that we have fortuitously encountered each other, should we not find a place to sit and talk? There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Qingcheng slightly furrowed her brow, having a good idea of what Xie Wanyu intended to discuss. She interjected directly, if you wish to talk about Xie Wanyu, there is no need. My ties with him have been severed. Should your curiosity persist, I suggest you inquire directly with him. Chapter 97. Blocking my path. To be frank, Qingcheng, I have already inquired with my 7th brother. He mentioned that a misunderstanding has arisen between you 2, and you did not even afford him the opportunity to explain. Qingcheng, may I ask why this is the case? Is there anything I can do to assist you both? Upon hearing Xie Wanyu's words, Qingcheng furrowed her brow deeply. Wanyu, I have already told you that I do not wish to discuss anything related to your brother. My relationship with him has irreparably ended, and I have no desire to revive it. If you genuinely consider me a friend, I hope you can respect my decision and refrain from mentioning his name in my presence again. Do you still wish to look at things inside? Or have you already made your purchases? If you want to browse, we can go in together. Otherwise, I shall not delay your time. At this point, Qingcheng's tone had grown rather brusque. Xie Wanyu naturally noticed that she was not jesting, but she still urged, I understand that you are upset about this matter. After all, marriage is no trifling affair. However, since your marriage into the royal household has limited our meetings, why not take this chance today, in this unexpected encounter, to clarify things? Qingcheng was nearly a loss for words. Wanyu, how many times must I repeat myself? I have made my stance clear to your brother. Furthermore, I harbor no sorrow regarding this marriage. Instead, I am quite content. I am thoroughly enjoying my role as the princess consort of Qin. I advise you not to broach such topics in my presence again. If word of this were to reach the prince or others, it would tarnish both our reputations. Do you intend to enter or not? If not, I shall proceed. Upon finishing her sentence, Qingcheng lifted her foot to enter Baoyu Pavilion. Seeing this, Xie Wanyu quickly grasped her sleeve. Qingcheng, are you truly going to be so heartless? Some matters are not easily articulated, and we are unlikely to find common ground. Thus, Qingcheng refrained from further explaining herself to Xie Wanyu. Indeed, as you can see, I am quite a heartless person. No, Qingcheng. Xie Wanyu frowned as she gazed at Qingcheng. This is unfair to my 7th brother. He has come, at the very least, grant him an opportunity to explain himself properly. I implore you, will you? Upon hearing Xie Wanyu and oppose plea, Qingcheng turned her head to glance back. There, she indeed saw Xie Wanyu being led over by a young maid. She quickly averted her gaze and asked Xie Wanyu, so the Indamp, oppose, Aidendamp, oppose, you mentioned earlier was him? Yes. I came out today with 7th brother. He has been so troubled by your situation that he has hardly eaten or slept, and has even missed court for 2 consecutive days. He has lost weight considerably. Qingcheng, please, just meet with my 7th brother. I beseech you. Qingcheng, thou win. Wanyu, if you ask me to show him mercy, who will show me mercy in return? Your brother deceived me from the very beginning. He was using me, and I am the true victim. I beg you, Wanyu, let me be. Qingcheng had no intention of genuinely pleading with Xie Wanyu. She said this deliberately. However, to her surprise, Xia Wanyu's countenance changed drastically upon hearing her words. Though she quickly returned to her previous expression, Su Qingcheng perceived the shift clearly. She felt a sense of disbelief. What was that expression? Could it be that you already knew your brother was lying to me? You have known everything from the start, yet you have continuously aided him in deceiving me? Xia Wanyu remained silent, but her brief pause spoke volumes. Su Qingcheng sighed in disappointment and withdrew her sleeve from Xia Wanyu's grasp. Fine, I understand. From now on, we need not greet each other when we meet. Despite Xia Huayu's ambitions being laid bare in the previous life, Xia Wanyu was a person of integrity. Even a moment ago, Su Qingcheng had never intended to sever ties entirely with Xia Wanyu, yet now she had changed her mind. Turning away, she wished to avoid any further encounters with the Xia family. However, just as she began to move, she collided with Xia Huayu, who was approaching. He quickly glanced at Xia Wanyu and then shifted his gaze to Su Qingcheng. Wanyu, Qingcheng, Princess Consort of Qin, are you both unharmed? Who has dared to lay hands on you? Upon seeing him, Su Qingcheng finally grasped her earlier folly. Why had she wanted to avoid the Xie family? She was there to select a jade pendant for Murong Jing. She had yet to make her selection, so why would she leave? If anyone should depart, it should be the two siblings of the Xie family. Yueying, please, let the irrelevant parties step aside. They're blocking my path. Chapter 98. Then she must not stay. Yuya had long felt that Xia Wanyu was lacking in propriety. Her mistress was now the Princess of Qin. Yet she spoke of inconsequential matters. What would others think if they overheard her? Having received instructions from Su Qingcheng, she immediately donned a stern expression and approached Xia Wanyu. Addressing her with a polite yet distant tone, Miss Xia, I kindly ask you to make way. Furthermore, propriety must not be disregarded. The next time you encounter my mistress, you ought to pay your respects as befits a princess. Xia Wanyu turned to Su Qingcheng, asking, will you allow your maidservant to treat me in this manner? I did not comprehend your earlier words. I have never deceived you or assisted anyone in doing so. Shuden and Amp, Oppos, do you afford me the opportunity to explain? Su Qingcheng cast a final glance at Xia Wanyu. In their shared gaze, she noticed a flicker of panic in Xia Wanyu and Oppos' eyes, prompting a cold smile to grace her lips. Yuya speaks the truth. With that, Su Qingcheng averted her gaze, no longer regarding Xia Wanyu. Yuya reiterated, Miss Xia, please. Yet Xia Wanyu remained rooted in place, unwilling to budge. Observing this, Xia Huayu and Oppos' expression revealed a hint of sorrow. He glanced at Su Qingcheng and Oppos' retreating figure before saying, Wanyu, come. We ought to return home. But seventh brother, Qingcheng has wronged Wanyu. There is no need to continue this discussion. Let's depart. Xia Huayu and Oppos' tone was firm, leaving Xia Wanyu no choice but to step aside. Su Qingcheng paid them no further mind, striding confidently into the Baoyu Pavilion. During the earlier commotion caused by Yao Fong, only a servant from Baoyu Pavilion had attempted to mediate. No one else dared to join the fray, and now that Yao Fong had vanished, a crowd had gathered to observe. However, the proprietor of Baoyu Pavilion had already emerged to welcome Su Qingcheng, dismissing the onlookers while bowing and apologizing profusely, ultimately ushering her inside with the utmost respect. Unaware of the esteemed presence of the Princess of Qin, I beg your pardon for not greeting you properly. Might I inquire what the princess wishes to see? We have recently acquired a pair of exquisite blood jade bracelets. Would you care to inspect them? Blood jade is indeed rare, yet I already possess one. Today, I seek to examine jade pendants. I desire something of fine clarity and transparency. Price is not a concern. Bring forth any exceptional pieces for my consideration. Certainly, Your Highness. Please allow me a moment to fetch them. Before long, the proprietor returned with an array of jade stones, and Su Qingcheng began her careful selection. Meanwhile, in the carriage of the Xie family, Xia Wanyu and Oppos' countenance darkened as she faced Xia Huayu, her gaze sharp, entirely devoid of the earlier softness displayed at the entrance of Baoyu Pavilion. What exactly have you disclosed to Su Qingcheng? She claims to have discovered your deception and manipulation. What does she know? Merely that I pretended to be her savior, though I did not disclose this information myself. At this, Xia Huayu scoffed. I suspect she learned it from Murong Jing. for he was the one who truly saved her back then. What? Noting the disdain on Xie Huayu's face, Xie Wanyu glared at him. Are you envious? Do you truly harbor feelings for Su Qingcheng? No, Xie Huayu replied, frowning slightly. Let's hope that is the case, Xie Wanyu pressed on. Think carefully. Have you inadvertently revealed our plans in her presence? Why does she claim you are exploiting her? If that is the case, then she must not remain. Chapter 99. It seems unhealable. It appears that you are beyond remedy. There is no need. I have revealed nothing to her, and she remains blissfully unaware. Moreover, she is now the princess of Qin. Whether she stays or goes is not as simple as you might think. Oh, I see. Xie Wanyu fixed her gaze on Xie Huayu. Why are you so agitated then? The moment she realized you were not the man who saved her back then, she turned and threw herself into Murong Jing's embrace. Is such a fickle woman truly deserving of your affections? Do not forget who has been by your side through thick and thin all these years, who you belong to, and for whom you toil. As Xie Wanyu spoke, she reached out to touch Xie Huayu's face. He frowned and turned away to evade her. Her hand fell empty, suspended awkwardly in the air. With a cold chuckle, she remarked, My seventh brother has changed. You have grown so distant with me. Xie Huayu and Appos' brow furrowed even deeper. There are too many eyes here. This is not the place for such discussions. Let us return to the manor. Very well. Xie Wanyu retracted her hand, which had lingered in the air, conceding that they would discuss matters further at home. Clearly, any insights from Su Qingcheng were unattainable, necessitating a more measured approach. At Baoyuxian, Su Qingcheng dismissed the meticulously crafted jade pendants. The aesthetically pleasing materials were flawed, either too small or unsuitable in shape. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a raw piece of jade, icy clear with a hint of lavender. Initially, she had not intended to acquire new jewelry, but this stone was ample enough for a bracelet, and there would be sufficient material left for a pendant. A bracelet and a pendant from the same stone held special significance for her. Instead of selecting auspicious symbols like the qilin or dragonfish, she requested the craftsman to carve images of a treasure vase, persimmons, and pomegranates, signifying peace, good fortune, and family joy. The shopkeeper, aware of the princess and Appos' desires, did not hesitate and promptly summoned an artist to illustrate the designs as per Su Qingcheng and Appos' requests. However, initially, she was not completely satisfied. After several revisions, she finally felt the design aligned with her vision. After promptly paying a deposit, all that remained was to await the finished pieces for delivery to the royal residence. Yet, after this delay, when Su Qingcheng exited Baoyuxian, dusk had already fallen. Originally, she intended to return directly to the manor, but she changed her mind. She decided to go and fetch Murong Jing instead. Though she possessed the pendant he had given her, she chose not to enter, but rather found a quiet spot to wait. Having spent an intimate moment with him at noon, she did not take her usual afternoon rest. Lying in the carriage, it was not long before she drifted into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, she found the carriage in motion, and she was comfortably resting on Murong Jing's lap. Prince? She exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Did I fall asleep? Why did you not wake me? Murong Jing looked down at her, silent, before leaning in to kiss her. Su Qingcheng murmured softly, caught off guard by his advance. Feeling a surge of boldness, she playfully sought to turn the tide. However, outmatched, she resorted to a sly tactic, gently tickling the young prince. His temper flared at her teasing, and he retaliated with vigor. She laughed lightly and retreated, wrapping her arms around Murong Jing's neck, whispering enticingly in his ear, Brother Jing, why don't we just skip going back to the manor and have them stop the carriage in a secluded spot instead? You madwoman, Murong Jing replied in a deep voice, lifting her chin with one hand and kissing her again, warning, if you continue to speak so recklessly, it seems you are beyond healing. Chapter 100. Not allowed to embrace, but a hug will suffice. Su Qingcheng tilted her head back, allowing Murong Jing's delicate kisses to cascade upon her fair, supple neck. Her breath came in heavy gasps, her voice soft enough to drip with sweetness. It was intentional. You see, I knew you would never agree, so I thought to tease you. Murong Jing was preoccupied, his mouth too busy to engage with her words. As the carriage entered the gates of the royal residence, it rolled directly into Su Qingcheng's Chang garden. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Murong Jing prepared to lift her down. Su Qingcheng was reluctant and pushed him away. Murong Jing reached out, gently wiping a glimmering trace of moisture from her lips, teasing, "What is the matter, my lady? Feeling shy? I never knew you could feel such a thing." Of course, Su Qingcheng shot him a glare. The days were growing longer, and it was broad daylight outside. The servants were present. How could she allow them to witness such a scene? What sort of scene? Murong Jing raised an eyebrow. Isn't it simply the demeanor of a favored consort? Let them see. They will understand how cherished you are, and none will dare to look down upon you. Su Qingcheng huffed. Even if the prince does not favor me, I would not let a bunch of servants diminish my worth. Within 3 days, I will ensure they respect me thoroughly. With that, she nimbly leapt from the carriage. Upon turning back, she noticed Murong Jing following closely behind, prompting her to deliberately quicken her pace. Murong Jing found this amusing. His wife resembled a child, eager to partake in a game of chase. Though he typically disdained such childish antics, he felt an irresistible urge to match her speed as she distanced herself. In mere moments, he caught up to Su Qingcheng, grasping her slender wrist. "Why the rush? Are you angry? Did I say something wrong?" Su Qingcheng turned back, playfully glaring at him. "You didn't say anything wrong. But your speed in catching up is rather lackluster. It's simply not entertaining." "Oh, what would make it entertaining, then? How about this?" Murong Jing, with a swift motion, cupped the back of Su Qingcheng and Appo's head and kissed her cheek. Su Qingcheng and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. "Your Highness, we are in public. Does that need stating?" Murong Jing replied, stealing a glance at her before wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. "I may not carry you in front of the servants, but a hug should suffice. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Qingcheng chuckled softly, realizing that the more he was restricted from doing something, the more he was inclined to do it. It seemed she had found another way to hold sway over him. As they strolled back to the main courtyard, Su Qingcheng chatted animatedly, while Murong Jing occasionally chuckled. All the while the maids and servants dared not meet their eyes. The handmaids Su Qingcheng had brought as dowry were not particularly surprised by this dynamic. But the seasoned members of the royal household were utterly astonished. Was this truly the same prince who once exhibited no interest in women, and whose demeanor was perpetually frosty? It felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Shortly after they returned to their chamber, dinner was prepared. Just as they were about to sit down, Qingyu approached to deliver a message. The general of the Imperial Guards had submitted a report, inquiring whether Murong Jing wished to review it immediately. Initially, Murong Jing intended to examine the report, but after a moment's reflection, he asked Su Qingcheng, "Are you hungry? Would you prefer to eat first?" "Huh. After running about all afternoon, I am famished." Su Qingcheng shot a discontented look at Qingyu. "Is this truly urgent? If it were a pressing matter, I could understand delaying dinner. But if not, how dare you rush the prince for official business? I shall have to punish you." Qingyu hesitated. Perhaps it would be best if the lady decided on the punishment, as it does not seem particularly urgent. "See? I knew it." Su Qingcheng narrowed her eyes slightly. "How shall I punish you, then?" "Enough," Murong Jing sighed, casting a reluctant glance at Su Qingcheng. "Why frighten her? You do not genuinely intend to punish her." "Regardless of the urgency of the matter, I would usually review it first. Since you are hungry today, let's eat first. Qingyu, you may leave us. That is most agreeable. After all, it is not an urgent matter. Let's fill our stomachs first. As the saying goes, food is of utmost importance." Su Qingcheng laughed as she pulled Murong Jing to the table, jesting, "From now on, with me by your side, you must ensure to eat heartily. If an urgent matter arises, I will wait for you. Dining alone is simply too dull. Meals are far more delightful when shared." Should Qingyu dare to interrupt again, "I shall break her legs." Murong Jing nodded. "You always come up with a plethora of reasons. Come, enjoy the bamboo shoots. They're your favorite." "Do I fancy bamboo shoots? I thought those were your preference." Su Qingcheng pouted. "I wish to eat fish. Could you assist me with some?" Murong Jing chuckled. "Your wit is truly remarkable." "Indeed, your highness has tasted it before," Su Qingcheng replied, her smile radiant as she began serving him. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Shuya entered abruptly. Master, Yuan Shan has returned and wishes to report to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng immediately set down her utensils. Finally, he has returned. Gulme, take me to him. Morong Jing pondered, who had just declared that food was paramount. He had set aside official duties to stay with her, and now she was abandoning their meal halfway. His expression darkened as he slammed down his chopsticks. Yuan Shan, is he your guard? Yes, something happened outside today, and I have yet to inform you, she replied. Would you accompany me? Well, that is not out of the question. It would be better to go together.